This young man was granted a marriage to the eldest princess by the emperor, only to have his entire family framed by her, leading to the tragic deaths of his father and grandfather. Once the greatest genius of the Qin clan, Qin Wu was reduced to a cripple unable to cultivate, enduring daily torture from an adulterous couple that made life worse than death, while even the kind girl who helped him was brutally murdered. Driven by pure rage, he eventually self-detonated his cultivation to drag them all to their graves, but like many protagonists, he was granted a second life and reborn into the past. However, this time he was blessed with a heaven-defying opportunity from his previous life, the inheritance of the desolate heaven scripture, which seals 108 ancient ferocious beasts, just as an elder of the Qin family suddenly pushed open the door. Seeing that face filled Qin Wu with intense hatred, for this scoundrel Qin Chuan was the very traitor who had conspired with the eldest princess to betray the Qin family in his past life. Believing Qin Wu was still a useless cripple, Qin Chuan began to hurl insults and mock him incessantly, unaware that Qin Wu's cultivation had been fully restored, making his arrogance quite foolish. Due to his disastrous behavior, Qin Chuan quickly lost his head to the protagonist, who then immediately set out to find that treacherous couple after dealing with the traitor. At that moment, the eldest Princess Li Qinghe and her lover Zhao Dayan were holding a grand wedding ceremony at the imperial palace, surrounded by a lively atmosphere of endless blessings. Yet just as the two were about to perform the wedding vows, a spear suddenly streaked in from nowhere and demolished the city gates, sending the guards flying back in agony from the sheer pressure. The old Emperor Li Jian roared in fury, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the royal celebration, as Qin Wu's figure slowly emerged from the dust to confront the royals, leaving a terrified Li Qing to realize his cultivation had returned. It was impossible, as his meridians had clearly been completely destroyed, yet Qin Wu steadily advanced, causing the group of maidservants to tremble uncontrollably. The treacherous couple quickly sensed his overwhelming killing intent, prompting the old emperor to feign intimacy and attempt to play on his emotions. Pretending it was just young War, he stroked his beard and tried to remain calm, claiming they hadn't invited Qin Wu to the wedding only because they wanted him to stay home and recover from his injuries. Before he could finish, Qin Wu thrust his spear directly toward the center of Li Jian's forehead, terrifying him and causing the fake smile to vanish from his face. Li Jian, if my father hadn't saved you back then, you would have long since become a ghost, as my Qin family braved countless dangers to achieve great merits for your sake. Yet is this how you repay the Qin family? Li Jian's gaze darkened as he stared at Qin Wu, who then shouted that Zhao Dayan and Li Qinghe had conspired to assassinate his grandfather and father in the Great Desolation. This blood feud is irreconcilable, and as the surrounding commoners and nobles began to whisper in shock, Zhao Dayan raised his voice and commanded Qin Wu to shut his mouth. His entire body radiated killing intent as his cold eyes locked onto Qin Wu, admitting he had underestimated him and hadn't expected the previous severe injuries to be a mere facade. Even if your cultivation remains, do you really dare to be so arrogant based only on the first level of the God-sensing realm? Qin Wu glared at Zhao Dayan and gave a resolute reply. You are welcome to try, Qin Wu said as he swung his spear, his body enveloped in a radiant golden light while the guards immediately surrounded the emperor, shouting to protect the sovereign. The old Emperor Li Jian was calculating inwardly, noting that both Zhao Dayan and Qin Wu had reached the first level of the God-sensing realm and possessed immortal clan bloodlines. However, Li Jian believed that Qin Wu could not possibly be a match for Zhao Dayan, so he smugly ordered Zhao Dayan not to strike too heavily. Since Qin Wu was still a member of the Qin family who had served the dynasty well, he claimed it would suffice to merely cripple his cultivation as a light warning. Zhao Dayan obeyed, gathering his energy as he stared sinisterly at Qin Wu, who remained undaunted and glared back at Li Jian, questioning the idea of a light warning. Very well, then come at me, he challenged, as Zhao Dayan immediately summoned his immortal artifact, surrounding himself with divine power from a first-grade immortal weapon. It was the Azure Flame Blade, his family's heirloom, and the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of an actual immortal artifact. Zhao Dayan truly lived up to his name as a descendant of the immortal clan, for with that blade in hand, Qin Wu would find him hard to defeat as he gripped the weapon and fixed a cold gaze on his opponent, boasting of his first-grade immortal heirloom. Qin Wu frowned slightly, focusing his gaze on Zhao Dayan as he declared that he wielded the Qin family's war god spear, a mere 6th-grade mortal weapon. It has been drenched in the blood of tens of thousands and has severed countless souls, he said, prompting Zhao Dian to roar in fury that it was still just a mortal object. Screaming, he dragged the immortal blade across the ground before swinging it violently at Qin Wu, who remained unfazed and spun his spear, ready to launch a counterattack. Between his brows, the divine beast symbol glowed brightly as the Yazi appeared behind him with a soaring aura, and he launched an attack alongside his primordial spirit. The Yazi phantom manifested instantly as Qin Wu thrust his spear with a punch, the beast weaving through the weapon to shatter Zhao Dian's attack and leave him wide-eyed in terror. Suddenly, the war god's spear merged with the Yazi, coiling like a dragon. It somersaulted once before lunging straight at Zhao Dian, who hurriedly swung his blade to block while screaming, "Qin Wu, how dare you look down on me?" He poured all his strength into parrying the war god's spear as immortal chi erupted from his blade. But in an instant, his eyes widened to see the immortal weapon beginning to crack. "What? How can a mere mortal like you break my immortal weapon?" he cried before a thunderous explosion shattered the blade into two pieces. In a flash, the war god's spear plunged into Zhao Dian's chest, knocking him to the ground as the surrounding crowd gasped in horror, wondering how Qin Wu broke an immortal weapon in a single strike. The old Emperor Li Jian stood agape in disbelief while Li Qing frowned, unable to fathom how he had become so powerful before she urgently commanded, "Zhao Dian, get up, I won't allow you to lose to that Qin Wu," she yelled as Qin Wu approached Zhao Dian with a cold demeanor, asking, "Is this all a descendant of the immortal clan is capable of?" Severely wounded, Zhao Dian gripped the war god's spear with both hands, his body trembling in agony as he cursed, but Qin Wu simply reached out and yanked the spear back. "Is this the consort your royal family is so proud of?" Qin Wu sneered at his screaming enemy, looking down with contempt as he added, "You can't even withstand a single blow." "If you're this weak, you shouldn't act so bold," Qin Wu remarked as Zhao Dian recoiled, clutching his chest wound and groaning in pain. "Your war god's spear can break my immortal weapon, so it's definitely no ordinary mortal tool. I never expected the Qin family to hide such a treasure for themselves." Qin Wu wiped the blood from his spear tip and stood tall with the majestic aura of a god of war, coldly replying, "This spear is the culmination of my family's blood and bones over generations. How could it possibly be compared to that trash blade you cherish?" he thought to himself, knowing that one of the Yazi's divine powers was the ability to fuse with weapons. Weapons were generally divided into mortal and immortal grades, and this war god's spear possessed the power of at least a second-tier immortal artifact. Standing behind his guards, the emperor stared intently at the war god's spear, doubting that the Qin family would have dared to hide an immortal weapon. "Every move of the Qin family was under my control, so perhaps this is a fortuitous encounter he found in the Great Desolation. I must keep watching. Let's see what other tricks this boy has," the emperor thought, clasping his hands behind his back before shouting, "Zhao Dian, can you not even defeat Qin Wu? It seems I made a mistake marrying my daughter to you," he added, causing the trembling Zhao Dian to turn back and force himself up despite the pain. With bloodshot eyes, he roared, "Damn you, Qin Wu, you deserve to die." As his immortal mark erupted with power and a thick murderous aura, "I underestimated you. But you must realize I am still a descendant of the immortal clan," he shouted, leaping up as the ground beneath him shattered under intense pressure. Zhao Dian lunged at Qin Wu with his hand outstretched, screaming, "A mere mortal like you could never," but he was cut off before he could finish. A powerful punch to the face sent him spinning through the air for dozens of rotations, leaving him dazed and unconscious on the ground. Before he could recover, Qin Wu delivered a brutal kick to his groin, making him scream in agony as Qin Wu glared down at him with a voice as cold as ice. "Zhao Dian, you harmed my grandfather and my father. Today your debt of blood will be paid in full," he declared, gripping the war god's spear with both hands. He aimed the spearhead at Zhao Dian and stepped heavily on his wound, shouting, "Die!" while Li Qing cried out to the emperor in a panic, "Father, save him." Seeing the spear plunging toward him and facing certain death, Zhao Dian shrieked in a frantic plea for help, "Save me! Someone save me quickly!" At that exact moment, a figure appeared like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Qin Wu and leaving a trail of dazzling golden light in his wake. Startled, Qin Wu glanced over as the newcomer struck the war god's spear with a golden palm, forcing him to quickly raise his weapon to block the surprise attack. Simultaneously, the spear grazed Zhao Dian's arm, causing him to howl in pain as his limb was cleanly severed by the sharp edge of the war god's spear. After being knocked back, Qin Wu sensed a terrifying power from his opponent. A man in magnificent golden armor had not only attacked him, but also managed to rescue Zhao Dian. Setting the boy down, he turned to Qin Wu and declared, "Qin Wu, you certainly have the nerve to cause such chaos in the imperial city." This man was Bai Wudi, a member of the Imperial Guard, whose entire body was encased in shimmering golden armor. Qin Wu frowned, realizing that Bai Wudi was Li Jian's most trusted protector, a master at the second level of the god-sensing realm who would be difficult to defeat. Seeing her savior, Li King rushed to embrace Zhao Dian and screamed, "Uncle Bai, kill him!" From behind, Li Jian issued his command. Qin Wu is arrogant and has harmed the imperial family, a crime punishable by death. However, out of respect for the Qin family's service, Bai Wudi simply cripple his limbs and destroy his cultivation. Eager for combat, Bai Wudi glared at Qin Wu and charged. He kicked off the ground with immense force, reaching Qin Wu in an instant with terrifying speed. Laughing maniacally, he struck. Qin Wu, startled by the speed, quickly raised his war god spear to defend, but a powerful punch from Bai Wudi sent him flying. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, Qin Wu was hurled backward. He gritted his teeth, trying to track the movement, when Bai Wudi suddenly appeared behind him with a twisted grin. Bai Wudi lunged with his golden gauntlets, aiming to tear through Qin Wu's limbs. "Break for me!" he roared. Suddenly, a divine beast mark glowed on Qin Wu's forehead. As a radiant aura enveloped his body, Bai Wudi gasped in shock. "What is this?" He realized Qin Wu was being protected by the Yazi primordial spirit. Seizing the moment, Qin Wu grabbed Bai Wudi's arm. Having restrained his opponent, he delivered a powerful kick directly into Bai Wudi's dantian. "The one who will die is you," Qin Wu declared, his eyes burning with hatred. Following the strike, Bai Wudi's arms were severed and fell to the ground. Qin Wu then retrieved his war god's spear from the swirling dust. He marched toward the emperor's throne. "Now it's my turn," Qin Wu growled, glaring at Li Jian. The emperor shouted in a rage, "Qin Wu, how dare you? It seems you've forgotten that you only live because of the Qin family's protection." Qin Wu stopped abruptly, taken aback by the emperor's words. The emperor boasted, "You have vastly underestimated the power of the imperial family." At that moment, the imperial guards leaped from the rooftops with blinding speed. They quickly surrounded Qin Wu, shouting, "Qin Wu, prepare to die." Standing in the center of the circle, Qin Wu merely offered a cold smile. "Is this what you call imperial power?" Once again, Qin Wu's body erupted in a brilliant golden light. "Li Jian, it seems you have also underestimated the strength of my Qin family." In the blink of an eye, Qin Wu shattered the formation, darting past the guards to seize the emperor by the throat. The emperor gasped in disbelief. "What?" Within a single heartbeat, Qin Wu stood before Li Jian, his hand tightening around the man's neck. Li King cried out in terror, "Father." The guards turned in shock toward their monarch. The emperor trembled, stammering, "Qin Wu, think carefully about what you are doing. You are surrounded by divine physician guards of the second-level god-sensing realm. Even if you kill me, you won't leave this place alive." Qin Wu's eyes were cold and murderous. "That is none of your concern," he snapped. He noted the layout was identical to his past life. The guards wore heavy black iron, heavy armor. However, they had a fatal flaw, their speed. Qin Wu tightened his grip, and the emperor began to choke, unable to speak as his eyes rolled back. Qin Wu snarled, "Die, you hypocritical dog." Suddenly, bolts of lightning tore through the sky as celestial light descended upon the great hall. Sensing the immense pressure from above, Qin Wu looked up. A figure appeared in the air, saying, "Qin Wu, since you have been shown mercy, you should show mercy to others." Qin Wu stared up, thinking, "The peak of the god-sensing realm? I never knew such a powerhouse was lurking here in my previous life." The man bore a celestial mark and wings. This was the commander of the celestial clan, Zhao Huan. Hovering in the air, he began to lecture. The celestial and imperial families both share ancient lineages. "Qin Wu, can you show me some respect and spare his life?" He slowly descended to the ground to face Qin Wu. Seeing his savior, Zhao Dian screamed, "Second uncle, kill him now." The emperor's trembling ceased as he let out a triumphant laugh. "Qin Wu, it seems you won't be able to kill me today." Qin Wu furrowed his brows as anxiety rose within him. The immortal commander was no longer an easy opponent to handle. Zhao Huan began to lecture, "Qin Wu, the immortal race has always looked after its people. I can forgive your actions today. And I won't make things difficult for you." Then he turned to Zhao Dian and said sternly, "As for you, Zhao Dian, as a descendant of the immortals to commit such a despicable act, when we return." The clan laws will punish you accordingly. Next, Zhao Huan turned to Li Jiangxia and said, Li Jiangxia, show me some respect today. What Qin Wu did to your royal family must be overlooked. What do you think? The emperor obediently agreed. I shall follow the immortal's wishes. The mark on Zhao Huan's forehead began to glow as he glared at Qin Wu. Qin Wu, let go now. Suddenly, Qin Wu felt his body go out of control, enveloped by Zhao Huan's overwhelming power. His hand slowly released the emperor's neck. Qin Wu thought to himself, is this the pressure of the 9th level of the divine ability realm? Suddenly, Qin Wu unleashed all of his divine power. Shrouded in a brilliant aura, he shouted, your pressure alone isn't enough. You will never be able to control me. A beam of light descended from the sky, increasing Qin Wu's strength 10,000-fold as he reached out once more to seize the emperor's neck. Zhao Huan was shocked. What? A mere first-level spirit communication realm cultivator can break my pressure. Qin Wu, bathed in golden light with murderous eyes, replied, since the immortal asked for his life, then in an instant. Qin Wu used a killing move to snap the emperor's neck. Seeing this, Li Qing screamed in despair, Father! The terrified crowd cried out, he killed the sovereign. As the guards rushed forward, Zhao Huan thought, this boy truly gained a great fortune in the great wasteland. Qin Wu grabbed the emperor's corpse, spun it around, and hurled it at Zhao Huan, shouting, here is your sovereign, catch him yourself. Zhao Huan coldly extended his wings to catch the body. Qin Wu took the chance to flee, saying, farewell, immortal commander, we shall meet again. Suddenly, a streak of blue energy flashed past Qin Wu. It formed a set of claws that activated a magnetic field, pinning him to the ground. Zhao Huan sneered, Qin Wu, did you really think you could escape me? You truly overestimate yourself. Qin Wu struggled to stand. This pressure was at least 10 times stronger than before. This immortal commander was indeed a nuisance. Qin Wu activated the mark on his forehead to summon Yazi for help, and a burst of purple energy erupted, enveloping him. Yazi's primordial spirit let out another powerful roar. Qin Wu quickly grabbed his god of war spear and unleashed countless strikes aimed directly at Zhao Dayan. The adulterous couple watched in terror, their eyes wide with fear. Zhao Huan smirked and performed a spell with a single finger, muttering, child's play. While unleashing power to protect the couple, Zhao Huan accidentally left an opening. Qin Wu seized the moment and used his movement technique to escape, leaving Zhao Huan to roar in anger. Qin Wu, I told you that you cannot escape. Qin Wu looked back and laughed loudly. Haha, is that so? Right now Zhao Dayan is severely wounded. If you insist on chasing me, he will surely die. I believe you can figure out which is more important. Zhao Huan glanced at the pleading Zhao Dayan. With a slight smirk, he thought, this kid is quite interesting. Qin Wu, I'll grant you a path to live. Qin Wu took the opportunity to easily leave the imperial palace. Zhao Huan turned to use his divine power to heal Zhao Dayan's wounds. After a brief check, he noted the injuries weren't too severe. Zhao Dayan clutched his arm and snarled, second uncle, this grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace, Zhao Huan calmly replied. Rest assured, your uncle will definitely help you get revenge. Zhao Huan then turned to face the crowd. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he thought, Li Jiangxia, haha, you useless beast, you really are a piece of trash. After witnessing her father's murder by Qin Wu, Li Qing sat trembling and weeping in a corner. Zhao Huan stood before her and commanded, Li Qing, your father is dead. From now on, you must serve your husband well. Do you understand? Li Qing bowed her head, continuing to sob while obeying Zhao Huan's order. Zhao Huan slowly ascended and looked down at the people, announcing, citizens of the Divine Sword Dynasty, listen well. Your sovereign is now dead. Therefore, the Divine Sword Dynasty now temporarily belongs to my immortal race. Everyone must follow my commands. He glared and continued his orders. Use all your strength to hunt down Qin Wu. He must be captured alive, understood? The guards looked at Li Qinghe, who was cradling the sovereign's body, and stammered, Princess. Li Qinghe gnashed her teeth as resentment surged within her, glaring as she ordered everyone to follow the immortal's lead, to which Zhao Huan nodded with a satisfied smile. By now, Qin Yu had reached the outskirts of the Divine Sword Dynasty, contemplating the fierce pursuit he would surely face after killing Li Jian. The Divine Sword Dynasty was no longer a place where Qin Yu could remain, yet he was troubled by how different Zhao Huan's appearance was compared to his previous life. Nevertheless, he told himself that killing Li Jian today was a major victory, deciding to let Zhao Dayan and Li Qing live for just a little while longer. Upon reaching the cliff, Qin Yu used his movement techniques to leap toward the forest edge, while the Divine Sword Dynasty dispatched divine eagles into the sky to spread the news. The message declared that Qin Yu of the Qin clan, a man of depraved character and wicked deeds, had publicly assassinated King Li Jian. A special execution order was issued, promising that whoever killed Qin Yu would be made a marquis of 10,000 households and granted a city, while Qin Yu sat coldly in a corner of the speeding carriage. He remained vigilant of his surroundings as the young lady sitting across from him furrowed her brows, staring at him with clear irritation. Qin Yu sat in silence, contemplating the hunt ordered by the Divine Sword Dynasty and realizing he needed to escape their borders immediately to seek refuge in the Tian dynasty. Although the Divine Sword Dynasty possessed hundreds of cities, it paled in comparison to the Tian dynasty, which boasted over 1,000 cities, powerful sects, and countless clans. It was merely a drop in the ocean. Qin Yu vowed that Zhao Dian and Li King should wait for him, for he would return to grind their bones to dust. At that moment, the beautiful girl stared at Qin Yu before anxiously asking the old man beside her why he had allowed this rogue cultivator onto their carriage. She told him to look at the boy's disheveled hair and dirty face, claiming he was clearly no good. But the old man laughed and told Zhao Yue that the youth had an excellent skeletal structure and could be a great asset. He explained that their journey to the Tian dynasty was perilous, and having another expert for protection would ensure their safety, to which the innocent Zhao Yue replied, "Grandfather, you are the Zhenin king of the Tian dynasty. Who would dare threaten our safety?" she asked, causing Qin Yu's eyes to widen as he looked at the old man. It turned out this old man was the Zhenin king, the border guardian who held back the demon race with bones as tough as steel, a true hero of his people. Qin Yu thought it a pity that, with the aid of the immortal race, the Divine Sword Dynasty had swiftly crushed the Tian dynasty in his past life. The Zhenin king had even been personally slain by Zhao Dian, making it a strange twist of fate that he was now riding in the man's carriage. Zhao Yue blushed with shy embarrassment when she saw Qin Yu staring at her, but he turned away dismissively as if telling her she wasn't worth his time. Clenching her fists, Zhao Yue shouted in a rage, demanding to know what was wrong with his attitude as he was infuriating her to no end. Meanwhile, a stranger was secretly tracking the carriage's progress from the outside, just as two women with murderous expressions emerged. They closely monitored every movement of the convoy as the carriage sped along, and the Zhenin king's subordinate gripped the reins to give an update. He informed his master that they would reach the territory of the Tian dynasty in another 100 miles, prompting a cheerful response from the Zhenin king inside. He urged them to hurry to the Tian dynasty to avoid any trouble before turning to address Qin Yu, who stared back, thinking the man truly lived up to his reputation. He suspected the king had already realized his identity and was speaking specifically for his benefit, marveling at the man's resourcefulness when suddenly countless arrows infused with divine power rained down from the sky toward the convoy, with one piercing a horse's neck and causing it to rear up in agony. The carriage jolted violently, forcing everyone inside to struggle for balance as Qin Yu glared outside, wondering what was happening. Zhao Yue cried out in confusion, just as a massive broadsword came hurtling directly toward the Zhenin king's carriage. A flash of divine energy instantly sliced the carriage in two, and as the broadsword retracted into the dust before Qin Yu, a laugh echoed through the haze. A woman wielding a broadsword and radiating an overbearing aura spoke coldly, laughing as she declared she had come for the Zhenin king's head. Zhenin Wang frowned, scrutinizing the figure before him. "Be careful, this is an assassin from the Deadman sect of the Qin Wu dynasty." Qin Wu turned back in shock. The Deadman sect was one of the most notorious hunting forces in the realm. The girl thrust her greatsword firmly into the ground before running her hand along the blade's edge. "Now, accept your death gracefully." Zhenin Wang chuckled softly, stroking his beard. "Deadman sect, you truly underestimate this old man," Zhenin Wang said, his gaze turning icy as he stared down the assassin. Simultaneously, his subordinates summoned their immortal artifacts, preparing for battle. "Do you really think you can kill me all by yourself?" Zhenin Wang questioned. "Of course I am not alone," the female assassin replied calmly. At that moment, a shimmering light streaked toward Zhenin Wang. Noticing the danger, Qin Wu's eyes widened as he shouted, "Watch out!" Qin Wu summoned his war god spear, gripping it tightly as he leaped to intercept the arrow aimed at Zhenin Wang. Zhenin Wang watched him, visibly stunned. Surprised by the youth's power, Qin Wu gritted his teeth, struggling to deflect the sun-chasing divine arrow. With a spinning maneuver, he finally snapped the shaft in two before suddenly appearing in front of Zhen and Wang's men. He unleashed a powerful spear strike, knocking away all the remaining arrows, though the sheer force of the impact pushed Qin Wu back several steps. Steadying himself, Qin Wu breathed heavily while clutching his war god spear, his cold gaze fixed on the assassin. The woman offered a faint smile. Her eyes never left Qin Wu as she whispered, "To think you could actually stop my sun-chasing divine arrow." She then leaped down to stand beside her companion. Zhen and Wang's eyes widened in shock. The sun-chasing divine arrow, one of the three great mysterious grade weapons of the Deadman sect, just to kill me. You certainly went to great lengths. Fine then, listen well. I am willing to accept my death, but I have only one condition. Let everyone with me leave this place safely. The female assassin brandished her greatsword, pointing it at Zhen and Wang as she replied coldly. Very well, I shall grant your wish. It saves us quite a bit of time. Qin Wu immediately stepped in front of Zhen and Wang, saying, "Stop this drama, I will take over." "As long as I am here, you will not die," Qin Wu declared, glaring at the assassins. "I will be the one to protect this old man." The two female assassins from the Deadman sect instantly released their aura. "If you are so eager to die, we will be happy to fulfill your wish," they said in unison. Qin Wu spun his spear into a combat stance and said coldly, "First, state your names. I do not kill those who are nameless." "Wu Yue of the Deadman sect and Wu Si of the Deadman sect," they replied. Qin Wu stared at them, thinking to himself that they were indeed the Wu sisters. In his previous life, after the dynasty was overthrown, these sisters traveled to the Great Wasteland seeking opportunities and gained fame by slaying many renowned figures. Unfortunately, they were eventually unable to withstand Zhao Dian and were beheaded by him. Qin Wu thought that making them his subordinates would not be a bad idea. Wu Si stepped back to gain momentum and hurled her greatsword at Qin Wu. Seeing the attack, he looked eager for battle and whispered, "Perfect timing," before thrusting his war god spear forward. The war god spear collided violently with the greatsword, creating a powerful shockwave. After the impact, a thick cloud of dust filled the air. Qin Wu gripped his spear tightly and looked at Wu Si with a smirk. "HMPH, compared to my Qin family's war god spear, yours is still a bit lacking." Suddenly, Qin Wu realized Wu Si had charged at him with her greatsword, so he quickly raised his spear to defend himself. Having the upper hand, Wu Si spoke confidently, "So this is the war god spear." Meanwhile, Wu Yue fired another sun-chasing divine arrow directly at Qin Wu. "Haha, if you can survive even 30% of my sun-chasing divine arrow's power, consider yourself lucky," Wu Yue sneered, aiming her arrow at Qin Wu's chest. "This time, however, the sun-chasing divine arrow will surely claim your life." Qin Wu lightly flicked his spear and spun around, easily knocking Wu Si back. After being pushed back, Wu Si stared at Qin Wu and remarked, "To block two of my strikes at the first level of the spirit communication realm is quite impressive. It seems you were born with divine strength, but the gap between our cultivation realms is simply too vast." With that, Wu Si gathered her energy to unleash a killing move. Her eyes remained fixed on Qin Wu as she charged, the phantom of the Scorching Sun blade following her. It was the peak yellow-grade martial technique, the Scorching Sun blade. Qin Wu's eyes widened. With a thunderous shout, the Yazi phantom manifested as its primordial spirit roared, its domineering aura soaring to the heavens while spreading its wings. It effortlessly parried the blazing sun blade, the sound of the collision echoing everywhere. Qin Wu struggled to hold his ground, gritting his teeth as Wu Si stared in shock. She glared at Qin Wu and shouted that he couldn't even withstand her alone, just as countless cracks began to spiderweb across the Yazi primordial spirit phantom. It then dissolved into spiritual energy and returned to Qin Wu's body. Following that exchange, Qin Wu was sent tumbling backward, sliding a long distance across the ground. He reached down to claw at the earth to steady himself, then looked up to glare at Wu Si, realizing that despite summoning the Yazi phantom, his first-level spirit communication realm cultivation was a limitation. Being unable to utilize any powerful martial techniques against a second-level spirit communication realm opponent like Wu Si was pressuring. Yet Qin Wu stood up and laughed, claiming her technique was flawed. Enveloped in a domineering aura, Wu Si stepped forward and told him to stop bluffing, but Qin Wu raised his spear into a stance and continued, stating her martial technique was incomplete. Though it should have unleashed the full power of a profound grade technique, in her hands, it was merely at the peak of the yellow grade. As Wu Si unleashed waves of blade energy phantoms, Qin Wu calmly dodged them all. Gripping the war god spear, Qin Wu pointed it directly at Wu Si. With a single move, he disarmed her and seized the upper hand by pressing his spear tip against her throat, ready to end her life at any moment. Wu Si was stunned by Qin Wu's speed, her eyes wide as she watched him stand triumphantly over her. He spoke in a cold tone, reminding her that he had already warned her. He told her that her martial arts were flawed and her moves were full of openings. Nearby, Wu Yue drew her bow and aimed it straight at Qin Wu, her voice filled with resentment as she called him a bastard. She demanded he release her sister immediately. Qin Wu glanced at Wu Yue before turning back to Wu Si, suggesting with a calculating tone that he could help her perfect her cultivation method, but only on one condition. Wu Si glared and shouted that she didn't need his help, admitting her skills were inferior and telling him to just kill her if he wished. She then turned her gaze toward Wu Yue. With a determined voice, she told her sister not to worry about her and to kill them all to complete the mission, leaving Wu Yue deeply anxious for her younger sister's safety. Though her bow was drawn, she didn't dare to fire. Qin Wu observed the two sisters, thinking to himself that the bond between them was remarkably strong. Standing behind old Zhen, Zhao Yue looked on in astonishment, wondering how he could be so powerful. Old Zhen watched Qin Wu closely, making a preliminary assessment of his strength. He mused that this brat from the Qin family was indeed formidable, and had clearly gained much on his journey to the Great Wasteland, confirming that his gamble had been correct. Qin Wu gripped the war god's spear and pushed it forward slightly, the tip sinking a few inches into Wu Si's neck and causing her pain. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Yue finally made a choice. She slowly lowered her weapon and knelt, pleading for him to spare her sister and offering to die in her place. Qin Wu closed his eyes in contemplation. Having achieved his desired outcome, he slowly withdrew the war god's spear and looked directly at Wu Si, remarking that the people of the Dead Men sect were utterly despicable. He questioned why they would remain subordinates to a sect that acted against their will despite raising them. Wu Si clutched the wound on her neck, her eyes filled with suspicion as she asked how he knew such things. Holding his war god's spear, Qin Wu coldly replied that he naturally knew, adding that the sect master of the Dead Men sect had long been manipulating their lives. Wu Si's eyes widened in shock as she denied it. Qin Wu continued, explaining that the families of those they had killed in the past were all being secretly controlled by the Dead Men sect and turned into puppets. They were being tormented in ways that provoked divine wrath. Wu Yue stood up and protested, claiming the sect master only killed those who deserved to die and that such things were impossible. Qin Wu turned to Wu Yue and challenged her, suggesting she investigate for herself to see if his words were true. After looking at Wu Yue, he turned back to Wu Si, thinking to himself that these two sisters were completely oblivious to the Dead Men sect's true nature. He was certain his words would sow seeds of doubt, making it only a matter of time before the two sisters joined his side. He then offered them a choice: leave the Dead Men sect and submit to him. Wu Si stared in disbelief, scoffing at his arrogance and asking if he even realized how powerful the Dead Men sect truly was. She argued that leaving the sect would mean certain death for them and questioned how he could possibly protect them. Qin Wu then retracted his war god's spear. He turned and walked away decisively, telling them not to rush and that he would give them time to think, adding that they could find him whenever they had an answer. I shall await you at the grandest inn within the Galaxy Dynasty. Wu Si watched Qin Yu's retreating figure, her heart heavy with suspicion. He had clearly held the chance to slay her. Yet you chose to leave. Had my sister and I struck together, you wouldn't have withstood a single blow, she thought. Qin Yu paused, suddenly glancing back to shout coldly, then I invite you to come and try. Wu Si grew pensive, her mind filled with doubts regarding her corpse sect and the man named Qin Yu. Wu Yue, however, refused to yield. Staring at Qin Wu's retreating back, the Wu sisters declared they would never owe him a favor and would settle the score next time. I will definitely kill you, Wu Yue said fiercely before pointing at King Zhenan and warning him that the Siren sect had countless ways to end his life. After her warning, the two Wu sisters used their lightness skills to depart, leaving old Zhen to sigh and cough, feeling slightly more at ease. Once the situation was resolved, Zhao Yue spoke up with blushing cheeks, shyly thanking him for his help. Qin Wu leaned in close to Zhao Yue and teased that receiving a thank you from King Zhenan's granddaughter was a great blessing before turning to the old king. King Zhenan, why don't you just marry your granddaughter to me? He joked, causing Zhao Yue to jump up in embarrassment and protest. Stroking his beard, the old king smiled at Qin Wu and remarked that his cultivation made him a true favored son of heaven among the youth. He added that Qin Wu was an outstanding genius of the dynasty in terms of courage, and his background was more than a match for anyone. Still shy, Xiao Yue pondered his background and gasped in shock when she realized what being from the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty meant. "Are you the Qin Wu from the wanted posters?" she cried out before turning to the old king, frustrated that he had known the truth all along. The old king laughed at the girl's slow reaction and turned to Qin Wu, playfully pushing his granddaughter toward him. "If young brother Qin is truly interested, I can personally act as a witness," he said, while a blushing Xiao Yue stammered in confusion. Qin Wu rubbed his head and told the old king to stop joking, as he had only been teasing, which left Xiao Yue feeling quite deflated. Feeling a sudden sense of disappointment, Xiao Yue watched as Qin Wu told King Zhenan that they needed to continue their journey quickly. The old king agreed and followed Qin Wu, leaving a flustered Xiao Yue sitting alone in the corner. She clenched her fists in anger, fuming at the boy for playing with her and wondering if he thought she wasn't good enough for him. After a long journey, the group finally reached the Tian dynasty, where the city gates were heavily guarded by rows of soldiers. As King Zhenan entered, the citizens flocked to welcome him, whispering in excitement about the king and the girl they recognized as Princess Yue Hua. Just then, a man named Huang Fei pushed through the crowd toward King Zhenan and called out to him with great enthusiasm. "You finally returned. My father has missed you dearly," he said, and the old king laughed, replying that it had been a long time since they last met. Huang Fei then turned to Yue Hua and told her how much he missed her, but she uncomfortably replied that they were never actually that close. "Sister Li Yue, we were childhood sweethearts with a marriage contract set before birth. How could you say that?" he asked as Qin Wu stepped forward. Qin Wu smiled at Yue Hua and remarked that her fiancé seemed like quite a talented man, causing her to shout back in embarrassment. "He is not my fiancé," she insisted, while Huang Fei stood smugly before Qin Wu, accepting the praise as Yue Hua gritted her teeth. Infuriated by Huang Fei's arrogance, she suddenly flashed a devious smile and lunged forward to embrace Qin Wu, asking if he was jealous again. Qin Wu felt flustered, realizing the girl was using him as a shield, while King Zhenan and his subordinates simply looked away and ignored them. Furious Huang Fei pointed at her, but Yue Hua simply linked her arm with Qin Wu's and announced that she was officially introducing her beloved. "This is the man I love," she declared, causing Huang Fei to stomp his foot so hard the tiles cracked as he begged her to stop joking. She continued, claiming they had already set a wedding date to be together forever, leaving Huang Fei staring at them with eyes full of rage. His grip tightened until his fan snapped in half, yet he tried to remain calm, telling Li Yue she must be tired and that he had prepared a banquet. Then he turned to the Prince of Zhenan and bowed with both hands, offering to host a welcoming banquet for him first. The old prince stroked his beard and nodded in agreement as the group rode Triceratops and a rooster-colored dinosaur through the vast galaxy city toward Huang Fei's artifact refining sect. The citizens lined up in 2 rows, eagerly watching the escort pass by while Yue Hua sat atop her dinosaur, taking in the surrounding scenery along the way. She spoke with the old prince about how long it had been since her last visit, while Qin Yu and Huang Fei sat with their arms crossed in total silence. Huang Fei began using his status to intimidate Qin Yu, stating that while he didn't know who he was certain that Li Yue belonged to him. He advised him to leave Galaxy City immediately, giving him 1 night and threatening to tear him apart if he was still there by tomorrow. He vowed to grind his bones into dust, but Qin Yu simply turned to Huang Fei with a contemptuous smile and questioned the idea of leaving Galaxy City. He said he might leave eventually, but only after a while, his provocative smile widening as he mentioned waiting until after his wedding with Li Yue. He added that they would discuss leaving after they had a son and a daughter, causing Huang Fei to clutch his chest as he imagined Qin Yu taking Yue Hua for himself. The thought of them having children was utterly unacceptable, and he furiously grabbed Qin Yu by the collar, growling and asking if he had a death wish. He warned him not to be so arrogant or expect Li Yue to protect him, but Qin Yu's expression grew even more defiant as he joked about whether their intimacy should be traditional or doggy style. He challenged him to kill him if he had the guts, leaving the fuming Huang Fei with no choice but to let go and curse him while Qin Yu simply brushed off his clothes and sighed. He thought to himself that Li Yue had already caused him plenty of trouble, and shortly after, the group arrived at the artifact refining sect. As they reached one of the greatest sects in Galaxy City, They were greeted by the sight of a roaring holy fire furnace, and Huang Fei leaped down from his dinosaur. He walked to the sect gates and bowed, welcoming the Prince of Zhenin and Yue Hua as they both dismounted. They entered to admire the architecture of the city's top refining sect, noting that even the entrance layout was of the low-grade yellow rank, though Yue Hua just huffed with her arms crossed. Huang Fei bowed again to the old prince, modestly claiming that the entrance arrangement was merely a casual creation by his father. He insisted it was nothing special and invited them inside, leading the way to the main hall while explaining that his father was away on urgent business. He announced he would be hosting the prince today and asked them to wait while he prepared a meal, as Qin Yu entered and looked around thoughtfully while stroking his chin. He noted the sheer luxury of the great sect before a banquet of fragrant dishes was served, with Huang Fei emerging from the kitchen announcing that the food had arrived. He carried a plate of earth dragon meat to the table and presented it to Yue Hua, identifying the dish for her. He explained that he had specially prepared it to help her recover from the long journey, as it was highly beneficial for martial artists refining their bodies. While speaking to Yue Hua, he suddenly heard Qin Yu praising the food and spun around in a panic, shouting that the dragon meat was his before being nearly knocked over by Qin Yu's powerful shove. Huang Fei muttered about the boy's surprising strength as Qin Yu devoured the dragon meat in an instant, leaving nothing but the bones. A surge of energy coursed through his body, causing him to glow with golden light as his meridians broke through on the spot, and Qin Yu looked at his revitalized hands. He exclaimed how refreshing it felt before continuing to clear the table, while Huang Fei turned back to the old prince and clasped his hands. He told the surprised prince that he had good news, smiling as he revealed that he had awakened the 5th-grade holy fire and been accepted as a disciple of the immortal artifact ancestor. Both the old prince and Yue Hua were stunned as Huang Fei continued, mentioning that his master was also aware of the marriage contract between him and Li Yue. He said his master would personally come to Galaxy City in a few days to preside over the wedding, leaving the prince and Yue Hua speechless with grim expressions while Qin Yu sat nearby. He ate while reflecting on the fact that Huang Fei had also awakened a holy fire, a creation of heaven and earth that granted unique divine abilities to those who possessed it. The sacred flame has 9 grades, with the first being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. Those who awaken it become artifact refiners, the most prestigious profession on the continent. Although Huang Fei only awakened a 5th-grade flame, he is a rare talent within the dynasty, and his master is an extraordinary figure at the peak of the god-sensing realm. He wields enough power to command the winds and rain in this court. Huang Fei narrowed his eyes, casting a malicious smile toward Yue Hua. Furthermore, my master has promised to organize the most magnificent wedding ever held for Li Yue. The king of Zhenin sat in silence. He pondered for a long moment without saying a word, realizing his nephew was becoming quite a nuisance. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. After finishing his meal, Qin Wu headed to the largest inn in Tian's city. Yue Hua followed closely behind him, her expression filled with confusion. You could clearly stay at the king of Zhenin's manor, so why come to this inn? Qin Wu reached the entrance, turned to Yue Hua and laughed. Are you perhaps reluctant to let me go? Suddenly, Qin Wu's eyes widened as if he had spotted something. Yue Hua's face was clouded with sorrow, and her eyes began to well with tears as she stood speechless. She eventually turned away and walked dejectedly back toward the king of Zhenin's manor, covering her face. Qin Wu watched her retreating figure and thought, rest easy for this Huang Fei. He's certainly not a kind soul. Since our fates are intertwined, I will not allow you to fall into his demonic clutches. A short while later, Qin Wu entered the inn, rented a room, and sat upon the bed to meditate. In an instant, a golden light enveloped his body, and the phantom of the Yazi's primordial spirit appeared behind him. The fastest way to advance one's cultivation is either by consuming vast amounts of heavenly treasures, or by utilizing the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. I must find some quality materials tomorrow. Once I reach the 2nd level of the god-sensing realm, I can unlock the 2nd desolate beast, the 9-legged golden crow. This was the 9-legged golden crow, a golden bird that wielded the world's exotic flames. I wonder what Huang Fei's expression will be when he sees a 9th-grade sacred flame. Ha. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Refinement Sect, Huang Fei received a report after sending his men to investigate Qin Wu's background. Huang Fei's subordinate bowed with cupped hands and said, Young master, the investigation is complete. Qin Wu is a member of the Qin family from the Divine Sword dynasty. Upon hearing the name, Huang Fei spoke up. The Qin family. Is he that Qin Wu who was hunted by the Celestial Clan after being cuckolded? Wang Fei broke into a sinister and eerie laugh. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. I thought he was some formidable character, but it turns out he is just trash. Very well, I will keep you alive for now. I want you to witness Li Yue becoming my consort with your own eyes. At the same time, back at the inn, Qin Wu finished writing the Wind Thunder Palm technique using his divine power and let out a sigh. Transcribing techniques is truly exhausting. I was lucky to find this Wind Thunder Palm in my previous life. Even though it is only a low-grade mystic rank technique, it is enough to trade for a significant amount of heavenly treasures. Qin Wu slowly rose from the bed, put on his robe, and set off for the Tianxia auction house. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance. Inside the auction house, a massive crowd had gathered, consisting of both humans and members of the demon race. Qin Wu stepped inside and surveyed his surroundings. I have finally returned. This place certainly brings back many memories. Just then, a chameleon demon approached Qin Wu with a joyful expression. Welcome, welcome. How may I be of service to you, young master? Qin Wu shook his head thoughtfully and replied in a cold tone, What I seek is beyond your authority. He then pointed in a specific direction and ordered, Go and call Lady Wanner here immediately. The chameleon demon was stunned. Confused, he hurried away, muttering for the guest to wait. Nearby, a three-headed snake slithered out, carrying a woman on its back who was puffing on a pipe. She introduced herself, I am Dugu Wanner. I don't believe I have ever met you before, young master. Qin Wu stared at Wanner and said warmly, It has been a long time, Lady Wanner. Sitting atop the three-headed snake, Wanner's eyes were filled with suspicion as she wondered who this man was, as she had no memory of him. Qin Wu stepped toward Wanner and gestured, I wish to participate in today's secret auction. Wanner looked at him intently and suddenly let out an exclamation. Oh, the chameleon demon narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Wu, thinking to himself that trouble had truly arrived today. Dugu Wanner then turned around. I shall lead the way. Please follow me, young master. A few minutes later, Qin Wu was led through the corridor into the underground auction hall. The old chameleon bowed and opened the door, inviting him inside. Stepping into the lounge, Qin Wu stretched his arms and remarked that it felt truly wonderful to be back once more. Dugu Wanner lit her pipe and took a long drag. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she noted how unfamiliar this young man appeared, wondering who had introduced him. Qin Wu crossed his arms and spoke coldly, telling her she didn't need to know, as he was already well acquainted with the rules of today's underground auction. Then Qin Wu pulled out a scroll of secret techniques and handed it to Wanner, asking her to estimate its value as she took the manuscript from him. After examining it closely, her eyes widened in shock as she realized it was a mysterious grade low-rank cultivation technique, which Qin Wu smugly confirmed. Holding the scroll, Wanner asked if he truly intended to auction such a precious mysterious grade technique, to which Qin Wu nodded repeatedly while she began calculating its potential value. It could fetch 1 million gold coins, but she offered to have the Galaxy Auction House purchase it directly for 1.5 million if he trusted her, causing Qin Wu to pause and reflect. He calculated that since a single second-grade body tempering pill cost about 10,000 gold coins, 1.5 million would be enough to purchase 150 of them. He eagerly accepted Wanner's offer, agreeing to the deal on the condition that the payment be made in body tempering pills, leaving Dugu Wanner overjoyed. Having secured the technique at a bargain, she thanked him, thinking it was an easy task, then took another long drag from her pipe, marveling that such a young man possessed a mysterious grade technique. She wondered if he was a disciple from a major power training in the Galaxy Dynasty, before inviting Qin Wu to attend the auction that evening. When asked if he would attend, Qin Wu nodded eagerly, recalling from his past life that a most unusual treasure was set to appear at the Galaxy auction today. Wanner happily offered to be his guide and lead him to an exclusive seat, with Qin Wu following her into the auction hall. Wanner spread her arms and welcomed him to the underground hall, prompting the other guests to begin whispering among themselves about what they were seeing. One guest remarked that in all his years attending auctions, he had never seen her smile so brightly, wondering who the young man beside her could be. Qin Wu took his seat in the exclusive area, noting the excellent view, while Wanner smiled and explained that only the most honored guests of the Galaxy Auction House could sit there. Suddenly, a thick-lipped man with a pockmarked face appeared behind Wanner, waving his hand and calling out to her as he approached. Wanner glanced at him and took another drag from her pipe, identifying him as young Master Wang, as the pockmarked man continued to speak. Wang Chuan, the successor of the Divine Spear sect, boasted to Wanier that his sect had brought a very high-quality item to the auction today. Wanier gracefully covered her mouth and smiled while thanking him for his support, but Wang Chuan continued to brag, mentioning how she had repeatedly rejected his father's marriage proposals. As Wang Chuan babbled incessantly, his hand drifted toward her with lecherous intent, but Wanier maintained her playful smile and nimbly dodged him. With a vile and lustful expression, Wang Chuan teased Wanier for being shy, claiming he had already arranged for his sect's auction item to serve a specific purpose. He declared that he wanted nothing in return, as the item would serve as a betrothal gift for her, his eyes filled with depravity as he leered at her. He claimed that even her father wouldn't be able to refuse such a gift, leaving Wanier feeling repulsed and desperate to distance herself from the pervert. Hearing this, Qin Wu's eyes sharpened as he turned to see a damaged immortal-grade longsword beginning to glow with a blue light, confirming that his memories were correct. The Divine Spear sect was auctioning a damaged immortal artifact, but Wang Chuan suddenly realized that Qin Wu had taken his usual seat. He slammed his hand onto Qin Wu's shoulder and barked, demanding to know if the brat realized he was sitting in his seat and ordering him to get lost immediately. Dugu Wanier quickly stepped in to stop Wang Chuan, identifying Qin Wu as her honored guest and warning him not to be rude, which only made Wang Chuan glare in anger. When Wang Chuan complained that the seat had always been his, Qin Wu curled his lip and provocatively told him that it belonged to him now, challenging the man to try and take it back. Wang Chuan approached with a sneer. "Do you think you're worthy of this seat? A piece of trash at the first level of the spirit communication realm like you is worth nothing." Qin Yu remained silent. With a swift strike, he slapped Wang Chuan to the ground. Clutching his face, Wang Chuan glared at Qin Yu with resentment. "You'd better remember this." Qin Yu's eyes turned cold as he replied, "Stop your barking." Wang Chuan ground his teeth, channeling his divine power as he roared. "No one has dared to strike or insult me for years. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way." Dugu Wanier shouted sternly, "That's enough." Hearing this, Wang Chuan shrank back while Wanier glared at him. "No one is permitted to cause trouble at my galaxy auction house. That is the rule." Wang Chuan pointed at Qin Yu, feeling aggrieved, but eventually moved to another seat, muttering that he was only suppressing his rage for Wanier's sake. "Just wait until you leave this place. I'll kill you." One of Huang Fei's subordinates, who had witnessed everything, took out a transmission jade to report to him. "Young master, I've spotted Qin Yu at the Galaxy Auction House. Furthermore, he just offended Wang Chuan of the Divine Spear sect." Meanwhile, at the Huang family estate within the Spirit Refining sect, Huang Fei was enjoying fruit served by beautiful women. Upon hearing the news, he let out a sinister laugh. He offended Wang Chuan. "This Qin Yu is truly seeking death everywhere. I thought he was some prominent figure. But it turns out he's just a discarded brat from a fallen dynasty." On the auction stage, Wanier stepped forward to face the numerous guests. "Welcome, everyone, to today's Galaxy auction. The quality of items we have today is unprecedented. They are 100 times rarer and more advanced than anything we've offered before." The guests clamored, "Lady Wanier, stop the suspense and let the bidding begin." Wanier signaled her subordinates to bring out the items. She lifted a chest containing the first item. "Our first offering today is a second-grade pill, the Vitality Pill." As Wanier opened the chest, brilliant rays of light radiated from the pill. She continued, "This pill can revive the dying and regrow flesh upon bare bones. For anyone below the first level of the spirit communication realm, no matter how grave the injury, this pill can preserve their life. The starting price is 10,000 gold. Let the bidding begin." Guests immediately began competing for the pill, with bids rising to 15 and 18,000. Qin Yu let out a long yawn, looking weary. He thought to himself that these items were useless to him and decided to nap until the final treasures appeared. He soon fell into a deep sleep. From a distance, Wang Chuan watched him with a twisted, malicious smile, thinking, "Sleep well, boy. This will be your last peaceful day." Half an hour later, the auction continued. Wanier, acting as the host, congratulated a young man on his purchase before signaling for the next treasure to be brought out. This is the grand finale of today's auction. From behind the scenes, Wanier's subordinates slowly carried out a chest containing the item. Qin Yu was jolted awake and sat up eagerly to observe the treasure he had been waiting for. "It's here. The treasure has finally arrived." Huang Fei's subordinate clenched his fists in excitement. It's here the damaged immortal artifact the young master desires. On stage, Wanier ordered her subordinates to open the chest. She then introduced it. This is a first-grade immortal artifact, the Shattered Spirit Spear. Although it is damaged, it remains an immortal artifact. The starting price is 1 million gold. Please place your bids. Huang Fei's subordinate raised his hand and shouted his bid before bowing to those around him. This item is of great importance to the spirit refining sect. I hope you all will show us some respect. Dugu Wanier glared at him, thinking to herself that the despicable spirit refining sect was using underhanded tactics to suppress the price. Qin Yu frowned, his gaze cold and thoughtful. HMPH, it's finally my turn. At that moment, a girl wrapped in a black cloak appeared and loudly declared, 2 million, I want this item. Qin Yu looked over in surprise. He immediately recognized her as Wu Si. Huang Fei's subordinate glared and pointed at her, shouting, Hey, you dare compete with the spirit refining sect? You'd better think carefully about whether you'll be able to leave this place alive. Wu Si pulled back her hood, meeting his gaze with cold eyes. Huang Fei's subordinate trembled in fear, muttering, The corpse sect. He quickly sat back down with a sigh, thinking it was best to give up. The corpse sect has intervened, so the young master surely won't blame me, Wu Si said with a satisfied smile, laughing as she added, Haha, this item is mine once again. Qin Wu stood up and eagerly raised his hand, shouting, 3 million. He then shot a challenging look at Wu Si, who snorted and glared back at him. Feeling suspicious, she wondered if the brat was doing it on purpose, while Wang Chuan pouted and began to wonder how that kid had managed to acquire so much gold. Standing on the stage, Dugu Wanier raised her hand and asked loudly if anyone would bid higher than 3 million gold, but the guests remained silent as no one dared to compete. Wanier blew a kiss toward Qin Wu and announced that the level 1 immortal artifact belonged to him. Qin Wu felt a chill and quickly dodged it as she moved on to the next item. This is tonight's ultimate treasure, a low-grade Earth-rank martial skill, the Thunder Ward Palm technique. Immediately, the entire audience erupted into cheers and shouts. Wanier set the starting price at 5 million gold and invited bids, causing the guests to compete fiercely as the price jumped to 6 million and then 7 million. From a distance, Wang Chuan raised his hand and shouted 10 million. But Huang Fei's subordinate refused to back down and called out 12 million, causing Wang Chuan to glare and shout in a rage. You Huang Fei's lackey, what do you mean by this? Go back and tell him this is mine. Get lost. The subordinate replied that his master had ordered him to get it at all costs, then slammed the table and bid 15 million, infuriating Wang Chuan. Internally, he cursed Huang Fei for being so annoying, thinking, You want my help? You want me to provoke Qin Wu? Keep dreaming. Wu Si glanced at the guests and sneered, 15 million just for a low-grade Earth-rank technique? You people are so greedy. She then raised her hand, intending to bid 18 million. Suddenly, Qin Wu covered her mouth and signaled for her to be quiet and listen to him. But Wu Si glared at him and coldly asked why she should trust him. What if I want to bid anyway? Despite her words, as she prepared to raise her hand, she hesitated and lowered it, crossing her arms and sighing at Qin Wu. Fine, forget it, I don't want it anymore. Qin Wu smiled happily and told her she had made the right choice, but Wu Si frowned as her heart filled with suspicion. It was strange. She wondered why she was listening to him. On stage, Wanier gestured toward the guests and announced that if there were no higher bids, then the treasure would belong to the winner. Huang Fei's subordinate laughed triumphantly at securing the low-grade Earth-rank skill, while Qin Wu leaned in close to Wu Si. He whispered, asking if she remembered what he had said before, then turned to leave while adding that he was staying at the Great World Dynasty Inn and told her to find him there. After speaking, Qin Wu hurried out of the auction house. A moment later, Dugu Wanier approached him and bowed slightly, apologizing for the wait, but Qin Wu coldly replied that he had just arrived. Wanier smiled gratefully and thanked him for his help. Qin Wu looked at her with an innocent expression and remarked that there is no business without deception. I didn't expect it to sell for such a price. He crossed his arms and stared at her, asking if Dugu Wanier now owed him a great favor. Wanier slowly leaned toward Qin Wu, her moist lips curling into a smile as she admitted she did. Qin Wu smirked and reached out to grab her waist. He pulled her close, making Wanier blush with embarrassment. He then softly asked if he could request a favor from her in return. With flushed cheeks, Wanier gazed at him. Qin Wu suddenly pulled back and laughed, saying he would stop teasing her and ask for his items. Wanier took out a storage ring and placed it in his hand, her face still red as she coughed, and explained that everything was inside. This ring is a gift from the World Auction House. Qin Wu took the ring, put it on, and carefully examined the mid-grade yellow-rank storage device. It's not bad, he noted. He then told Wanier to let him know if Wang Xuan ever invited her to explore ancient ruins in the future. I must go with you. With that, Qin Wu turned and waved goodbye. Wanier watched him leave with curiosity, wondering what those ancient ruins were. On the bustling main street of Tian City, Qin Wu walked leisurely through the crowds, his mind deep in thought. In his past life, his relationship with Dugu Wanier began after her return from the ancient ruins, where Wang Xuan's schemes forced her to marry him, only for his cruel nature to be revealed later. This left Wanier to live a life of misery that was no different from hell. In his previous life, due to unforeseen events, Qin Wu had been unable to save her from that abyss. But in this life, he swore to help her soar freely in the vast sky. That night, in a room at the largest inn in Tian City, Qin Wu sat in meditation, his body enveloped by holy fire. Energy from the body-tempering pills filled the room as Qin Wu began to absorb them. For an ordinary martial artist at the first level of the God realm, only one body-tempering pill can be used at a time. Those with superior talent can use up to 3, while true geniuses can absorb 10. However, with the peerless power of Yazi, he easily absorbed 150 pills without any obstacles. While meditating, Qin Wu's divine sense began to connect each pill, awakening their hidden power. He summoned the 9-footed golden bird, then continued using the body-tempering pills to ignite the holy fire within his body. The massive energy was continuously absorbed, pushing his body to its absolute limit. Qin Wu's entire body glowed, and his bulging muscles caused his clothes to tear into pieces. He stood up, feeling slightly fatigued after the breakthrough. The 9-footed golden bird mark on his forehead shone brilliantly. Qin Wu exhaled in relief. The 150 body-tempering pills had helped him reach the second level of the God Ring realm. Next, he took out the desolate heaven scripture, spreading his divine power around. He stared at the 9-footed golden bird and reached out to touch its image. The phantom of the 9-footed golden bird slowly appeared, bowing its head in submission to its master. Qin Wu reached out again, and a small flame from the bird leaped out, gently circling his muscles. Qin Wu gazed intently at the flame in his hand, an indescribable emotion rising within him. It has been a long time since I last saw you, 9 heavens' profound destruction fire. The flame clung to its master's hand like an obedient pet as he gently opened his storage ring. He summoned the god of war spear and the god-slaying spear, commanding the 9 heavens' profound destruction fire to merge into both weapons to enhance their combat power. Qin Wu looked at his weapons and thought to himself that the 9 heavens' profound destruction fire truly possessed the ability to refine all things in the heavens. Simulating the damaged immortal artifact into the god of war spear was as easy as turning over a hand. After completing the weapon enhancement, thunder and lightning echoed from the sky. A blinding beam of light pierced the sky, illuminating all of Tian City. At that moment, the god of war spear was successfully enhanced, taking on a completely new appearance. A world-shaking energy surged through it, transforming it into an immortal artifact with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Qin Wu gripped the god of war spear tightly, his eyes focused on his divine weapon. It was a success, he thought, after refining the damaged immortal artifact. The god of war spear finally transcended its mortal status to become a first-grade immortal artifact. Now, I have gained a new source of power. As long as the opponent is below the 5th level of the profound god realm, I can defeat them with a single strike. After finishing the refinement, Qin Wu withdrew the 9 heavens' profound destruction fire. Feeling a bit tired, he lay down on the ground and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Tian dynasty, a group of people was traveling in a palanquin. Suddenly, thunder roared as a beam of immortal light appeared. Inside the palanquin, an old man slowly pulled back the curtain to look outside, observing carefully. Was I seeing things just now? It seemed like the aura of a first-grade immortal artifact, if one has truly appeared. I must find a way to obtain it. How could a tiny place like Tian City be worthy of such a treasure? After a moment of thought, the old man flashed a sinister, scheming smile. At the same time, within the territory of the dead man sect, a gloomy atmosphere filled with killing intent prevailed. Under the flickering light of 2 eerie skulls, Wu Si and Wu Yue bowed respectfully to the sect leader of the dead man sect. Wu Si spoke in a worried voice. Huo Siren, a person of ambiguous gender, sat with their chin resting on their hand, looking at the 2 sisters. Wu Yue, Wu Si, you two failed to assassinate King Zhenin and even let things slip at the Tian auction. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Wu Si placed her hand over her chest in a gesture of respect, asking the sect leader for punishment. Huo Siren laughed eerily and stepped toward Wu Si. He reached out to lift her chin. Ha 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 ha, I raised you two sisters since you were children. How could I have the heart to punish you? His eyes stared intensely at Wu Si, his face full of malice. New missions have arrived. I hope you will not fail again this time. Upon hearing this, Wu Si and Wu Yue's faces darkened with worry. They replied in unison, asking for the sect leader's orders. Huo Siren looked up. He continued, the one who ruined your plans is Qin Wu, a descendant of the Divine Sword dynasty. He killed Li Jian and was forced to flee to the Tian dynasty. The Zhao Immortal clan has ordered that Qin Wu be captured alive at all costs. This mission was given to the two sisters, who immediately bowed to accept Huo Siren's command before using a teleportation technique to vanish. Huo Siren muttered in anger, "Useless, you two are completely useless. You failed such a simple task, wasting all the years I spent raising you." He covered his grotesque face, thinking that if this attempt failed, he would have to train new disciples. Afterward, Han Jiang used both hands to seal the portal to his secret realm. The following morning, at the grandest inn in Tianth City, Yue Hua stood before the door and shouted Qin Yu's name. After a long wait, Qin Yu emerged yawning, rubbing his head tiredly as he looked at her, asking why she was making such a racket so early. Yue Hua stepped forward and pointed at him, declaring that from today on, he must stay at her Zhenin King's mansion. This Tian Inn is no longer a safe place to stay. Qin Yu chuckled and asked if she already missed her fiancé, causing Yue Hua to roll her eyes and shout in embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? At yesterday's auction, you competed with Huang Fei for an immortal artifact remnant and even offended Wang Chuan of the Divine Spear sect. Neither of them are good people, yet you managed to provoke both of them alone. Qin Yu laughed loudly and gently patted Yue Hua's head, asking what she was afraid of. With him there, those punks wouldn't dare cause any trouble. Yue Hua stomped her feet in anger, adding that the corpse sect had also accepted a mission from the Divine Sword dynasty to assassinate him. She asked if he realized how dangerous his situation was, but Qin Yu ignored her words, placed a hand on her shoulder, and asked why she was afraid if he wasn't. Let's go and tour this Tian city together. Yue Hua furrowed her brows and shook her head, huffing that she didn't know what to say to him anymore. The two of them happily sat by a bun stall and enjoyed a meal together. Afterward, they continued on to watch strongmen perform circus acts and street magic. Once they were finished, the two strolled leisurely along the main road of Tian City. In the middle of a bridge, a familiar figure appeared and blocked their path. Yue Hua was shocked the moment she saw her, wondering who would block the bridge like that. The girl exhaled a long puff of smoke, revealing herself to be Dugu Wanier. Yue Hua stared intently at Dugu Wanier, recognizing her from the auction house and marveling at how breathtakingly beautiful she was. Qin Yu turned to look at Yue Hua for comparison, agreeing that she should take a look at herself, as it was truly hard to put into words. Yue Hua immediately covered her chest with both hands. She told him to shut his mouth as Qin Yu continued walking toward Dugu Wanier to offer a greeting. Dugu Wanier turned around to look at both Yue Hua and Qin Yu. Wanier mentioned that she had already met Princess Yue Hua and young Master Qin, so there was no need for introductions. Yue Hua smiled cheerfully as she spoke to Wanier. Sister Wanier, it has been many years since we last met, so why act like strangers? You can just call me little sister Yue Hua. Wanier replied with a happy smile, agreeing to call her little sister Yue Hua. Then, she turned to Qin Yu and asked if she was bothering him by blocking his path. Qin Yu crossed his arms and nodded, saying that meeting a beauty could never be a bother. How could it be a bother? But please, go ahead and speak of your business. Wanier's expression turned serious as she noted that since little sister Yue Hua was present, she likely has the same warning as I do. Young Master Qin, you must be extremely cautious of the corpse sect during this time. Their sect leader has accepted a mission from the immortal race and ordered his disciples to hunt you down. Qin Yu brushed it off with a calm demeanor, stating he already knew about it and that it was just a minor issue. Hearing this, Wanier prepared to take her leave, saying she wouldn't disturb the two of them any further. Yue Hua suddenly rushed forward to hug Wanier, suggesting that since her sister was already there, she should join them for a stroll. It happened that she hadn't returned to Tianth City in a long time and wasn't very familiar with many places. Qin Yu crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly, agreeing that Yue Hua was right. Then, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the waists of both girls. This caused both of them to blush in embarrassment as he laughed and told them to just go together. Wanier's cheeks turned crimson as she rolled her eyes at Qin Yu, thinking he was truly something else. Afterward, Qin Yu walked forward while holding the two beautiful women and shouted for them to set off. The surrounding citizens watched in astonishment and began to gossip, unable to believe their eyes. Isn't that Princess Yue Hua and Dugu Wanier beside her? Who is that man who dares to have one on each side? Is he even worthy? Another person replied, asking if they really didn't know who he was. Yesterday at the auction house, he was incredibly arrogant and boastful, making enemies with many people. Qin Yu overheard the surrounding chatter. He let out a sigh, remarking that their popularity was even higher than he had imagined. Dugu Wanier covered her mouth and laughed, telling young Master Qin not to worry, while Yue Hua, who knew him well, claimed there was no way he would be panicked. Suddenly, Qin Yu heard the sound of repeated whip cracks coming from the noisy crowd ahead. There, a young demon girl was being brutally tormented by a fat man. "Are you trying to escape?" The fat man gritted his teeth and glared at the girl, his hand never ceasing its lashes. The young demon girl endured countless painful strikes. She collapsed with her body covered in wounds as the fat man continued to roar, asking if he had spent money on her just for her to run away. Dugu Wanier stood beside Qin Yu, her cold gaze fixed on the fat man as Wan whispered that it was Li Pangzi, likely torturing a newly purchased slave. Yue Hua glared at Li Pangzi with indignation, declaring her resolve to eventually abolish the slave trade throughout the Galaxy dynasty. Wan added bitterly that Li Pangzi was arrogant and dictatorial, relying on his status as a relative of the royal spirit refining sect. He did as he pleased without regard for anyone, spending at least half of every month torturing slaves in the middle of the main road. Yue Hua clenched her fists and frowned at the fat man, asking if there was truly no one capable of controlling him. Wan shook her head and explained that since the slaves belonged to his household, others had no authority or reason to intervene. Nearby, Li Pangzi continued to lash the demon girl with his whip, causing her to collapse in pain just as she tried to stand. He bellowed, asking if the food and drink he provided weren't enough, while the demon girl spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to stand, her eyes filled with hatred as she screamed at Li Pangzi that even in death, she would never forgive him for slaughtering her tribe. Li Pangzi sneered and kicked her in the stomach, dismissing her tribe as trash and claiming her beauty was the only reason she was still alive. He claimed that spending a coin or two to buy her was the greatest blessing her ancestors could ever receive. He grabbed the chains and yanked her head up, declaring himself her master and superior. He warned Jairoyu that if he caught her trying to flee again, the punishment would be far worse than a mere beating. As she glared at the beast before her, Qin Wu heard her name and felt a sudden stir in his heart, asking if he had heard Jairoyu correctly. Wan nodded and asked what was wrong, to which Qin Wu replied with an excited smile about this unexpected windfall. Yue Hua was startled by that familiar smile, knowing that whenever he looked like that, he was plotting something troublesome. She watched closely as Qin Wu approached the brute, realizing he was determined to save the girl. If he didn't, humanity would face a disaster, and countless souls would perish by her hand. Li Pangzi finally stopped, panting as he released the chains. He barked at the crowd, asking if they had never seen someone discipline their own slave, while the demon girl glared at him with resentment. Even Li Pangzi felt a shiver from her gaze, but he quickly regained his composure and raised his whip again, refusing to be intimidated. He ordered her to get down before he beat her to death, but just then, Qin Wu grabbed his wrist, prompting Li Pangzi to snap at the intruder. Qin Wu released him and calmly stated that he wanted to buy the girl, but Li Pangzi rudely refused and told him to get lost. Qin Wu pointed at the girl and noted that since she was being forced, he would use force to make the purchase, causing Li Pangzi to burst into laughter. He mocked the young man for his ignorance and threatened him, but Qin Wu simply nodded with a slight smile, deciding there was only one way to handle this. Before Li Pangzi could finish, Qin Wu's fist connected, sending him flying dozens of meters into the city wall with a single light blow. The crowd buzzed with shock that the youth had struck a member of the spirit refining sect, while the demon girl looked at Qin Wu in surprise. Li Pangzi rose from the rubble, wreathed in flames, and roared that he would kill the boy as he summoned a giant boar phantom and unleashed his wild boar fist. He charged at Qin Wu, whose eyes flashed with sparks as he erupted with massive energy, forming a solid shield. The fat man slammed face first into the shield, coughing up blood before Qin Wu unleashed his divine power to hurl him helplessly into the air. Qin Wu watched him from below and coldly remarked that the so-called wild boar fist made him look like nothing more than a common pig. Qin Yu slowly approached and patted the young demon girl's head, declaring that from this moment on, she belonged to him. He placed his hand on her head and unleashed his divine power to shatter her chains, leaving Jai Ryu staring at him in shock. The radiance of his divine power dissolved the slave contract, prompting Wanner to smile and remark on how intriguing Qin Yu was. Standing nearby, Yue Hua sighed with concern, fearing that Huang Fei would be driven to madness if he discovered this. She figured Li Pangzi had brought this on himself, and Qin Yu had done a good deed as he lifted Jai Ryu and walked away. The four of them departed amidst the crowd's whispers, with people recognizing Princess Yue Hua and Dugu Wanner. They wondered who the white-haired rogue was, noting that Li Pangzi of the refinement sect had likely offended a powerful figure. As they walked, Yue Hua asked Qin Yu his plans for the girl, while Wanner suggested she could stay at the auction house. Qin Yu nodded confidently, telling them not to worry as he had already made the necessary arrangements. He gazed at Jai Ryu, confirming that she indeed possessed the ancient demon blood he had been looking for. Yue Hua stared at Qin Yu and teased him about his taste, but he simply explained that she didn't understand the situation. He insisted the girl would become extraordinary, though Yue Hua remained skeptical of his mysterious behavior. In truth, she was the future demon venerable Jai Ryu, destined to lead hundreds of millions of beasts in the coming decades. She would become a terrifying force, capable of ravaging human lands, her hatred for humanity rooted in her time as a slave. Seeing her tattered clothes, Qin Yu realized her trauma ran deep, just as Wanner suggested they visit the Misty Rain Pavilion. Wanner led Qin Yu and Yue Hua toward the pavilion, noting it was the largest merchant house in the city. Upon arriving at the bustling Misty Rain Pavilion, a shop assistant recognized Wanner and stepped forward to greet her. Wanner explained that the young master wished to buy clothes for the girl he was carrying, and the assistant eagerly led the way. As Qin Yu followed the assistant, Wanner and Yue Hua decided to browse the shop separately and meet up later. Meanwhile, Huang Fei arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion, his heart set on acquiring a new set of battle robes. It had been a long time since his last visit, and he hoped the 9-colored eagle battle robe was finally available for purchase. Spotting a familiar figure, he called out to Yue Hua, mentioning that he had been looking for her. Yue Hua turned to see Huang Fei and asked why he was there, prompting him to mention the high-grade garment. He explained that he had heard of a rare outfit at the pavilion and intended to buy it as a gift for her. The 9-colored eagle battle robe was crafted from rare feathers and was so valuable that only one was produced each year. When he invited Yue Hua to see it, she flatly refused, just as a sudden commotion broke out on the upper floor. Everyone in the pavilion looked up in curiosity as people began shouting about the 9-colored eagle battle robe. Qin Yu emerged with Jai Ryu, who looked stunning in the magnificent robe, leaving Huang Fei speechless at her beauty. Yue Hua marveled at how beautiful the girl looked before turning to ask Qin Yu why he had finished so quickly. Qin Yu looked confused, stating it was just a change of clothes, while Huang Fei realized that was the robe he wanted. As he spoke, he climbed the stairs and approached Qin Wu, shouting, "Hey, I had my eye on that outfit first," while Qin Wu stood with his hands on his hips. "Huang Fei, are you suggesting I stole something you were targeting?" Huang Fei frowned in anger and replied, "Exactly, that is the very outfit I intended to buy." Qin Wu laughed loudly and asked, "How do you think we should settle this?" Huang Fei's face turned beet red as he snapped, "You must return that outfit to me. Name your price, I don't want people saying I bullied you." Qin Wu grinned. "You want a price? I want your entire spirit refining sect." Below them, Yue Hua and Wan watched and giggled, thinking, "Hee, is this kid trying to provoke Huang Fei to death?" Unable to take it anymore, Huang Fei grabbed Qin Wu's collar and snarled, "Are you trying to drive me insane?" Qin Wu patted Jai Ryu's head and stepped closer to Huang Fei. "Stop scaring the child. I'm indeed mocking you. What are you going to do about it?" Huang Fei glared at him, his divine power erupting. He roared, "Bastard, you've gone too far." Just then, a man came running over, shouting repeatedly, "Young master, young master." Hearing the noise, Huang Fei turned around and saw it was Li Pangzi, who was clutching his stomach and crying out, "Young master, please help me. I was just beaten up and my servant was stolen. Since I am your subordinate, aren't they insulting you as well?" Huang Fei stared at Li Pangzai and asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" Recognizing the beaten man's face, Qin Wu placed a hand on Huang Fei's shoulder and said, "Take a closer look. Oh, wasn't I the one who thrashed him?" Li Pangzai immediately recognized Qin Wu and pointed at him, shouting, "It's him! Young master, he's the one who beat me and took my person." Huang Fei's rage intensified as he turned to Qin Wu. "Qin Wu, I tried to show you some respect because of your connection to Yue Hua, but you continue to humiliate me time and again." Huang Fei glanced at Yue Hua and said, "Sister Yue Hua, forgive me, but this man must die." Yue Hua crossed her arms and frowned at him, asking, "Huang Fei, do you have no respect for my Zhenin King's mansion?" Resentfully, Huang Fei pointed at Qin Wu and shouted, "If you want to protect him, why must you keep using the Zhenin King's mansion to threaten me?" Yue Hua looked directly at Huang Fei and continued, "Because he is my future fiancé." Huang Fei's eyes widened as he angrily brushed past her, muttering, "Fine, very well then. But even when my master arrives, not even your Zhenin King's mansion will be able to save him." Seeing that Huang Fei wasn't seeking revenge for him, Li Pangzai desperately blocked his path, pleading, "Young master, you cannot let this go. Where is your dignity?" Before he could finish, he was struck by another punch, flying back and slamming into the wall, unconscious. Yue Hua looked at Qin Wu with concern and said, "Qin Wu, the immortal ancestor is arriving soon." Qin Wu smiled and replied, "It's fine, I have my own ways," as he pointed to his chest. "Speaking of which, since you ladies are here today, feel free to shop as much as you like." Yue Hua and Wan asked in unison, "Really?" Qin Wu pointed at Yue Hua and said something that left her stunned. "You're paying." That evening after shopping, Yue Hua and Wan escorted Qin Wu back to the World Inn. Wan looked at him and said, "We'll say our goodbyes here for today." Yue Hua pointed at Qin Wu and warned, "Qin Wu, don't you dare do anything improper to this girl." Qin Wu gently patted Jai Ryu's head. He smiled and asked, "Do I look like a wicked person to you?" Embarrassed, Yue Hua quickly turned away and headed back toward the Zhenin King's mansion. Afterward, Qin Wu led Jai Ryu into the room to rest while he busied himself organizing their belongings. At that moment, Jai Ryu spoke up and asked, "Brother, why did you want to buy me?" Qin Wu replied while tidying up, "There aren't always answers to why in this world. You only need to know one thing. There are still good people like me among humanity." Having said that, Qin Wu stepped outside and signaled to her, "All right, go to sleep. I'll be in the next room." Qin Wu shut the door and walked away, lost in thought. Now he just had to wait quietly for the moment the bloodline within Jai Ryu's body awakened. Jai Ryu sat in the room, her heart filled with turmoil as she pondered Qin Wu's words. Meanwhile, at the spirit refining sect, Huang Fei returned in a rage, standing before his father and muttering, "Damn him," as he thought of Qin Wu. His father, Huang Ding, the sect leader of the spirit refining sect, saw his son's state and spoke up, "Fei I have taught you many times. You must remain calm no matter what happens. Do not be so flustered. Your current appearance, being provoked to this extent by a mere stray dog, is truly disgraceful." Hearing this, Huang Fei bowed and said, "Father's teachings are correct." Sitting on his high seat, Huang Ding reached out to comfort him. "Don't worry, your master will arrive at World City in 3 days. By then, Li Yue will surely be in your hands, but more importantly, the Holy Fire Grand Competition is approaching," Huang Fei said with a confident frown. "Yes, I understand. I will definitely take the top spot in this competition." Huang Ding laughed heartily. "Haha, excellent. You have your master's support as well. If you win the Holy Fire Grand Competition, you can act as you please within the Galaxy Dynasty without fearing anyone ever again." Huang Fei looked intently at his father and nodded. "I understand, father." Meanwhile, in the silence of midnight at the largest inn in Galaxy City, Qin Wu was resting in his room when a sudden noise came from outside, and 2 female assassins descended from above to attack him. 2 blades were held against Qin Wu's neck, yet he calmly asked, "Why don't you strike?" Realizing he was only faking sleep, the assassins withdrew their swords. Qin Wu suddenly sat up and stretched his limbs before turning to ask, "Isn't it uncomfortable wearing those veils in the middle of the night?" The 2 assassins laughed awkwardly and removed their masks, revealing themselves as the Wu sisters. Wu Si spoke first. "Did you notice us long ago?" Qin Wu glanced at the 2 sisters and said in a calm tone, "With 2 peerless beauties standing by my bed at midnight, how could I possibly sleep?" Suddenly, Wu Si gripped her sword and lunged, pressing it against Qin Wu's neck. She glared at him and said coldly, "Since you already know, then you must understand our purpose for coming here." Qin Wu remained composed, his gaze icy as he said, "Stop pretending." There is no killing intent coming from you at all. Wu Yue, sitting nearby, also spoke up, regarding the corpse sect matter you mentioned. How did you know about it? Qin Wu gently pushed the sword aside and remarked, it seems you two have investigated and found something. The sisters remained silent. They could not deceive Qin Wu. He watched them closely and continued, you don't need to know how I know, just remember the corpse sect is evil, it's not too late to turn back. Wu Si's face darkened with sorrow. Leaving the corpse sect is not that easy, we both bear the organization's mark on our bodies. Without removing the mark, we can never betray them. We tried to find a way, but only a 6th grade holy fire or higher can erase it. Qin Wu then stepped out of bed. He stood tall before the Wu sisters and gestured for them to come closer. They stared at him and asked, what are you doing? Qin Wu did not explain. He grabbed Wu Si's hand and pulled her toward him. She looked at him blankly. You, what do you plan to do? Qin Wu began to channel his divine power as the holy fire ignited in his eyes. I will remove the corpse sect's mark for you. He extended his hand, sending the 9-legged golden bird infused with holy fire into Wu Si's body. Within her consciousness, Wu Si could see the 9-legged golden bird. Immediately after, the bird dove straight into her spiritual form. The corpse sect's mark was completely erased. A moment later, Wu Si collapsed as the dark energy dissipated. Exhausted, she looked at Qin Wu. Do you possess a 6th grade holy fire? He smirked. With a confident gaze, he said, 6th grade? You're underestimating me. He then unleashed his divine power, and the 9th grade holy fire flared up as the 9-legged golden bird glared at Wu Si. What if I told you I have reached the 9th grade holy fire? Wu Si's eyes widened in shock. Qin Wu then turned to Wu Yue and said softly, it's your turn. Shortly after, the dark energy on Wu Yue also vanished. She checked herself and said joyfully, my mark is gone too. Qin Wu then withdrew the 9-legged golden bird's holy fire. He confirmed, the corpse sect's marks on both of you have completely vanished. From this day on, you will no longer be under their control. The two sisters embraced each other in joy. Taking the opportunity, Qin Wu extended his hand and asked, now I ask you again, are you willing to follow me? Will you devote yourselves to me from now on? The two sisters exchanged a look of trust and bowed. Wu Si and Wu Yue pledge our loyalty to young Master Qin. He smiled at Wu Si. Very well. As I said before, your cultivation technique is full of flaws. It is a low-grade mysterious rank, yet it only functions at the yellow rank. From now on, you shall perfect this technique for me. He then pointed his finger at Wu Si's forehead and transmitted the martial arts technique to her. Qin Wu held the 9th grade holy fire and continued. Your current cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the spirit communication realm, so you cannot learn stronger saber techniques yet. Once you reach the 3rd level of the spirit manifestation realm, I will grant you a mid-grade earth rank martial technique. Qin Wu promised as Wu Si bowed in gratitude. Qin Wu then turned to Wu Yue and asked if she had the sun-chasing divine arrow with her, and she immediately presented the weapon to him. He reached out, using his 9th grade holy fire to enhance the artifact, while imparting a low-grade earth rank martial technique to her. This technique will allow you to unleash the sun-chasing divine arrow's full potential, he said, as Wu Yue felt the power envelop both the weapon and herself. After successfully integrating the technique, she looked at him and asked, young Master Qin, did you acquire all these divine abilities from the Great Desolation? Qin Wu folded his arms with a mysterious smile, saying he would explain everything when the time was right, before noting that the hour was late. We should get some rest while we can, he suggested, causing both Wu Si and Wu Yue to blush and stare at him in shy embarrassment. He leaned forward and laughed, telling them not to overthink things before sending them to another room. Then he lay back on his bed to plan his next move. He calculated that the artifact Immortal Ancestor would arrive soon, just in time for the next major event, the Grand Holy Fire Competition. Held every 3 years in Tian City by the 4 major sects, the competition aimed to recruit elite disciples to become the world's strongest artifact refiners. The 4 major sects, Sacred Heart Hall, the Sun Moon Sect, the Heartless Sword Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sect, maintained a delicate balance of power. The artifact Immortal Ancestor had once taken first place in this competition, which was the foundation of his current legendary status among the great sects. The sect masters possessed heaven-reaching cultivation, and even a small amount of their guidance could ensure a brilliant future for any ordinary warrior. For this event, the 4 sects had collaborated to refine a 4th-grade Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill as the grand prize for the champion. This pill's immense energy would allow Qin Wu to reach the 5th level of the spirit manifestation realm and awaken his 3rd desolate beast, the Suwani. The Suwani's phantom would grant him infinite divine power, allowing him to challenge the peak of his realm and finally take revenge on the Divine Sword dynasty. That treacherous couple and Zhao Huan of the immortal clan better be ready. Your days of peace are coming to an end, Qin Wu thought grimly. The scene shifts to a bustling street in Tian's city, where crowds are already gathering for the holy fire competition as Qin Wu walks through the throng. Observing the lively atmosphere, he marveled that the city was already so crowded even though the grand holy fire competition was still days away. Suddenly, the sound of hooves announced a luxurious carriage, prompting the onlookers to wonder if the masters of the Sacred Heart Hall had arrived. Rumors spread that the holy maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall would attend in person, and many hoped for a chance to glimpse her legendary beauty. As the bamboo curtain was slowly lifted, the stunning face of the holy maiden Leng Tianshuang was revealed, causing a stir among the commoners. While the crowd marveled at her, Leng Tianshuang's gaze fell upon Qin Wu, who casually raised his hand to greet her as he mused to himself. "Haha, isn't that Leng Tianshuang? It's been a long time," he thought before suddenly clutching his head, realizing he had almost made a mistake. He remembered that Leng Tianshuang didn't know him yet in this timeline, leaving her puzzled as to why a stranger was greeting her so familiarly. "Who is he? He looks somewhat familiar," she wondered, but Granny Yu quickly closed the curtain with a huff, dismissing him as a mere lecher. The old woman turned to Leng Tianshuang with a frown, reminding her that she must recruit the winner of the grand holy fire competition for their hall. Leng Tianshuang sighed, promising to fulfill her father's command, while Granny Yu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "The champion will surely be an exceptional talent. If it's a man, making him a son-in-law of our Sacred Heart Hall wouldn't be a bad idea," the old woman added. Leng Tianshuang replied that she wouldn't sell herself so easily, then cut the conversation short, insisting they visit the Prince of Zhenan first. The carriage raced toward the Prince of Zhenan's manor, followed shortly by the Sacred Heart Palace's carriage bringing the Saintess. As Leng Qianshuang stepped out, a man approached and mockingly asked if she wasn't the Saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace. This was Divine Son Chu Lin, who openly despised the Sacred Heart Palace and claimed the rumors of them selling out for talent were true. He accused them of cheaply selling their Saintess, but Leng Qianshuang calmly replied that Chu Lin clearly hadn't been disciplined enough yet. She asked if his mouth was still as foul, but Chu Lin continued his insults, claiming he had only yielded before because she was a woman. He asked if she truly thought she was capable, but Leng Qianshuang ignored him and ordered Elder Du to enter the manor, provoking Chu Lin to shout. Infuriated by her disdain, he suddenly noticed Qin Wu entering the manor and wondered about the identity of the young man. Qin Wu walked in casually and greeted her, asking if she was also visiting the Prince of Zhenan and offering to lead the way. Elder Du squinted at Qin Wu, suspecting the lecherous youth had followed them there, while Chu Lin laughed and placed a hand on Qin Wu's shoulder. Chu Lin mocked Leng Qianshuang, saying he had underestimated her since she had already seduced someone upon arriving at the Tian dynasty. Leng Qianshuang turned back with a cold gaze fixed on Chu Lin, asking if he truly believed she wouldn't retaliate after his repeated insults. Her voice was icy and carried an undeniable authority, yet Chu Lin refused to back down, glaring at her and gesturing provocatively. He challenged her to come at him, but Qin Wu stepped forward and shouted for him to shut up, causing Chu Lin to recoil in caution. Radiating a domineering aura, Qin Wu demanded to know who he thought he was, to which Chu Lin boasted that he was the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect. Suddenly, Chu Lin was startled by a massive energy as the phantom of Yazi appeared behind Qin Wu, who pointed at him with a freezing warning. He threatened to turn the divine son into a corpse, leaving a pale and trembling Chu Lin wondering who this youth could be. Chu Lin felt humiliated that he, the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, was being intimidated by such a terrifying pressure. Trying to regain his composure, he shouted that he didn't want to kill anyone at the manor and demanded Qin Wu kneel and apologize. Qin Wu simply smirked and challenged him to make a move, prompting a murderous Chu Lin to grit his teeth and summon his flame blade. Declaring that Qin Wu had chosen death, he lunged forward with lightning speed, while a worried Leng Qianshuang cried out a warning. She warned him about the flame blade forged from 5th grade holy fire, but Qin Wu just smiled and stood his ground as Chu Lin struck down. Thinking he had won, Chu Lin was shocked to see his flame blade trembling in fear before Qin Wu, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered why his fifth-grade holy fire was terrified, while Qin Wu casually trampled the flames out and looked at him with disdain. Qin Wu mocked the fire for being weak and fake, driving Chu Lin into a rage as he demanded to know what had been done to his holy fire. Both Leng Qianshuang and Elder Du were stunned, with the saintess observing Qin Wu and wondering why the fifth-grade holy fire feared him. She suspected he either possessed a superior holy fire or a natural fire constitution, while Elder Du nodded in thoughtful realization. Qin Wu's body surged with power as Chu Lin screamed, unable to believe a first-level spirit communication realm weakling could suppress his fire. The Prince of Zhenin suddenly appeared and commanded them to stop, reminding them that they were at his manor and not a marketplace. Chu Lin immediately bowed in respect, introducing himself as the fifth divine son of the Extreme Sun sect to the Prince of Zhenin. Leng Qianshuang also paid her respects as the saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace, while the Prince of Zhenin slowly approached Qin Wu. Qin Wu watched him intently, thinking that the old man had clearly arrived long ago and was only now speaking up, proving how calculating he was. King Zhennan also observed Qin Wu thoughtfully, surprised that he had managed to obtain a high-grade holy fire in the Great Desolation, confirming his decision today was correct. He continued stroking his beard and laughed at Qin Wu, welcoming the young brother to enter with him, while Qin Wu smirked with disdain at the fuming Chu Lin. Chu Lin ground his teeth in frustration and turned to leave as King Zhennan bid him farewell, while Leng Qianshuang entered and mocked Chu Lin's stupidity under her breath. Shortly after, everyone gathered in the main hall where King Zhennan politely opened the conversation, stating he had something to announce to Qin Wu. Qin Wu quickly interrupted, noting that he already knew it was regarding the Holy Fire Grand Competition. King Zhennan smiled and confirmed that his palace held a participant slot which he intended to grant to Qin Wu. Qin Wu accepted the offer with a respectful bow of gratitude, just as Leng Qianshuang turned her gaze toward him. When she asked if he would join her Holy Heart Palace, Qin Wu gestured to himself and replied that they could discuss it after he took first place in the competition, to which she nodded. She then signaled to Aunt Yu, who understood and respectfully presented a storage ring to King Zhennan. Aunt Yu offered it as a small token of appreciation from the Holy Heart Palace, which the king happily accepted, praising their generosity. Aunt Yu whispered to Leng Qianshuang that, since the king favored this man and he possessed high-grade fire, she should take the initiative to build a rapport. Leng Qianshuang blushed and nodded shyly before standing up to call out to Qin Wu. She asked if he would accompany her for a walk since he had been away from Sky River City for so long, and Qin Wu agreed without hesitation. Realizing the palace's intentions, the old king encouraged them to go but reminded them to return to the manor for dinner. The king then dealt a psychological blow by mentioning her little fiancé would be cooking, leaving Qin Wu stunned by the old man's audacity. Leng Qianshuang's expression clouded with a hint of melancholy, while the king smiled and dismissed them, satisfied with his maneuver. As he watched Qin Wu depart, the king mused on how the Holy Heart Palace was willing to use their saintess to recruit such a talent. He chuckled, thinking that his granddaughter Li Yue Hua was perfectly positioned to win him over, and then let out a boisterous laugh. His laughter echoed through the manor as the scene shifted to the refinement sect's hall, where Chu Lin sat waiting for Wang Fei. Wang Fei emerged with a smile, calling it an honor for the sect, but Chu Lin somberly asked if he was confident in winning the upcoming competition. Wang Fei bowed respectfully, assuring him of victory and mentioning that his master, the Qi immortal ancestor, would soon arrive to support him. Chu Lin remained troubled, mentioning he had encountered someone at only the first level of the spirit communication realm who could suppress his own holy fire. Wang Fei was shocked, wondering who in Sky River City could possibly possess such power. Chu Lin used a spell to project Qin Wu's image, causing Wang Fei's eyes to widen with sudden rage. When Chu Lin asked if he recognized the man, Wang Fei identified him as Qin Wu with burning resentment. Chu Lin realized this was the same Qin Wu wanted by the God Sword dynasty for killing Li Jianxia, while Wang Fei cursed him as a mere country bumpkin. Chu Lin noted that the rumors of Qin Wu obtaining a miraculous fortune in the Great Desolation appeared to be entirely true. Wang Fei looked stunned, realizing that if Qin Wu truly possessed a holy fire from the Great Desolation, the upcoming competition would be difficult. Chu Lin emphasized that no one might be able to rival him in the contest, prompting Wang Fei to shout out in protest. Divine Son Chu Lin absolutely could not allow him to win this holy fire competition. Chu Lin gritted his teeth, plotting his revenge against Qin Yu, of course. "When will your master arrive?" Huang Fei asked with a respectful bow, and Chu Lin replied that his master might arrive tomorrow before signaling Huang Fei to leave. "We will discuss this further once your master arrives, so you should leave for now," Chu Lin said, leaning back in his chair as he began to scheme for the high-grade holy fire. "Aha, if I can seize the holy fire, the position of sect master will surely be mine, and even Huang Fei and the spirit weapon ancestor will be nothing more than stepping stones in my path." Within the magnificent ancient architecture of Galaxy City, amidst the bustling crowds, Qin Yu and Leng Tian were taking a stroll through the streets. Suddenly, a notification glowed on Leng Tian's hand, and after reading it, she fell into deep thought, realizing this young master Qin was actually Qin Yu of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty. She stopped and called out to him. "I feel deeply sorry for what happened to the Qin family," she said as Qin Yu turned to look at her. She placed her hand over her heart, showing her sympathy, to which he replied that she was very kind. "If you ever need help from the Sacred Heart Palace, I will assist you with all my might," she promised. But Qin Yu smiled and asked if her stance would remain so firm even if they had to go to war with the Zhao Immortal clan. Leng Tian remained resolute, stating that while the Zhao Immortal clan was powerful, the Sacred Heart Palace behind her was not to be trifled with. Qin Yu watched her closely and thanked her, saying he would handle his revenge personally. "However, I will still need more help from you and the Sacred Heart Palace before I take my revenge," he said, and as Leng Tian began to ask what he meant, Qin Yu placed his hand over her lips before she could finish. He signaled her, saying it was enough for her to understand in private. Leng Tian blushed with embarrassment and then continued her walk alongside Qin Yu. The surrounding citizens happened to notice the pair, wondering if that goddess-like woman was the saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace, and questioning the identity of the white-haired youth beside her. Another person replied, "Are you new here? How could you not know this young man? He has a different woman by his side every day, from Princess Yue Hua to Du Gu Huan It's terrifying, even my father can't compare to him." Suddenly, Qin Yu and Leng Tian became the center of attention as the crowd swarmed around them, packing the space tightly. Noticing the situation, Qin Yu gave a fake cough and grabbed Leng Tian's hand. He pulled her away quickly, gently suggesting they go for a walk elsewhere. Meanwhile, in another corner of Galaxy City, Li Pangzai was trailing behind Wang Chuan, bowing respectfully and pleading for the young master to wait for him and not walk so fast. Wang Chuan glanced at Li Pangzai and asked suspiciously if he was certain about wanting to serve him, to which Li Pangzai immediately responded with a submissive and obedient tone. "I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I used to serve the spirit refining sect, but they discarded me, so as long as you don't mind. From now on, I will serve you with all my heart. Furthermore, I have recently acquired over 10 slaves, all of whom belong to the Succubus clan." At the mention of the Succubus clan, Wang Chuan's eyes gleamed with lecherous greed, as he immediately thought of the seductive beauty of those demon women, his heart filling with vile desires. Li Pangzai continued his flattery, adding that he had personally and carefully selected these succubi to ensure their quality was top-notch. Wang Chuan, naturally driven by lust, nodded in agreement and accepted Li Pangzai as his subordinate, declaring that from now on, the man belonged to him. "Bring all those succubi to my manor tonight," he ordered. Suddenly, Li Pangzai spotted something, narrowing his eyes as he focused his gaze. He was shocked to recognize Qin Yu and pointed his finger, shouting that it was that wretched brat. Wang Chuan also noticed Leng Tian walking beside Qin Yu. He gave a contemptuous smile, mocking Qin Yu and noting that the girl beside him was quite beautiful, while Li Pangzai continued to point at Qin Yu with a voice full of rage. "He is the one who stole my slaves. You have no idea he seized them all for himself, and if we're talking about beauty. The girl beside him is only average compared to my slaves. Furthermore, I've investigated and found that this brat respects no one and is always making enemies. He's just a bully who relies on the Zhenin Prince mansion to cause trouble," he said, and Wang Chuan sneered, telling Li Pangzai that a dog like Huang Fei would naturally have concerns while trying to please Li Yue. "But my divine spear sect is different. We don't fear any Zhenin Prince mansion," he declared before he and Li Pangzai marched forward, intending to provoke Qin Yu. "Li Pangzai, since you are now my man, I will help you vent this frustration," Wang Chuan said with a voice full of confidence. Qin Yu and Leng Tianchuang were strolling leisurely down the street, when two brutes suddenly blocked their path, with Li Pangzi immediately acting tough now that he had a new master. "It's been a long time, Qin Yu," Li Pangzi sneered. But seeing his new master, Qin Yu provoked him by asking if he remembered being the wild boar kept by Huang Fei. "Why the change in masters?" Qin Yu asked, causing Li Pangzi's face to turn purple with rage as he roared, while Wang Xuan, standing beside him, finally spoke. Wang Xuan declared that Li Pangzi was now his man, and while Huang Fei might not dare to settle scores for a stolen slave, he certainly would. Leng Tianchuang looked at Qin Yu with concern, whispering that he seemed to have a knack for making enemies, but Qin Yu stepped forward and issued a challenge. "So how exactly do you plan on taking your revenge?" Qin Yu asked, to which Wang Xuan smirked and demanded the return of his slave as his condition. He added that the girl beside Qin Yu wasn't bad-looking either, and from this day forward, she would belong to him, causing Leng Tianchuang to feel deeply insulted. Her eyes glared as her spiritual power erupted, her aura surrounding her as she barked that these foul-mouthed lowlifes would meet their end today. Just as she was about to teach Wang Xuan a lesson, Qin Yu stopped her, telling Miss Tianchuang not to be hasty and to let him handle these two himself. Qin Yu stood tall with his arms crossed, mockingly asking Wang Xuan what he would do if he refused, noting that the man was all bark and no bite. Enraged, Wang Xuan gnashed his teeth and screamed that he would kill him, while Qin Yu clenched his fists, making his knuckles crack loudly. "I was just looking to warm up my joints," Qin Yu said as Wang Xuan stood wide-legged, surrounded by lightning and swirling gales, roaring that Qin Yu was seeking death. He shouted that he would show him the mystic-grade technique he had just mastered, the wind thunder palm, as lightning and wind converged. The shockwave swept toward Qin Yu and Leng Tianchuang, even knocking Li Pangzi off his feet, prompting Leng Tianchuang to look at Qin Yu with worry. She warned that the power of the wind thunder palm was terrifying, but Qin Yu remained calm in front of Wang Xuan and told her there was no need for her to intervene. He dismissed it as a mere low-grade mystic technique, while Wang Xuan glared and growled that he had spent a fortune to get this skill from Huang Fei just to practice on him. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arms, absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy and condensing it before launching a strike at Qin Yu with a roar. A massive surge of energy hurtled toward him, but Qin Yu faced the wind thunder palm calmly, taking a deep breath and inhaling all the spiritual energy in front of him. He then unleashed his divine power, summoning the primordial spirit phantom of Yazi, which let out a thunderous roar that released a colossal blast of energy. The blast struck Wang Xuan directly, launching him into the air before he crashed violently into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Seeing Wang Xuan knocked unconscious in a single move, Li Pangzi gasped in horror, while Qin Yu let out a long sigh after the attack. Pointing at Wang Xuan, he turned to Leng Tianchuang and said that was the end of it, leaving her stunned by his overwhelming strength against a fourth-level spirit communication realm cultivator. Even with a low-grade mystic technique, Wang Xuan couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Yu, whose own move also appeared to be of the mystic grade. Qin Yu walked up to the trembling Li Pangzi and coldly told him he was next, causing the terrified man to fall to his knees and kowtow, offering his entire fortune for his life. When Qin Yu questioned if that was truly everything, Li Pangzi nodded frantically, so Qin Yu invited Leng Tianchuang along before kicking the man in the rear and ordering him to lead the way. Li Pangzi scrambled to lead them to his estate, and after inspecting the assets, Qin Yu asked if this was really the extent of his wealth. Li Pangzi nodded repeatedly in affirmation, but Qin Yu glared at him, stating that these few items were not enough to buy his life. The man waved his hands in panic, pleading that he truly had nothing left, but Qin Yu clenched his fist and shouted that he should prepare to die then. Trembling and sweating profusely, Li Pangzi begged him to wait, mentioning he had many slaves, and Qin Yu coldly ordered to be taken there as the man fumbled to open a secret chamber. He pressed firmly on a brick on the wall to open the hidden door, which slowly revealed a room from which a revolting, foul stench began to emanate. Leng Tianchuang covered her nose, grimacing at the nauseating stench, while Qin Yu glared at Li Pangzi for imprisoning slaves in such a place. "Li Pangzi, your cruelty exceeds my wildest imagination," Qin Yu growled as he grabbed the man's collar and dragged him into the secret chamber, advising Leng Tianchuang to endure the smell for a moment. As the three entered, they were met with rows of prison cells and an overwhelming foul odor that left Leng Tianchuang horrified at the sight of the captives. She found it impossible to believe that people were forced to live in such squalor, especially the demon race women and children who had been tortured into disability. Stunned by the sheer number of prisoners, she watched as a slave suddenly lunged toward Li Pangzi, screaming with pure hatred. "You slaughtered my family and enslaved me. You will never find peace in death," the prisoner shrieked, causing Li Pangzi to recoil in absolute terror. Witnessing this, Leng Tianshuang's fury erupted as she declared him unforgivable, prompting the trembling Li Pangzi to desperately beg for her to calm down. "I swear I will never do this again," he pleaded, but an enraged Qin Yu hoisted him up to continue through the cells while Leng Tianshuang remarked that he was no longer human. Qin Yu suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a cell containing 2 shackled succubi, and he coldly asked if they were also among the man's slaves. Li Pangzi quickly confirmed they were new, high-quality arrivals, to which Qin Yu smirked with chilling intent, saying the man was truly impressive. Thinking he was being praised, Li Pangzi asked if he would be spared, and Qin Yu waved him off, promising that he personally would not kill him. Overjoyed, Li Pangzi began to thank him, but Leng Tianshuang's hand suddenly struck like a blade, piercing through his back and out of his chest. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said Lady Leng wouldn't," Qin Yu stated coldly as she withdrew her hand, her eyes burning with hatred for those who tortured others for sport. Leng Tianshuang declared that death was too merciful for him before Qin Yu asked how she intended to handle the remaining captives. Looking at the suffering souls around her, she decided to summon King Zhenin to arrange for their care, a plan that Qin Yu fully supported. After wiping the blood from her hands, she left the matter to Qin Yu, and soon Yue Hua arrived with the king's men to begin the rescue operation. Yue Hua looked at Li Pangzi's corpse and remarked coldly that a quick death was too light a punishment for such a monster. Qin Yu told Yue Hua that killing one man wouldn't end the trade, and reminded her of her duty to abolish slavery within the Heavenly Dynasty before taking his leave. When he mentioned he wouldn't be coming for dinner, Yue Hua snapped at him, calling him a jerk and shouting in frustration. "Do you have any idea how much effort I put into tonight's meal? I won't let you off next time," she yelled while Leng Tianshuang watched her thoughtfully. Leng Tianshuang pondered the true nature of the relationship between Qin Yu and Yue Hua as the scene shifted to the grandest inn in Tian's city. Yue Hua approached and curiously asked why Tianshuang's face was so red, causing the latter to hurriedly wave off the question. Despite the dismissal, Yue Hua remained suspicious of her strange behavior while Qin Yu prepared for his next task at the inn. Inside his room, Qin Yu focused on refining items using the divine power of the 9th-grade sacred fire to bolster his own strength. Enveloped in the flames of the 9-legged golden crow, he absorbed the energy, determined to increase his cultivation before the sacred fire grand competition. Meanwhile, at the Divine Spear sect leader Wang Taishuang warmly welcomed Lu Zhuleng, remarking how his presence brought honor to their sect. Lu Zhuleng of the Heartless Sword sect ignored the flattery and coldly demanded to know if the Divine Spear sect had any participants for the upcoming competition. When Wang Taishuang hesitated, Lu Zhuleng shook his head in disappointment, noting how much the Divine Spear sect had declined. He explained that the Extreme Sun sect backed the Artifact Refining sect, while the Jade Maiden sect supported the Ice Spirit Gate. Unsure of the Sacred Heart Hall's stance, he produced a 6th-grade sacred fire and told the sect leader he was there to offer them a chance. Old Wang Taiqiang's eyes widened in shock as he asked if it was a rank 6 holy fire, to which Liu Zhuleng confirmed it was the heart-devouring bone flame. Liu Zhuleng stated that with this rank 6 holy fire and the Heartless Sword sect's backing, they would surely have a chance to compete, prompting the old man to kneel and thank him. Just then, Wang Xuan returned to the Divine Spear sect after his defeat by Qin Wu, clutching his face and crying for his father to take revenge for him. Liu Zhuleng remained coldly silent at the sight of the useless youth, while Wang Xuan pointed at the stranger and asked his father who the man was. Old Wang Taiqiang barked at him to be quiet, identifying the guest as young Master Liu of the Heartless Sword sect, leaving a stunned Wang Xuan to stare as Liu Zhuleng handed over the fire and turned to leave. He left with a warning that he hoped the Divine Spear sect would not fail him, while Wang Xuan watched his departing figure before turning his attention to the rank 6 holy fire. When he muttered a question about what it was, Wang Taiqiang immediately struck him on the head and called him a fool. He explained it was a rank 6 holy fire, causing Wang Xuan to gape in astonishment at the revelation. Wang Taiqiang stood with his hands behind his back, telling his son to refine the fire and win the Holy Fire Grand competition since the Heartless Sword sect was now supporting them. Wang Chuan stared greedily at the flame and laughed toward the sky, thinking that even if his wind thunder palm failed against Qin Wu, things had changed. He believed that with his talent and this rank 6 holy fire, he would surely advance and kill Qin Wu, while Wang Taiqiang finally noticed the injuries on his son's face and asked about them. Wang Chuan quickly began absorbing the holy fire and brushed off the question before walking away with a satisfied smirk. Wang Taiqiang smiled happily as he watched his son leave, thinking that the divine spear sect was finally about to rise now that his son possessed a holy fire. Meanwhile, at the gates of Tian's city, a luxurious carriage arrived as Huang Fei waited with clasped hands, eager for his master's arrival. His heart raced with anticipation until the carriage finally came to a halt right in front of him. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to greet his master, and a hand gently pulled back the curtain as a voice told him to enter. He was told they would head to the Zhenan prince's mansion first, and Huang Fei happily complied as his master continued speaking. The master explained he came to settle the marriage with Li Yue and ensure Huang Fei won the competition, while Huang Fei looked at him as he mentioned Qin Wu of the Divine Sword Dynasty's Qin family. The old man, Qi Xian ancestor, stroked his beard and said he understood the situation after hearing Huang Fei's report about Qin Wu. He surmised that Qin Wu had gained a massive opportunity in the great wilderness, as he possessed both a holy fire and a remnant immortal artifact. He realized the immortal aura he had sensed that day must have come from the boy, while an angry Huang Fei complained that Qin Wu's holy fire was of exceptionally high quality. He argued that even Chu Lin could not compare, and that Qin Wu should be barred from the competition, but Qi Xian ancestor simply smiled and told him not to worry. The old man produced a blue flame called the Nether Ghost Flame, explaining it was his own rank 6 holy fire that he had nurtured for many years. Though only rank 6, it was nearly as powerful as a rank 7 flame, and he promised to use a secret technique to bestow it upon Huang Fei. Huang Fei stared at the flame in excitement, while Qi Xian ancestor noted that fires above rank 6 were rare and guessed that Qin Wu only possessed a rank 6 flame as well. He claimed victory was nearly certain with the Nether Ghost Flame before he began the secret technique to help Huang Fei refine it. Once finished, Huang Fei summoned the flame and thanked his master, vowing that he would not let him down. He thought to himself that despite Qin Wu's holy fire and physical strength, he could not win now that Huang Fei possessed such a powerful ghost flame. At the Zhenan prince's mansion, Yue told the prince she had a plan because the arrogant Huang Fei was about to arrive. She then pointed at Qin Wu and told him to go deal with the man, leaving Qin Wu standing there in a daze. So now it has become my responsibility. Yue approached Qin Wu and said seriously, "You must perform well. Crush that Huang Fei's arrogance." Just then, Ancestor Qi Xian and Huang Fei entered the King of Zhenan's hall, and the ancestor spoke. "King of Zhenan, it's been a long time." Qin Wu glanced at Huang Fei, thinking, has his holy fire rank increased? He was originally at the 5th rank. Now it's at the 6th rank, even nearing the 7th. His ancestor must have put in a lot of effort. Huang Fei approached Yue abode and said, "Sister Li Yue, my master is here today to settle our marriage." Yue immediately pulled Qin Wu to her side and said coldly, "No need, I already have a fiancé. You and I are not close. We only knew each other as children. I suggest you stop pestering me." Ancestor Qi Xian stepped forward and asked, "So this young man must be Qin Wu of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty, right?" Qin Wu stepped forward to face the old man and answered firmly, "That is me." Ancestor Qi Xian glared at Qin Wu and said with a voice full of contempt, "Qin Wu, what right do you have to be Li Yue's husband? You are nothing more than a stray dog from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Huang Fei is my personal disciple and will become the champion of the Holy Fire Grand Competition. From then on, she will soar to the clouds, but what about you? What do you have that can compare to her?" Yue stepped out with a cold gaze. "Qin Wu also possesses holy fire. The winner of this Holy Fire Grand Competition will definitely be Qin Wu." Qin Wu looked at Yue and thought to himself, this girl actually fell for such a simple provocation trick. That wretched old man is provoking Li Yue on the surface, but he actually wants to disturb my mind and lead me into a death match at the Holy Fire Grand Competition. He wants to kill me then, but this happens to suit my plans perfectly. You want to kill me? How could I possibly let you off? Ancestor Qi Xian smiled sinisterly and said, "Very well. If Qin Wu wins first place in this Holy Fire Grand Competition, then Huang Fei naturally won't be able to compare. But what if he doesn't win first place? Li Yue shouted in anger. That's impossible. Qin Wu will never lose to you. Wang Fei took the opportunity to propose a bet. If I take first place in the Holy Fire Grand Competition, you must marry me immediately without any delay. What do you think? Since you trust him so much, why not bet on this match? You won't refuse, will you? Yue Hua said firmly. Fine, who's afraid of whom? Then she turned to Qin Wu and continued, did you hear that? You must win first place, or I will fall into that demon's arms. Having achieved his goal, Ancestor Qi Xian turned to leave, muttering, very good. On the day of the Holy Fire Competition, this old man will be watching closely. Yue Hua watched the old man's back and exclaimed angrily, I'm so furious. Qin Wu in this Holy Fire Competition. You must teach that Wang Fei a proper lesson. Qin Wu pretended to be weak and said to Yue Hua, are you sure that Wang Fei is no longer the same as before? Previously, he only had 5th rank Holy Fire, but now the Holy Fire pressure in his body has risen to the 6th rank, even nearing the 7th rank. Yue Hua naively spread her arms, so what if it's near the 7th rank, isn't it? Then she suddenly realized and shouted in panic, what? It's almost at the 7th rank. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Wu pretended to hold his head. Exactly, I have no way to surpass him now, I'm afraid you'll really have to marry him. Yue Hua, dejected and depressed, slumped to the ground and muttered, it's over, my life is ruined. How could I be so impulsive? I'm so foolish. Seeing Yue Hua's state, Qin Wu couldn't help but laugh. The old king also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, young man, stop teasing Yue Hua. Facing you, whether it's the 6th or 7th rank, I'm afraid there's no difference at all. Yue Hua looked at Qin Wu with teary eyes, startling him as he pretended to scratch his head. Who knows what might happen? That night, Qin Wu stayed at the Tianxia Inn, continuing to use divine power to refine items to break through to a new realm. His entire body emitted a brilliant glow. Illuminating the entire room, Qin Wu suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight ahead. Then, he raised both hands to summon the phantom of the 9-footed golden bird. With his other hand, he summoned the Yazi phantom, concentrating and compressing these two powers together. Afterward, he lifted the newly fused energy sphere and absorbed it into his body. After the shockwave, Qin Wu sat on the floor, his entire body enveloped in a blue aura. He exhaled and stared forward. The 3rd level of the spirit communication realm is complete. Tomorrow will be the time for the main event. Afterward, he collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion and slept soundly until the next morning. The next morning, the scene shifts to the Holy Fire Grand Competition arena, where a massive crowd cheers from the stands with their eyes fixed on the stage. Old Wang sat beside the saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace and remarked that the competition had finally begun, while Leng Qianshuang hoped Qin Wu would succeed. The arena was bustling as the 4 major sects occupied the 4 pillars for a better view, with the Qi immortal ancestor also present among them. The commoners below began to buzz with excitement, lamenting that the competition had started and wishing they possessed a holy fire themselves. Numerous contestants gathered for the event, including Wang Fei, who blended into the crowd and looked around, thinking to himself that a swarm of naive ants had come to compete. He knew the outcome was already predetermined, and that these insignificant ants without talent or status stood no chance of winning. Wang Chuan appeared behind Wang Fei and mockingly remarked that he seemed certain of victory, prompting Wang Fei to turn back with a look of pure disdain. Wang Fei asked why he was there if he lacked a holy fire, but Wang Chuan just laughed boastfully and told him he would find out soon enough. As the two glared at each other in a tense standoff, Qin Wu suddenly appeared, clad in the majestic and imposing battle armor of the Qin family. The two losers suddenly turned their gaze toward Qin Wu, and Wang Fei suggested to Wang Chuan that they set aside their personal grievances for now. Wang Fei declared Qin Wu their common enemy, a sentiment Wang Chuan agreed with, while Qin Wu kept a stoic face and inwardly mocked them as a pair of fools. He raised his hand and gave a provocative smirk, greeting them and hoping they would perform well enough not to lose too embarrassingly. Wang Chuan glared and shouted that today would be Qin Wu's funeral, while Wang Fei gnashed his teeth, telling him to laugh while he still could. As countless contestants gathered under the watchful eyes of the 4 greatest sects in the empire, the representative of the Jade Maiden sect spoke up. She noted that this year's competition featured many powerful experts from the 4 major sects, but her gaze was drawn to Qin Wu, who stood out from the rest. Suddenly, a girl nearby recognized him and leaped into the air, gracefully landing in front of Qin Wu using her umbrella. She stood before a surprised Qin Wu and called his name. This beautiful girl was Li Qingjie, a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Wu approached her and remarked that it had been 3 years since she left to train at the Jade Maiden sect, and they hadn't seen each other. He complimented her on how graceful she had become, while Li Qingjie looked at him intently, noting that he had also changed quite a bit. She expressed surprise at his participation, but Qin Wu firmly stated his intent to win, causing Li Qingjie to look somber as she mentioned hearing about his family. She acknowledged the Qin family's great service to the empire and expressed her disbelief that her own father and sister could act the way they did. Qin Wu patted her head, telling her it was between him and them, while the Jade Maiden sect representative watched their interaction closely. She suddenly realized that this was the Qin Wu who had killed Li Jian, noting that his childhood bond with her junior sister was clearly quite deep. She mused that if Qin Wu were to win the competition, she might be able to use him to achieve something significant, just as a spectator below noticed them. Spectator noticed Qin Wu's intimacy with the Jade Maiden sect member and wondered aloud who the white-haired youth was and why he was so close to them. A man nearby explained that he was a legendary Casanova, betting that if the youth were ever seen with fewer than 3 women. He, Zhao Rishan, would write his name backward, just as Wanner approached Qin Wu, and the spectator noted that yet another girl had arrived. He remarked that they were all top-tier beauties. Qin Yu laughed and told Wanner she was being too kind, while Qing Jiao closed her umbrella and bid him farewell, saying she would head up first. With those words, Qing Jiao used her lightness technique to fly toward the representative pillars, looking back to tell him to do his best in the Holy Fire Grand Competition. She flew away as Qin Yu watched her, thinking to himself that he would certainly be the one to take first place in this competition. When Qing Jiao returned to the pillars, her senior sister called out to her, noting that if Qin Yu actually won the top spot in the competition, they would have to rely on her in the future, just as another young lady approached, while the surrounding contestants began to gossip. The crowd urged everyone to look as she arrived, and Qin Yu watched in surprise as Chu Hanyi, a disciple of the Ice Soul sect, appeared before him. The nearby contestants grew excited, noting that she was the once-in-a-century genius of the Ice Soul sect who had reached the 5th level of the God communication realm at only 16. They marveled at her 6th-grade holy fire and her beauty after 3 years of seclusion, recalling when she was just a child with a runny nose. Chu Hanya walked slowly toward Qin Yu as he watched her intently, while 2 foolish losers began to scream in the background. They wondered how a brat like Qin Yu could have seduced even Chu Hanya, who then surprised him by calling out his name as she passed by. She mentioned her connection to the Qin family and offered her help, but warned him that she would not hold back if they met in the arena. Qin Yu thought the girl was quite strange, and soon after, a crowd of contestants gathered on the stage for the Holy Fire Grand Competition as a girl approached him. He tried to remember who she was, noting her dark red horns and the tail behind her ample hips, marking her as a member of the desolate tribe. The girl waved cheerfully to everyone, asking for their guidance, before stepping toward Qin Yu to offer a friendly greeting. Qin Yu returned the greeting while Wan'er stood behind him, his gaze fixed on the girl as he recalled his previous life. He remembered that she had appeared before and had won the Holy Fire Grand Competition with a cultivation at the 9th level of the God communication realm. She had possessed a holy fire of at least the 8th grade, but she had mysteriously vanished without a trace after her victory. Qin Yu was determined to investigate her mysterious origins, just as the immortal ancestor announced that the time had come. He and King Zhen Nan stepped onto the stage, where the king called for silence and declared the Holy Fire Grand Competition a vital event for the Tian He dynasty. He then invited the representatives of the 4 great sects to the stage, and they took their positions at the 4 cardinal directions. Together, they created a massive sphere of blue energy, from which a glowing golden crystal emerged, leaving Huang Fei in awe. Wang Chuan added that this was the Heavenly Heart Holy Fire Stone, a supreme and mysterious treasure of the Tian He dynasty. It was said to be a natural creation that allowed practitioners to easily master holy fire and even enhance its grade within their bodies. Because of its immense value, it was co-owned by the 4 great sects, and the contestants on the stage stared at the crystal in wonder. Qin Yu remained calm, thinking that if they were amazed by this small piece, they would be shocked to find a mountain-sized one in the Great Desolation. Ling Tianshuang of the Holy Heart Hall explained that the stone was vital for holy fire users and was typically rotated between the 4 great sects every 3 months. However, the winner of the competition who joined a sect would gain exclusive use of it for a year, and as she finished, the stone erupted in flames. As the crowd cheered for the start, Leng Tianchuang glanced at Qin Yu and whispered her hope that he could fulfill his promises while Chu Lin stepped up to announce the rules. He explained that the competition consisted of 3 simple rounds, starting with one-on-one duels where the victors would advance. Chu Lin then commanded everyone to draw their lots, using his divine power to shuffle and distribute the command tokens across the stage. One by one, the contestants stepped forward to receive their tokens. When it was Qin Wu's turn, he approached Chu Lin with a defiant gaze. "You little brat from the extreme heat sect. We meet again. I hope you aren't planning to pull any tricks with this token." Chu Lin replied angrily, "It seems you are looking down on me." Qin Wu laughed loudly as he took his token. "Haha, no matter what schemes you try, they won't affect me at all." Chu Lin glared at him. With a challenging tone, he said, "Fine, I'll see just how far you can get." Qin Wu whistled and headed toward the arena. He called back, "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." Once everyone had received their tokens, Chu Lin made a loud announcement. "Everyone, please examine the tokens in your hands. The numbers on them will determine your opponents for this match." Qin Wu looked at his token and saw the number 5. He wondered who his opponent for this round would be. Chu Lin continued his announcement. "Those with token number 1, please prepare. Other warriors, please clear the stage for a moment. The first match of the Holy Fire Grand Competition officially begins." A one-eyed member of the demon race faced off against a combative monk. Both bowed respectfully before starting. The one-eyed demon bared his teeth and unleashed his flame breath technique, easily knocking his opponent off the stage. The demon laughed as he eagerly advanced to the next round. Wang Fei watched the match and chuckled to himself. A mere first-grade Holy Fire user dares to participate in this competition. Standing beside him, Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "There truly is an endless supply of fools in this world." Next, Zhang Wuji, Li Machu, and Zhou Xingchai also easily defeated their opponents with a single strike, advancing straight to the next round. Then came the 5th match between Qin Wu and Qin Zhenggu. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Qin Zhenggu spoke with disdain. "You pretty boy, I suggest you surrender early. Otherwise, you might lose your life here." Qin Wu sighed and raised his middle finger at Qin Zhenggu's face, provoking him. "Stop your yapping and come get some." Enraged, Qin Zhenggu channeled all his divine power to summon the phantom of a fierce tiger, roaring, "You're the one seeking death." Qin Wu crossed his arms and stared at his opponent with utter contempt. Leng Tianchuang stood firmly on the pillars, her eyes fixed on Qin Wu's opponent. Although the opponent's 3rd-grade Holy Fire was not weak, it was unfortunate that he had to face young Master Qin. Suddenly, Qin Zhenggu launched a powerful strike accompanied by the roar of the tiger phantom. However, Qin Wu simply stood his ground, calmly raised his leg, and delivered a direct kick to his opponent's chin. As a result, the man was instantly knocked unconscious and sent flying off the stage before he could even make a sound. The surrounding contestants were stunned by this impressive performance. Chu Hanyi, who had been watching the match from the beginning, began to ponder Qin Wu's true strength. His opponent possessed a 3rd-grade Holy Fire, yet Qin Wu defeated him easily with a single kick. "He is much stronger than I imagined," Chu Hanyi thought. After the match, Qin Wu put his hands behind his head and walked away nonchalantly. He seemed completely unconcerned by the weak opponents around him. Wang Chuan glared at Qin Wu's back with disdain, thinking, "Enjoy your moment, I'll cut you to pieces later." The 6th round concluded quickly with an easy victory for Wang Fei. Next, Wang Chuan also used only one move to finish his opponent and advance. Afterward, the nameless, desolate race woman and Chu Hanyi each secured their victories, moving on to the next round. Standing on the sidelines, Chu Lin found the matches too dull and suggested starting a bet. "What do you all think about opening a wager to add some excitement?" Ancestor Qi Xian, who loved fun, immediately nodded in agreement. "I agree, but I wonder what the others think." One by one, the representatives of the Heartless Sword Sect and the Jade Maiden Sect also gave their consent. Chu Lin channeled his divine power and brought out a 3rd-grade, tendon-altering, bone-refining pill. "In that case, I'll bet this pill that Wang Fei will be the winner." Ancestor Qi Xian laughed happily and took out a powerful sword he had forged himself. "I'll also bet on Wang Fei. My wager is this proud frost sword." Leng Tianchuang of the Kingsin Hall smiled, not wanting to be outdone. "The stakes are quite high. Since you two are being so generous, my Kingsin Hall cannot fall behind. This heavenly star armor will be our wager. I bet that young Master Qin Wu will win." Liu Xiuleng, the representative of the Heartless Sword sect, was not to be outdone. This is a third-grade Heartless pill. I bet that Wang Chuan will emerge victorious. Next, the representative of the Jade Maiden sect presented her wager. I offer the low-grade Profound Rank Martial Art, Flowing Cloud Steps. I bet that Chu Hanyi will win. The crowd and the contestants looked up at the treasures offered by the four great sects, unable to stop themselves from marveling. Indeed, the four great sects lived up to their reputation, putting up such high-quality items as soon as they made a move. It would be wonderful if I could obtain the holy fire, someone thought. Even if I can't join the four great sects, just being a servant there would be 1,000 times better than my current life. Suddenly, the nameless, desolate race woman spoke up. Everyone, what happens if you all bet incorrectly? Hearing this, Chu Lin turned around and replied, all these wagers will be given to the champion of the holy fire competition. If we all bet wrong, it won't be a problem. The nameless princess of the royal clan stroked her chin with satisfaction, noting that only she and young Master Qin would be vying for the top spot in this holy fire competition. Standing nearby, Qin Yu was startled, wondering why she was shifting the conflict onto him, while Wang Chuan shouted from the sidelines with reckless arrogance. Do you and Qin Yu really think you can take the championship? As long as I, Wang Chuan, am here, that title belongs to no one but me. The crowd began to cheer in agreement. Indeed, winning won't be that easy. Chu Lin stepped forward to announce the second round of the Holy Fire Grand Competition, which would be a chaotic free-for-all where all contestants could face off. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Chuan and Huang Fei fixed their gazes on Qin Yu, and soon it seemed everyone's attention was focused solely on him. Qin Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, realizing these people had all been bribed, thinking to himself how naive and foolish they were as Chu Lin continued the announcement. The second round would last for the duration of a single incense stick, and the four remaining on the stage at the end would advance to the final match. While the first round merely weeded out the weak, the second round served as the true test of their holy fire capabilities. In this round, warriors must only use their holy fire to fight, forbidden from using martial techniques or their cultivation to suppress others. With that, the second round officially began. The audience erupted in cheers as those bribed by Wang Chuan and Huang Fei rushed toward Qin Yu, with one attacker manifesting his holy fire and shouting for him to die. Remaining calm and composed, Qin Yu provocatively declared that he would stand right there to see just how much of a stir they could actually cause. They surrounded Qin Yu, channeling all their holy fire power to strike him while mocking him for boasting even as death approached. Take this, they screamed, lunging at Qin Yu simultaneously, while Yue Hua watched from below the stage, furiously shouting about how cowardly it was to gang up on one person. How despicable and shameless! On the four pillars, Li Qingjie watched Qin Yu with a worried expression as a massive explosion shook the stage when their combined powers hit him. HMPH, we all possess fourth-grade holy fire and have mastered a combined attack. Even if you don't die, you'll be severely wounded, one man gloated as Qin Yu smiled. Standing at the center of the blast, protected by the nine-legged golden crow, he replied that he didn't have a speck of dust on him and challenged them to show more if they were done. Watching from the pillars, Ancestor Qixian thought it was merely sixth-grade power, while Yue Hua cheered, impressed that he indeed possessed sixth-grade holy fire. Qin Yu gestured provocatively at Wang Chuan and Huang Fei, calling them fools for relying on such small fry to do their dirty work. If you want my life, why don't you come get it? Huang Fei glared and gnashed his teeth, retorting that a sixth-grade holy fire didn't make him invincible. I'll grant your wish, Huang Fei barked, and Wang Chuan joined in, claiming his own sixth-grade holy fire would make this the day Qin Yu died, much to Yue Hua's surprise. Wondering how Wang Chuan also had sixth-grade holy fire, Chu Lin glanced at Liu Xiuleng from the pillars, thinking the Heartless Sword sect had certainly been generous. Huang Fei and Wang Chuan combined their sixth-grade yin and yang holy fire to create nether ghost flames and magma flames, launching them directly at Qin Yu. Still confident, Qin Yu remarked he was only warming up and asked who said his holy fire was only sixth grade as the phantom of the nine-legged golden crow appeared. His ninth-grade holy fire erupted, filling the arena with an overbearing aura as the golden crow phantom easily crushed the attacks from Huang Fei and Wang Chuan. As Qin Yu stood in the center radiating a terrifying pressure, Ancestor Qixian was stunned, realizing this power was far beyond 7th or 8th grade. This is 9th grade holy fire, Chu Lin gasped in fear, noting that even the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect only possessed 8th grade holy fire. Every eye in the stands was fixed on Qin Yu and his ninth-grade holy fire as he stood before the stunned Wang Xuan and Huang Fei amidst a violent explosion of flames. "He possesses ninth-grade holy fire," Wang Xuan and Huang Fei cried out in shock, while the old prince sitting on the pillar rejoiced, knowing he had found a true treasure. In the history of the Galaxy dynasty, those with ninth-grade holy fire were rare, and even the weakest among them reached the peak of the void-shattering realm, becoming top-tier legends. Thinking of this, the old prince laughed heartily, delighted that a genius with ninth-grade holy fire had finally appeared in his Galaxy city, while Leng Tiancheng watched in awe. "Even my master only possesses an eighth-grade azure flame. Young Master Qin Wu's future achievements will surely surpass his." Li Qingjie watched Qin Wu from atop the four pillars, wondering if this was the fortuitous opportunity he had found in the Great Desolation. "Your father sacrificed you to curry favor with the Zhao immortal clan, only to meet his end. The Divine Sword dynasty has truly lost a genius like you. If your father knew this in the afterlife, he would surely be filled with regret." Meanwhile, Qin Wu pointed his hand at the two opponents before him. He spoke coldly, saying that they had plotted many vile schemes to kill him, but unfortunately, all their efforts were pathetic before a ninth-grade azure flame. With those words, Qin Wu attacked, sending the phantom of a nine-legged golden crow to blast the two men away as he watched them lie motionless. "I will not kill you now because you still have some use, but the day the ancient ruins open will be the day of your demise." Qin Wu slowly ascended and hovered in the air, his body radiating a domineering aura as he declared that the Sacred Flame Grand Competition was over. Since he had revealed his ninth-grade Sacred Flame, the third round was no longer necessary, and then Qin Wu raised his hand high. He condensed flames into a massive fireball above the arena, while Yue Hua watched from below in shock and worry, as the desolate clan woman recognized the move. She chuckled, identifying the Nine Heavens' desolate annihilation fire, and feeling her trip to the mortal realm was worthwhile, as Qin Wu unleashed his gathered power. He shouted, "Nine Heavens' Nirvana burst," and countless streaks of fire rained down from the fireball to strike everyone remaining on the stage. Sensing the danger, the others turned pale and screamed for everyone to run as explosions erupted everywhere, repelling all of Qin Wu's enemies. His technique unleashed such terrifying destruction that it shook Galaxy City, leading the old prince to realize that the second round had already produced a champion. It was a spectacle unlike any the old man had seen in his entire life, and after the devastating strike, the arena was buried under thick smoke and ash. Qin Wu's opponents lay defeated and heavily injured on the ground, with only Su Hanni managing to escape by leaping off the platform. Calling Qin Wu a madman, the desolate clan woman watched him through the dust, thinking that her father was right about the mortal world. She mused that the secular world was indeed full of surprises, and hoped that Qin Wu's sacred flame would be even stronger the next time they met. Qin Wu landed softly and stood tall amidst the smoky ruins of the arena, coldly declaring that he was the only one left standing on the stage. It appeared the championship was his, leaving Chu Lin of the Extreme Heat Sect and Lu Zhuolang of the Heartless Sword faction speechless. The representative of the Jade Maiden sect and Leng Tianchuang were also stunned into silence as the heavily injured Huang Fei struggled. He forced himself up and roared in fury that despite possessing a sixth-grade sacred flame, he was not the winner of the competition. He cursed Qin Wu as a discarded lowlife and a mere toy of the Sword God dynasty's royalty, questioning how he could win and vowing to kill him. Claiming a ninth-grade flame meant nothing for a first-level spirit communication realm trash, Huang Fei unleashed all of his divine power. He strengthened his body and enveloped himself in a domineering aura, screaming that the top spot belonged only to him and no one could stop him. He charged at Qin Wu with his flame blade to attack from behind, shouting for him to die while Leng Tianchuang watched in fear. She urgently warned young Master Qin to be careful, but he stood firm as the power of the Yazi enveloped his entire body. He coldly stated that if the man wished for death, he would grant it, as the Yazi phantom roared and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Huang Fei's eyes widened in terror as the Yazi struck him with a palm, sending him flying through the air as he screamed in agony. He couldn't understand why he couldn't kill him, believing that such a piece of trash should have been beneath his feet. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." Qin Wu recalled the God of War spear and thrust it directly into Huang Fei's chest, pinning him against the city wall. The powerful impact shattered the surrounding stone into pieces, and Huang Fei met a gruesome end before the crowd as the spectators fled in terror. They screamed in panic and scattered, while Ancestor Qi Xian stared at the god of war spear pinning Huang Fei to the wall, gritting his teeth at the sight of a first-grade immortal artifact. It turns out that what I saw that day was the hidden aura of an immortal artifact. Qin Wu, you not only possess the 9th-grade holy fire, but also a first-grade immortal artifact. Chu Lin glared at Qin Wu in a rage and roared, "Qin Wu, how dare you kill someone under the protection of my extreme heat sect?" Qin Wu raised his hand to command the god of war spear to return, then gripped the weapon tightly and pointed it toward Chu Lin. "He was allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill him. If you dare utter another word, I will skewer you as well." Humiliated by Qin Wu in front of everyone, Chu Lin's pride flared as he channeled his full strength and shouted, "What an arrogant brat, I want to see." "Exactly how you plan to kill me." Leng Tianshuang rushed forward and reached out to stop Chu Lin, crying out for him to stay his hand. "Young Master Qin is someone our Holy Heart Palace values. If you wish to strike him, you must first see if I agree. Do you truly intend to turn your back on the Holy Heart Palace? Are you really prepared to become our enemy?" Qin Wu spoke coldly. "Tianshuang, let him come. If he wishes to join Huang Fei in the Yellow Springs, then I shall send him on his way." Chu Lin continued to scream in fury, "You brought this death upon yourself." As he soared into the air, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant radiance. He pressed his hands together and unleashed his ultimate technique, the mid-grade mystic rank skill, Extreme Sun Divine Radiance, as a massive, fiery crimson energy sphere appeared behind him. Extreme Sun Divine Radiance was a technique reserved only for the top 3 disciples of the Extreme Heat sect, and at full mastery, it could even rival a high-grade mystic rank skill. Chu Lin glared at Qin Wu smugly, thinking that despite his holy fire and victory over Huang Fei, he was just an ant before this technique. Then he hurled the energy sphere at him. Qin Wu smirked and thought, HMPH, a mid-grade mystic rank skill, before raising the god of war spear and spinning it to gather the power of Yazi. "Let me test if I can unleash my strongest move this time." Qin Wu held the spear aloft as a blinding bolt of lightning from the high-grade earth rank 9 Heavens Divine Thunder spear erupted. The strike pierced through Chu Lin's Extreme Sun Divine Radiance with a destructive force rivaling Erlang Shen's Heavenly Punishment, leaving Chu Lin horrified by the power before him. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder spear then impaled his body, leaving him screaming in agony as the spear's power pierced through the clouds and destroyed everything. No one could withstand such world-shattering power, leaving Li Qingjiao and Tianshuang stunned to realize this was an Earth-rank technique, while Yue Hua stared at Qin Wu in shock. She wondered just how many more trump cards Qin Wu was hiding, while Ancestor Qi Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in fury as he glared at the young man. Is the providence of the Great Desolation truly this powerful? With just one strike from Qin Wu, Chu Lin was completely defeated and fell toward the ground with severe wounds. Residual bolts from the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder still flickered across him as Qin Wu stepped forward, pressing his spear against the man's neck and mocking the Divine Sun's weakness. "Go to the Yellow Springs and keep Huang Fei company." Leng Tianshuang cried out in panic for him not to kill Chu Lin, but Qin Wu remained unmoved. He pressed the spear tip harder into Chu Lin's neck, causing the man to scream to Ancestor Qi Xian, asking how he would explain this death to the Extreme Heat sect. Ancestor Qi Xian was forced to intervene, roaring for Qin Wu to stop and harm no one else before unleashing his powerful immortal aura. He struck out powerfully toward Qin Wu, who coldly summoned the Phantom of Yazi to block the attack, the spirit gritting its teeth as it seized the immortal energy. A surge of divine power erupted, shattering the immortal energy into 100 fragments, and as Chu Lin screamed in despair, Qin Wu casually delivered a powerful slash with his spear. Qin Wu glanced at his lifeless body and said coldly, "I told you, he must go to the Yellow Springs to accompany Huang Fei," as Ancestor Qi Xian leaped forward in a rage. "Qin Wu, you killed my beloved disciple and the divine son of the Extreme Heat sect. Such a ruthless streak of slaughter is an unforgivable crime against the heavens. Even if you have awakened the 9th grade holy fire, I will never allow you to leave this place alive," Qin Wu remarked with a disdainful laugh and a mocking tone. "Haha, do you truly believe I would let you live after you murdered the one I loved most and humiliated me in every possible way? You old dog, keep dreaming." With that, he pointed his spear directly at Ancestor Qi Xian, his eyes filled with resolve as he declared they could not coexist under the same sky. while the old prince stroked his beard and realized Qin Wu had long harbored a deep grudge against the old man. He wondered who the youth's beloved was, as ancestor Qi Xian glared at Qin Wu and asked in astonishment if there truly was such a profound enmity between them. The old man smirked with contempt, noting that despite his youth, Qin Wu had managed to kill Chu Lin while possessing the 9th-grade holy fire and an earth-rank martial technique. Calling him a true chosen one, ancestor Qi Xian began to circulate his energy, summoning the phantom of the withered skull-purple demon as a domineering aura enveloped his entire body. His crimson eyes locked onto Qin Wu as he boasted that having reached the peak spirit-severing realm, crushing the boy would be as effortless as snapping an ant. Ancestor Qi Xian then summoned his first-grade immortal artifact, the purple demon whip, radiating murderous intent that led Liu Zhuolang to realize the old man was dead set on killing, given his use of the high-grade mysterious rank purple demon whip technique. As ancestor Qi Xian lashed out with his immortal weapon and charged, Qin Wu remained undaunted, summoning the phantoms of the 9-legged golden crow and Yazi to meet the attack. He merged their powers into a single, devastating strike to confront the old man, resulting in a collision of two massive forces that triggered an earth-shattering battle. However, Qin Wu began to falter as the ground beneath him shattered under the immense pressure, prompting the old man to glare and laugh triumphantly at how weak he was. Declaring him pathetic, the old man delivered a whip strike that sent Qin Wu flying backward, causing ancestor Qi Xian to laugh loudly in the belief that victory was already his. "Qin Wu, is this the extent of your abilities?" The old man mocked, while Qin Wu gritted his teeth, withdrew his phantoms, and shouted to the old prince for the Dragon Tiger rebirth pill. The old prince immediately understood and hurled the medicinal pill toward Qin Wu, who caught it with agility and swallowed it in a single breath. Instantly, the Suani mark blazed with power as a massive surge of energy enveloped his body. Yet ancestor Qi Xian continued to laugh mockingly. He claimed that the Dragon Tiger rebirth pill was a 4th-grade pill requiring years of cultivation to refine, mocking Qin Wu for attempting to use it in the heat of combat. He questioned if Qin Wu truly thought he could break through, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock as the youth's body successfully refined the pill in an instant. Brilliant golden light radiated from Qin Wu as the Suani mark on his forehead grew distinct, and he summoned the phantom of the Suani behind him. His cold gaze locked onto ancestor Qi Xian, who began to tremble as his legs buckled, staring at Qin Wu in sheer terror and wondering how such a thing was possible. The old man was stunned that Qin Wu had refined the pill so quickly to reach the peak spirit-severing realm, just as the god of war spear and the phantom of Yazi came hurtling toward him. The phantoms of the 9-legged golden crow and the Suani manifested alongside Qin Wu as he prepared to strike, his eyes burning with resentment toward ancestor Qi Xian. "Old dog, take another strike from my spear," he shouted coldly, gripping the god of war spear and charging with a destructive force that obliterated everything in his path. Sensing the terrifying pressure, ancestor Qi Xian frantically used his purple demon whip to defend, but the collision with Qin Wu's massive power sent violent shockwaves and an ear-piercing roar across the area. Ancestor Qi Xian let out a desperate scream as he failed to hold his ground, and the energy unleashed by Qin Wu exploded into a blinding light that consumed the sky. The surrounding earth crumbled into dust as the spectators fled in terror to escape the shockwave, while Leng Tianshuang and the members of the Jade Maiden sect were also caught in the blast. They all endured the immense pressure, which even caused the old prince to frown and marvel at its intensity before the energy dissipated to reveal a massive crater on the arena floor. Ancestor Qi Xian was left covered in wounds and coughing up blood before he collapsed in exhaustion, while Qin Wu began to approach him step by step. With a gaze full of hatred fixed on the old man, Qin Wu drew closer as a sweating Leng Tianshuang watched him intently, muttering about his incredible mid-battle breakthrough. She realized that young Master Qin was far more terrifying than she had imagined for defeating ancestor Qi Xian with a peak spirit-severing strike, leaving the old prince wide-eyed in shock. As they stared at Qin Wu in disbelief, Liu Zhuolang was equally stunned and felt relieved that he had never crossed paths with such a monstrous talent. "Otherwise, even with my ruthless sword skills, I would have struggled to survive," Qin Yu said as he dragged the god of war spear, stepping toward old ancestor Qi Xian. The old man retreated in terror, shouting, "Qin Yu, I surrender, you've won. Ask for anything, just don't kill me." Qin Yu continued his advance, his gaze icy. "The only thing I want is your dog's life." At that moment, Qin Yu accidentally stepped into old ancestor Qi Xian's trap. Barrier activated as a surge of evil energy erupted, enveloping Qin Yu to imprison him. The formation solidified, locking him inside. Li Qingjiao, atop the four pillars, called out Qin Yu's name in a panic. Inside the barrier, Qin Yu stood facing old ancestor Qi Xian with a cold stare. Having achieved his goal, old ancestor Qi Xian laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Qin Yu, even if you are a peerless genius, calling you a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. But you are still too naive. I spent years of blood and sweat refining this formation. Once inside, your soul will be relentlessly destroyed until you are nothing but an empty shell. Qin Yu glared at him. He listened to every word. Old ancestor Qi Xian slowly stood up, channeling his energy while staring at Qin Yu. I have lived for over 100 years. I have killed countless people. Did you think you could kill me with just that filthy mouth of yours? He then swung his hand, using his energy to strike Qin Yu, intending to finish him with the barrier. Qin Yu was once again engulfed in flames, his rage reaching its peak as his sharp gaze locked onto the old dog before him. Facing Qin Yu, old ancestor Qi Xian screamed repeatedly, "Once I destroy your soul, the sacred fire within you will be mine." Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the phantom of the Suani's primordial spirit lunged out. With one bite, it tore through the barrier, leaving the old dog wide-eyed in shock. Speechless with astonishment, the Suani roared again, releasing a terrifying wave of pressure. Qin Yu continued to stare at the old dog with eyes full of resentment and killing intent. After shattering the barrier, the Suani turned its head and bared its teeth, its glowing eyes fixed on old ancestor Qi Xian. Old ancestor Qi Xian couldn't believe his eyes. Has my great array failed? In a flash, Qin Yu lunged forward, grabbing the old dog's throat and lifting him high. The opportunities I found in the great wilderness aren't just the sacred fire. It's not that your array failed. It's that no soul-based attack can harm me. It's a pity for you, old dog, you thought you knew everything. You didn't realize how pathetic your every move appeared to me. Old ancestor Qi Xian's eyes bulged as he screamed in terror. Qin Yu, I was blind. I won't plot against you again. You've already killed Chu Lin, offending the Extreme Sun sect. If you kill me too. The Extreme Sun sect will never let you go. Spare my life, and I will serve you and help you take revenge on the Zhao clan. As soon as he finished, Qin Yu threw a lightning-fast punch. He struck the old dog's left arm directly. The old dog shrieked in agony, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Qin Yu then released his grip. Letting him collapse to the ground, old ancestor Qi Xian continued to howl. Qin Yu, you must think carefully, even if the Sacred Heart Hall protects you. The Extreme Sun sect will never overlook this. Sparing my life is the same as saving your own. Hearing this, Qin Yu flew into a rage and stomped hard on the old dog's leg. You talk about sparing my life? My life belongs to me, no one can take it. How dare a mediocre old dog like you try to bargain with me? With that, Qin Yu kicked and crippled the old man's other leg. Old ancestor Qi Xian screamed in pain, his eyes wide. Qin Yu, you are a demon. Hearing the word demon, Qin Yu glared at the old man. You call me a demon? Heh, you old dog. Do you know that since I first saw you at the Zhenin King's mansion, I haven't been able to control the killing intent in my heart. Back then, I knew I wasn't strong enough to kill you, so I told myself to suppress this anger. As he spoke, his long-suppressed resentment erupted. He swung his fist, crippling the old dog's remaining arm. The old dog shrieked in unbearable pain, his limbs now completely useless. Qin Yu glared and continued, but now the hatred in my heart is too great. Old ancestor Qi Xian was in agony. Knowing his end was near, the old man gasped out his final words. "Ha, I admit defeat. To die at the hands of a monster like you, it is no disgrace. But I wish to die with understanding. Tell me, which of your people did I actually kill?" Qin Wu raised his foot and stomped violently on the man's dantian, continuing the agony. Qin Wu stared grimly at the Qi immortal ancestor. In the first year of the Great Li, you captured Li Qingjiao on Li Qinghe's orders. You didn't just break her bones, you threw her into the Haizi Pond of the Great Desolation. That place magnifies human suffering to infinity. A mere touch to the skin brings such despairing pain that death is preferable to life. Yet you heartlessly kept her imprisoned there for 3 long months. Writhing in agony, the Qi immortal ancestor failed to grasp Qin Wu's words. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Qingjiao isn't even dead. I beg you, let me die with a clear mind. Qin Wu gathered his energy, forming a radiant sphere. He began to draw in the surrounding spiritual essence. Then, Qin Wu glared intensely at the Qi immortal ancestor, thrust his palm forward and roared, "Go to hell." Once more, Qin Wu sent shockwaves through Galaxy City. A piercing explosion tore through the barrier and surged straight into the heavens. Following the blast, the ceiling barrier gradually dissolved, revealing Qin Wu's silhouette. Amidst the battlefield's remains, Qin Wu stood in a daze, staring at the consuming fire. Beside the Qi immortal ancestor's corpse, Yue Hua, King Zhenin, Li Qingjie, Dugu Wanier, and the rest of the crowd watched Qin Wu in astonishment. Standing by the flames, Qin Wu slowly raised his head toward the sky. It was finally over. The Qi immortal ancestor was dead, and next would be the duo, Li Qing and Zhao Dian. The scene shifts to the Divine Sword Dynasty's imperial palace. There, Zhao Dian was employing immortal arts to drain the bloodline yang energy from Li Qing. Her body pulsed with waves of deep crimson energy, while Zhao Dian sat nearby, focused on the absorption. He thought to himself, the success or failure of my immortal mark awakening depends entirely on this moment. Suddenly, Zhao Dian's eyes snapped open as he shouted, "Manifest for me." The entire surge of crimson energy immediately enveloped his form. Zhao Dian endured excruciating pain within that sphere of power as the absorbed energy slowly covered him. His image blurred under the intense pressure. The aura was so overwhelming that even Zhao Huan cried out, "This pressure! Zhao Dian's immortal mark has succeeded." After his breakthrough, Zhao Dian slowly descended before Zhao Huan. He let out a cold snort, his body radiating a domineering aura as the mark on his forehead shone brilliantly. Having awakened his immortal mark, Zhao Dian burst into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. The Supreme Divine Mark, I never imagined I would awaken the Supreme Divine Mark. Zhao Huan watched Zhao Dian's back intently and spoke, "This is wonderful. I originally thought Li Qing's bloodline would only suffice for an immortal mark, which is why I had you marry her to ensure she surrendered it willingly. But you surpassed that and awakened the Supreme Divine Mark. Haha, the Zhao immortal clan finally has hope for a revival. A Supreme Divine Mark hasn't appeared in our clan for 10,000 years. Even within the entire immortal race, those possessing divine marks are few and far between, let alone a Supreme Divine Mark. You are the very pinnacle of divine marks. With this power, we can return to the immortal clan and leave this world behind. Once we return, focus on your cultivation to unite the clans and make the Zhao immortal clan the masters of existence. The Zhao immortal clan's laws state that anyone who awakens the Supreme Divine Mark immediately becomes the clan head with total authority." Zhao Dian glared at Zhao Huan and said sternly, "If that is so, second uncle should be kneeling to speak with me." Zhao Huan stared in shock before his lips curled into a twisted smile. "Ha ha, good, very good. If you were still speaking to me with kindness, I would have been disappointed. The Zhao immortal clan requires someone this ruthless and domineering." With that, Zhao Huan immediately knelt before Zhao Dian in a formal salute. "Great Guardian, 147th Commander of the Zhao immortal clan, Zhao Huan, pays respects to the Master." Zhao Dian's eyes widened as his voice thundered with absolute authority, commanding the clan to swiftly open the path to heaven for his return. Zhao Huan placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of submission before rising at Zhao Dian's signal. He glanced at Li Qing, unsure of how to deal with her. Zhao Dian turned to him and said, "Though she is but a mortal woman, she knew how to please me. Let her accompany me." The scene returns to the King Zhenin's estate in Galaxy City. In the main hall, everyone was gathered. The old king stroked his beard and began to speak. "I have lived a long time, yet this is the first time I have encountered someone with such terrifying talent as young Master Qin. Not even 18, yet he slew a Qi immortal ancestor at the peak of the spirit manifestation realm." The old king placed a hand on Qin Wu's shoulder and continued, "The Qi immortal ancestor shared a deep bond with the Polar Sun sect. You killed Chu Lin, and now you have killed the ancestor. The Polar Sun sect will surely become your mortal enemy." Leng Tianchuang placed her hand on her chest in a respectful salute. "The Polar Sun sect may be slightly stronger than our Sacred Heart Palace, but they wouldn't dare a direct confrontation. Once young Master Qin enters the Sacred Heart Palace, we shall ensure your absolute safety." The members of the Jade Maiden sect began to mock the Sacred Heart Palace. Bai Feifei spoke up, "You really think the Sacred Heart Palace can protect him?" Leng Tianchuang glared and asked if her Jade Maiden sect was truly unable to protect him, noting that young Master Qin might not necessarily join the Sacred Heart Palace. Bai Feifei questioned the meaning of those words, adding that Li Qingjie was a core disciple of the Jade Maiden sect and its next saintess. Furthermore, since Qingjie and young Master Qin were childhood friends, she asked if he would join the Jade Maiden sect for her sake. Bai Feifei stood up, placing her hands on the table, and promised young Master Qin that if he joined her sect, she could guarantee something on its behalf. Within 3 years, King Jia would surely become the saintess, while he would be appointed as an inner gate deacon, a rank equal to a deputy sect leader. Ling Tianchuang stood up angrily, shouting that the Sacred Heart Palace could match those terms, while the old prince silently hoped Qin Wu would make his own choice. Qin Wu calmly stated he would not join either of their sects, drawing the immediate attention of both Ling Tianchuang and Bai Feifei. He explained he would only cultivate at the Sacred Heart Palace for a while, and the Heavenly Heart's sacred fire stone would belong solely to them. Ling Tianchuang bowed in gratitude for his sincerity, though she privately worried that his talent might lead him to even better options elsewhere. She realized that if young Master Qin chose not to join the Sacred Heart Palace, she had to accept it, given his extraordinary potential. Seeing no further benefit, Bai Feifei turned and left, and Ling Tianchuang followed suit, quietly taking her leave without forcing the matter. As Bai Feifei's figure vanished from the hall, Qin Wu watched her with a murderous gaze, his mind filled with a roar against the Jade Maiden sect. In his past life, they had readily handed over King Jia when the Qi immortal ancestor came for her. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect would cease to exist. The old prince then handed a storage ring to Qin Wu, noting that it contained the resources from the 4 great sects, and that he had gained much. Qin Wu looked at the old prince and firmly held his hand with deep respect, telling the Prince of Zhenan that he did not need these items. The old prince was puzzled, but Qin Wu continued, explaining that this was a gift for the Divine Might Army of the Prince of Zhenan's mansion. He added that the prince and Yue Hua deserved a better life, causing the old prince to tremble and weep as he clutched the ring. Qin Wu stood tall and bowed respectfully, honoring the Prince of Zhenan's mansion for fighting for humanity for nearly a century with unyielding spirit. He acknowledged that the prince's 9 sons and 14 grandsons had died at the border, and the prince had sacrificed his cultivation to protect his army. Qin Wu bowed again, calling him a true hero of the human race and expressing gratitude on behalf of everyone the Divine Might Army had saved. Deeply moved, the old prince placed a hand on Qin Wu's shoulder and tremulously entrusted his hopes to the young man. Qin Wu smiled confidently and vowed to the Prince of Zhenan that no matter his future height, he would protect humanity from extinction forever. The old prince was filled with joy, while Ling Tianchuang, standing nearby, felt immense admiration for young Master Qin's noble spirit. The scene shifted to the ancestral hall of the Divine Spear sect, where Wang Taiqiang and Wang Xuan knelt in tears before the ancestral tablets. Wang Taiqiang kowtowed repeatedly, lamenting his failure to revive the sect, before turning to slap the bandaged Wang Xuan across the face. Blood from Wang Xuan's mouth splattered onto the tablet as he kowtowed, pleading with the ancestor that he wasn't useless, but that Qin Wu was a monster. Wang Taiqiang clenched his fists and scolded his son for making excuses, until a blue light suddenly emanated from the ancestral tablet. The phantom of the Divine Spear sect's ancestor appeared, shocking the father and son as he looked down upon them with cold eyes. The ancestor's phantom snorted in disappointment, remarking that he never expected his royal descendants to fall into such a pathetic state. He sighed, looking at Wang Xuan and stating that since fate was sealed, he would acknowledge the royal blood flowing within the boy. Since you can unlock my divine sense, I shall entrust the great task of restoring the Wang family to you, the ancestor's phantom said before reaching into his chest. He produced a sphere of green energy that transformed into a secret command token and held it before Wang Xuan, declaring it the royal family's secret order. This will open the grotto I built during my life. Go and claim my legacy to refine your power and restore our clan, he said as his phantom faded away. Leaving the token with Wang Xuan, the youth clutched it excitedly and cried out that it was the ancestor's token, while Wang Taisheng stroked his beard and recalled his grandfather's stories. Our Wang family once led the world, and our ancestors' cultivation was peerless, but offending the upper realm's immortal race led to our clan's overnight downfall. With the ancestors' treasures, our family will surely rise again, Wang Xuan grinned, thinking that while Qin Yu found luck in the great wilderness, his own inheritance would change everything. You will die, blood must be paid with blood, he vowed, but sudden clapping from behind made him spin around to see Chu Lin slowly emerging. I never expected the Divine Spear sect to back such a clan. It seems I've come to the right place, Chu Lin sneered, shocking the 2 men who recognized him as the man Qin Yu killed. Wang Xuan collapsed in terror, stammering to ask if Chu Lin was a man or a ghost. But the man just smirked and confirmed his humanity despite his supposed death at Qin Yu's hands. Chu Lin gave a wicked grin and explained that the Extreme Sun sect once had 18 divine sons, and he had become the final one a year ago. Yet now I am the 5th. Do you know why? It is because only 5 divine sons remain in the Extreme Sun sect today. Do you wonder how the other 13 died? I have spilled rivers of blood so I would not die easily, he said with a terrifying gaze, mentioning his fake death clone technique. I learned that secret art after killing the 8th divine son. Now, Wang Xuan, you truly wish to see Qin Yu dead, do you not? At the mention of Qin Yu, Wang Xuan's eyes filled with rage as he shouted their mutual enmity, prompting Chu Lin to reveal that a perfect opportunity was now at hand. Lure him into the grotto and kill him. I have no interest in your family's legacy, he said with a dark smile. I only want the 9th grade holy fire Qin Yu possesses. Wang Xuan worriedly asked if he could truly defeat Qin Yu, given that even the peak spirit communication realm weapon immortal ancestor had fallen to him, but Chu Lin was prepared. I have my ways, he replied craftily. Qin Yu will likely return to the Divine Sword Dynasty soon, so if we fail to lure him into the secret grotto tomorrow, we already know what the consequences will be. Chu Lin finished before teleporting away, leaving Wang Xuan to turn to his father and ask for guidance. Father, what should we do? Wang Taisheng frowned and calculated their options, deciding that they had no choice but to personally invite Qin Yu the following day. Meanwhile, at midnight in a Tian City inn, Wu Si and Wu Yue were inside Qin Yu's room, bowing to offer him their congratulations. Congratulations on taking first place in the Holy Fire Grand Competition, young Master Qin. The Great Wilderness is truly a place of great anticipation. The fortune you found there actually allowed you to slay the weapon immortal ancestor, they remarked, while Qin Yu watched the two sisters intently. Winning that competition is of little consequence, he replied, for tomorrow I begin my journey of vengeance against the Divine Sword Dynasty. Approaching the sisters, he told them he had a specific task for them to perform and instructed them to listen closely to his orders. The sisters were stunned by his request, and the next morning, a crowd gathered at the Zhenin King's mansion to see Qin Yu off on his quest for revenge. Dugu Wanier looked at him happily and wished him a safe journey, while Yue Hua stood nearby and warned him to remain cautious. Even though you defeated the weapon immortal ancestor, the punishment hall is backed by the immortal race and has many experts, she said, but he only smiled calmly. Do not worry, the punishment hall will find only death when they face me, he assured her, as Leng Tianshuang announced she would accompany him. Once your revenge is complete, we shall travel to the Holy Heart Temple together, she said, just as a panicked guard rushed in to deliver a report. He informed the Zhenin King that Wang Taisheng and Wang Xuan of the Divine Spear sect had arrived, prompting the surprised king to order their entrance. Hearing this, Qin Wu thought to himself, could these two be here because the ancient ruins have opened? As Wang Taisheng and Wang Xuan entered the main hall. Both clasped their hands and bowed, saying, Greetings, King of Zhenin. The old king stared intently at the father and son, asking what business brought them there today. Suddenly, Wang Xuan knelt before Qin Wu and said, I have come today to confess my crimes to young Master Qin. I was ignorant of the world's vastness and offended you. Wang Taisheng also stepped forward and knelt, placing his hand on his son's head as he said, I hope the young master can be magnanimous and forgive him. Wang Xuan watched Qin Wu closely. He continued, to atone for my sins, our god Spear sect has brought a stroke of fortune. He glanced around warily, and Qin Wu understood his meaning. He said, there are no outsiders here, so speak plainly. Wang Xuan began to explain that the god Spear sect had accidentally discovered an ancient cave dwelling left by a powerful being. Therefore, we have come to invite young Master Qin to explore this opportunity with us. Qin Wu immediately realized these were the ancient ruins he knew from his past life, though they appeared much earlier than expected. Leng Tianshuang stared at Wang Xuan and said coldly, Wang Xuan, you intend to trap young Master Qin in that cave, don't you? Such a despicable scheme. Do you think he will be so easily deceived? The father and son were startled, and Wang Taisheng hurriedly denied it, claiming they sincerely wanted to apologize. Internally, Wang Xuan was anxious, thinking, Qin Wu, just agree already. Yue Hua pointed angrily at Wang Xuan's face, saying Qin Wu wouldn't go for such a flawed trick, yet contrary to everyone's expectations. Qin Wu suddenly nodded in agreement, saying, Fine, if that is the case, I will accept your sincere apology. When shall we depart? Yue Hua standing nearby. exclaimed in shock, "What?" The old man Wang Taisheng looked at Qin Wu eagerly and said, "The sooner the better, of course. The secret realm is located at the foot of Zimeng Mountain. It is west of Tian City. If we set out tomorrow, we can arrive in just one day." Qin Wu nodded repeatedly and said, "If that is the case, then we shall depart tomorrow." Having achieved their goal, Wang Taisheng and Wang Chuan hurriedly bowed and took their leave. "Very well, then we shall take our leave first." The two Wangs hurried out of the king of Zhenan's palace. Once they were gone, Yue Hua immediately criticized Qin Wu. "Qin Wu, this is clearly a plot against you. Why did you agree to it?" Qin Wu glanced at Yue Hua and replied, "If even you can see through it." "Then how could I not? Rest assured, since I have decided to go, I have a way to handle it." Leng Tianshuang, feeling worried, quickly asked Qin Wu for permission to accompany him. Qin Wu shook his head and said, "There is no need to worry about me. I will go alone." Leng Tianshuang sighed and complied, saying, "Then I shall follow your wishes, young Master Qin." The old king stood opposite him, stroking his beard as he advised, "Little brother Qin, though you possess many fortunes, you must still be cautious and not overly arrogant on this journey." Qin Wu looked intently at the king of Zhenan and said, "I will keep your advice in mind." As agreed with the God Spear sect the following morning, Qin Wu set out with Wang Taisheng and his son for the foot of Zimeng Mountain. After riding their dinosaurs for a while, they arrived, and Qin Wu quickly jumped down. Looking at the surroundings, he thought, "This is where Wanner met her end in my past life. Since she wasn't invited this time, it seems my victory in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition has altered the future significantly." Wang Taisheng approached Qin Wu and said, "Young Master Qin, the ancient ruins are at the foot of Zimeng Mountain. There is a hidden cave entrance ahead. We just need to enter to reach it." After hearing this, Qin Wu ordered the two to lead the way. Internally, he wondered, who is the backer behind these two? Is it the Siren sect? I am looking forward to this more and more. A moment later, Wang Taisheng led Qin Wu to the secret entrance and said, "Young Master Qin, we have arrived." He stepped toward the door and struck the secret entrance with a powerful punch. In an instant, the door shattered into pieces, revealing a passage. Wang Taisheng continued to point ahead toward the secret chamber where the treasures were hidden for young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Wu enter, the father and son nodded to each other. Shortly after, the elder Wang Taisheng led Qin Wu into a secret chamber filled with treasures. Before Qin Wu were three first-tier immortal artifacts belonging to the previous sect leader of the God Spear sect. Wang Chuan's jaw dropped when he saw the three artifacts before him. He exclaimed, "Are these all one-star immortal artifacts?" Wang Taisheng smiled and gestured toward the three treasures in front of them. "Young Master Qin, these three treasures all belong to you." Qin Wu stared at the statue before him and thought, "There isn't a single trace of a soul within this sculpture." More accurately, the owner of these ruins stashed away three first-tier immortal artifacts, which seemingly can only be claimed by those recognized, lest they be crushed to dust. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Yu stepped forward and gripped the immortal artifact on the shelf. The immortal spear suddenly erupted in massive flames to engulf Qin Yu, but he merely inhaled deeply and blew the fierce fire away. Easily taking one of the three artifacts, Qin Yu pulled out his storage ring and used his divine power to collect them all. Staring at the ring, he thought that refining these three items would further enhance the power of the God of War spear. Suddenly, the secret passage shook violently, alarming the Wang father and son as a bright orange light flashed, illuminating the entire corridor. The light emanated from between the statue's legs, and as it faded, an immortal script token was revealed. Qin Yu observed it closely and pondered. This was an immortal script token engraved with patterns that only the immortal race or their descendants could awaken. Once activated, the script would upgrade based on its specific rank and quality. At the lowest level, one would gain a resilient physique and a tenfold burst in cultivation. For humans to obtain immortal scripts, they must kill the immortal race and use secret arts to strip them. Wang Chuan must have obtained this token in his past life, but this one was incomplete. Wang Tian's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the immortal script token. This is the item that allows mortals to attain an immortal physique. Is the method passed down by the ancestor truly this terrifying? Afterward, Qin Yu pointed toward Wang Chuan and commanded loudly, "You're holding another token, aren't you? Hand it over immediately." Suddenly, 5 teleportation gates of the Zion sect appeared, surprising Qin Yu. Then the sect's subordinates emerged, with the sect leader standing among them, shouting toward Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, surrender your life first." Qin Yu glared at the Zion sect leader and asked, "Are you Huo Siren?" Huo Siren stared back intently. He spoke, "Qin Yu, do you recognize me?" Qin Yu dismissively waved his hand. "You're an androgynous freak, neither man nor woman, neither human nor ghost. It would be hard not to recognize you. But I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to subdue those two martial sisters." Huo Siren raised his talons, his expression twisted with rage. "Qin Yu, don't think that killing the Qi Xian ancestor makes you my equal. So what if those two useless fools surrendered to you? My Zion sect is far stronger than you imagine. These four are all elders of the sect, each at the peak God-sensing realm. Including me, there are 5 of us. Qin Yu, how can you stop us?" Huo Siren glared and roared. "You escaped us once, but this time only death awaits. Elders attack." Following Huo Siren's command, the 4 elders rushed at Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu summoned the god of war spear. He spun at once and entered an offensive stance. Qin Yu glared at Huo Siren. "It seems you still don't understand. I could kill the Qi Xian ancestor. But that doesn't mean I'm limited to killing those at the peak God-sensing realm." As he spoke, he swung the god of war spear, unleashing the phantoms of Yazi and the 9-footed golden bird. A massive pressure surged toward the 4 elders. Yazi and the 9-footed golden bird knocked them back instantly, slamming them against the walls. Wang Chuan and Wang Taisheng gaped in shock, shouting, "Our 4 peak God-sensing experts no match for a single spear strike." Qin Yu pointed his spear tip at Huo Siren. "Show me whatever other tricks you have left." Huo Siren let out a savage smirk. "Qin Yu, do you know that the strongest technique of my Zion sect is the effigy art? You may be strong, but what can you do against such puppets?" Huo Siren then ordered the puppets to attack. Qin Yu stood silently, calmly absorbing spiritual energy before closing his eyes. Using his divine sense, he controlled Yazi to catch them one by one. Yazi began crushing them together, playfully kneading them like dough. After rolling them into a ball, Qin Yu remarked, "They won't die or be destroyed, so how should I get rid of them?" He then had the Yazi phantom hurl the mass of Huo Siren's puppets against the wall, flying right past the man's face. Huo Siren's eyes bulged as he screamed in fury. "No! Do you have any idea how much effort I spent refining those puppets?" Before he could finish, Qin Yu lunged forward and landed a punch square in the face. Blood sprayed and teeth flew as Huo Siren screamed in pain. Qin Yu grabbed him by the collar. Lifting him up, he said, "Effort. What you spent wasn't effort, but the lives of countless innocent people." With that, Qin Yu delivered another punch to the center of Huo Siren's chest. He continued his condemnation, stating that an evil cultivator using the blood of the living to refine ghost puppets committed a crime so heinous it enraged both gods and men. Huo Siren only managed a few boasts before Qin Yu tortured him to the brink of death. Raising the god of war spear, Qin Yu aimed it at Huo Siren's chest and declared that he would avenge the wronged souls today. The god of war spear pinned Huo Siren against the wall as Qin Yu's physical strength erupted. Huo Siren slumped down, his face covered in blood and his chest pierced through. Believing he had finished the man, Qin Yu turned to the Wang father and son and mocked them, asking if that weakling was truly their chosen successor. The 2 members of the Wang family cried out in terror. Suddenly, Huo Siren's body stirred, and he slowly stood up behind Qin Yu, screaming his name. He roared, asking how Qin Yu dared to insult and despise him so. His body contorted as crimson threads of divine power spewed from his mouth, weaving together in the air to form the limbs and features of a massive ghost puppet reeking of evil energy and blood. Facing the creature, Qin Yu glared at the ghost puppet and remarked that it was pathetic how he had turned himself into such a monster. With glowing red eyes, Huo Siren in his puppet form stared at Qin Yu and bellowed that the boy should consider himself lucky to die by his hand. He leaped into the air and lunged at Qin Yu with sharp claws, while Qin Yu gripped the god of war spear tightly to launch a counterattack. Huo Siren unleashed a powerful strike with such overwhelming pressure that Qin Yu couldn't block it in time, sending him flying as crimson evil energy filled the secret passage. The entire space turned red. After refining himself into a ghost puppet, Huo Siren's physical toughness had reached the level of a first-stage void-shattering realm demon corpse. Without hesitation, Huo Siren charged at Qin Yu, unleashing a barrage of murderous blood shadow slashes while Qin Yu struggled to defend and searched for an opening. As the battle shifted in Huo Siren's favor, he maintained his dominance with a relentless assault and spoke out with smug satisfaction. He taunted the boy to show any remaining tricks before delivering a kick that caused an explosion of bloody energy throughout the area. Landing gracefully, his crimson eyes locked onto his opponent as he declared his intent to refine Qin Yu into a ghost puppet, possessing 9th-grade holy fire. He claimed this would be his first time attempting such a feat, but Qin Yu only responded with a cold gaze, thinking to himself that even Yazi's bone-strengthening power was struggling. He wondered if he truly couldn't withstand the void-shattering realm's power, before smirking and telling Hugh Siren not to blink. He promised to show him something interesting and immediately summoned the Suwani, the Yazi, and the 9-footed flame bird. Using the Yazi's phantom to absorb all the refined energy and boost his strength, his body became saturated with a domineering aura. With his physical form significantly enhanced, a shocked Hugh Siren asked if he possessed another secret technique, before slamming both hands down to crush Qin Yu's chances of recovery. The shockwave from the strike sent the wangs flying, and as Hugh Siren raised his hand amidst the thick dust, he muttered that while killing the boy was troublesome, gaining his body was worth it. He was suddenly stunned to see Qin Yu standing tall through the haze, his arm raised, and his entire body enveloped in Yazi's divine power. Furthermore, the Yazi had provided him with a sturdy set of primal beast armor, and Qin Yu coldly asked the panicked puppet form Hugh Siren if his new look was impressive. Hugh Siren stammered, questioning if he was even human or part of the monster race, while the trembling wangs cried out in fear that Qin Yu was a monster. Qin Yu raised his Yazi-enhanced hand, manifesting the phantom into reality to use the beast's physical power as his own, though the borrowed cultivation had its limits. Despite borrowing power from the 9-footed flame bird and the Suwani, he could only empower one arm, yet that single limb rivaled the third stage of the void-shattering realm as he threw a punch. The Yazi's phantom lunged forward as well, delivering a blow directly to Hugh Siren's chest with strength that had been pushed to its absolute limit. The strike easily sent the puppet form Hugh Siren flying, forcing him back into his original shape as he collapsed in pain and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Hugh Siren cried out in despair, unable to believe that his puppet, forged from the blood and bones of thousands, could not withstand a single blow from the boy. Qin Yu stepped toward Hugh Siren and reached out to finish him, but the man suddenly screamed for Chu Lin to take action. Hearing the voice, Qin Wu narrowed his eyes and looked over in surprise as Chu Lin emerged from the shadows, mocking Hugh Siren for being a disappointment before telling Qin Wu they would meet again. Chu Lin fled through the secret passage after vowing to kill him, leaving the Wang father and son watching in shock, deeply anxious about their current predicament. Hugh Siren screamed in despair at being betrayed, while Qin Wu stared him down, mocking the fact that even he had finally met his downfall. Driven into a corner, Hugh Siren tried to bargain for his life, claiming that if Qin Wu killed him, he would never be able to take revenge on Zhao Dayan. Qin Wu stared at him in surprise, questioning his words, as the wounded Hugh Siren continued to speak. He explained that Zhao Dayan had awakened the supreme immortal rune, and that the Zhao immortal clan was currently on the path to ascension, a location Qin Wu would struggle to find quickly. He argued that by the time Qin Wu found it, Zhao Dayan would have already returned to the immortal realm, but offered to reveal the location if his life was spared. Qin Wu flashed a dangerous smile, noting that such information was indeed worth a life, which prompted a devious smirk from Hugh Siren. Hugh Siren demanded that he swear a soul oath to the heavens to spare him, and Qin Wu agreed, raising his hand to the sky. He swore upon his soul that he would absolutely not kill Hugh Siren, who then sighed in relief and shared the intelligence. The Zhao immortal clan would descend to the path of ascension at Mount Kaifeng, 100 miles southwest of the Divine Sword Dynasty, leaving Qin Wu only 10 days to catch them before Zhao Dayan returned to the immortal realm. Suddenly, Qin Wu flashed a sinister smile and hoisted Hugh Siren into the air by his throat, coldly stating that such vital news earned him a swift death. Terrified, Hugh Siren screamed that the heavens would destroy Qin Wu's soul for breaking the oath, but Qin Wu remained indifferent to his cries. With a sharp snap, he broke Hugh Siren's neck and tossed the corpse aside, his eyes devoid of emotion. He remarked that he had no intention of keeping his word to scum like him, just as a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck his position. Wang Chuan cheered, hoping Qin Wu would be turned to ash, but the man remained standing perfectly still and unharmed after the strike. Suwani had shielded him from the lightning, prompting Qin Wu to look up and softly offer his gratitude to the creature. Qin Wu then turned his cold gaze toward Wang Chuan and demanded the remaining medallion, causing the terrified man to hand it over while begging for mercy. Wang Chuan promised to keep Qin Wu's identity as a member of the demon race a secret, while his father knelt and begged for his son's life. The father offered his own life in exchange for his son's, pleading for Qin Wu to leave a single survivor to carry on the Wang bloodline. Qin Wu snatched the immortal rune medallion and coldly told the two men to stop their incessant chatter about the demon race. He shouted that he could feel Yazi's burning rage and asked them why on earth he should ever let them live. With a single palm strike, Qin Wu reduced the father and son to dust before turning his attention to the two immortal rune medallions in his hand. Curious about their grade, he used his divine power to bring the medallions together and began the process of refining and merging them. A massive surge of energy appeared and was immediately drawn into Yazi's arm, prompting a surprised Qin Wu to ask if the spirit intended to absorb the runes. The phantom of Yazi nodded repeatedly, and seeing this, Qin Wu reached out to begin absorbing the energy from the immortal runes himself. After the absorption process was complete, Qin Wu felt a surge of power. The Yazi arm surged with immense power as its flesh and bone were tempered to a new peak, while Qin Wu's eyes widened in a mix of excitement and surprise upon realizing this was the seventh-tier immortal mark that the Yazi could not fully consume. The residual energy was refined into spiritual qi within Qin Wu's body, and during the absorption process, he suddenly broke through his limits, sending violent shockwaves radiating into his surroundings. Afterward, Qin Wu raised the Yazi arm to examine it, discovering that its strength had grown significantly after absorbing the seventh-tier immortal mark. Its power had doubled compared to before, and Qin Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit communication realm, allowing him to unleash his full combat potential. Now Qin Wu could easily slay enemies at the third stage of the void-shattering realm, and by utilizing the Yazi arm, he could even defeat those at the fifth stage. Qin Wu thought to himself, "Zhao Dian, I do not care what kind of immortal mark you have awakened. If our paths cross, you will surely die." Reaching the Gale Mountain range would take 9 days, making it impossible to return to Tian City in time, so he decided to head straight for the mountains first. Using his divine power, Qin Wu penned a letter to the two Wu sisters, explaining the urgency of the situation and his need to seek revenge against Zhao Dian. In the letter, he asked Wu Yue to relay a message to the Zhenin king, before setting off with grim determination to find that traitor Zhao Dian as the scene shifted to the Gale Mountain range. Zhao Dian, Li King, and Zhao Huan stood atop a towering rocky peak awaiting the opening of the path to heaven, while Li King gazed at Zhao Dian and anxiously asked if people would mock her in the immortal realm. Zhao Dian glared with confidence, declaring that with his protection, no one would dare mock her, for she would become the empress of the human race once he ruled the immortal clan. Deeply moved by his promise that the throne would be hers, Li King embraced Zhao Dian and whispered her gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan stood behind them, his eyes filled with irritation, until a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the sky. As the steps leading to the immortal realm slowly manifested, the couple looked up in excitement while a man and a woman watched them from above. Zhao Xuan'er of the immortal clan announced her arrival to escort her master home, explaining that her immense power would cause chaos if she descended to the lower realm. She begged for forgiveness for not greeting him below, but Zhao Huan frowned in annoyance, suspecting her words were merely a deceitful excuse. He found it infuriating that she claimed her presence alone could destabilize space, yet Zhao Dian remained indifferent and began to walk forward. Showing no anger, Zhao Dian simply thought of the dead as he urged her to lead the way to the immortal realm, but a familiar voice suddenly stopped him. The voice startled the trio, and they turned in shock to find Qin Wu standing right before them. Zhao Dian glanced at him coldly, asking if it was him again, while Qin Wu gripped his god of war spear and asked why he was in such a hurry to flee now that their score was being settled. From above, Zhao Xuan'er observed Qin Wu, noting that the boy possessed an extraordinary aura now that she saw him in person. Zhao Fengsheng asked if he should intervene, but Zhao Xuan'er replied that if Zhao Dian had truly awakened the supreme divine mark, a mere mortal would be no match for him. She argued that if Zhao Dian could not kill a mortal, he would be unfit to lead the Zhao clan and rule the world, so there was no need for them to act. Zhao Fengsheng nodded in agreement as Qin Wu advanced through the white mist, his cold gaze fixed on the couple before him. Exuding the overbearing aura of the Yazi, Qin Wu terrified Li King. While Zhao Dian remarked coldly that he was surprised Qin Wu had reached the peak of the spirit communication realm so quickly. Qin Wu smirked mockingly, telling Zhao Dian that he preferred the version of him that wept and begged his second uncle for mercy. Zhao Dian burst into laughter, shouting that he would no longer be trampled upon, and asking if Qin Wu thought his new cultivation level allowed him to act so arrogantly. He admitted they once shared a bond, but declared that everything Qin Wu had achieved was now nothing more than trash in his eyes. Zhao Dayan ordered Zhao Huan to kill him, and the subordinate immediately lunged at Qin Wu, his body shrouded in immortal qi. With glowing red eyes fixed on his opponent, Zhao Huan snarled that he should have spared Qin Wu's life last time so he could crawl away like a worm. Instead of coming here with such arrogance only to seek your own death today, Qin Wu entered an offensive stance, frowning at Zhao Huan. Seeking my own death? Aren't you being a bit too confident? Immediately after, the two collided, triggering a massive explosion that sent bolts of lightning flying everywhere. From above, Zhao Fengsheng and Zhao Xuaner watched the battle closely. Zhao Xuaner asked, Zhao Fengsheng, how many of Qin Wu's moves do you think Zhao Huan can withstand? Zhao Fengsheng replied coldly. He won't even last a single move. Not just Zhao Huan, but even Zhao Dayan wouldn't be able to withstand one strike from Qin Wu. Zhao Xuaner turned to stare intently at Zhao Fengsheng. Zhao Dayan has awakened the supreme divine mark and reached the void-shattering realm. Even if he was weak before, can he really not even block one of Qin Wu's attacks now? Zhao Fengsheng analyzed coldly. Although Qin Wu is only at the peak of the spirit communication realm, I can sense a violent power surging within his body. This power belongs to the great desolate emissary. Even you, my lady, might not be able to kill him. Hearing this, Zhao Xuaner's expression shifted drastically. What? At that moment, Zhao Dayan hurriedly stepped onto the path of ascension. HMPH, Zhao Huan used his full strength in that strike. Qin Wu is definitely dead this time. Qing He, let's go. Suddenly, Qin Wu's voice echoed from within the dust cloud, shocking Zhao Dayan. Zhao Dayan, where are you going in such a hurry? At the same time, a bloodied Zhao Huan was being hoisted into the air by his throat. Qin Wu, you hid your true power. You aren't at the peak of the spirit communication realm. You've already entered the void-shattering realm. Damn it, I should have killed you from the very beginning. Qin Wu glared coldly at Zhao Huan. Unfortunately, not everyone can seize their only chance. It's time for you to go, Zhao Huan. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wu tightened his grip. He snapped Zhao Huan's neck, killing him instantly. After finishing him off, Qin Wu turned his attention toward Zhao Dayan. Zhao Dayan, your second uncle doesn't seem to be doing too well, does he? Zhao Dayan turned back and glared at Qin Wu, screaming his name. His entire body erupted with the energy of the supreme divine mark as blood qi and spiritual power surged within him. Emitting a sky-piercing, murderous aura, Qin Wu gripped his war god's spear and looked directly at Zhao Dayan. Come then, let me see this immortal mark you're so proud of. Zhao Dayan immediately summoned his azure flame blade. Holding his weapon, he stared at Qin Wu with eyes full of murderous intent. Qin Wu, I was defeated by you that day, but today will be different. Qin Wu focused on analyzing his opponent's strength, thinking to himself that Zhao Dayan had surpassed the spirit communication realm and reached the void-shattering realm. Furthermore, his immortal qi was bolstered by the immortal mark, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Zhao Dayan was indeed much harder to deal with than Hu Siren. At that moment, Zhao Dayan suddenly leaped into the air, erupting with power as he charged straight at Qin Wu. He roared, "Take this, Qin Wu." Qin Wu quickly channeled the divine power of Yazi to envelop his body, gripping the war god's spear to block the attack. As their weapons collided, an earth-shattering force exploded. The impact shattered the mountain into pieces. Qin Wu took a step back, watching Zhao Dayan warily. He thought, such a heavy strike, I've already fallen slightly behind in this first exchange. Without hesitation, Zhao Dayan swung his blade at Qin Wu again, sneering. Do you see now? I am no longer someone you can easily trample upon. Qin Wu swiftly leaned aside to dodge the blade's energy while spotting a weakness in Zhao Dayan's stance. Without delay, he reached out and grabbed his opponent's leg. Caught off guard, Zhao Dayan couldn't react in time. With a decisive move, Qin Wu slammed him into the ground, mocking him. Aren't you talking big a bit too early? Zhao Dayan glared in fury, but Qin Wu remained unfazed. Both leaped into the air simultaneously, charging at each other in a fierce confrontation. Sparks flew from their continuous strikes, shaking the entire Mount Gale. Qin Wu quickly spotted an opening and used his knee to knock Zhao Dayan into the air. He then shouted, "Take my second strike. Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Spear, second form, Wrathful Soul." Qin Wu poured in all his divine power as lightning exploded repeatedly. The attack struck Zhao Dayan directly, filling him with terror. In an instant, the wrathful soul of the war god's spear lit up the sky, its immense power slamming Zhao Dayan into the ground and causing a massive explosion. Qin Wu landed gracefully, his cold gaze fixed ahead. "Come out, I know that move wasn't enough to kill you." Suddenly, a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from where Zhao Dayan had been thrown. He smirked and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you're wrong. Not only did you fail to kill me, but you couldn't even scratch a single hair on my head. Qin Wu, though I never beat you before, I didn't expect the supreme divine mark to make me this powerful." Qin Wu stared at Zhao Dayan in surprise, thinking to himself that the supreme divine mark was something he had never heard of, seemingly an existence far beyond even the immortal script. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dayan suddenly appeared behind Qin Wu before he could react, swinging his azure flame blade at his back and unleashing a barrage of blood-slashed chi. Caught off guard, Qin Wu was forced back without a chance to defend, as Zhao Dayan relentlessly pressed his advantage with a heavy blow to his dantian. Shouting that this was a gift for him, Zhao Dayan sent Qin Wu flying backward once more as a tyrannical aura flooded the entire area. Zhao Dayan glared triumphantly, declaring his power was infinite, and the game was over for Qin Wu, who coldly replied that his arrogance was sickening. Zhao Dayan looked up and continued with disdain, claiming he actually felt some pity for him since he could have had a very bright future. He added that it was a shame he had provoked the wrong person, wearing a twisted smile as he threatened that Qin Wu was destined to be his stepping stone. Instantly, Zhao Dayan condensed an energy sphere while blood chi enveloped his body, glaring as he screamed for his opponent to die. As a massive energy sphere hurtled toward Qin Wu, Zhao Dayan gritted his teeth, thinking that being his stepping stone was no disgrace since few could serve him. From above, Zhao Xuan'er and Zhao Fengsheng watched the scene, with Zhao Xuan'er frowning and coldly asking if it was already over. Zhao Xuan'er remarked on how boring it was and told Zhao Fengsheng he had overestimated Qin Wu, while Zhao Fengsheng broke into a cold sweat as Zhao Dayan walked away. Thinking he had finished Qin Wu, Zhao Dayan told himself that all earthly attachments were severed, and only he, the immortal King Zhao Dayan, remained. Suddenly, the ethereal arm of a Yazi appeared, followed by its entire body manifesting behind Zhao Dayan, striking him with absolute terror. Qin Wu smirked and asked coldly if he was leaving already, staring intently at Zhao Dayan while manifesting the skeletal and fleshy arm of the Yazi. He told him to come back for the second round as Zhao Dayan trembled, his heart filled with an inexplicable and overwhelming sense of dread. Zhao Dayan wondered how a mere mortal could make his supreme divine mark feel such intense fear when he had already awakened its power. High above, Zhao Xuan'er felt the immortal script within her own body begin to shake, realizing that her power was trembling in response. Zhao Fengsheng gritted his teeth in fury, noting that while the immortal race and great desolation beasts shared a cycle of restraint, this was unprecedented. He realized that simply absorbing power shouldn't affect the immortal script, but this boy possessed the flesh of the most powerful beast in the great desolation. He decided the boy could not be spared and must be destroyed immediately, fearing that if he matured, the entire immortal race would face extinction. Zhao Xuan'er seemed excited, viewing the grudge as a private matter, and noting that the immortal race should cherish such talent rather than suppress it. She believed Zhao Dayan would die by his hand and saw it as a positive outcome, while Zhao Fengsheng tried to protest her emotional decision. Zhao Xuan'er glared at him and sharply stated that she was not negotiating with him, but simply informing him of her stance. Terrified by her demeanor, Zhao Fengsheng fell silent as Qin Wu slowly walked up to stand directly in front of Zhao Dayan. Qin Wu chuckled and asked if he was afraid since his hands were shaking so violently, provoking Zhao Dayan to unleash the full power of his supreme divine mark. Zhao Dayan told him to shut up, claiming that a change in appearance wouldn't help against the ancient and ultimate power of the immortal race. He declared that everything must kneel before the supreme divine mark before charging at Qin Wu with incredible speed, shouting that he was no exception. He punched Qin Wu in the face and followed up with a flurry of blood shadow slashes, screaming like a madman that Qin Wu was no match for him. As Zhao Dayan continued his frantic assault, Zhao Fengsheng watched with his hands behind his back, coldly observing the desperate display. He remarked that the man looked like a clown putting on a show, while Zhao Xuan'er stood beside him and burst into a loud laugh. "What price should I pay?" Meanwhile, Zhao Dayan continued to scream maniacally, "Qin Wu, I am the victor. It is I, Zhao Dayan." He lunged at Qin Wu with his blade pointed forward as dark blood slowly seeped out, and Zhao Dayan grinned with satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt an agonizing pain. Qin Wu had already pierced his heart with his Yazi arm without him even noticing. Zhao Dayan trembled violently and cried out in agony. Qin Wu you? Qin Wu gripped the heart containing the celestial clan's bloodline and tore it from his opponent's chest as Zhao Dian slowly collapsed before him. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Qin Wu raised the golden orb and examined it closely, seemingly understanding many things at that moment. Why do the powerful at the summit always enjoy toying with the weak? As it turns out, this sensation is truly terrifying. Qin Wu continued to squeeze the orb. He crushed it, causing the blood energy within to disperse and condense in midair. Lying on the ground, Zhao Dian incessantly muttered, "Have I lost? I possess the supreme divine mark, yet I still lost. It's unbelievable." He reached out to plead with Zhao Xuan'er and Zhao Fengsheng, "Save me. I command you to come down here this instant." Qin Wu stood nearby, gazing up coldly as Zhao Xuan'er and her subordinate looked at him and smiled faintly. Zhao Dian screamed as she remarked, "Even if I wanted to save you, I am powerless to help. My apologies." Finding the noise irritating, Qin Wu stepped forward and kicked his throat 20 times before staring coldly at Li Qing. Li Qing suddenly fell and recoiled in terror. Qin Wu approached her step by step and asked, "Li Qing, do you regret it now?" Terrified, Li Qing bit her lip and wept. "I don't regret it. Everything I did was only to become stronger. I wanted to become a powerhouse of this world." "Then you could control everything. Qin Wu, just do it." Qin Wu closed his eyes and sighed. "You're right, everyone has the right to choose. Your choice wasn't wrong. You were once successful, becoming the empress of the world." Li Qing seemed to go mad, staring at the sky and laughing loudly. "An empress. I became an empress. I chose correctly, ha ha ha." Then she collapsed, finished off by Qin Wu with a lightning-fast strike. Qin Wu stood before Li Qing's corpse and sighed. It was finally over. He looked up at Zhao Xuan'er, who sat on the steps with her chin in her hand, watching him. "Qin Wu, you've killed Zhao Dian. Do you realize what the consequences will be?" Qin Wu looked up and smirked. "You tell me," Zhao Xuan'er sighed. Looking bored, she said, "Zhao Dian possessed the supreme divine mark and was the destined master of the Zhao celestial clan. As a member of the clan, I should technically avenge him." Qin Wu glared at Xuan'er. "In this world, aside from me, the person who wanted Zhao Dian dead the most was you." Zhao Xuan'er stopped holding it back. "If you want to laugh, then laugh." Zhao Fengsheng shouted in anger. "You old beast, Qin Wu, there are some things that should never be said." Qin Wu looked up at Zhao Fengsheng. He said with contempt, "You're just an old man putting on such an ugly facade. It's truly pathetic." Hearing this, both Zhao Xuan'er and Zhao Fengsheng were startled. Zhao Xuan'er rested her hand on her chin, wondering how he knew Zhao Fengsheng's name. Could he have overheard their conversation? But that was absolutely impossible. Their discussion had been shielded by a celestial clan barrier, so how could he know? Zhao Fengsheng was also bewildered, thinking to himself, "This brat is strange. Why does he seem so familiar with me?" Qin Wu also fell into deep thought. He had been lucky to kill Zhao Dian so easily today. Had those two not appeared, he might have faced a much bloodier struggle. Zhao Xuan'er was the young miss of the Zhao celestial clan, possessing a celestial mark no lower than the 8th rank. Within the clan, few shared her decent nature or her refusal to slaughter the innocent. In his previous life, it was thanks to Zhao Xuan'er's secret assistance that he could contend with Zhao Dian. Unfortunately, she eventually met a tragic end at Zhao Dian's hands. As for Zhao Fengsheng, before his death in the previous life, he had begged Qin Wu to kill Zhao Dian. Initially, he had been unable to fulfill that request. But in this life, it could be considered a repayment to him. Qin Wu stood at the end of the path of ascension, lost in thought. Zhao Xuan'er frowned as she stared intently at him. She remarked, "What an interesting boy. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go down." After a moment, they both landed in the lower realm and slowly approached Qin Wu. Qin Wu reached out to secure the supreme divine mark and glared at them. "I have killed Zhao Dian, and I am taking this supreme divine mark as well." Zhao Fengsheng roared in fury. "What did you just say?" Zhao Xuan'er smiled playfully and added, "The supreme divine rune is useless to you. Normally, humans use secret arts to obtain immortal runes, but the supreme divine rune is the ultimate existence that reigns over them, and this one is among the strongest. No one besides the Zhao immortal clan can absorb or cultivate it. If you don't believe me, try it." Qin Wu then attempted to absorb a surge of its power. However, it only flared with a crimson glow before fading away, and the divine rune remained unresponsive. Zhao Xuan'er crossed her arms and told him to keep trying. "I'm not lying to you," she said. Qin Wu held the supreme divine rune, thinking that there seemed to be no way for him to refine it at the moment. If he could break the beast's seal and borrow its power, he might enhance his absorption, but unsealing it required the peak of the void-breaking realm, which he hadn't reached. Zhao Xuan'er stood before Qin Wu and proposed a deal. Qin Wu, give me the Supreme Divine Rune. I won't take it for free. I'll trade you 3 sets of third-grade immortal artifacts. Plus a level 7 immortal rune, what do you think? Qin Wu stared at Zhao Xuan'er thoughtfully. She spoke softly, noting that even all of those combined couldn't match its value. She continued, Qin Wu, I know all about your grudge against Zhao Dayan. He didn't just steal your fiancée, he also slaughtered your entire clan. Zhao Xuan'er stepped closer and stood before Qin Wu with a confident air. What do you think of me? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Qin Wu glanced at her coldly and slowly assessed her as a favored child of heaven. Zhao Xuan'er smiled, touched her lips, and slowly reached out toward him. You have sharp eyes, she said. In that case, I will compensate you with a new fiancé. From this day forward, I, Zhao Xuan'er, shall be Qin Wu's betrothed. Qin Wu stood still for a moment, seemingly processing the information before his face twisted in disgust. He scoffed bluntly, I'm not interested. Zhao Fengsheng, standing nearby, suddenly jumped up and waved his hands frantically. My lady, I cannot allow this. He then turned to Qin Wu, his voice filled with rage. And you, what was that look for? How dare you show disgust toward our noble lady? Qin Wu stretched with his hands behind his head and calmly asked, So you're saying I should accept? Zhao Fengsheng shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. Zhao Xuan'er approached Qin Wu again and said seriously, Qin Wu, I am in earnest. You possess the energy of the Great Desolation, Deep Envoy. Though your status is far below mine, your potential is immense. I will do my best to nurture you, and once you are strong enough, we will marry. Rest assured, I won't hide our relationship. I will announce it to the entire Zhao immortal clan. Zhao Fengsheng hurriedly tried to stop her. My lady, you? But Zhao Xuan'er looked directly at Qin Wu. She continued, losing Li Qinghuo but gaining Zhao Xuan'er instead. Qin Wu, you aren't losing out. Qin Wu watched her closely, thinking to himself. She truly lived up to the name Zhao Xuan'er, a woman destined for greatness. To win him over, she didn't hesitate to offer such conditions. After thinking, Qin Wu reached out and took Zhao Xuan'er's hand, speaking politely yet firmly. I'm sorry, but while your offer sounds very tempting, I must decline. Zhao Xuan'er frowned, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Wu, I know you still feel insecure, but with me here, you have nothing to worry about. Qin Wu shook his head and looked straight into her eyes. I'm not worried, I'm simply not interested in you. Zhao Xuan'er glared at him, her voice full of warning. Qin Wu, I have shown such sincerity, but my patience has reached its limit. You may be strong, but do you really think you can defeat both Zhao Fengsheng and me? Qin Wu unleashed Yazi's divine power and clenched his fist. In a life-and-death struggle, I guarantee I can kill you both. Zhao Fengsheng roared in anger. You truly don't know the heights of the heavens. We gave you respect and you threw it back, so prepare to die here. Qin Wu glared at the two from the Zhao clan and said softly, Actually, you know very well that you two cannot kill me. Even if you have a trump card, I certainly have one too. If I don't die today, your Zhao immortal clan will be inviting a massive hidden disaster. Zhao Fengsheng gritted his teeth in helpless rage. Qin Wu, still holding the Supreme Divine Rune, continued to glare. I have the Supreme Divine Rune, if I give it to other great clans in the immortal realm. What would that mean for your Zhao immortal clan? I believe you understand perfectly. Zhao Fengsheng exploded in fury. Are you threatening me? Qin Yu smiled and said he was merely teaching a lesson, while Zhao Xuan'er stood nearby and angrily demanded to know what price he wanted in exchange for the Supreme Divine Rune. He raised his fingers to state his terms. First, a set of level 4 immortal artifacts, and second, 10 grade 9 medicinal pills. The Supreme Divine Rune was merely an external tool for power, and he preferred securing cultivation resources now over the risk of refining it later with the beast's strength. Third, he demanded 3 level 7 immortal runes, causing Zhao Fengsheng to point at him and accuse him of blatant extortion. Qin Yu covered his ears and pretended not to hear, thinking to himself that while he was indeed extorting them, there was no need to say it and make him feel awkward. Zhao Xuan'er negotiated by offering 4 sets of level 4 immortal artifacts, though she claimed she did not have many precious grade 9 pills. She offered 1 grade 9 pill, 10 grade 8 pills, 50 grade 7 pills, and the 3 level 7 runes, ignoring Zhao Fengsheng's attempts to stop her. Dismissing the items as mere worldly goods, she glared at Qin Yu and asked if he would accept the price she had set. Qin Yu eagerly agreed to the deal, and though Xuan'er shook his hand happily, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He pulled his hand back and insisted she hand over the goods first. Once the exchange was finalized, the two parties went their separate ways. Zhao Xuan'er and Zhao Fengsheng took the ascension path back to the immortal realm. She was thrilled with the rune, but he remained bitter toward Qin Yu. Fengsheng grumbled until Xuan'er told him to endure it, as the supreme divine rune was far more valuable than the items they had traded. She stared back at Qin Yu and remarked that he was no ordinary man and had clearly obtained a massive stroke of fortune. She questioned if such luck could truly change a person so much, suggesting to a confused Fengsheng that Qin Yu might not be who he once was. When Fengsheng asked if he had been possessed and reborn, Xuan'er nodded and continued her deduction. She noted his grade 9 holy fire and desolate body, guessing that a beast from the Great Desolation might have taken over his form, though it was only a theory. Concluding that the deal was still a success, they returned to the immortal realm while a woman from the desolate tribe watched them from a distance. The woman mused that she had seen something interesting, noting Qin Yu's desolate physical traits and his contract with Zhao Xuan'er. She believed her father would welcome such a strong new member to their tribe, and whispered that they would meet again in Sacred Heart City. The woman left the Feng Mountain Range, and 10 days later at Tianxia City, Leng Tianshuang of the Sacred Heart Palace waited for Qin Yu's return. Leng Tianshuang's face brightened when she saw Qin Yu approaching the city, and she stepped forward to greet him with a respectful bow. Qin Yu told Tianshuang that the matter was finally settled, and that it was time to say their goodbyes to the king of Zhenan. Leng Tianshuang looked dejected as she revealed that the king of Zhenan and Yue Hua had already left the city. Qin Yu was stunned to learn the demon race had struck the border, and he took the letter Yue Hua had left for him and began to read. In the letter, Yue Hua congratulated him on defeating Zhao Dian and mentioned she had planned to cook him a feast, but the border crisis forced her, and the king to join the Divine Might army. She claimed her spear was a match for his war god's spear, and urged him to focus on his training at the Sacred Heart Palace until they met again. She hoped they would both grow stronger before saying she had to depart immediately, leaving Qin Yu feeling a sense of quiet sorrow as he read her final words to take care. He silently hoped for their safe return, while Leng Tianshuang tried to reassure him that they would be fine. She promised that Yue Hua and the king would defeat the demon race, and Qin Yu nodded, saying it was time for them to depart as well. Leng Tianshuang bowed and went to prepare the horses, and soon the carriage left Tianxia City and raced towards Sacred Heart City. Inside the carriage, Qin Wu, Jai Royu, Wanner, and Leng Tianshuang chatted together as Qin Wu looked at Wanner and asked why she had also come to Holy Heart City. Wanner smiled and replied that her family's world-renowned business was opening a new branch in Holy Heart City, so she happened to be traveling the same way as everyone else, to which Qin Wu nodded. Understanding the situation, Jai Royu suddenly tugged at Qin Wu's clothes and asked where sisters Wu Yue and Wu Si had gone, prompting him to pat the young girl's head. He answered that they would meet in Holy Heart City, and after a half-month journey, the group arrived as Jai Royu excitedly poked her head out to admire the massive scale of the city. Wanner also praised the city as the center of the Holy Heart Palace with a scale far exceeding Galaxy City, while Leng Tianshuang suggested they rest there for a few days before heading to the palace as they passed a crowded area. Qin Wu curiously asked what was happening ahead, and Leng Tianshuang explained it was a group of rogue cultivators actively recruiting teammates. She added that since they had no sect backing, the only way for them to obtain rare treasures in a short time was to venture out and explore the Great Desolation. Leng Tianshuang looked intently at Qin Wu before he turned and said they should let them go and continue their own journey, and soon the carriage stopped. They arrived before Leng Tianshuang's massive estate, and as Qin Wu and the others stepped down, Jai Royu looked at the sight before her with great excitement. Exclaiming how large the mansion was, Jai Royu watched as Leng Tianshuang smiled and proudly told Master Qin that this property belonged to her. She invited them to rest comfortably for the next few days, and that night in his room, Qin Wu used the immortal artifacts taken from Zhao Xuan'er to refine his weapons. He summoned the war god's spear and used the 9 heavens profound destruction fire combined with divine power to upgrade it, filling the room with a radiant aura. The war god's spear was successfully refined with a new appearance and significantly upgraded power, leading Qin Wu to remark that it was truly worthy of being a 4th-tier immortal artifact. After the fusion, the war god's spear reached the 4th tier, and Qin Wu then brought out 3 immortal runes to begin the next refinement process. He summoned the phantom of the massive Yazi behind him and smiled at the 3 7th-tier immortal runes, addressing the creature. Before he could finish his sentence, Yazi lunged forward and devoured all 3 runes, chewing them loudly before letting out a profound and divine burp. Qin Wu shook his head and sighed, asking Yazi if he would leave anything for him. But the creature only grinned and vanished, leaving him standing there in helpless disbelief. Qin Wu then focused his mind to begin his breakthrough, absorbing 3 strands of 7th-tier immortal energy and realizing he could now manifest Yazi's second arm. He used divine power to absorb the numerous pills he had obtained from Xuaner, causing a brilliant golden light to envelop his body and fill the entire room as he aimed for the void-shattering realm. Noting that 7th-grade pills could help a cultivator surpass the 9th level of the spirit communication realm, he felt his 50 pills were more than enough to reach the void-shattering realm. As Qin Wu continued to absorb the pills, his body radiated a brilliant aura and a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading throughout the entirety of Holy Heart City. Exhaling in relief, he finally reached the 1st level of the void-shattering realm, marking his true entry onto the path of a powerful cultivator. Cultivators progress through 7 major realms: spirit communication, void shattering, void refinement, unity, God ascension, saint, and supreme. Upon entering the void shattering realm, the body forms a chi-si crystal, which possesses the capability to store vast amounts of spiritual energy. The energy reserves at the 1st level are 10 times greater than in the spirit communication realm, and this capacity multiplies by 10 with each subsequent level. However, for him, this capacity was over 100 times greater, especially after integrating with Yazi's body and arm. To him, those at the 5th level of the void-shattering realm were merely mediocre, and even those at the peak were insignificant because he possessed enough power to fight them. Even in a life-or-death struggle, he could easily defeat a 1st-level void refinement expert, allowing him to walk the Galaxy Dynasty with confidence. While he was 40 in his past life when he reached this level, he was now only 18 and planned to return to the Great Desolation's 7 branches, starting with the border, once he reached the void refinement realm. This is the territory of the mightiest beasts, with strength reaching the peak of the spirit severing realm. While most only reach the 3rd level, many call the 2nd branch the Great Desolate Abyss, a view I once shared. However, the vastness and peril of the Great Desolate far exceed the understanding of ordinary martial artists, and in my previous life, an unexpected incident occurred. I fell into a rift between the 7 branches of the Great Desolate and landed in the 7th branch at its center, where I discovered the Desolate Heaven Sutra scroll that granted me ancient knowledge. My brothers, wait for me. Soon I will awaken every single one of you, as I also wish to see with my own eyes the final 8 desolate beasts that I failed to awaken in my past life. The revelations from the Desolate Heaven Sutra, combined with Qin Wu's past life memories, made countless ancient desolate beasts appear vividly before my eyes. Suddenly, Wu Yue arrived and knocked on the door, prompting Qin Wu to quickly hide the Desolate Heaven Sutra within himself before inviting her in to deliver her report. The mission you assigned has been completed. I have inventoried the Zai Rensek's remaining treasures and eliminated every last one of Hu Si Ren's subordinates without exception. Afterward, Wu Yue returned the 9-footed golden bird and a storage ring to Qin Wu for inspection, and he reached out to reclaim the bird's power while speaking. I will take back this power, but you and Wu Si should keep the treasures of the Zai Ren sect. Wu Yue bowed joyfully and thanked the young master. Qin Wu inquired about Wu Si's status, and Wu Yue looked at him intently, replying that her sister had successfully contacted Li Qingjiao. She is currently in a period of secret concealment, so Qin Wu stared at Wu Yue and sternly reminded her to tell Wu Si to remain extremely cautious. Although the invisibility technique I taught her is powerful, her cultivation is still immature, meaning she cannot yet execute this secret art perfectly. She must not become careless because the consequences of being discovered would be disastrous. Wu Yue immediately bowed in obedience before Qin Wu dismissed her to rest. Standing alone, Qin Wu gazed at the ceiling with a pensive look, and the next morning in Sacred Heart City, he walked through the busy streets with Leng Tian Shuang. Jai Yu and Wu Yue strolled along the main road when Leng Tian Shuang cheerfully asked if Qin Wu wanted to taste the specialty infused wine of Sacred Heart City. This wine is unique to this city, and since it is famous throughout the Galaxy Dynasty, Qin Wu agreed to try it, though Jai Yu suddenly cried out that she wanted some too. Qin Wu immediately lectured her sternly, forbidding her from touching alcohol until she reached adulthood, which caused Jai Yu to run over and hug Wu Yue. She sobbed loudly, and a short while later, Leng Tian Shuang led the group toward the Sacred Heart Tavern, but suddenly froze and muttered to herself. Why is he here? Noticing her strange reaction, Qin Wu asked what was wrong, so Leng Tianshuang pointed toward a man who was approaching them. She identified the newcomer as a nuisance named Chen Xuan, a core disciple of the Ice-Fire Profound sect, who walked straight up to Qin Wu. Acting arrogantly, he asked if Qin Wu was the boy with the 9th grade Sacred Flame, claiming his talent was good but Sacred Heart Hall was unworthy of him, then told him to follow. Leng Tianshuang smiled and spoke to Chen Xuan. Young Master Chen, both my father and your master hold young Master Qin in high regard, but Chen Xuan glared at her with a voice full of rage. Leng Tianshuang, I despise being interrupted. My mood is good today, so I will overlook this, but if it happens again, you will face the consequences. Leng Tianshuang also grew angry at his arrogance, but Chen Xuan continued forward and reached out to beckon Qin Wu to follow him. He then turned his back to leave, leaving Qin Wu standing there bewildered by the situation until Chen Xuan suddenly stopped and turned around. It is natural that you do not know me. My name is Chen Xuan, a core disciple of the Ice-Fire Profound sect. Qin Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. He stared at the man before him, realizing it was Chen Xuan, who now began to boast about the long-standing reputation of the Ice-Fire Profound sect. HMPH, it seems you aren't ignorant and have even heard of my Ice-Fire Profound sect. Since you know who we are, come along with me. My sect has already reserved a core disciple position for you, as staying in a tiny place like this Galaxy Dynasty is a waste of your young talent. By joining my sect, it might only take a few years for someone with your skills to reach the position of a deacon. Qin Yu looked directly at Chen Xuan and asked softly, Do you truly value me that much? I am somewhat familiar with the reputation of your Ice-Fire Profound sect. To curry favor with the immortals, your sect even offers up its own wives and children. Such a noble sacrifice truly earns my deepest admiration. Insulted, Chen Xuan's face flushed with rage while Leng Tianshuang couldn't help but laugh. As Chen Xuan lost his temper, his divine power erupted as he roared. Qin Yu, are you seeking death? Suddenly, Qin Yu placed a hand on Chen Xuan's shoulder and continued. Your Ice-Fire Profound sect lacks any shred of dignity. If you've come here, aren't you destined to live a life of bowing and scraping? At that moment, Qin Yu glared and forced Chen Xuan to his knees. The phantom of Yazi appeared as Qin Yu's expression turned terrifying. He told Chen Xuan, Furthermore, I loathe weaklings who cling to the skirts of the immortal race. Kneeling under the immense pressure, Chen Xuan thought, I've reached the 3rd level of the void-shattering realm, yet I can't resist this kid's aura. Then, Qin Yu let go. Turning to enter the tavern, he said, Let's go. There's no need to let a piece of trash ruin our drinks. Leng Tianshuang, Wu Yue, and Jai Royu followed, leaving Chen Xuan kneeling as he gnashed his teeth. Glaring, he screamed, Qin Yu, you're a dead man. The scene shifted to the 2nd floor of the tavern, where Qin Yu was taking large gulps of wine. This fine wine certainly lives up to its name, he thought. Leng Tianshuang said solemnly, Young Master Chen Xuan is a petty and narrow-minded man. Perhaps we should head to the Sacred Heart Hall quickly. Otherwise, I fear. Qin Yu raised his cup and replied softly, It's just the Ice-Fire Profound sect, don't worry about it. Leng Tianshuang worriedly thought, I didn't expect young Master Qin to draw the sect's attention. I hope my father and master can withstand the pressure when the time comes. Suddenly, a girl's scream rang out, startling Qin Yu and Leng Tianshuang. Downstairs, a girl was shouting and cursing at a lecherous man. Leng Tianshuang glared, furious. Someone dares to harass an innocent girl in Sacred Heart City? How bold! Young Master Qin, I'm going down to see. Qin Yu nodded, also wanting to investigate. The scene shifted to the main hall, where a despicable old man was openly groping a girl amidst the crowd. The girl looked him in the face, her voice full of indignation. Have you no shame? You claim to be reading my fortune, so how dare you touch me like this? The old man kept a smug smile, a handprint still visible on his face. He replied, Little girl, if you want an accurate reading, it must be as detailed as possible. Otherwise, if there's an error. How could I possibly apologize to a descending jade fairy like you? He stepped forward, lifting the girl's chin with his hand. With a mocking tone, he said, Trust your uncle, I've never lied to anyone. In this world, no one would have the heart to bully a beautiful woman like you. I've ignored countless rumors because I am a wise and upright man with a clear conscience. The old man brazenly moved his face close to the girl's. He continued, I only want to help girls find happiness, but the world misunderstands me. Forget it, few can comprehend a man of my high character. Qin Yu was speechless, giving a mental thumbs up. This man's thick skin is truly peerless, he thought. Tianshuang was also unable to contain her anger. The old man shamelessly reached for her plump bosom, his face full of lust. Come, let's change locations. Suddenly, Leng Tianchuang stepped out from behind, her voice full of rage. Sidu Zhengwu! He jumped in surprise, breaking into a sweat as he turned and forced a smile. Oh, isn't this my little Tianchuang? He approached her, his hands still moving about restlessly. It's been a while. Come here and let your uncle read your palm. Qin Yu extended his own hand. Why don't you read mine first? The old man quickly pulled his hand back and waved it dismissively. Forget it, kid. He took out a handkerchief and hurriedly wiped his hands. You're too young, I might get the reading wrong. Leng Tianchuang felt a bit let down but remained firm. This is Sidu Zhengwu, the master of ceremonies invited by the Sacred Heart Hall. He's good in every way except for these two flaws. Qin Yu recognized the name. Sidu Zhengwu is the second most powerful person in the Sidu family. He possessed shocking talent from a young age, breaking into the void-shattering realm at 18. He had a bright future, but chose to join the Sacred Heart Hall as a master of ceremonies. He once said only a place full of beauties could truly utilize his worth. His behavior is quite dissolute. Thick-skinned and fond of groping under the guise of fortune-telling, yet he was called a hero of humanity. In his past life, he repelled 70,000 demons and guarded the hall for 10,000 years. Ultimately, though he couldn't defeat the demon queen, he managed to touch her backside before he died. Because of that, she was haunted by him for millennia. This man is certainly not upright. Yet he was a man of character. Sidu Zhengwu felt a bit intimidated by Qin Yu's gaze and said, Young man, don't look at your uncle like that, it's frightening. Leng Tianchuang spoke up, reminding him of the instructions from Sidu Zhengwu and her master. Father and master have emphasized this to you many times. You aren't allowed to flirt with other people's daughters. Once I return to the Sacred Heart Palace, I will report everything. Terrified, old Sidu pleaded. Tianchuang, I was wrong. Please give your uncle one more chance. Leng Tianchuang shook her head firmly. That won't do. Qin Yu turned to look at old Sidu and said, Tianchuang, let it slide this time, if he repeats it, there will be no mercy. Leng Tianchuang replied, Fine, for young Master Qin's sake, I'll help you once. Old Sidu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. He nodded at Qin Yu as if giving a silent thumbs up. Good brother. Leng Tianchuang then invited Qin Yu back to the table to enjoy some wine. Old Sidu took the chance to follow, complaining, Hey, I've already spent my entire salary for the month. I don't have a single cent left. Back at the table on the second floor, the wine began to affect old Sidu. He draped an arm over Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Little brother, let me tell you. Joining the Sacred Heart Palace would be the best decision of your life. Did you know the female disciples there all have skin as white as snow? Just as he said this, old Sidu noticed Leng Tianchuang's furious expression and quickly feigned a cough. Let's not talk about that. He then turned his gaze toward Jai Rui and asked, By the way, is this girl your servant? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and replied, Yes, what of it? Old Sidu spoke seriously. You must protect this girl well. Otherwise, many unexpected disasters will follow. Qin Yu leaned in with a faint smile and replied, Of course. Internally, he thought, he also recognized the girl's bloodline. The Sidu clan was indeed not simple. Old Sidu continued with a lecherous look. Hee, when this girl grows up, she will surely become a peerless beauty. At that time, many lustful men will come looking for her, causing plenty of trouble. Of course, not everyone is as upright and honorable as your uncle here. Hearing this, Qin Yu nearly fell over, realizing he had overestimated the man. Leng Tianchuang glared and said, Actually, there is one more matter where we might need your help, or rather, assistance for the Sidu family. Old Sidu stared at Leng Tianchuang curiously, waiting to see what required his help. Leng Tianchuang began to explain. Chen Xuan from the Ice Fire Profound sect has arrived and wants young Master Qin Yu to join their sect. Old Sidu frowned at Leng Tianchuang, thinking that while the sect was strong, it was insignificant compared to the Sidu clan. Is such a trivial matter worth my help? Qin Yu turned to old Sidu and said, I just made Chen Xuan kneel before me. Startled, old Sidu patted Qin Yu's shoulder repeatedly. Good lad, those Ice Fire Profound sect people are arrogant. Teaching them a lesson will certainly be fun. From today on, I will be your protector. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Thank you, Sidu Zhengwu. Old Sidu called the waiter, Bring more wine. We won't leave until we're drunk today. Jai Rui felt bored and said to Qin Yu, I don't want to wait here, I want to go play. Qin Yu happily agreed. Then I'll ask Sister Tianchuang and Sister Wu Yue to go with you. Jai Rui raised her hands in joy. Okay. Afterward, she was escorted out by the two ladies. Leng Tianchuang glanced at Qin Yu, thinking, Young Master Qin is politely dismissing me. He must have something private to discuss with Sidu Zhengwu. I shouldn't stay and disturb them. Seeing Leng Tianchuang's departing figure, old Sidu spoke up. Kid, you have something to say, don't you? Qin Yu replied, yes, I want to borrow something from you. He then dipped his finger in wine and drew on the table. Old Sidu cried out in surprise, impossible. That item is as precious to me as my life. How could I give it to you? 3 hours later, Qin Yu and old Sidu left the tavern, with Sidu Zhengwu completely drunk. He kept shouting, drink more, drink more. Little brother, from this day forward, you are my closest brother. Between blood brothers, there's nothing that can't be borrowed. I'll just give it to you. Qin Yu sighed. Tianchuang might have to call me uncle from now on. Suddenly, Qin Yu noticed something and his eyes widened in anger. Old Sidu asked worriedly, what's wrong? Qin Yu turned back, his eyes filled with killing intent. Something has happened to Tianchuang and my people. Old Sidu wondered if it was the Ice-Fire Profound sect. Qin Yu shook his head. I don't know yet. I'm going to save them first. Wait here for me, brother Sidu. Old Sidu wanted to follow, but Qin Yu refused. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu spoke. I just received a voice transmission from Wu Yue. The enemy wants me to come alone, brother C2. Don't worry, I can handle it, Qin Yu said as old C2 watched him and warned him to be careful. Qin Yu nodded and turned to depart, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden radiance as he soared high into the azure clouds. The scene shifts to a mountain near Sacred Heart City, where Leng Tianchuang, Jai Ruoyu, and Wu Yue lie unconscious against a rocky ledge. The desolate woman waited patiently on a high crag, muttering about Qin Yu's tardiness until he finally appeared with a murderous gaze and an overbearing aura. You finally arrived, the desolate woman exclaimed joyfully, standing up and beckoning him to approach. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged as Qin Yu thrust his god of war spear forward, unleashing a divine flame that lit up the forest and forced her to retreat. In an instant, Qin Yu lunged forward, pinning the desolate woman to the ground by her throat and raising his spear as he let out a thunderous roar. You dare touch my people? Are you seeking death? He roared, but she cried out his name, causing him to realize her identity and release his grip with a sigh. Let go first. I mean no harm, she muttered, wondering why the young man had suddenly erupted with such intense fury. We are acquaintances. Do you truly wish to kill me? She asked, but he only glared, questioning if she was from the Ice-Fire Profound sect as she shook her head. That trash sect relying on the immortal race is unworthy of me, she scoffed as Qin Yu glanced at his unconscious friends before turning back to her. Then why did you lure me here? He demanded, and she irritably asked him to release her before he finally pulled his hand away. Standing up, she spoke seriously. Qin Yu, I brought you here hoping you would join my tribe, for you possess the essence of a desolate beast. Startled by the mention of desolate beasts, Qin Yu looked at her in surprise and demanded to know her true identity while pondering inwardly. How could she know I can control Yazi's body? He wondered, but she simply smiled and told him not to be so tense. Since you carry that essence, we share the same roots. My father is the Black Dragon King, the guardian of the Great Desolation. Qin Yu felt a surge of curiosity at the mention of the Black Dragon King, though he remained confused as the woman studied his reaction intently. It seems he truly knows nothing of my father's identity. He clearly isn't a desolate beast who has seized a human body to be reborn. She then asked if he knew the vastness of the Great Desolation, and when he shook his head, she began to describe its immense scale. Our Great Desolation spans tens of billions of miles, dwarfing even the immortal realm, and is divided into 7 regions of the Hanggu Chasm. Each region is ruled by a desolate beast king, and my father, the Black Dragon King, governs the 7th chasm with a status equal to the ruler of the immortal realm. Even their strongest cannot threaten him. Qin Yu gave a thumbs up, impressed, though he had never met him in his past life. Yazi, do you know him? Qin Yu asked as Yazi's phantom appeared, whispering that he was actually the Black Dragon King's elder brother, making Qin Yu chuckle. Are you saying the Black Dragon King was your subordinate, Yazi? You aren't lying, are you? He asked, glancing at the woman with a sly smile. The desolate woman smiled in return, insisting that since he possessed the essence of a desolate beast, he naturally belonged with her tribe. Prepare yourself, I will take you to meet my father, she said, but Qin Yu shook his head, declining her offer in favor of his freedom. Do you think I am lying, or is something else distracting you? She asked, but Qin Yu looked her in the eye and firmly stated his lack of interest. Rising in anger, she declared that he belonged to the Great Desolation rather than humanity, and would receive the best treatment if he joined her tribe. Have you fallen for that woman, Zhao Xuaner? She snapped, confirming Qin Yu's suspicion that she had been lurking nearby when he killed Zhao Dian. Realizing he had missed her presence entirely, he stared at the desolate woman and repeated that he had no interest in Zhao Xuan'er. "But I will not join the desolate clan with you," the desolate woman sighed, her eyes filled with sadness as she looked at Qin Wu. "You truly are far too stubborn." "The gates of my desolate clan are always open to welcome you," she said before turning away quickly, her voice soft yet resolute. "Since that is the case, I will take you away right now, but I must warn you first that I am displeased with your way of doing things. If there is a next time, I definitely will not let it slide. Your temperament is truly awful." Then she suddenly remembered Jai Ryu Yulian and asked, "Oh, that is right. Can I take this little girl with me? She possesses the essence blood of the ancient demon race. No matter her future achievements, she will remain just a minor demon. If you let me take her, I will use black dragon blood to cleanse her marrow, allowing her to shed her demon identity and become a desolate beast of my clan." Qin Wu rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before nodding. "What you say makes sense. Though the demon race is strong, they are still far inferior to desolate beasts." Then he looked seriously at the desolate woman. "But how can I trust you?" She smiled, her voice gentle yet commanding. "This is not a simple matter. My clan possesses a secret technique to form a contract with you. From now on, we shall advance and retreat together, our lives bound as one. If anyone betrays this, that person will have their flesh crushed and bones shattered." Hearing this, Qin Wu used his divine sense to consult Yazi, who appeared and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Guided by his advisor, Qin Wu stepped forward confidently. "Fine, I agree to sign the contract with you." Seeing this, the desolate woman approached, embraced Qin Wu, and gave him a deep kiss. Caught off guard and unable to react, Qin Wu could only stare at her in shock. A barrier appeared beneath their feet, linking the two together. Yazi stood outside, staring at the contract, thinking to himself, "Little fire dragon big brother, this is as far as I can help you." After a long while, the two slowly separated, and a mark appeared on each of their hands, proving the contract was successful. The desolate woman looked at Qin Wu. Her voice was tender yet determined. "From this day forth, we share life and death. If you need me, just call out in your heart and I will know instantly. No matter the difficulty, my desolate clan will assist you with all our strength." Still confused, Qin Wu asked, "The way your desolate clan signs contracts is truly—" The desolate woman burst out laughing. "Haha, signing a contract only requires touching the other's muscles." Then she hoisted Jai Ryu onto her shoulder and turned to leave. "I will take my leave now." Qin Wu watched the desolate woman's retreating figure and scratched his head repeatedly, thinking to himself, "It seems I have been played. Could Yazi be the one who betrayed me?" At that moment, Leng Tianshuang and Wu Yue slowly regained consciousness. Wu Yue asked in a panic, "How is the little girl?" Qin Wu stood before them and spoke calmly. "Rest assured, everything is fine." Wu Yue looked at Qin Wu with a sad expression. "I am sorry, Leng Tianshuang also looked at Qin Wu apologetically. "Young Master Qin Wu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Tianshuang and Wu Yue. "You should not blame yourselves for this. Besides, that little girl has found a better opportunity." After speaking, Qin Wu turned and walked away. Leng Tianshuang and Wu Yue watched his back, filled with regret. Wu Yue clenched her fists, blaming herself. "How could I have made such a mistake?" "Wu Yue, oh Wu Yue, you must learn this lesson. Never let something like this happen again." Leng Tianshuang thought to herself, "Does that girl really have a greater destiny?" "Young Master Qin, you truly are a man of few words." That evening, before Qin Wu left the inner courtyard manor, everyone gathered in the main hall to converse. Old Sidhu placed a hand on Qin Wu's shoulder and asked, "Old brother, you are not injured, are you?" Qin Wu forced a smile and replied, "It was just a misunderstanding, I am fine." Leng Tianshuang stared wide-eyed at old Sidhu. "What do you mean by old brother?" Old Sidhu laughed heartily. "Haha, little Tianshuang, though Qin Wu and I do not share the same parents. We have become sworn brothers. From now on, you can call him uncle." Leng Tianshuang shook her head, speechless at old Sidhu's words. Qin Wu suddenly stood up and glanced at Tianshuang. "Tianshuang, do not listen to his nonsense. Has everyone rested enough? In a few days, we set off for the Sacred Heart Palace." Leng Tianshuang placed her hand over her heart and said happily, "The Sacred Heart Palace is ready to welcome young Master Qin." Qin Wu glanced at her. "Then I must see for myself exactly how I will be treated." Few days later, the group arrived at the gates of the Sacred Heart Palace. An elder and two burly warriors were waiting to receive Qin Wu. Beside them stood a gaunt, haggard man staring straight ahead. Elder Tai Ning stroked his beard. He said, "The man bringing the ninth grade sacred flame to my sacred heart palace must be won over." The two burly warriors nodded in agreement. Hearing about the ninth grade holy flame, the scrawny man thought to himself that he had to see this person, so Elder Tai Ning eagerly stepped forward. "We've arrived, come with me," Qin Wu said as he pulled back the carriage curtain to look ahead, only to see old C2 fleeing, prompting him to ask Tianshuang. "Tianshuang, we are nearing the Sacred Heart Palace, so why is Brother C2 abandoning the carriage and running away?" he asked as old C2 screamed while fleeing. Tai Yang replied with a cheerful smile, explaining that the one greeting them was Elder Tai Ning, who never missed a chance to give C2 a beating. Qin Wu nodded in understanding as the carriage stopped before the Sacred Heart Palace, and he stepped down, scanning his surroundings until Elder Tai Ning spotted him. "You must be Qin Wu," the elder remarked, placing a hand on his shoulder and praising his sturdy build and strong bones as those of a fine prospect. Two tall warriors added that with his ninth grade holy flame and proper refinement, Qin Wu was destined for a magnificent future. They claimed no one could challenge him for the title of God of Weapons, while Qin Wu smiled inwardly, thinking how shocked they would be by his 9 heavens profane destruction flame. Ling Tianshuang stepped out and told Elder Tai Ning he was being too enthusiastic, to which he laughed and praised her exceptional talent and 9th grade flame. He mentioned that her father and the sect master intended to greet them personally, but were unfortunately delayed by an urgent matter. Ling Tianshuang gently replied that she didn't mind and told him not to worry about it. Bai Feifan approached Qin Wu with a friendly smile to welcome him, while Ling Tianshuang introduced him as her senior and one of the palace's most talented members. She explained that despite having only a 7th grade flame, his forging skills were elite, and his talent for alchemy was a rare once-in-a-millennium find. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit communication realm, and his outgoing nature would surely make him a great friend to Qin Wu. Bai Feifan modestly rubbed his head, replying that his junior sister was exaggerating and that he was just an insignificant person not worth mentioning. Qin Wu laughed and struck up a conversation, telling Bai Feifan not to be so humble, though he secretly detected the scent of the extreme heat sect on him. Bai Feifan continued, telling Qin Wu he had prepared thoroughly for his arrival and offering his full support in alchemy whenever it was needed. Qin Wu folded his arms with a look of gratitude, accepting the offer, while Bai Feifan told him to just call him Big Brother Bai as Tianshuang smiled. It seemed to her that Qin Wu and her senior would become soulmates, while Elder Tai Ning laughed at how harmonious and joyful their Sacred Heart Palace was. He noted how different they were from other sects that were always in turmoil before ordering everyone to head inside the palace. The two young men exchanged a glance that seemed to hold a hint of hidden conflict as the scene shifted inside, where female disciples warmly welcomed Qin Wu. Qin Wu blushed, thinking Bai Feifan was right, as the latter explained that the Sacred Heart Palace was a place of peace and tranquility. He told him there was no need to feel pressured, but noted that Ling Tianshuang was the sect master's personal disciple. Her father, Leng Xiangpo, was considered the strongest in the palace, meaning whoever married her would essentially gain control over the entire sect. Because many people desired her, he warned Qin Wu to be extremely cautious in his future actions to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. Qin Wu glanced at Bai Feifan and asked if he also had feelings for Tianshuang, but Bai shook his head vigorously, saying he viewed her only as a sister. He claimed to focus only on forging and alchemy rather than romance, leading Qin Wu to think that such dedication would surely lead to a limitless future. Qin Wu then asked if the Sacred Heart Palace allowed the practice of external martial arts, to which Bai Feifan replied that direct disciples were strictly forbidden. With a sudden dangerous glint in his eyes, Bai Feifan added that any techniques mastered before joining the sect could, of course, still be practiced. Qin Wu glanced at him and smiled, thinking to himself that this man named Bai Feifan was starting to become quite interesting. Bai Feifan thought to himself that this young man was far from simple, wondering if he had already uncovered the truth, before quickly pointing toward the main hall. He gestured toward the Sacred Heart Palace's main hall, suggesting they head inside quickly, where the preparations were already underway. A welcoming banquet had been arranged for Qin Yu, and a subordinate stepped forward to report to the Great Elder, the Saintess, and senior brother Bai. The subordinate announced that the feast was ready and invited them in. Shortly after, Qin Yu took his seat at the table as Ling Tianshuang inquired about the others. The subordinate bowed respectfully, explaining that some had left with the palace master and would return soon, while others were still on their way. Old Tai Ning studied Qin Yu intently and laughed heartily, telling him to eat and drink his fill today. He promised to hold a grand induction ceremony for him the following day, to which Qin Yu nodded repeatedly and voiced his enthusiastic agreement. After a long while, everyone was satisfied and the wine had taken effect, but Tai Ning stared at his cup, feeling anxious about why the others hadn't returned. Ling Tianshuang grew impatient and asked Uncle Tai what kind of mission the palace master and her father were actually carrying out. Tai Ning frowned and spoke seriously, explaining that a monster had appeared in the mountains behind the palace, with a leader at the 7th stage of the void-shattering realm. Though not exceptionally powerful, the creature was incredibly cunning and fast, appearing and vanishing so often that the palace master and her father went to deal with it personally. Qin Yu listened closely as Tai Ning continued, thinking that even a fast 7th-stage monster should be no match for the palace master. With Tianshuang's father there as well, Tai Ning felt reassured that they were merely delayed, so he urged everyone to continue drinking. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thudded against the ground as someone entered the banquet hall. A cheerful voice rang out as the female palace master of Sacred Heart City entered, greeting Tianshuang and tossing the corpse of a red ape onto the floor. She remarked that there was no need for formalities among family before turning her gaze toward Qin Yu, praising his extraordinary and heroic appearance. Qin Yu frowned as he stared at the ape's corpse in deep thought, prompting the palace master to laugh and comment on his cold demeanor. Tianshuang called out to him, and Qin Yu stood up, his voice low as he identified the creature as a four-eyed red ape, a vanguard general of the demon race. Tianshuang was surprised as she had never seen such a creature, while the palace master praised Qin Yu's vast knowledge, noting the beast was fast but lacked lethality. The palace master of the Sacred Heart Palace walked over slowly, keeping her eyes fixed on Qin Yu. She told him that today was his welcoming feast, and he should enjoy the wine instead of worrying about a 7th-stage void-shattering demon. Ling Tianshuang introduced him to Palace Master Fu Yao, and Qin Yu immediately paid his respects to her and Elder Leng, insisting the ape shouldn't be there. He suggested they find a quiet place to talk, and after observing him for a moment, Fu Yao sensed the gravity of the situation. She turned and signaled for Qin Yu to follow her, while Tai Ning and Tianshuang watched his departing figure with contemplative expressions. Tai Ning wondered aloud why the young man was so mysterious, but Tianshuang explained that if Qin Yu was this serious, the ape must be a significant threat. Bai Feifan glared from a corner, wondering what Qin Yu was up to, as the scene shifted to Fu Yao's private chambers where the two sat facing each other. Fu Yao told Qin Yu that since they were alone, he should speak his mind plainly, and he met her gaze with a look of absolute seriousness. He explained that the four-eyed red ape possessed a powerful build, keen senses, and a cunning mind, making it one of the few intelligent demon races. Because of these traits, the four-eyed red ape was often appointed as a general within the ranks of the demon race. They were tasked with patrolling human territory and gathering intelligence to send back to the torrent monster race, a fact that left Palace Master Fu Yao visibly stunned. Qin Yu gazed intently at Palace Master Fu Yao as he reflected on his past life, remembering how numerous four-eyed red apes had continuously appeared in human lands before the monster race emerged. Initially, humanity was caught off guard, dismissing them as an ordinary monster tribe. But as the number of four-eyed red apes grew, they began to realize the gravity of the situation. Following the appearance of the four-eyed red apes, many powerful monster tribes began to emerge in human territory, and eventually, the torrent monster race swept across the entire land. Humanity suffered devastating losses, yet this time, the four-eyed red apes appeared much earlier than in his previous life. So Qin Yu stood up and explained to Fu Yao that the torrent monster race was a massive coalition of numerous monster tribes. These monsters are incredibly numerous and cunning, and if the torrent monster race appears, I fear blood will flow like rivers and corpses will pile like mountains at the Sacred Heart Palace. Palace Master Fu Yao expressed her doubt, asking how he knew this, but Qin Yu looked her straight in the eye with a firm gaze, insisting he was not deceiving her. Within a month of the four-eyed red ape's appearance, the vanguard of the torrent monster race will arrive, so please make preparations early, Palace Master Fu Yao. Fu Yao remained skeptical, questioning how she could trust him, but Qin Yu offered no further explanation, simply staring at her and stating that the choice to believe was hers. Fu Yao fell into deep thought, recalling Tian Shuang's words about how Qin Yu possessed countless hidden trump cards and was shrouded in mystery, wondering if his claims were true. After a moment of reflection, Fu Yao stood up and told him she believed him, then led Qin Yu to a corner of the room and pressed a crystal on the wall to reveal a secret door. Soon, all the high-ranking elders of the Sacred Heart Palace were gathered in the secret chamber to discuss the upcoming campaign, including Great Elder Tai Niang, Second Elder Leng Nyangpo, Fourth Elder Ren Qingfeng, and Third Elder Mo Linfeng. After the introductions, Fu Yao invited Qin Yu to elaborate, asking him to provide specific details regarding the monster race's vanguard. Qin Yu nodded solemnly, spreading out a map of the Sacred Heart Palace and pointing to a corner, indicating that the monster tribes would launch their assault from there. Meanwhile, at the back of the Sacred Heart Palace mountain, Bai Feifan sat in a daze, thinking about how incredibly mysterious Qin Yu was. He wondered if the boy had discovered his true identity and intended to tell Fu Yao, when suddenly, a glint appeared in Bai Feifan's eyes as he glanced behind him. He spoke coldly, reminding Chu Lin that he had forbidden him from visiting unannounced, but Chu Lin appeared with a cunning smile, asking the second divine son not to be angry. He claimed he had used the concealment technique taught by his master to hide his presence and avoid detection, but Bai Feifan glared at Chu Lin, asking if he was becoming impatient. He threatened to kill him if he didn't reveal the most important news, while Chu Lin stared back at Bai Feifan with a face full of schemes and sharp eyes. Chu Lin urged the second divine son not to be furious, noting his concern about Qin Yu discovering his identity, and revealed he had come with good news recently received from Ren Qingfeng. Qin Yu's private meeting with Fu Yao wasn't about him, but a major event. It turned out that the old man Ren Qingfeng was also a spy planted by the Extreme Sun sect, prompting a curious Bai Feifan to ask for more details. With a devious smile, Chu Lin explained that the Torrent Monster race was about to appear at the Sacred Heart Palace, presenting a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the Extreme Sun sect to watch them engage in a fierce battle. He suggested they simply stand by and watch, and if the Sacred Heart Palace suffered heavy losses, they would take the initiative to absorb it into the Extreme Sun sect, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Bai Feifan swiftly grabbed Chu Lin by the throat, his face filled with rage as he demanded to know if Ren Qingfeng was his man, reminding him that the Sacred Heart Palace belonged to him and accusing him of trying to provoke his anger. With eyes full of hatred, Chu Lin stared back at Bai Feifan, arguing that the destruction of the Sacred Heart Palace would bring great credit to the second divine son, while he only wanted Qin Yu. Bai Feifan glared, his hands still tightening around Chu Lin's neck, asking if this was all for the 9th grade holy fire, to which Chu Lin responded with a determined gaze. He admitted he lacked the artifact-refining talent of the second divine son and the martial talent of the first divine son, and that if he missed out on the 9th grade holy fire, he would never have another chance. He feared he would never change his fate, while Bai Feifan frowned with suspicion, wondering if letting the 9th grade holy fire fall into Chu Lin's hands would create a powerful enemy. He questioned if he would be creating a formidable rival, but Chu Lin, gritting his teeth and breathing heavily, offered to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. He promised to leave the Extreme Sun sect for the Zaiyan Empire once he obtained the 9th grade holy fire, asking if that would satisfy the second divine son, who then glared and tossed him aside, saying that if that were the case, then after everything concluded. "The 9th grade holy fire will be yours," the second divine son said. Chu Lin nodded and replied, "Thank you, second divine son. I also congratulate you on soon taking control of the Sacred Heart Palace. I will provide support from the shadows. I'll take my leave now." Bai Feifan stood there, his scheming eyes fixed on the distant waterfall as a wicked smile played on his lips. "The 9th grade holy fire, a piece of trash like you actually dares to dream of it." A few days later, after Qin Yu explained the threat of the Hong Liu demon clan, Fu Yao immediately ordered the soldiers to maintain a strict day and night watch. Some weary soldiers sighed and gossiped, all because of a single warning from Qin Yu. "To think the entire palace is on high alert like this. What even is the Hong Liu demon clan? I've never heard of them. This is miserable." Inside the Sacred Heart Palace, Qin Yu met with Palace Master Fu Yao and bowed respectfully. "Palace Master Fu Yao, have you made the necessary arrangements?" Fu Yao looked intently at Qin Yu and replied, "I have notified all surrounding sects to establish a human defense line. If what you say is true, I expect more news soon." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in and shouted, "Reporting to the Palace Master." Elder Leng sent word that nearly 100 demonic beasts at the third level of the spirit communication realm have been spotted 100 miles to the northwest. It matches the intelligence perfectly. Fu Yao's eyes widened in worry. Have they appeared already? Tell Elder Leng to bolster the defenses and inform the major sects that the first wave has arrived. I fear even more grueling challenges lie ahead. The subordinate took the order and hurried away. Qin Yu glanced at Fu Yao. In that case, I must take action myself, he said. Fu Yao lowered her gaze and spoke. Qin Yu, I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Yu looked at her and replied, Please speak freely, Palace Master. Fu Yao rubbed her forehead wearily. I have a daughter named Yitong. I hope you can take her with you. She is highly gifted. However, she is hot-headed and loves fighting more than peace. I hope you can help her temper her disposition. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. Very well. I will grant your request, Palace Master. Fu Yao continued. Thank you, young Master Qin. I leave my daughter Yitong in your care. In truth, I know you have no real desire to join my Sacred Heart Palace. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought, as expected of Palace Master Fu Yao, she has already figured it out. Fu Yao stared at him. You obtained a massive opportunity in the Great Desolation. No matter how you look at it, the Sacred Heart Palace cannot truly contain someone like you. I suspect your true motive for joining is the Sacred Heart Pond. Qin Yu looked at her. Palace Master Fu Yao, you are indeed as sharp and intelligent as they say. Your reputation is well-deserved. I need to cultivate in the Sacred Heart Pond for 3 months, after which I will depart. It is incredibly effective for strengthening a martial artist's meridians and bones. Though my body is strong, my internal structure is still somewhat lacking. Fu Yao focused her gaze on him. Therefore, I hope you will do your best to assist Yitong during this short time. Qin Yu said confidently, Before I leave, I will pass a martial technique to Yitong. If she masters it, she will surely achieve greatness and not disappoint you. Fu Yao looked at him. She continued, Even I am envious of your Great Desolation opportunity. Young Master Qin, Yitong is already waiting for you at the arena. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately turned to leave. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived at the martial arts arena to wait for Yitong. Scanning the area, he realized she had already arrived. Suddenly, a red hidden weapon streaked toward him from afar, but he caught it easily between 2 fingers. Immediately after, another volley of weapons struck, causing a thunderous explosion. Qin Yu dodged repeatedly before landing lightly on the ground, only to be instantly surrounded and suppressed by countless hidden weapons. Yitong appeared, her eyes fixed on him. She couldn't help but feel doubtful. He possesses the 9th grade Holy Fire and the Great Desolation opportunity, yet this is all he's capable of. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, Trying to test me. Mother told me to train with you, but you seem much weaker than I expected. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened as he prepared to teach her a lesson. The first thing I will teach you is to never let your guard down. In an instant, a formation appeared, and binding ropes coiled around Yitong's body. She struggled to move, but found herself unable to break free. Qin Yu stepped toward her with a cold gaze. You've lost. Yitong frowned defiantly. You knew my first moves were feints, so you set an imprisonment formation to lure me in. Qin Yu smiled and patted Yitong's head, remarking on how teachable she was. She looked at him and admitted, I lost. You are strong. Now can you release the seal? With a snap of his fingers, the seal vanished. Yitong turned away and said, Let's go. Qin Yu nodded and followed her as the scene shifted to the Bitter Heart Forest. In a place where countless soldiers stood guard day and night, Yitong walked beside Qin Wu and suddenly asked, Qin Wu, I heard you and Sister Tian Shuang are quite close, aren't you? Qin Wu replied thoughtfully, Are you also going to advise me to keep my distance from her? Yitong glanced at him and said, No, I think you're a great match for her. Then her eyes narrowed seriously, But you need to be wary of one person. Qin Wu turned and asked, Wary of whom? Yitong answered, That would be Bai Feifan. Qin Wu's eyes widened. Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with him? Yitong stared ahead. Bai Feifan might be able to deceive others. But he cannot fool me. Every time I'm near him, I sense a gloomy aura. He is definitely not a good man. I just haven't found any evidence yet. Qin Wu crossed his arms and praised her. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. Yitong replied proudly, Of course, if you want things to work out with Sister Tian Shuang. You must absolutely keep your guard up against Bai Feifan. Qin Wu leaned close to Yitong's ear and whispered, What about you then? Do you have your eye on anyone? Yitong replied coldly, No. Qin Wu continued, Then what do you think of me? Yitong turned and laughed loudly. Very good, my judgment of character is quite accurate. You have an upright nature and are someone who can be trusted. If Sister Tian Shuang doesn't mind, I could even become your cultivation partner. Qin Wu scratched his head and feigned a cough. I was just joking. Let's go, haha. Yitong watched his back and thought, trying to play with me? You're still too green. After walking for a while, a man approached them and bowed respectfully. Are you two Lady Yi and young Master Qin from the Holy Heart Palace? I am Zhang Xuan, the head disciple of the Black Tiger sect. The perimeter of the Forest of Bitterness has been carefully fortified. We won't allow any mistakes to occur. Yitong looked at Zhang Xuan with a cheerful expression and said, Zhang Xuan, I know you are the once-in-a-century genius of the Black Tiger sect. With you here, I feel very much at ease. Qin Wu stood there, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xuan as he began to ponder the man's name. Zhang Xuan, why does that name sound so familiar? I can't seem to recall it for now. After being praised by Yitong, Zhang Xuan scratched his head with an embarrassed look. What genius! Compared to Lady Yi and young Master Qin, I still have a long way to go. Having said that, he turned away but looked back to add, Follow me. I have arranged a place for you both to rest. Yitong nodded and hurried after him. Qin Wu remained standing there, lost in thought as he tried to remember Zhang Xuan from his previous life. This man, Zhang Xuan, appeared honest and refined, but his schemes were far from simple. Every word he spoke clearly displayed his leadership status. As for Yitong, she didn't trust him at all either. That night, Qin Wu sat by the fire roasting meat at the campsite Zhang Xuan had prepared. Once it was done, he handed Yitong a fragrant roasted chicken leg. Yitong took it and asked while eating, Qin Wu, do you think the demon race will appear tonight? Qin Wu, chewing away, shook his head and replied, Whatever is meant to come will come. Even if they don't show up tonight, they certainly will in a few days. Then he added, Tell me more about Zhang Xuan. Yitong looked intently at Qin Wu and began her tale. Zhang Xuan is the top disciple of the Black Tiger sect, and he's only 20 years old this year. He was originally just the son of an ordinary farming family, but he joined the Black Tiger sect 5 years ago. With his incredible talent and a 7th-grade holy fire, he has surpassed many. His innate sword body is even stronger than mine. I suspect his cultivation has already reached the void-breaking realm by now. It's a pity that 5 years ago, my master wanted to recruit him, but he refused. It's truly a waste for such a genius to remain in the Black Tiger sect. Qin Wu clasped his hands, his mind wandering. A farm boy who suddenly excelled and joined the Black Tiger sect. Why can't I remember him? Yitong suddenly recalled something else and said, Oh right, 1 year ago. Zhang Xuan, with only a peak body integration realm cultivation, managed to slay a 3rd-level void-breaking demon. It was this feat that made his name famous everywhere. Suddenly, Qin Wu remembered something and stood up with a shout, startling Yitong so much that she dropped the chicken leg she was holding. Yitong grew angry, pointing at Qin Wu and yelling, Qin Wu, what are you screaming for? You made me drop my big chicken leg. Qin Wu was at a loss, so he handed his own chicken leg to Yitong. She snatched it and stuffed it into her mouth, glaring at him in annoyance. Qin Wu had now remembered Zhang Xuan's past life. I remember now. In my previous life, after many demon raids, the human race suffered devastating losses. The number of demon powerhouses grew, and those demon lords began to entice humans to act as their internal spies. The demon race promised many riches, leading many astray. From the very beginning, they used human youths as pawns by planting them within the major sects. In my previous life, the most infamous traitor was known as the Ghost Sword Manslayer. His movements were incredibly mysterious. His cultivation was formidable, and his methods were ruthless, having slaughtered at least 1 million humans, yet very little was known about him due to his talent for concealment. I only vaguely recall fragments of his past. A lowly upbringing, a sudden rise to prominence, born within a mortal kingdom, and possessing an innate sword body. It is him, Zhang Xuan, the one who becomes the Ghost Sword Manslayer. A farmer's son who suddenly displayed shocking talent, but is he a demon pawn already, or has he not yet betrayed humanity? As Qin Wu was lost in thought, a massive explosion erupted, causing him to look up in alarm as he realized the demon race had arrived. On the other side of the heart-wrenching forest, countless demons emerged from the earth and sky, swarming the Sacred Heart Palace's defense line, where soldiers united to deploy a formation and instantly shatter the monsters. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a colossal demon appeared and tried to swallow a defending guard, causing the terrified soldier to scream for help. Abruptly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens to form a massive sword that pierced the monster's maw and sliced it in half. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan appeared atop the giant sword with a majestic presence, and after finishing off the beast, he shouted with a furrowed brow. "You despicable monster, I have been waiting for you for a long time," he declared, prompting his subordinates to cheer and charge forward to slaughter the remaining demons. Another wave of demons emerged with a roar, but Zheng Xuan raised his hand from above to execute the flowing light sword technique, sending out countless streaks of sword chi. Within seconds, the demons within the Sacred Heart Palace territory were wiped out, and Zheng Xuan observed the scene, remarking that it was as easy as turning over his hand. Watching from a distance, Yitong noted that Zheng Xuan's cultivation had indeed improved, and that the flowing light sword was a technique he had created himself. She estimated it had reached the high-grade mystery rank, but Qin Wu analyzed it further, realizing it was actually a low-grade earth rank technique. It was terrifying that someone only at the first level of the breaking delusion realm could comprehend such a sword skill with an innate sword body, and Zheng Xuan then spotted them from above. He used his movement technique to approach and salute them, and Yi Tong, feeling impressed, offered him a word of praise for his performance. Zheng Xuan looked at Yi Tong and Qin Wu, dismissing the monsters as weaklings of no consequence before asking young Master Qin about their next move in the heart-wrenching forest. Qin Wu stroked his chin and speculated that at least dozens of vanguard waves would appear before the main demon torrent arrived. He explained that the creatures that just emerged were merely Earthsunder armored beetles and were nothing to fear. However, the monsters soon to arrive would be far more terrifying and powerful, causing Zheng Xuan to sigh with worry that their peaceful days were over. Yitong asserted that as long as she was there, the demon torrent would never overrun the Sacred Heart Palace, but Zheng Xuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye and checked it. He wondered when he had been injured, and Yitong urged him to treat the wound immediately before it became more serious. Zheng Xuan nodded innocently and agreed with her, stating he would return to the base first and advising them both to rest early as well. Yitong turned to Qin Wu and suggested they head back to rest, but Qin Wu remained staring at Zheng Xuan, lost in deep thought. He realized that Zheng Xuan had fallen into a trap set by the demons, likely involving a crimson chain red scorpion, a unique entity with a human body and a scorpion tail. They are experts at hiding and possess supernatural powers to control human souls, often infiltrating battlefields to secretly attack human experts and trick them into joining the demon race. Behind every crimson chain red scorpion is a demon strategist who holds all the information regarding the demon torrent. Finding the strategist means locating their main headquarters. In my past life, I heard that a demon strategist appeared in the heart-wrenching forest, and though I was only testing my luck, it turned out to be true, with the strongest among them likely not exceeding the peak-breaking delusion realm. I can destroy even a demon strategist, and I will never allow the demon race to ravage human territory or destroy the sacred soul of my people. The scene shifts to an underground cave at the edge of the heart-wrenching forest, where a tiger-headed demon snorts and asks if they have succeeded. The Crimson Scorpion looked up at Tian Hu, noting that Zheng Xuan had fallen for his innate divine ability, and they only needed to wait for the right moment. Tian Hu stared back, remarking that Zheng Xuan possessed the innate sword body, which would greatly benefit the demon race, and praised the Scorpion's work. He promised to report the achievement to the Queen for a reward once the Sacred Heart Hall was restored, prompting the Crimson Scorpion to bow in gratitude. With glowing red eyes, Tian Hu raised his claws and mentioned a man named Qin Wu who possessed the 9th-grade sacred flame. He expressed his desire to capture him, though the Crimson Scorpion warned that the 9th-grade sacred flame naturally countered his abilities, making it a difficult task. Tian Hu sneered, noting that Qin Wu's low cultivation meant he couldn't harness the flame's true power, and revealed he had already devised a plan for success. He decided to dispatch an elite squad as reinforcements, leading the Crimson Scorpion to praise the general's profound strategic brilliance. Confident in their success, the Crimson Scorpion withdrew upon orders, leaving Tian Hu to watch the departing figures of his demon kin. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him, as he saw the Red Torrent's invasion of human territory as the perfect chance to display his prowess. He was determined to prove to the Queen that he was the most worthy candidate for the position of Si Tian Demon General, as the heart-wrenching forest faced another assault. Showing remarkable skill compared to her first encounter, Yitong asked Qin Wu if the martial technique he taught her originated from the Great Desolation. Qin Wu nodded while eating, assuring her that if she mastered the technique at the Sacred Heart Hall, no one would be able to rival her. Yitong approached him with a playful smile, telling him he underestimated her Sacred Heart Hall but still wanting to find a way to repay him. She touched his chin and jokingly suggested giving herself to him, which caused a flustered Qin Wu to insist it wasn't necessary. She giggled at his reaction and suggested they become sworn siblings instead, designating him as her dear younger brother. Qin Wu could only shake his head with an embarrassed smile as Yitong sat down to inquire further about the Red Torrent demons. He analyzed that there would be 7 more scouting waves before the full-scale invasion, estimating they had about half a month left. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan rushed over with urgent news of an elite demon group peering 30 miles away. These demons were all at the 7th level of the spirit communication realm and had already slaughtered over 50 disciples from the Great Sword sect. When Qin Wu asked for their numbers, Zhang Xuan revealed that according to a survivor, there were 16 of them in total. They had split into 2 groups, prompting a determined Yitong to tell Zhang Xuan to leave the demon beasts to them. She felt confident that she and Qin Wu could handle 8 demons at the 7th level of the spirit communication realm, while Qin Wu pondered the situation. Qin Wu suspected this elite squad consisted of the demon general's personal guards, just as Zhang Xuan produced a command token. Zhang Xuan handed the token to Yitong, indicating that it contained the locations of the remaining demon groups. He set off first, wishing them safety and promising a grand 3-day celebration once the demon threat was repelled. Yitong accepted the token and the promise before Zhang Xuan flew toward the battlefield. Then she turned her gaze toward Qin Wu. They arrived at the endless plain battlefield, where amidst the smoke and piles of corpses, an enraged Yitong cursed the demons while Qin Wu reflected on his past life. Qin Wu reflected that the Red Torrent's devastation in his past life was 10,000 times worse, while Yitong checked the token for their targets. Determined to hunt them down, Qin Wu took the token and used his divine power to locate the demons in the mountain range ahead. After pinpointing their location, they ventured into the mountains to hunt their prey as Yitong kept her eyes fixed forward with a sharp glare. The demonic aura is so thick they must be nearby, Qin Wu observed with a sharp gaze before suddenly exclaiming, "This is bad, we've been surrounded." Yitong was also alarmed. What? At that moment, the ambushing beasts emerged from all directions, cutting off every escape route for Yidong and Qin Wu. Seeing the tiger-shaped demons, Yidong cried out that these creatures were not at the 7th level, but at the peak of the spirit communication realm. Qin Wu glanced behind them and noted there weren't just 8, but 10 of them, with over 1,000 low-level demons supporting from the rear. Yidong's eyes widened as he shouted in distress, "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. These despicable demons, we could have killed 8, but there are far too many now." Yidong stared at Qin Wu and realized that although he could kill ancestor Qi Tian, facing 16 peak-level demons plus thousands of others was a different matter. Even with all their strength, a safe retreat seemed impossible, so Yidong decided there was only one way and erupted with divine power. Shrouded in a triple aura, he shouted, "Qin Wu, I'll clear a path, go report this intel. If I fall, you must avenge me by slaughtering these demons." He then charged, but Qin Wu held him back. Qin Wu looked at Yidong and said, "They're just a bunch of trash. Why act like this is a final parting?" Yidong stared at Qin Wu in disbelief. "Qin Wu, I know you're powerful, but against such numbers, no matter how strong you are, you can't." Qin Wu took a step forward and spoke. "You haven't seen my true strength during this time? Watch closely." Qin Wu channeled his divine power to summon the war god's spear, his aura surging as he gripped the weapon. He began to show off, saying, "I'm about to look incredibly handsome, so try not to fall for me." The tiger-shaped demons and the surrounding horde then launched their assault. Facing the overwhelming numbers, Qin Wu spun his spear and glared at the beasts before leaping into the air, his body wreathed in divine flames. He swung his spear down with immense momentum. 9 heavens divine thunder spear, 3rd strike, god and demon. The ground beneath them shattered into 1,000 pieces. The demons were paralyzed with fear by the pressure Qin Wu exerted, and with a single technique, he completely wiped out all the surrounding monsters. Shockwaves radiated outward, illuminating the entire area as a massive energy sphere reduced the demon horde to ash and dust. Yidong struggled to withstand the massive shockwave, and as the dust settled, Qin Wu emerged looking majestic and imposing, leaving Yidong stammering in shock. You used only one move to." Qin Wu maintained a cold expression and said, "I told you this move was cool," before rubbing his chin in thought. The 3rd strike of the 9 heavens divine thunder spear and beyond are low-grade heaven rank. It's truly impressive. High above, the crimson refined red scorpion watched with growing unease. 16 Sky Tiger generals and thousands of demons were killed by a single strike, so the crimson refined red scorpion fired a venomous sting at Qin Wu at light speed. The venom struck Qin Wu right between his knees, and after using his ultimate move, the crimson refined red scorpion sighed in relief that he had succeeded. "I've barely finished the task. The stronger you are, the better for our tribe. Haha, I look forward to the day your spear turns against your own people. With corpses piled like mountains at your feet, you will become one of our tribe's greatest weapons." Having achieved his goal, the scorpion fled, while Qin Wu looked back and smiled. "It's finished." Yidong stared at him and asked, "Qin Wu, what's wrong?" Qin Wu glanced at him and said, "Let's go, it's time to return," leaving Yidong feeling suspicious. That night at the Bitter Heart Forest base, Yidong slammed the table inside the tent and shouted, "Zheng Xuan, don't let the intel be wrong again. Do you realize how dangerous it was today?" Zheng Xuan scratched his head and admitted it was his mistake. "I promise it won't happen again." He then turned to Qin Wu and asked, "Brother Qin, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Qin Wu placed a hand on Zheng Xuan's shoulder and replied, "Don't say that. From now on, we are as close as brothers. Building the future depends on the cooperation between us brothers." Hearing this, Zheng Xuan nodded his head in agreement. "Brother Qin, you're absolutely right." Yidong watched the two of them bond, feeling completely speechless at the sight. Zheng Xuan glared, using his eyes to arrange a meeting with Qin Wu tonight, and Qin Wu signaled his agreement before they met at a large mountain peak late that night. Zheng Xuan stood waiting for Qin Wu to arrive, then turned to face him and said, "Brother Qin, from now on, we shall both be the right-hand men of the Heavenly Tiger General." Qin Wu clasped his hands in a respectful salute and said he hoped Brother Zheng Xuan would guide him more, while Zheng Xuan stared at him and repeatedly praised his words. Qin Wu gestured and asked when Zheng Xuan would take him to meet the general, to which Zheng Xuan smirked with a sinister smile and told him not to worry as he would arrange it. He explained that the Heavenly Tiger General would soon launch a massive offensive, and if the two of them could successfully repel the wave of demon beasts, they would achieve great merit and their reputations among humans would soar, eventually leading to an audience with the general once they held key positions. Qin Wu's sharp gaze swept over Zheng Xuan as he thought to himself that the Heavenly Tiger General was indeed a master strategist with such deep and calculating schemes. Realizing he could not rely solely on Zheng Xuan, Qin Wu listened as the man put an arm around his shoulder and began to detail the upcoming plan. Not far away, Chu Lin emerged from the water using an invisibility technique and watched Qin Wu intently, surprised to find that both he and Zheng Xuan were part of the demon race. Realizing the beast tide was their scheme, and that he no longer needed to use Bai Feifan to seize the Holy Heart Palace, Chu Lin prepared his next move. After gathering the information, Chu Lin vanished using his stealth technique again, and shortly after, the scene shifted to the camp in the Forest of Bitterness, where Qin Wu and Yi Tong were resting. While Yi Tong remained fast asleep, Qin Wu sat quietly by the campfire, calculating that he needed to find the Heavenly Tiger General's location. He knew he had to break through to the second level of the Void-Shattering Realm quickly to awaken Kui Niu, whose divine abilities would allow him to locate and eliminate the general. Qin Wu extended his hand, channeling his energy to push his divine power until his entire body glowed with a brilliant golden light, thinking it was time to consume the Grade 8 pills. These 10 Grade 8 pills were enough to push his cultivation to the third level of the Void-Shattering Realm, and though he wanted to wait for his body to strengthen, he could no longer delay. After a moment of forcing the breakthrough, his entire skeletal structure suffered a heavy impact, causing his limbs to contort in agonizing pain as he wondered if this was a side effect. Qin Wu summoned Yazi to reinforce his body and bones, and instantly, Yazi's divine power enveloped his arm before manifesting as armor across his body to aid his recovery. Qin Wu entered his sea of consciousness again to continue absorbing the pills, and with Yazi's constant reinforcement, he successfully broke through amidst a burst of golden light. As Yazi's armor shattered and faded, a panting and exhausted Qin Wu reached the next level of the Void-Shattering Realm and used the Desolate Heaven scripture to summon Kui Niu. A bull-headed monster immediately appeared and bowed before Qin Wu, who stared at the creature and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. He then absorbed Kui Niu's spiritual energy into his body, becoming enveloped in bolts of lightning as the mark of Kui Niu slowly manifested on his forehead. Qin Wu activated Kui Niu's power to scan the Qianqi cave for the Heavenly Tiger General, eventually locating the lair before retracting his energy and narrowing his eyes. He walked over to the sleeping Yitong and gently shook her, telling her to wake up, which caused her to mumble groggily about whether it was time to switch shifts. Qin Wu turned away and told her seriously that he had to leave for the night and was entrusting everything to her, to which she nodded repeatedly before falling back asleep. At the underground base, the Heavenly Tiger General was praising the Crimson Refined Red Scorpion for securing the seeds of the innate sword physique and the 9th grade Holy Flame. He noted that these would be crucial for their future grand ambitions and ordered the plan to proceed, while the Crimson Refined Red Scorpion offered its congratulations. The Scorpion congratulated the Heavenly Tiger General for taking the lion's share of the credit in this invasion of the human race, prompting a sinister laugh from the general. He mused about what would happen if he were to become one of the new 4 heavenly generals. He rested his chin on his hand and laughed, certain of a reward, boasting that as a strategist general, he was far superior to the others, just as Qin Wu appeared. Cold voice remarked that he was strong but not significantly so, startling the Tian Hu general and Kai Lion Honghe, who spun around as she demanded to know who was there. "Who are you?" Qin Wu slowly stepped forward to face the Tian Hu general, mockingly asking if they had already forgotten him after meeting only yesterday. Kai Lion Honghe glared as the Tian Hu general spoke solemnly, admitting he had miscalculated the overwhelming power of the 9th grade Holy Fire. He realized the boy had feigned being controlled to use a divine ability to track his location, and as he pushed himself up, he added that it had to be said. He was far better than Zheng Xuan, the massive Tian Hu general noted, his crimson eyes fixed on Qin Wu as he questioned how the youth dared to come alone. He asked if the boy was so certain of victory that he believed he could kill him, to which Qin Wu glared back and confidently declared he was absolutely sure. The Tian Hu general nodded, acknowledging he knew Qin Wu's history and how his clan had sacrificed everything for humanity until not a single soul remained. He questioned if such humans were worth protecting, calling them inherently greedy, vile, and despicable, willing to use any means to achieve their ends. He argued that such a race could never thrive and would only rot away until the land was consumed by disaster, unlike his own tribe. Claiming his people were united and would one day conquer the realm to bring true peace, he urged Qin Wu to abandon humanity and join them. He promised they wouldn't look down on him for being human, and that he would be treated as a true brother and family member to build a great empire together. Qin Wu shook his head coldly, asking if those were his final words while admitting that the general's speech was indeed quite moving. However, he stated that he and the demon race could not coexist under the same sky and vowed to kill him today, prompting the Tian Hu general to sigh. With a look of regret, he called humans stubbornly beyond saving and decided to grant the boy's death wish since he was so intent on dying. Lamenting the loss of a potential elite warrior for his clan, the Tian Hu general suddenly unleashed a devastating, earth-shattering stomp toward Qin Wu. The impact threatened to collapse the cave and sent tremors through the forest, but as the dust cleared, Qin Wu remained standing, having blocked the general's strike. Qin Wu marveled at the immense power, realizing the Tian Hu general had indeed reached the peak of the void-breaking realm, and without hesitation. The Tian Hu general lunged forward again with another kick, mocking that while the boy's body was tough, that was the extent of his capabilities. The general's roar unleashed a shockwave that ruptured the blood vessels in Qin Wu's arms, causing agonizing pain, yet he gritted his teeth and stared back with determination as the next kick approached. The blow sent Qin Wu flying, and the Tian Hu general followed up with a powerful punch that echoed through the cavern as it struck the earth. Thick dust filled the air, leaving Qin Wu motionless amidst the debris after the strike, as the Tian Hu general turned away. He coldly told Kai Lion Honghe that an elite warrior like this deserved to be finished by his own hand, acknowledging the boy was a true man. He ordered her to bring the body back for the tribe to feast upon as a final honor, but as Kai Lion Honghe approached with a hungry grin, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Sensing something was wrong, the Tian Hu general turned back just as Kai Lion Honghe cried out in terror, asking if he was actually from the desolate race rather than a human. Qin Wu rose from the ruins, clad in the Yazi flesh armor, and coldly asked if they still wanted him to join the demon race, leaving the Tian Hu general staring in disbelief. He questioned why a member of the desolate race would leave the Great Desolation, but Qin Wu simply stepped forward and sliced Kai Lion Honghe in half with a single swing. He glared at the Tian Hu general, challenging him on what he could possibly do about his departure from the Great Desolation, which filled the general with dread. He realized with alarm that Qin Wu was not only from the desolate race, but was also allied with humans, a fact he had to report to the queen immediately. Fearing his tribe's extinction if the two races united, the Tianhu general quickly opened a portal to escape and inform his queen, shouting that they would meet again. Qin Wu smirked with a murderous intent and lunged at General Tianhu, forcing him to leap aside to evade the strike. With a cold gaze fixed on General Tianhu, Qin Wu taunted him, asking if he was already planning to flee while the general dodged and sneered. "I didn't intend to waste time on you, but it seems I won't be able to leave easily unless I eliminate you completely." Determined to finish this, General Tianhu summoned his divine weapon and charged at Qin Wu with a roar, while Qin Wu gathered his energy from a distance. Supported by Yazi, his divine power surged, and his physical body strengthened as the two opposing forces clashed, emitting brilliant bolts of lightning. With a single swing of his hand, Qin Wu blocked the attack and shattered General Tianhu's battle axe, leaving the general to cry out in shock. Both were pushed back after the collision, but Qin Wu kept his sharp eyes on his opponent while General Tianhu stared at his shattered weapon in disbelief. The battle axe gifted by the queen had been destroyed in a single move, and in an instant, Qin Wu leaped high into the air to launch another attack. He mocked him, saying he had underestimated him, and that being distracted now was a bad habit, before delivering a powerful punch that sent General Tianhu crashing into a wall. Suddenly, Qin Wu felt General Tianhu's divine power explode as a heavy blow sent him flying, and through the dust, the general emerged with a strengthened body, roaring in fury at the wretched, desolate race member. Wiping blood from his mouth with a cold stare, Qin Wu acknowledged him as a true peak void-breaking expert, just as General Tianhu counterattacked with a flurry of punches that began to shatter Qin Wu's armor. Both were covered in wounds yet continued their relentless assault until Qin Wu's full-force punch met General Tianhu's, causing a massive explosion that threw them back as a bloodied Qin Wu noted the general's strength was fading. General Tianhu looked at his severed arm and gave a sinister laugh, claiming that if he only had this much skill, he never would have become the grand general of the demon race. He roared as the king's mark on his forehead glowed brightly and his arm began to regenerate, reconnecting bone and sinew through his innate talent, the divine tiger gaze. It could triple his cultivation in an instant, and after remarking that Qin Wu's combat power was impressive, he lunged forward like a speeding arrow. He struck Qin Wu directly in the dantian, declaring him no match as the fierce battle between Qin Wu and Tian Hu reached its absolute climax. After taking a heavy blow, Qin Wu spat out blood repeatedly but refused to yield, even as Tian Hu continued his assault by biting into Qin Wu's shoulder, causing him excruciating pain. In a fit of rage, Qin Wu slammed his head against his opponents, sending Tian Hu reeling with blood spraying from his mouth, before Qin Wu followed up with another powerful punch. As a terrifying surge of power erupted, Tian Hu quickly dodged to the side and began to summon his primordial spirit, letting out a deafening tiger roar. Qin Wu found his body immobilized by Tian Hu's phantom image and worriedly wondered why he couldn't move, realizing this technique was going to be troublesome. Without hesitation, Tian Hu charged and threw a punch at Qin Wu, screaming for the damned, desolate race member to die as the situation turned critical. Qin Wu quickly activated the 9-footed golden crow, and its brilliant phantom appeared, shattering Tian Hu's restrictive control. Tian Hu's eyes widened in shock, and in that moment of distraction, Qin Wu seized the opportunity to land a direct kick to his face, sending him flying back. Tian Hu stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Qin Wu and muttering that he hadn't expected even this wouldn't defeat him, deciding that if that was the case, he would call upon the Demon Queen to grant him strength, raising his hand to the sky as her phantom appeared and bestowed an invincible power upon him. Tian Hu gritted his teeth as his body overflowed with tyrannical aura, deciding to use one final move to settle the battle, while Qin Wu remained completely undaunted. Summoning the God of War spear, he looked directly at Tian Hu and agreed to settle it in one move, concentrating all the power of the 9-footed Yazi. Along with the Suani and Kueox, he prepared for the final strike while Tian Hu concentrated his own power into a massive energy sphere. The sphere grew to 100 times his size before hurtling toward Qin Wu, who wasted no time in thrusting his God of War spear directly at Tian Hu. He unleashed the 9 heavens divine thunder spear and the 4th spear, Fire Breaker, causing the two massive energies to collide and create a violent shockwave. Everything in the vicinity was obliterated as Tianhu continued to gather energy, roaring, "Die!" The energy sphere detonated, shrouding the area in dust as he panted heavily. He laughed triumphantly, "Haha, victory is finally mine." But then Qin Wu's cold voice rang out, "You celebrated too soon." Before a stunned Tianhu could react, Qin Wu lunged forward. He drove the war god's spear straight into the beast's chest, making Tianhu roar in pain and spit out blood as Qin Wu pinned him firmly to the ground. A brilliant flash of divine power illuminated the entire cave, until Qin Wu finally lifted his war god's spear and stared coldly at Tianhu. Covered in wounds and gasping for air, he whispered, "I lost," before disintegrating into ash. Qin Wu stood there exhausted, muttering that peak void-breaking realm beasts were truly difficult to kill. He mumbled to himself before collapsing into unconsciousness, only to be awakened a few days later by sunlight streaming through the crevices of the cave. He opened his weary eyes and rubbed his head, wondering if he had been out for 3 days, but felt relieved that General Tianhu was dead and the human race was safe. Qin Wu retrieved a storage ring, taking out some medicinal pills and a fresh set of clothes to begin his recovery. Donning his battle armor, he set off, knowing he had to return to the base quickly as little Yi Tong was likely worried sick about him. Qin Wu used his movement technique to fly away and soon returned to the base in the Forest of Bitter Hearts, noticing that everyone seemed to have gone out looking for him. Suddenly, a crowd rushed toward him, shouting, "We found him!" They surrounded Qin Wu with their swords drawn, yelling for his capture, but he remained cold and composed. He glared at the group and asked who they were, to which one man shouted, "Qin Wu, there is nowhere to run. Surrender peacefully and come with us." He replied that while he didn't understand what was happening, they were fools to think they could capture him. The man shouted back, "Brothers, Qin Wu has colluded with the beasts. He is a traitor to the human race. Everyone loathes him, so join me in capturing him alive." As the crowd charged, Qin Wu stood his ground and gathered his internal energy. With a single move, he easily repelled the entire group and cleared the area. Qin Wu sighed as he looked ahead, wondering what on earth had transpired. Another group arrived, shouting to capture him alive. Qin Wu summoned his war god's spear and glared at them with rising anger. With a single sweep of his spear, he sent every one of them flying. Then Bai Feifan appeared before him and said, "Junior brother Qin, you have truly disappointed me. I once believed you were an honorable man, but I never expected you to betray humanity for petty gains by colluding with those despicable beasts. It is no surprise that only you knew of the impending beast tide. Everything is clear now. This was all a scheme that you orchestrated yourself. But you reap what you sow, and justice will prevail now that your plot has been exposed. Qin Wu, surrender now. Out of respect for our time as fellow disciples, I will try to spare your life." Qin Wu smirked and asked, "Are you claiming that I colluded with the beasts?" Bai Feifan continued, "The evidence is right before us. It is no wonder you possess a 9th-grade Saint Flame and such high cultivation at your age. The Great Desolation opportunity was merely an excuse you used. Everything you have today was undoubtedly given to you by the beasts. Qin Wu, I will say it one last time, surrender." Qin Wu burst into laughter. "Haha, what a joke. I'm a son of the human race. I live and die for humanity. If you want to arrest me, is this the will of the Sacred Heart Hall?" Bai Feifan glared intensely at Qin Wu. With a challenging look, he replied, "Not only the Sacred Heart Hall, but the experts of the Extreme Heat sect have also arrived." Qin Wu thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." Suddenly, Yi Tong's voice boomed from above, "Watch your mouth!" She then appeared alongside Hall Master Fu Yao and Leng Tianchuang. Yi Tong stepped forward and looked directly at Bai Feifan, declaring that Qin Wu was not that kind of person, and she would never believe he was a traitor. Fu Yao added that she also trusted his character. Leng Tianchuang also stepped out to defend him, saying, "Senior brother Bai, I remember our master teaching us to investigate everything thoroughly first. Qin Wu is a member of the Sacred Heart Hall. What right do you have to speak to him in such a tone?" Bai Feifan glanced at Fu Yao with a cold expression. "The evidence of Qin Yu's betrayal of the human race is as clear as day. I am doing this solely to protect the Holy Heart Hall. Otherwise, the world will believe that Qin Yu acted under Master Fu Yao's instructions." His sinister gaze remained fixed on Fu Yao. She glared back, her voice laced with fury. "Bai Feifan, do you have any idea what you are saying?" Suddenly, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky and landed beside Bai Feifan as a chilling voice rang out. "As you can see, this matter was clearly instigated by Fu Yao." At that moment, Chu Lin appeared alongside his sect master and the first godson. This man was Pan Kao, the sect master of the extreme heat sect. The moment he landed, he stared intently at Fu Yao and remarked, "I never expected the Holy Heart Hall to collude with the demon race." Yan Ryubing, the first godson, stood beside Chu Lin with a cold expression while Chu Lin curled his lip into a sneer, looking directly at Qin Yu. Pan Kao continued, "Fu Yao, your Holy Heart Hall has betrayed humanity, and I expect a satisfactory explanation from you." A crowd of rogue cultivators began to gather behind Pan Kao, whispering among themselves, "I thought he was some great genius, but it turns out he's just a dog licking the boots of the demons." At 18, he possessed a 9th-grade holy fire and even killed the peerless genius Qi Tian ancestor. That wretched man, the person I loathe most in this life, is a traitor to humanity. Fu Yao turned her face toward Qin Yu in anger. "Qin Yu, since you joined my Holy Heart Hall, I naturally trust you, but you must tell me now. Where have you been during this short period?" Qin Yu looked directly at Fu Yao, his voice steady. "The one behind that demonic tide is the demon army strategist. He was responsible for the command. 3 days ago, I launched a secret ambush on his position and killed him. I was severely injured in the process and only recently regained consciousness." Bai Feifan wore a bizarre smile, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Qin Yu. "Do you take us for fools? Do you really think you could kill a demon army strategist all by yourself?" He turned to his subordinates and gave a cold command. "It seems you won't admit your guilt until you're faced with the inevitable. Since that's the case, bring Zhang Xuan up here." Zhang Xuan was slowly escorted before the crowd. Bai Feifan glanced at him, his voice dripping with threat. "You had better speak the truth. If you do, I might spare your life." With that, he shoved Zhang Xuan forward and ordered him to reveal everything he knew. Zhang Xuan stood before Qin Yu, his voice trembling. I truly betrayed the human race. Qin Yu, the truth is that I secretly relied on the demons." Qin Yu stared at Zhang Xuan, unable to believe what he had just heard. The surrounding rogue cultivators began to shout, "Qin Yu, Zhang Xuan has already confessed. What else do you have to say for yourself? This man deserves to die. It would have been better to raise a dog than to harbor a traitor like him." Qin Yu clenched his fists, his heart filled with indignation. He thought to himself, "I've been framed. It seems I can only escape this by fighting a bloody battle." Yitong stepped forward, her voice resolute. "Qin Yu would never betray humanity. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Bai Feifan, I suspected something was wrong with you long ago. Now it's clear. You're a member of the extreme heat sect, aren't you? You orchestrated all of this." Bai Feifan forced a laugh, his voice mocking. "Junior sister, you've simply been deluded by Qin Yu to say such foolish things." He clasped his hands toward Fu Yao and spoke respectfully, "Master. Qin Yu's betrayal of humanity is as clear as day. I ask Master to make a decision." Fu Yao found herself in a difficult position. As she hesitated, Pan Kao spoke loudly. "What is there to decide? I believe the Holy Heart Hall is also implicated. Fu Yao, I am taking Qin Yu with me today. In a few days, I will convene the various sects to pass judgment on him. Your Holy Heart Hall must also submit to an investigation. During this time, all resources managed by the Holy Heart Hall must be surrendered. If the Holy Heart Hall is proven innocent later, I will return them." Chu Lin did not miss the opportunity, his voice full of triumph. "Qin Yu, those who commit evil cannot hope to survive. You should have known this day would come. Why did you do it?" Qin Yu glared at Chu Lin, his voice cold. "Chu Lin, you're the one who planned all of this, aren't you? I must admit, your calculations were precise. But do you really think you can capture me with just these people?" Chu Lin looked at Qin Yu with smugness and let out a faint, mocking laugh. "Qin Yu, do you truly believe you can escape from this place?" Yan Ryubing slowly stepped in front of Qin Yu, his gaze icy. "Qin Yu. I am Yan Ryubing, the first godson of the extreme heat sect. If you surrender now, I will spare you some of the pain." The surrounding rogue cultivators began to stir when they realized Yan Ryubing's identity. "So, he is the first godson of the extreme heat sect. I heard this man possesses the innate blazing sun physique and a 7th-grade holy fire. Before the age of 30, his cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the void-breaking realm. If the first divine son were to act, Qin Wu likely wouldn't survive a single strike. Before him, Qin Wu is nothing more than a lowly ant." Yan Ryubing's shout silenced the rogue cultivators. Then Fu Yao spoke up, declaring that since Qin Wu had joined her sacred heart hall, they would take full responsibility for him. "I will take Qin Wu back for a thorough investigation, and if he truly betrayed humanity, I won't protect him," she said, as Pan Kao glared at Fu Yao with a mocking tone. Hall Master Fu Yao, your words are as beautiful as you are, but if you take Qin Wu, how can we expect transparency? Won't the truth just be whatever you say it is? Even if I agreed, would the warriors gathered here accept it? He asked, prompting the surrounding rogue cultivators to shout their absolute refusal. Fu Yao stared coldly at Pan Kao and asked what would happen if she insisted on taking Qin Wu, to which Pan Kao replied with a sinister smile, challenging her sacred heart hall to face the extreme heat sect and all the other factions present. Qin Wu stepped forward and said in a calm voice, Hall Master Fu Yao, I will always remember your kindness, but there is no need for the Sacred Heart Hall to intervene. Leave this battle to me, Qin Wu declared, thinking to himself that Hall Master Fu Yao's willingness to protect him despite such immense pressure proved he had chosen the right ally. Qin Wu pointed his war god's spear at Yan Ruobing and challenged her, stating that if she could withstand just one of his strikes, he would let her decide his fate. Yan Ruobing frowned with a cold gaze, remarking on Qin Wu's arrogance, while Pan Kao laughed triumphantly, mocking Qin Wu for not knowing his place. You clearly have no respect for my extreme heat sect, Pan Kao sneered, but Qin Wu barked back, telling him to shut his mouth because he would be next. Infuriated by Qin Wu's insult to her sect master, Yan Ruobing vowed to make him pay for his insolence and arrogance. Yan Ruobing unleashed a powerful wave of divine energy that shook the surroundings, but Qin Wu dodged it effortlessly, his eyes fixed intently on her. Yan Ruobing quickly summoned her guardian spirit and raised her sword to block with a great sun phantom, but Qin Wu charged in with a direct strike that triggered a series of thunderous explosions. Under the immense pressure, Yan Ruobing's shield shattered instantly. With just one blow, Qin Wu easily defeated her and sent her flying back as Pan Kao cried out in shock amidst the rising dust. Chu Lin watched the scene with growing anxiety and fear toward Qin Wu, who slowly approached and pointed his spear at the fallen Yan Ruobing. You have lost, he declared coldly, while Pan Kao stared at Qin Wu in disbelief, wondering how she could have been defeated by a single spear strike before even showing her full power. He wondered how a member of the demon race could possess such terrifying strength, especially since Qin Wu had nearly died just to kill the Qi Xian ancestor before. He questioned what tricks the demon race had used in such a short time, while Chu Lin stood nearby, stunned that Yan Ruobing had been defeated so easily. How useless, Leng Tianchuang thought while watching Qin Wu in surprise, as Yi Tong jumped for joy behind them, cheering for Qin Wu's brilliant performance. Even Hall Master Fu Yao was stunned, marveling at how powerful Qin Wu had become as he turned his spear toward Chu Lin. The Yazi Phantom erupted with power as Qin Wu, radiating a murderous aura, roared that he would take on everyone present right then and there. The surrounding rogue cultivators were terrified by his words, but Chu Lin quickly tried to embolden them by shouting that Qin Wu was a traitor to humanity. He dares to provoke us like this? We cannot tolerate it. Let's capture him together and earn our place in history, he urged, prompting the rogue experts to charge at Qin Wu with murderous intent. Chu Lin glared smugly at Qin Wu, thinking that no matter how strong he was still flesh and blood, and his energy was bound to run out eventually. Pan Kao grinned wickedly, eager to see how long Qin Wu's spiritual energy would last, as Qin Wu raised his war god's spear to the sky, unleashing a burst of power that swept away the charging cultivators with a single swing. After easily knocking them back, Qin Wu noticed a group of rogue cultivators attempting a sneak attack from above and immediately summoned the Yazi, blowing them away with a single punch. He then drew his war god's spear and merged it with the primal beast power within him, unleashing the Nine Heavens' divine thunder spear in an explosion that caught the rogue cultivators completely off guard. Pan Kao was consumed by terror as he faced the overwhelming pressure, witnessing thousands of rogue cultivators suddenly lying defeated at Qin Wu's feet. Qin Wu glared directly at Pan Kao and coldly asked if that was all he could do, while the remaining rogue cultivators fled in a panic, screaming that he wasn't human, but a demon. You are a demon. I will not fight you anymore, Pan Kao said, his eyes wide as he sensed Qin Wu's unfathomable spiritual energy. No, that was not right. He was not even using spiritual energy, but relying entirely on physical strength to fight, causing Pan Kao to roar in a fit of rage. You are savage and cruel, and I have lost all face because of the humans. I will take your life myself, he shouted as the Fu Yao Palace master was stopped from assisting Qin Wu. Qin Wu coldly stated that this battle belonged to him alone, leaving the Fu Yao Palace master standing helplessly as the two fleeing rogue cultivators returned to hurl threats. Qin Wu, no matter your strength, you are but an ant before the sect leader of the extreme heat sect. You are lower than a common beast. The moment sect leader Pan strikes will be the day you die, they cried, while Qin Wu merely offered a contemptuous sneer and a challenging stare at Pan Ko. Pan Ko erupted with his ultimate martial technique and screamed that Qin Wu's end had arrived, just as the sky darkened and ominous crimson clouds filled with evil energy gathered. Both Pan Ko and Qin Wu were stunned by the strange phenomenon when Yazai suddenly appeared beside Qin Wu and urged him to flee immediately. A moon emerged amidst the crimson clouds as countless chains descended, releasing a thick demonic aura that began to drain the life force of the rogue cultivators below. As they turned into soulless husks, a female demon manifested within the moon to consume their vitality, and Qin Wu recognized her face upon closer inspection. The female demon stroked her lips and mockingly remarked on the crowd, prompting Pan Ko to roar at her for her audacity as a member of the demon race. Before he could finish his sentence, she appeared behind him and whispered into his ear with a voice that was soft yet dripping with menace. "You are so hideous that I find you repulsive, so I shall send you to the underworld," she said, striking him until his flesh and bones vanished. Chu Lin and Bai Feifan were frozen by her technique, while the Fu Yao Palace master realized this was the supreme shattered void realm, as Qin Wu stared at the demon in suspicion. Wondering why one of the 4 heavenly demon generals was there, he watched as she turned to him and hauntingly remarked that his aura felt very familiar. "Did you kill the heavenly tiger general?" she asked, while Qin Wu realized she was the nether blood wall of the Lord of the Dark Knight from the first generation. Her mere gaze paralyzed him, and he feared she had reached the Unity realm, making it impossible for him to withstand even a single blow from her. Qin Wu summoned Yazai, but she dispelled the phantom with a wave of her hand before lifting his chin and mocking his lack of courage to admit his deeds. "Your behavior is quite disappointing," she teased, but Qin Wu looked her in the eye and coldly replied that he felt no fear toward her. "It is just that your hideousness makes me nauseous and leaves me speechless," he said, causing the demoness to chuckle at being called ugly. "Yet I find you quite handsome, and I bet your blood tastes delicious," she said, as Qin Wu erupted with spiritual power and shouted his defiance against the vile demon. "Even in death, you are unworthy of my blood," he declared, gathering energy as the ground shook, only for her to press a finger against his forehead instantly. Paralyzed, his weapon fell as she bit into his shoulder to drain his life force, leaving Qin Wu screaming in agony until he became a withered husk. After consuming his essence, the demoness looked up in satisfaction while Qin Wu lay lifeless, leaving Yidong in tears and consumed by rage. "I told you that Qin Wu never betrayed the human race," Yidong cried, as Leng Tianchuang called his name and the Fu Yao Palace master collapsed. He laughed in despair, claiming the humans brought this upon themselves, while Bai Feifan realized that Chu Lin had used a clone technique to fake his death and flee. Bai Feifan roared Chu Lin's name in anger as the other powerful rogue cultivators lamented that everything was ruined because they had accused Qin Wu of betrayal. "If not for that, why would I even be here?" they cried, but the demoness looked at them with disdain, finding no one else of interest among them. "I shall simply kill you all then," she said, ascending into the air with a massive demonic orb and bidding farewell to the weak humans as Zhang Xuan looked up in horror. He was stunned by the power of the 4 heavenly demon general, believing his choice was correct as the demonic orb hurtled toward the palace master. Leng Tianchuang and Yi Tong could only sit and wait for the end, when the female demon suddenly felt a sharp, searing pain as if she were being incinerated from the inside out. Panicking, she coughed up large amounts of blood as her sphere of demonic energy dissolved, causing her to struggle in agony and plummet from the sky to the ground, gasping and shrieking. After recovering his strength, Qin Wu stared intently at the female demon, who glared back and demanded to know what he had done to her. Qin Wu gave a faint smile and asked how she felt, wondering if the blood of the desolate race tasted as sweet as she expected, which sent her into a panic as she realized his true lineage. Qin Wu grinned with pure disdain, noting that the demon and desolate races were natural enemies, and since she had consumed so much of his blood, her organs, bones, and soul were now being consumed by flames. The female demon stared at Qin Wu with a voice full of rage, accusing the desolate race of breaking their word and asking if they didn't fear the retribution of the demon race. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wu seized the female demon by the throat and hoisted her into the air, coldly stating that the desolate race never broke their promise because he was actually a human. He asked what any of this had to do with her demon race, leaving her bewildered as she kept her eyes fixed on him in total confusion. With a mocking smirk, he guessed she wanted to know how a human possessed desolate blood, but told her she would never get the chance to find out as he tightened his grip while she glared in resentment. She lamented that a four-heavens demon general like herself had fallen for the dirty trick of a lowly coward, swearing that even in death, she would drag them all to the grave with her final curse. She vowed that every human present would perish within her aura of resentment, telling the boy that their deaths were his fault and that he would have to live with that eternal regret. As she continuously erupted with a pitch-black cursed energy, Qin Wu laughed and told her he would never feel regret before decisively ending her life. He walked boldly through the thick shroud of the curse, while the rogue experts who had previously tried to kill him were now being invaded by the dark energy. They shrieked in unbearable pain, while the Fuyao Palace Master looked at Qin Wu and told him in a warm voice that today's events were not his responsibility. He urged him to leave quickly, and Leng Tianchuang, having accepted her fate with a calm gaze, bid young Master Qin a final farewell. Yitong forced a smile and told Qin Wu to go and not worry about them, but Qin Wu looked at the three of them in surprise, noting that this was merely a bit of resentment chi. Qin Wu then raised his hand to the sky, channeling the power of the nine-footed flame raven into a punch that unleashed the nine heavens' profound extinguishing fire to incinerate the surrounding curse. As the three of them watched in stunned silence, Qin Wu turned back with a radiant smile and told them that they could all leave together now. Seeing a chance to survive, the rogue cultivators immediately changed their tune and begged Qin Wu to save them, claiming they were merely deceived. They pleaded with him not to abandon them if he was truly human, but Qin Wu simply shook his head with a cold gaze, acknowledging their shared humanity. While the rogue cultivators shouted for him to hurry and remove the curse, thinking he was about to help them, Qin Wu's expression remained indifferent. Qin Wu smirked, his eyes filled with a murderous hatred as he stared at the rogue cultivators and told them they had clearly misunderstood his intentions. He asked if they truly believed he would ever lift a finger to save them, leaving the rogue cultivators staring at him in a state of shock and utter despair. Looking at them with eyes full of loathing, Qin Wu could not forget the contempt they showed when they were so quick to brand him a demon and try to kill him. He mocked their desire to trample over him for their own gain, asking if they honestly thought they were worthy of being saved by his hand now. As Qin Wu questioned them coldly, the rogue cultivators wailed in desperation, asking how he could heartlessly stand by and watch so many people die. Qin Wu let out a malicious laugh, stating that while he could endure any trial, he felt no pity for spineless people who only cared for themselves. He declared that their deaths would be a relief and that he wouldn't miss them at all, leaving them to scream in agony until they finally perished on the spot. Turning away with a cold and detached gaze, he remarked that he had originally intended to give them a swift and painless end. However, he concluded that they weren't even worthy of that mercy, as he finished dealing with the group of rogue cultivators. Qin Yu turned to Fu Yao and ordered the palace master to bring Yan Ruobang along as they departed the forest with their team. Leaving behind agonized screams, Qin Yu coldly declared he would inform the other sects of today's events, promising the villain a reunion in the underworld soon. Suddenly, Qin Yu spotted Zheng Xuan standing before him. While he was surprised, Zheng Xuan stared back with eyes full of dread as Qin Yu sighed, realizing he had almost forgotten him. With those words, he extended a finger to incinerate Zheng Xuan into ash with holy fire before turning away to follow the palace master. Noticing the look in Leng Tiancheng's eyes, Yidong asked if he felt the situation had been handled too severely. Leng Tiancheng shook his head, stating they brought it upon themselves, though he lamented how easily those once righteous warriors had abandoned their faith. Yidong raised his hand and shouted that it wasn't excessive at all since those men deserved to die, while Qin Yu remained silent. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu was overcome by exhaustion and dizziness, causing him to collapse as Leng Tiancheng rushed over in a panic. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu forced out an explanation that the demon had drained too much of his blood and energy before urging them to leave quickly. He then lost consciousness and drifted off. Meanwhile, deep within the great desolation, a massive black dragon lay coiled inside its lair. Surrounded by wandering, desolate beasts, another black dragon carrying Jai Royu landed and transformed into a woman of the desolate race to greet her father. The black dragon shifted his gaze toward his returning daughter, while Jai Royu trembled in fear at the sight of the colossal creature staring at her. With a low grunt, He noted the presence of high-level demon beast blood, praising his daughter for bringing back someone with such a potent lineage. He opened his massive maw to devour Jairoyu, but the desolate woman immediately intervened, telling him that she was not intended to be food. She explained she brought her back so he could perform a marrow cleansing to integrate her into their bloodline, leaving the black dragon utterly stunned. The surrounding desolate beasts stared in wide-eyed wonder at the woman, prompting a terrified Jairoyu to hide behind her protector. The desolate woman glared and barked at the beasts to go to sleep, scolding them for frightening her younger sister until they submissively closed their eyes. The black dragon shook his head, reminding his daughter that cleansing a demon's marrow was no simple task, yet she stubbornly called him an old man. She clarified that she wasn't negotiating, but merely informing him, then added that she had encountered a very intriguing human during her time in the mortal realm. When the curious black dragon asked how interesting the man was, his daughter grinned and revealed that he possessed the physique of the desolate race. Shocked, the dragon stood up and flared his wings, scattering the nearby beasts before transforming into a half-human form to face his daughter. She continued, identifying the man as Qin Yu, a youth of limitless strength who wielded ninth-grade holy fire. Though he had declined her invitation to join the Great Desolation, she believed he would be a vital ally upon their return, so she signed a symbiotic contract with him. The black dragon gasped at her recklessness, questioning if such a contract could be signed so casually before using his divine power to inspect it. As a phantom image of Qin Yu manifested before him, the black dragon was struck with even greater shock and cried out, "Big brother." Confused by his reaction, the daughter questioned what he meant, but the dragon awkwardly brushed it off, deciding to honor the sacred contract. He then gestured for Jairoyu to follow him, and the desolate woman reassured the frightened girl that the old man had given his consent. Stepping into a corner, the black dragon shed silent tears, wondering if this human was his brother's final legacy and vowing to protect him. He swore to treat Qin Yu as his own son from now on, then quickly wiped his eyes and turned his attention back to Jairoyu. He gleefully announced that they would choose an auspicious day, 7 months from now, for the wedding, leaving Jairoyu completely horrified. "What do you mean by marriage?" The scene shifts to the core of the demon race's palace, where a group of ox-headed and horse-faced creatures with beastly limbs kneel before the demon queen. The queen sits majestically, flanked by 2 brilliantly glowing fireballs that assert her supreme status. A dragon-headed figure with braided hair speaks, "Your Majesty, I have said before that Zubai was merely a low-ranking demon of lowly blood. How could she possibly become one of my 4 heavenly demon generals? What a bunch of useless trash. Not only did they fail the mission, but they even died at the hands of mere humans, HMPH. An ox-headed demon with a nose ring also speaks, "Your Majesty, I have a great general under my command, a Conqueror, who possesses all the qualifications to become one of the 4 heavenly demon generals." A strategist with a turtle shell on his back begins to mock him. "That Conqueror is both reckless and foolish. I fear he is not even a fraction as capable as Zubai was." The demon queen laughs wickedly. "Haha, Zubai has only just died, yet your minds are already so restless." Hearing this, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons feel a surge of fear. The queen continues, "I have already made plans for the new 4 heavenly demon generals. For now, I want to know exactly who killed Zubai, even if she was somewhat weak." She was still at the peak of the Unity realm. Zubai was in charge of the human territories, and the strongest among them should not exceed the 7th level of the Unity realm. Even if she couldn't win, she should have absolutely been able to escape. The dragon-headed demon with braided hair speaks up. "Perhaps a hidden powerhouse has emerged among the humans. Zubai was too arrogant, which led to her defeat." The demon queen nods. "I recall that place is the Tian dynasty, is it not? In that case, the 3 of you shall go there yourselves to see if you can recruit that powerhouse to our side." The queen glares, her voice turning cold. "If you cannot, then kill him." The dragon-headed demon says smugly and confidently, "Is it really necessary for all 3 of us to go to such a tiny Tian dynasty? I alone am enough." The queen is about to respond when she senses the arrival of the immortal race and immediately orders the demons to withdraw. In an instant, they all use teleportation techniques to vanish. Simultaneously, a beam of light appears before the queen. It is Zhao Fengsheng, using a phantom projection to meet her. The queen hurries forward to bow in greeting. "I pay my respects to the true immortal," Zhao Fengsheng speaks. "From this day forward, the heavenly treasures the demon race tributes to the immortals must be doubled." The queen glares, feeling somewhat displeased, doubled. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Fengsheng replies in a majestic tone. I am informing you, not negotiating with you. My master has stated that this is a consequence of your own actions. Qinwu is not someone your demon race can afford to provoke. With those words, Zhao Fengsheng departs within the light. The demon queen, consumed by rage, gnashes her teeth and screams, Qinwu, just who is this Qinwu? The scene shifts to the immortal realm, where Zhao Xuan'er is playing, her feet lightly brushing the water's surface. Having finished his talk with the demons, Zhao Fengsheng returns and stands before her, speaking slowly. Miss isn't doing this pushing them a bit too far. Xuan'er gazes coldly at the lake and whispers, HMPH, they dared to bully my fiancé. I am merely giving them a small warning, but this Qinwu is becoming more and more interesting, isn't he? He. Zhao Fengsheng stands there dazed. Miss Qinwu is too closely connected to the Great Desolation. This matter must be addressed if the immortal Lord finds out. Zhao Xuan'er glares at him. She stares angrily at Zhao Fengsheng. I possess the supreme divine rune, so the next ruler of the immortal race will naturally be me. Who would dare gossip behind my back? The immortals and the Great Desolation have a long-standing feud. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If I can use Qinwu to make the desolate race submit to our immortal race, it would be a joyous occasion. Hearing this, Zhao Fengsheng sighs, feeling utterly helpless. Zhao Xuan'er glares and continues, do not worry too much. Also, from this day forward, you are to descend to the lower realm and secretly protect Qinwu. Qinwu was lucky this time, but it won't happen again. Upon hearing Xuan'er's command, Zhao Fengsheng is stunned, feeling a wave of dejection. The scene shifts to the Sacred Heart Pond within the Sacred Heart Temple's secret realm, where Qinwu was brought to recover his energy after exhausting himself. Seeing no progress in his condition, Hall Master Fu Yao feels weary. 10 days have passed, yet Qinwu has not awakened. Ling Tianchuang flies in and bows to the Hall Master. Master, has young Master Qin still not awakened? Hall Master Fu Yao continues to observe Qinwu. It seems we must wait longer. Have the matters within the temple been settled? Ling Tianchuang's expression turns serious as she begins her report. Everything has been investigated. It turns out that Bai Feifan was a pawn planted in the Sacred Heart Temple by the Extreme Heat sect. His true identity is the second prince of that sect. By now, those two had returned to the Extreme Sun sect, where Bai Feifan was acting as sect master. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Fio glared, realizing that Brat had known it was a death trap all along. Ling Tianchuang continued her report, stating that after returning, the Extreme Sun sect began distorting the truth and claiming the demonic tide was actually a conspiracy by our Holy Heart Palace. To eliminate their opposition, many factions believed the Extreme Sun sect's lies, and they have now joined forces with the Jade Maiden sect and numerous minor sects to prepare for a crusade against us. Meanwhile, the Heartless Sword sect refuses to offer any assistance. Hearing this, Palace Master Fio grew incensed at their despicable and deceptive behavior. If they want to fight, my Holy Heart Palace will not back down. With that, Palace Master Fio signaled Ling Tianchuang to issue a summons. Call upon all elders and core disciples of the Holy Heart Palace and contact nearby allies to immediately deal with the Extreme Sun sect. Ling Tianchuang solemnly accepted the order. Palace Master Fio continued, noting that this might be a good opportunity for the Holy Heart Palace, as the long-standing balance between the four great sects was finally due for a change. 5 days later at the Holy Heart Pond within the palace's secret realm, Qinwu remained in the same position until he suddenly jolted awake, his body wreathed in flames as the pond water surged violently. Qinwu then manifested the desolate heaven scripture around him, emitting a constant golden radiance from his body as he carefully inspected his physical condition. The Holy Heart Palace's resources were truly remarkable, as his tempered bones could now withstand far greater power than ever before. He then retrieved tiger bones and medicinal pills from his storage ring. Intending to break through to the 5th level of the Void Breaking Realm using the 9th-grade Demon Fox General Bones, Qinwu began the absorption process using the 9 Heavens Profound extinguishing holy fire. As green flames enveloped him, the Holy Heart Pond erupted in waves while Qinwu focused his mind, entering his sea of consciousness to awaken the spiritual crystals within. Those crystals immediately condensed their power to flow through his body, and after a series of movements, Qinwu snapped his eyes open. A beam of light shot straight into the heavens, signifying a successful breakthrough, and after a moment the golden glow slowly began to fade. Though drenched in sweat, Qinwu looked exhilarated, having successfully reached the 6th level of the void-breaking realm before unfurling the desolate heaven scripture once more. He tapped the illustration of the Yinglong, causing the beast to manifest and lunge toward him. It soon transformed into a new source of energy that Qin Wu fully absorbed. With the 5th desolate beast officially activated, and his cultivation at the 6th level of the void-breaking realm, his combat strength was now comparable to the 3rd level of the void-shattering realm. He planned to reach the peak of the void-breaking realm as soon as possible to awaken the Taudi, as its power would allow his cultivation speed to soar like an arrow. After his breakthrough, Qin Wu stood up to stretch, only to suddenly realize that he had completely drained the waters of the Holy Heart Pond. Panicking, he wondered how he could possibly explain this to Palace Master Phio, just as she happened to arrive at the scene. Upon seeing the state of the Holy Heart Pond, she cried out in shock, asking Qin Wu if he was awake before noticing the lake was entirely dry. Qin Wu gave an awkward laugh and waved to the Palace Master, who let out a scream that echoed throughout the area, mourning the loss of her precious pond. Back at the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace, Qin Wu was greeted by Leng Tianquang and Yi Tong, while the Palace Master remained despondent over the ruined pond. Yi Tong stood before Qin Wu, asking if he was truly fully healed, while Leng Tianquang anxiously inquired if he needed to rest for a bit longer. The Palace Master spoke up dejectedly, lamenting that no one seemed to care about the fate of their Holy Heart Pond at all. Qin Wu sighed and explained that he had fully recovered and even advanced his cultivation, though he felt deeply apologetic for the loss he caused the Holy Heart Palace. The Palace Master sighed at him, noting that he finally realized what he had done, while Qin Wu looked at her and insisted it wasn't his intention. He promised not to let the Holy Heart Palace suffer such a loss, and presented 30 low-grade heaven-tier martial arts scrolls as compensation, leaving Palace Master Phio wide-eyed with shock. Leng Tianquang stared intently at the scrolls, realizing that no matter how precious the Holy Heart Pond was, it could never compare to heaven-tier techniques. Yi Tong remarked that he was being far too generous, while Palace Master Phio quickly swept all 30 scrolls into her storage ring. Pretending not to be embarrassed, he coughed and said, "Qin Wu, you are far too polite. I cannot refuse your kindness, so I shall reluctantly accept this." Seeing the Palace Master look both reluctant and eager, Yi Dong and Leng Tianquang were left speechless while Qin Wu simply crossed his arms. His gaze lingered on Palace Master Fu Yao as he thought to himself that this leader had quite a charming personality. Just then, Leng Ningpo slowly entered the Great Hall. Upon seeing Qin Wu, he inquired, "Qin Wu, are you awake? It seems your recovery is going well." After greeting him, Leng Ningpo walked past Qin Wu to bow before the Palace Master, reporting that everything had been deployed. "We can engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Extreme Sun Sect and the Jade Maiden Sect at any time, but somehow the Extreme Sun Sect managed to recruit the old ghost of Yin Mountain." Palace Master Fu Yao lowered her head, her expression filled with worry. The old ghost of Yin Mountain had been in seclusion for decades and never left his mountain. Legend says he has an eccentric personality and is solely devoted to his cultivation. Yet the Extreme Sun Sect actually managed to draw him out. Leng Tianquang asked curiously, wondering who this old ghost of Yin Mountain really was. Palace Master Fu Yao began to recount seriously that the old ghost of Yin Mountain was a rogue cultivator of unknown origins who emerged from Yin Mountain 40 years ago with earth-shattering power. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the Void Initiation realm. Though I was just a child then, I once accompanied my master to meet him. During that encounter, the old ghost of Yin Mountain defeated my master with a single move, and he didn't stop there, as he went on to provoke our 4 major sects. With just one strike, he defeated the leaders of the Extreme Sun Sect, the Heartless Sword Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sect. Qin Wu stroked his chin, pondering the revelation. "So Palace Master Fu Yao is already over 50 years old," Qin Wu remarked, prompting Fu Yao to stare at him and snap. "I am only in my 40s. After that battle, the old ghost of Yin Mountain entered the Great Desolation alone. Although he returned covered in wounds, it seemed he had encountered some great opportunities. He continuously challenged every sect in the Empire without a single defeat until the Sacred Heart Palace finally summoned their supreme ancestor to best him, after which he retreated back to Yin Mountain. He devoted himself to cultivation and hasn't emerged for 40 years. Qin Wu thought deeply, recalling that he had heard stories of the old ghost of Yin Mountain in his past life. He was a pure martial artist who saw no black or white, no good or evil. He would pay any price simply to continuously advance his cultivation. The Extreme Sun sect must have offered him a deal he couldn't refuse. Leng Ningpo looked at the palace master and asked if they should also invite the Supreme Ancestor once more. Palace Master Fu Yao sighed, explaining that the Supreme Ancestor had been in secluded meditation for decades, and there was currently no way to wake him. Suddenly, Elder Tai Ning rushed in to announce that someone from the Heartless Sword sect had arrived, and Chu Hanyi slowly stepped into the Sacred Heart Great Hall. Ling Tianshuang quickly recognized her as Chu Hanyi from the Ice Soul sect. As Chu Hanyi entered, she looked toward Tianshuang and spoke softly. "Lady Tianshuang, it has been a long time. I have officially joined the Heartless Sword sect." She then politely greeted Palace Master Fu Yao and the elders before turning to smile at Qin Wu, saying, "Young Master Qin, long time no see." Chu Hanyi turned her gaze back to Palace Master Fu Yao and spoke solemnly. "Palace Master Fu Yao, I am here today on behalf of the Heartless Sword sect to offer our assistance to the Sacred Heart Palace. We wish to stand with you against the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect." Palace Master Fu Yao watched Chu Hanyi closely and asked what their conditions were, to which Chu Hanyi replied respectfully. "Once the matter is settled, we hope to borrow young Master Qin for a moment." Qin Wu stood there with his arms crossed, looking suspicious and confused about what was happening. Palace Master Fu Yao stared at Chu Hanyi and asked what she meant by borrowing the young master, and Chu Hanyi answered with her hands clasped in respect. "Yes, the Heartless Sword sect needs to borrow young Master Qin's 9th grade holy fire for a short while. This is our condition for providing assistance." Palace Master Fu Yao turned to Qin Wu and said, "Qin Wu, although you have come to my Sacred Heart Palace to cultivate, I do not have the right to decide this for you. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you." Qin Wu smirked and replied, "Very well, I can grant this request." Overjoyed, Chu Hanyi immediately turned to thank him. She looked back at Palace Master Fu Yao and said, "Palace Master, since Qin Wu has agreed, we are now officially allies. As for when to strike, we will follow your orders." Fu Yao looked intently at Chu Hanyi and nodded, saying, "Good, the great battle is approaching." With the Heartless Sword sect's support, the Extreme Sun sect might not prevail even if they recruit the old ghost of Yin Mountain, Chu Hanyi said as she bowed to Fu Yao. Hanyi announced her mission was complete and took her leave, but paused to tell Qin Wu she would wait for him tonight in Sacred Heart City. She mentioned having matters to discuss, leaving Qin Wu to watch her depart while thinking about her mysterious behavior. Following their appointment that night, Qin Wu walked down the main thoroughfare and spotted Chu Hanyi waiting beneath the shadows of a tree. Qin Wu looked at her intently and asked what she wished to discuss, prompting Chu Hanyi to turn away before telling him to follow her. Scratching his head in confusion, Qin Wu muttered about the secrecy of the situation as he followed her to an inn within the city. Chu Hanyi stopped before a guest room and invited him inside, leaving a bewildered Qin Wu to ask why she had brought him there. Blushing as she turned away, she explained that she wasn't the one who requested the meeting, but assured him the person inside meant no harm. Curious about the identity of the mysterious guest, Qin Wu crossed his arms and pushed the door open to find a middle-aged woman waiting. The woman had clearly been expecting him and asked if he had arrived, while Qin Wu observed her closely, trying to place her identity. With tears in her eyes, she remarked on his striking resemblance to his father, leading Qin Wu to realize who she was and bow in greeting to Auntie Zio. Placing a hand on his shoulder with a smile, she expressed relief that he recognized her, noting her past as his father's childhood friend. She lamented the Qin family's downfall, but told Qin Wu she was aware of his deeds, certain his father would be proud of him from the afterlife. Qin Wu took a cup of tea and solemnly vowed to Auntie Zio that he would never bring shame or disappointment to the Qin name. Nodding with a satisfied smile at his resolve, she told him she had summoned him to discuss a matter of great importance. As Qin Wu listened intently, Auntie Zio looked him directly in the eye and warned him never to trust the Heartless Sword sect. Qin Wu's expression darkened with suspicion as she explained that the sect's cooperation with the Sacred Heart Palace was merely a facade. While appearing to oppose the Extreme Sun and Jade Maiden sects, the Heartless Sword sect had actually formed a secret alliance with them. They intended to betray the Sacred Heart Palace at the most critical moment, a scheme Qin Wu realized perfectly matched their treacherous nature. Auntie Zio revealed she had seen through their perfect plan and placed a storage ring before him as a safeguard. She reassured him that although her Ice Soul sect was small, it possessed a hidden power that would help him suppress the Heartless Sword sect. She explained the ring was a gift, containing a 9 revolutions heart pill to assist him in his journey. More importantly, it held the war god spear soul, a revelation that left Qin Wu staring at her in utter shock. Auntie Xiao confessed that given the family's tragedy, handing over the spear soul wasn't necessarily a blessing for him. She admitted she wouldn't have given it to him if not for his recent accomplishments, but she now believed he was capable of mastering it. Qin Wu realized the spear soul had been with Auntie Xiao all along, explaining why he found nothing after returning from the great desolation in his past life. In that previous life, he believed the soul perished with his elders, especially since Auntie Xiao had died during the beast tide. Looking at him with concern, she warned that the world was full of treachery and that even a great man like his father fell to vile schemes. She urged him to remain vigilant as the last of the Qin bloodline, to which Qin Wu confidently replied that he would remain safe. He declared that one day he would ensure the glory of the Qin family resonated throughout the entire world, much to Auntie Xiao's delight. Seeing such resolve, Aunt Xiao felt greatly heartened and at peace. Do not let anyone know of today's events. Hurry and refine the war god spear soul. It will surely be of great use to you in the upcoming battle. Qin Yu bowed his head. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Aunt Xiao, please take care of your health. Holding back the ruthless sword sect is a minor matter. Your safety is what's most important. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize your own safety, Aunt Xiao chuckled. To think you would care for me so much. Rest assured, nothing will easily happen to me. You should head back first. Qin Yu bid farewell to Aunt Xiao and closed the door behind him. Aunt Xiao, I am leaving now. Seeing that Qin Yu had finished his conversation, Chu Hanny spoke up. Return to the Sacred Heart Palace on your own. I will not see you off. Qin Yu did not hesitate. He immediately agreed and walked away without looking back. Chu Hanny watched his retreating figure with a sense of disappointment, thinking to herself, he really just left like that? What a fool. That night at the dried-up Great Sacred Heart Pond of the Sacred Heart Palace, Qin Yu gazed up at the high sky, standing in a daze. Afterward, Qin Yu took out the storage ring that Aunt Xiao had given him, the soul of the war god's spear. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he began to open the ring. The war god's spear soul emerged, and a beam of light instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Qin Yu looked at his spear soul with great excitement. Such immense fighting spirit and killing intent. It truly lives up to the name of my Qin family's war god spear soul. A golden vortex began to condense, and the spirit form of the war god spear gradually appeared before Qin Yu. Watching the spirit form of the war god spear approach, Qin Yu thought to himself that all things have spirits, and magical weapons are no exception. So-called weapon soul is the manifestation of will created through the connection between a weapon and its master. In this world, it is extremely rare for mortal weapons to develop such a soul. Spear souls capable of merging with the continent are even rarer, with perhaps fewer than 100 in existence. As a child, I only heard my father mention that the war god spear possessed a soul. Even in my past life, I had only caught a few glimpses of it. The war god's soul stood before Qin Yu and asked, how did the descendants of the human Qin family establish themselves between heaven and earth? Qin Yu stood there, his eyes fixed on the spirit. He replied loudly, with an arrogant spirit and a heart full of passion. The war god's soul continued its questioning. How did the Qin family forge their world? Qin Yu placed his hand over his heart and shouted, the people of the Qin family possess a character that does not fear bloodshed and a burning will. The descendants of the Qin family are willing to die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demon race and protect the purity of this world. The war god's soul looked at Qin Yu and laughed heartily. Ha ha, well said. The words of the Qin family's offspring sound impressive. But to wield me, you must prove your worth. Qin Yu replied confidently, I know that subduing a war god's soul like you is no simple task. With that, he gripped the war god's spear and summoned Yazi, his cold gaze fixed directly on the war god's soul. In that case, let us begin immediately. The two sides clashed like arrows, their violent collision shaking the entire sky. Qin Yu looked at the war god's soul with a triumphant smile, but he was instantly sent flying back. He glanced at the war god's soul and exclaimed, oh, you are quite interesting. Qin Yu began to use the Qin family's secret technique. First move, 9 heavens divine lightning spear. The war god's soul was not to be outdone, using the same technique. First move, 9 heavens divine lightning spear. Both sides charged again, shouting, divine lightning spear, demon destroyer. A massive explosion erupted as bolts of lightning flashed continuously. Qin Yu flew out of the blast and proceeded with the second move. Second move, 9 heavens divine lightning spear. A surge of killing intent from Yazi rushed forward, catching the war god's soul by surprise. Immediately, the phantom of Yazi appeared, its hands tightly restraining the war god's soul. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Third move, 9 heavens, divine lightning spear, gods and demons." A colossal surge of energy struck directly down upon the war god's soul. The war god's soul spun its spear continuously, easily parrying Qin Yu's attack and surprising him. It then countered with the same move. Third move, 9 heavens, divine lightning spear, gods and demons. Qin Yu struggled to dodge, his eyes wide with shock. In an instant, the war god's soul appeared behind Qin Yu, swinging its spear and shouting, "Second move, 9 heavens, divine lightning spear." Qin Yu quickly turned to block with his own spear, but he was still knocked far away. Qin Yu stood facing the war god's soul and asked, "You brat, won't you yield even a little?" The war god's soul stared at him and replied, "I am the war god's soul. I can see through all your moves with a single glance, if you think you can suppress me. Then you had better give up now. You are not worthy of facing me." Qin Yu gripped the war god's spear as a domineering aura enveloped the surroundings. "Do not be in such a hurry. That was merely a test. The real battle has only just begun." With that, Qin Yu leaped into the air. He thrust his spear at the war god's soul with incredible speed, but the spirit merely smirked at Qin Wu, mocking his lack of progress. The spirit countered with an identical technique, prompting Qin Wu to laugh as their spear tips collided in a series of thunderous explosions. Suddenly, Qin Wu threw a forward punch that caught the war god's soul off guard, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble amidst a cloud of dust. Glaring at Qin Wu with fury, the war god's soul accused him of cheating, while Qin Wu rested his spear on his shoulder with a cold, steady gaze. "Why so many excuses? If you think my victory is undeserved, then keep fighting, but my next move is known throughout the world. It is the 4th form of the 9 heavens divine thunder spear, a high-grade heaven-rank technique that even a war god's soul like you has limits against. Do you dare to face it?" The war god's soul lowered his head and laughed, admitting that he was finally impressed by this descendant of the Qin family. Declaring his loyalty, the spirit transformed into soul energy and merged his entire spiritual essence into the war god's spear. Qin Wu raised the weapon, noting that the war god's spear now possessed a soul, granting it limitless potential. He realized that with the 9-footed golden crow's ability to refine artifacts, this spear soul could easily rival a grade 9 immortal weapon. Then he retrieved a 9-revolution heart elixir. Though only a grade 5 pill, he knew the 9-revolution heart elixir could protect a cultivator's heart vessels and even bring them back from the brink of death. After absorbing the elixir, Qin Wu swung his spear with renewed determination, deciding it was finally time to destroy the Extreme Sun Sect and the Jade Maiden Sect. The scene shifts to the Iron Sword Sect, a minor faction within the Tian dynasty. Numerous disciples and their sect master were kneeling before a demon envoy, pleading that they knew nothing of the battle in the heart-wrenching forest. As the sect master trembled, the Oxhead and Horseface demons roared in anger, calling them all useless trash. His best disciple had been nearly killed in that battle, and now only the Extreme Sun Sect and the Sacred Heart Hall knew the full truth of what happened. The dragon-headed demon with flowing hair looked on with a dark, bored expression, deciding he would pay a personal visit to the Extreme Sun Sect. The Iron Sword Sect Master continued to shake with fear, watching as the demon made his cold declaration. The dragon-headed demon glared at them, stating that such useless trash had no reason to live before flying up and unleashing a devastating blast to level the sect. Screams filled the air as the disciples tried to flee, but the massive explosion obliterated the entire Iron Sword Sect in seconds. Satisfied, the demon signaled his companions, and the group streaked through the sky toward the Extreme Sun Sect. At the Extreme Sun Sect's main hall, Bai Feifan sipped his tea with satisfaction, gloating about how the Sacred Heart Hall had inadvertently helped him take power. His joy turned to alarm when 3 demon teleportation gates appeared, and he realized with dread that the Oxhead and Horseface demons had arrived. The beastly figures appeared before Bai Feifan, who was paralyzed by their overwhelming power and immediately considered fleeing. The dragon-headed leader used a spell to pin Bai Feifan in place, leaving the man trembling and unable to move a muscle. Fearing for his life, Bai Feifan watched as the demon mocked his weak cultivation and demanded to know who killed their 4 heavenly demon generals. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me," Bai Feifan shrieked in terror, but the dragon-headed demon just barked at him to stop talking nonsense. "A weakling like you couldn't have done it, so start talking and tell me exactly what happened that day." Terrified, Bai Feifan confessed that while he didn't know everything, a man named Qin Wu was responsible for it all. It was all Qin Wu's doing, he stammered, leaving the demon leader to wonder who this unknown person could be. The bird-beaked man with a turtle shell on his back chimed in, expressing surprise that a new peak unified realm powerhouse had emerged in the Imperial Galaxy, as Bai Feifan timidly continued. Qin Yu is only at the void-breaking realm? The group of ox-headed and horse-faced demons widened their eyes in shock. What did you just say? Are you mocking me, human? The dragon-headed demon grew furious and immediately prepared to strike down Bai Feifan. Terrified, Bai Feifan begged for mercy, crying out that everything he said was true. That Qin Yu has indeed only reached the void-breaking realm. That day, the demon general arrived to slaughter everyone in the Bitter Heart Forest. But suddenly he felt excruciating pain and burst into flames. I have no idea what trick Qin Yu used. The group of demons sighed in disappointment. The bird-beaked demon stared at Bai Feifan, seemingly believing he wasn't lying. The ox-headed demon with the nose ring spoke up. Even if that void-breaking ant possessed divine powers, there is no way he could have killed our 4 heavenly demon generals. The dragon-headed demon added, perhaps Qin Yu is just a puppet and there is another master behind him. Regardless, once we capture Qin Yu and interrogate him, everything will be clear. The dragon-headed demon turned to Bai Feifan and glared at him. And what about you? Trembling, Bai Feifan immediately knelt. As long as my life is spared, I am willing to serve you 3 lords devotedly until I die. The dragon-headed demon nodded. If all you humans were this obedient, our race's great cause would be effortless. The bird-beaked demon stroked his beard. Keep him, this man might still be useful. The dragon-headed demon bared his teeth and reached out to bestow a source of demonic power upon Bai Feifan. Bai Feifan's eyes instantly changed color. The dragon-headed demon declared, from now on, you belong to our demon race. Afterward, he opened a portal to leave the extreme sun sect. Bai Feifan, now enveloped in demonic energy, laughed eerily. Haha, I've actually made a breakthrough. It turns out gaining power is this easy. Qin Yu, no matter what tricks you have, I don't believe you can withstand 3 demon generals this time. Once you're dead, how can the Holy Heart Palace oppose me? Ha ha ha, the Holy Heart Palace will surely fall into my hands. Bai Feifan shouted for his men, and several guarding disciples rushed in, kneeling to greet the sect leader. Bai Feifan ordered, pass down my command, gather all forces to surround the Holy Heart Palace, contact our allies and set out immediately. The subordinate hurried to carry out the order. The scene shifts to the training grounds of the Holy Heart Palace, where Qin Yu stands in the center of the arena holding the God of War spear. Leng Tianchuang and Yi Tong stand nearby, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Qin Yu looks at them and asks, well, have you given up yet? Yi Tong keeps her eyes fixed on Qin Yu. Filled with doubt, she thinks, Qin Yu, I truly don't understand why you're so powerful. It seems that after every battle you're able to make a miraculous breakthrough. Leng Tianchuang sighed dejectedly. It seems I won't be able to keep up with young Master Qin in this lifetime. Qin Yu withdrew the God of War spear and crossed his arms, beginning to explain. The talent of each of you isn't bad. As long as you practice diligently, you will surely make progress in the future. Yi Tong still didn't take her eyes off Qin Yu. She instinctively said, sometimes I feel like you're not a young man, but rather an elder with a very majestic presence. Qin Yu scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating. Just then, a disciple of the Holy Heart Palace rushed in to report. Young Master Qin, Saintess Yi, the palace master is anxious to see you all. Qin Yu looked intently at the disciple and asked, is it because of the extreme sun sect's movements? The disciple nodded repeatedly. That's right. Qin Yu walked forward eagerly. This moment has finally arrived. Let's go. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace, where the elders and sect members have gathered. Qin Yu stepped forward to greet the palace master. Greetings, palace master. Palace master Fu Yao immediately spoke. It seems everyone has arrived. My scouts have reported. The extreme sun sect has set out. They will reach the Holy Heart Palace in 3 days at most. 3 days from now will be our decisive battle. Elder Leng, how are the arrangements coming along? Leng Ningpo looked at the palace master and replied confidently, we won't lose. Our allies have all departed. This time we must ensure the extreme sun sect never returns. Also, there's the Jade Maiden sect. Elder Mo Linfeng also spoke up. Very well, I will make sure the Jade Maiden sect is wiped from this place forever. Suddenly, another disciple of the Holy Heart Palace ran in shouting, this is bad. Palace Master, something major has happened. Palace Master Fu Yao glared at the disciple. What is so alarming? Speak slowly. The disciple immediately reported, "The major sects in our alliance have sent messages one after another, wanting to withdraw." All the elders present immediately grew anxious, their eyes widening in surprise. "What?" Elder Leng Ningpo began to speak. "HMPH, those fairweather cowards who sway with the wind. They must have been threatened by the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect." Elder Tai Ning stared at Palace Master Fu Yao. "Palace Master, even if the alliance is gone, I am determined to fight to the death." Ningpo glared and followed Tai Ning's words. "Well said, our heads may fall and our blood may spill. But that doesn't mean we can't win," the Palace Master said, looking at the elders with determination. "Indeed, our Sacred Heart Palace will never show fear. Elders, I am counting on all of you." All the elders present immediately bowed to accept the Palace Master's command. Afterward, Qin Wu, Yi Tong, and Tian Shuang returned to the martial arts arena inside the Sacred Heart Palace. Disciples were practicing on both sides. Ever since they were in the main hall, Leng Tian Shuang had been feeling restless and anxious. Seeing this, Qin Wu comforted her, saying, "Don't be so tense. We will definitely win this battle." Tian Shuang looked intently at Qin Wu and asked suspiciously, "Young Master Qin, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Qin Wu smirked slightly and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that in 3 days only the Extreme Sun sect will likely arrive first. As for the Jade Maiden sect, don't worry, they won't be able to make it." After speaking, Qin Wu immediately used his lightness skill and flew away. Leng Tian Shuang and Yi Tong looked at each other, both surprised and annoyed, realizing he was indeed keeping a secret from them. That night at Mount Mu, 3 members of the demon race approached a mountain near the Sacred Heart Palace to observe. The dragon-headed demon stared at the palace and chuckled. "So this is the Sacred Heart Palace. Haha, but it seems there are no human experts here at all." The bird-beaked demon spoke up. "Let's go. Once we meet Qin Wu, everything will become clear." Suddenly, a beam of light from the immortal race appeared in the sky. Zhao Fengsheng stepped out from a teleportation portal and shouted loudly, "What do you think you are doing here?" Seeing Fengsheng, the demons hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. "Greetings, Lord Envoy." Fengsheng immediately spoke in a threatening tone. "The Sacred Heart Palace is not a place for you to touch. Get out of here now," the dragon-headed demon dared to ask. "I beg the Lord Envoy to explain the reason." Fengsheng barked angrily. "Do you think you're worthy?" He then delivered a sharp slap directly to the dragon-headed demon's face. The dragon-headed demon was slapped but didn't dare to speak, only backing away. Fengsheng shouted again, "I hope I don't have to say it a second time." Though furious, the dragon-headed demon didn't dare resist. He quickly took the order and used a teleportation technique to leave the Sacred Heart Palace. 3 days later, not far from the palace, Bai Fei Fan led the Extreme Sun sect's forces, ready for battle. Sitting on his spirit beast, he thought to himself, "After today, the Sacred Heart Palace will be mine. I can't sense the presence of those 3 lords. Perhaps they haven't arrived yet. That's fine. Once I capture Qin Wu alive and hand him over to the lords, it will save them some trouble." Bai Fei Fan glanced at his subordinates and asked sternly, "Why haven't our allies appeared yet?" The subordinate cupped his hands respectfully and reported, "The Jade Maiden sect is being attacked by a mysterious force and was forced to delay. Other sects are on their way and will join us shortly." Bai Fei Fan glared at the subordinate with eyes full of rage. He continued, "And where are the divine sons of the Extreme Sun sect?" Immediately, the 7 divine sons of the Extreme Sun sect appeared, bowing as they greeted, "Greetings, sect master." Bai Fei Fan gave a stern command. "Go tell Palace Master Fu Yao that I'm giving them only 1 day to abandon their resistance. Otherwise, in a day's time, the Sacred Heart Palace will be a river of blood and a mountain of corpses." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a figure spread his arms, saying, "If that's the case, it's enough for me to take action." The silhouette gradually became clear, his entire body covered in talismans. The man continued, "There's no need for such a grand display. This old man will go first. Dealing with the Sacred Heart Palace alone is more than enough for me." Bai Fei Fan immediately cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Then I thank you, old ghost of Yin Mountain. I shall trouble you." In just a moment, the old ghost of Yin Mountain flew to the main hall of the Sacred Heart Palace. Standing in midair, he spoke confidently, "This old man does not wish to create more slaughter today. The fate of the Sacred Heart Palace has reached its end. I hope you understand the situation and don't throw your lives away in vain." Below, the elders of the Sacred Heart Palace and Qin Wu were already standing before the main hall, looking up at the old ghost of Yin Mountain. Representing the Sacred Heart Palace, Palace Master Fu Yao spoke, "Senior, you must be joking. How could the Sacred Heart Palace be handed over to others? If blood must be shed, our sacred heart palace will certainly not back down. The old ghost of Yin Mountain glared at Fu Yao and said, "Little girl, I met you 40 years ago. We could be considered to have some history. Take this old man's advice. And stop being so stubbornly ignorant. With my current cultivation, even if the Sacred Heart Palace manages to invite Supreme Elder Yi Li, it would be useless." Ling Ningpo shouted angrily, "HMPH, if you want to fight, then fight. Why all the talk?" The old ghost of Yin Mountain stared at Ling Ningpo and shook his head slightly. "Your cultivation isn't bad. But unfortunately, my current power is no longer something you can oppose." With that, he swung his staff toward the main hall, creating a beam of spiritual energy that crushed the ground. The terrifying pressure forced everyone below the hall to kneel. Ling Ningpo glared, struggling to resist, while Fu Yao thought to herself, "This pressure has reached at least the 6th level of the void-shattering realm." The old ghost of Yin Mountain looked down triumphantly and said, "Can't even withstand a single blow." Suddenly, he looked toward Qin Wu in surprise. A majestic phantom of a strengthened body stood behind him, looking imposing. Seeing the scene before him, the old ghost of Yin Mountain was deeply shocked, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, Junior, you are truly remarkable. It seems the Sacred Heart Palace has gained another outstanding genius," the old man said, pointing his staff at Qin Wu. He barked, "Boy, what is your name?" Qin Wu stood firm, his body radiating an overwhelming aura as he replied coldly, "I am not in the habit of chatting on the executioner's block." Old ghost Yin Shan laughed heartily at those words before descending to the ground to face Qin Wu. "You are quite an interesting brat. I have come here to show you some respect." Qin Wu stared intensely at the old ghost with cold eyes before slowly revealing his name. Old ghost Yin Shan reached out, his voice filled with astonishment. "A 6th-level void-shattering realm cultivator who can withstand my pressure. Truly impressive. The Sacred Heart Palace is doomed today. Would you like to join my sect instead?" "With your natural talent, staying here would be a total waste." Qin Wu asked curiously, "Old ghost Yin Shan, I want to know what terms the Extreme Sun sect offered to convince you to aid them." Hearing this, old ghost Yin Shan immediately replied, "I find you quite likable, so I don't mind telling you. The Extreme Sun sect promised to find me a worthy successor once this is finished. But now that I've met you, haha, why would I need anyone else? As long as you join my sect, I will ensure your safety. What do you say?" From a distance, Bai Feifan gritted his teeth and roared in a fury, "Damn it." That old ghost Yin Shan, a divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, approached and asked, "Sect Master, what should our next move be?" Bai Feifan continued to glare at Qin Wu, his heart seething with rage. Meanwhile, old ghost Yin Shan stared at Qin Wu, awaiting his response. Qin Wu remained silent, directly drawing his war god's spear and pointing it at the old man. "How do you think I will answer?" Old ghost Yin Shan's eyes widened at the sight of the war god's spear as he shouted in shock, "The war god's spear? How did you get your hands on that?" Qin Wu was also slightly surprised. "You recognize the war god's spear?" Old ghost Yin Shan roared. "You are a descendant of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Excellent, truly excellent." With those words, he lunged toward Qin Wu, screaming, "You must die." Qin Wu stared back at the old ghost and said softly, "I'm afraid you lack the ability to kill me." The two collided, their energies clashing violently. The war god's spear swung repeatedly, leaving trails of afterimages, but the old ghost was just as skilled, parrying every one of Qin Wu's strikes. With agile movements, the old ghost blocked an attack and countered with a palm strike that sent Qin Wu flying. Qin Wu was pushed back, his gaze fixed on his opponent. He thought to himself, "His strength is formidable, even a level above my own." After that palm strike, the old ghost fell into a moment of contemplation. "This brat has clearly only reached the void-shattering realm, yet he survived my palm strike. It seems he was born with divine strength." The old ghost dismissed his thoughts and looked coldly at Qin Wu. "To be able to take a hit from me, you are indeed a talent among the younger generation. It is just a pity that you were born into the wrong family." He then spread his arms to summon the phantom of a desolate beast and threw a punch directly at Qin Wu. Qin Wu's eyes narrowed as he called out the name Yazi. Instantly, Yazi emerged from the void and shattered the old ghost's beast phantom with a single punch. The old ghost was instantly knocked backward, thinking in shock, "What is this? How could this brat break the providence I obtained from the great wilderness? Could he have obtained a similar providence? How can the power of a desolate beast exist within him?" The old ghost observed Qin Wu closely and spoke loudly. "Boy, it seems your father and grandfather treated you well, even taking you into the great wilderness to seize providence for yourself. That bastard Qin Zing must have obtained a great providence as well. The old ghost laughed again. Ha, after I kill you today, he will be next. The Fuyao Palace master watched the battle from the sidelines, thinking. As expected, he still doesn't know what is happening inside Qin Wu's body. Hearing the old ghost mention his father and grandfather, the flames of hatred in Qin Wu's heart flared up. A man like you is not worthy of mentioning their names. Take this spear strike. The old ghost glared at Qin Wu and shouted, "Child's play." He then unleashed a thick wave of resentment to block the attack. Qin Wu's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Then how about this move?" He summoned countless soul auras from the war god's spear, which lunged at the old ghost from the void. The old ghost's resentful aura was easily pierced by Qin Wu's soul energy, causing the old man to roar in fury and intensify his assault. Following that scream, he swung his arm to unleash a shockwave that forced Qin Wu back, who then brandished his spear while retreating to evade the blast. Numerous waves generated by the old man collapsed the entire sacred heart hall, and from within the smoke, he drew an immortal-grade blade while glaring coldly at Qin Wu. The dragon had truly emerged from the Qin family. Qin Wu stood gracefully atop the sacred heart hall, noting the old man's heaven-rank blade technique and second-grade immortal weapon. This old man is quite capable, Qin Wu thought as the old ghost pointed his resentment-filled blade at him and screamed. But this is all you've got, brat. This single strike will send you to your grave. Qin Wu gave a confident smile and told him to stop boasting, prompting the old ghost to roar back in disbelief. A brat like you is the one talking big. Junior, let's see how you handle this blade. The old ghost shouted before delivering a powerful downward slash. The blade energy transformed into the arm of a desolate beast and lunged at Qin Wu with terrifying speed. Without hesitating, he countered by summoning the Yinglong and pointing his spear at the old man. Using the fourth strike of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder spear, he unleashed the phantom of the Yinglong to clash head-on with the old ghost's blade technique. The old ghost glared at Qin Wu and spoke with utter disdain, asking the boy if he truly believed his martial arts could rival his own. You are merely relying on the war god's spear. Qin Wu remained silent, drawing power from the war god's soul as he charged directly toward the old ghost. His face filled with panic as he cried out in shock, and in an instant, Qin Wu's strike pierced through the beast phantom and plunged straight into the old man's chest. Writhing in pain and unable to believe his eyes, the old ghost wondered how this was possible just as a massive explosion rocked the hall and a blinding light enveloped everything. As the dust settled, Qin Wu slowly descended to the ground to face the heavily wounded old ghost, who coughed and stared at him in utter disbelief. How could you possibly break my second-grade immortal weapon? The old ghost Yin Shan asked, but Qin Wu only stared back with contempt, dismissing it as a mere second-grade tool. Filled with resentment and hatred, the old ghost Yin Shan refused to accept his defeat, lamenting that he had lost to Qin Heng in the past only to fall to his descendant today. Why is the Qin family my eternal curse? He reached toward Qin Wu with a helpless voice, muttering about the inescapability of fate before finally passing away in silence. Qin Wu was filled with doubt, finding it strange that Yin Shan had lost to his grandfather, yet wondering if the old ghost's cultivation had truly reached such heights in just a few decades. He wondered why the man never sought revenge on the Qin family after leaving the Great Desolation. While nearby, Bai Feifan gnashed his teeth in fury that even Yin Shan was no match for Qin Wu. A disciple from the Extreme Sun sect nervously suggested retreating due to Qin Wu's strength, but an infuriated Bai Feifan immediately struck the man's dantian, shouting that it wasn't his place to speak. Bai Feifan turned to Qin Wu and challenged him, declaring that even if he had defeated the old ghost Yin Shan, he would never lose to him. He roared and unleashed his full demonic power as he lunged at Qin Wu, claiming he would be the next opponent, while Qin Wu simply glared at the trash before him. Qin Wu chuckled, noting that he had clearly sought refuge with the demons, while Leng Ningpo stood by silently smiling as Bai Feifan charged forward at a terrifying speed. In an instant, he shifted into the air and delivered a powerful punch that left Bai Feifan in agonizing pain as he coughed up large amounts of blood. With just a single blow, Qin Wu easily defeated him, and as Bai Feifan struggled to get back up, Qin Wu stepped firmly on his face to pin him to the ground. Qin Wu spoke with disdain, telling him that relying on the demons had clearly rotted his mind since he couldn't even judge the distance between them anymore. Killing you is no different than crushing an ant, he said, but Bai Feifan suddenly screamed for the three lords to save him, causing Qin Wu to pause in thought. He wondered if there were other demons nearby that he hadn't sensed, perhaps even the 4 heavenly demon generals, yet despite Bai Feifan's desperate cries for help, not a single demon dared to show itself, leaving him to mutter in despair about why no one came to his aid before Qin Wu sighed, smiled coldly, and crushed his head. The members of the Extreme Sun sect knelt in terror, muttering that everything was over, while Qin Wu sighed to himself, surprised that the battle had been so easy. Palace Master Fu Yao scrutinized the situation, sensing something was amiss as the Extreme Heat Sect elders had all vanished, just as a voice thundered from above, telling their disciples not to fear. This conflict was ordained by fate, and the Extreme Heat Sect was destined for victory, prompting everyone to look up at 2 dark figures radiating a brilliant glow. 2 elderly men gradually manifested before the Holy Heart Palace's main hall, with one remarking how pathetic it was that the juniors were so incompetent when left to their own devices. The man beside him added that they were forced to intervene at this critical juncture, while Chu Lin finally revealed himself and bowed deeply to greet the 2 grandfathers. He looked at the 2 elders, realizing they were the Supreme Grand Elder and the Supreme Second Elder, surprised they had come in person as the Grand Elder smirked. He noted that Bai Feifan had neglected his cultivation, and despite his decent talent, he had wasted his potential by relying solely on schemes and trickery. A martial artist must rely on their own strength to prevail, the Second Elder added, noting that they were losing momentum because a battle of juniors had escalated into a clash of elders. The Grand Elder looked toward Qin Wu and mentioned that according to Chu Lin, this youth might be of the demon race, though the recent battle suggested otherwise. He perceived that the power originated from the Great Desolation, much like the old ghost of Yin Mountain, and wondered how such an ordinary person could encounter such a rare opportunity. Palace Master Fu Yao realized this battle was no longer for the younger generation, and sensed that the duel between the juniors was reaching its conclusion. Fu Yao immediately knelt and shouted a mantra, begging the Supreme Elder to appear as an unfilial descendant seeking guidance. A sudden whirlwind appeared amidst flashes of lightning, and a white-haired old man manifested in the air, stroking his beard as he told Qin Wu that he was quite impressive. Qin Wu offered a humble smile and thanked the senior before the Holy Heart Palace's Supreme Elder stepped forward to face the Extreme Heat Sect elders, declaring their old agreement broken. The oath to never intervene unless the sect faced total annihilation seemed to have lost all its significance today. The Extreme Heat Sect's Grand Elder replied that while their agreement had stood for many years, it was destined to be shattered on this day. The Second Elder of the Extreme Heat Sect stared at the Holy Heart Palace's Supreme Elder, admitting that their sect was currently at a slight disadvantage. Consequently, they would not annex the Holy Heart Palace today, as they only required Qin Wu, he said while pointing toward the Supreme Elder. He shouted a challenge for a one-on-one duel, stating that if he lost, his sect would surrender 90% of its assets, but if he won, Qin Wu would belong to him. The Supreme Elder agreed to the terms, but Chu Lin shouted that they should not let the tiger return to the mountain, as it would lead to endless future troubles. Qin Wu also roared that the Extreme Heat Sect was doomed to fall today, prompting a spiteful Chu Lin to ask who he thought he was to speak of destroying their sect. He admitted Qin Wu was exceptionally strong among his peers, but insisted that before the 2 grandfathers, he was nothing more than a mere ant. Qin Wu coldly replied that being compared to Chu Lin was nauseating, and that the man wasn't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. He acknowledged that Chu Lin had many survival tricks, but he had learned his lesson and would ensure that the man did not leave this place alive. The 2 Extreme Heat Sect elders laughed, telling Qin Wu that while arrogance was expected of the young, he needed to recognize the reality of his situation. They claimed a junior like him wouldn't last a single move against them, while the Supreme Elder told Qin Wu to leave the rest of the fight to him. Qin Wu slammed his war god's spear into the ground before the 2 elders, his body radiating an overbearing aura as he glared and refused the help. He declared that this was his battle, and he would personally dismantle the Extreme Heat Sect, infuriating the elders who had never seen anyone so eager for death. They told Qin Wu that while his pride was commendable, this was not a matter he should be involved in, but he looked at the Supreme Elder with absolute confidence. He urged the senior to trust him, and though the Supreme Elder felt conflicted, he eventually nodded and agreed to leave the battle in his hands. Palace Master Fu Yao looked at the Supreme Elder with unconcealed anxiety, wondering why he would allow the young and reckless Qin Wu to act so freely. These are the two supreme elders of the extreme sun sect. One supreme elder frowned and replied with gravity, "Let him deal with it himself." "This brat's cultivation is not a bit weaker than mine." Fu Yao was stunned by the supreme elder's words. "What are you saying?" "This is no time for jokes." The supreme elder glared and explained, "Would I deceive you? The internal power of that boy is far from simple. To put it bluntly, it is like a bottomless abyss." Qin Wu had now reached the war god's spear, hoisting it up and resting it on his shoulder. His cold eyes fixed on the two old men. "You two may strike now. Let me see what skills you possess." The two elders exchanged glances, sensing the situation was grim. One of them signaled, "This is bad. This kid definitely harbors a great secret. Stick to the original plan." After their discussion, the two old men turned and one spoke. "Very well, this place is unsuitable for combat. If you wish to fight, follow me." Qin Wu did not hesitate and flew after the two old men. All three descended upon a vast mountain range, facing one another. The two old men wore sinister smiles. They then lunged at Qin Wu from both sides. Qin Wu gracefully spun his spear, creating a solid barrier that intercepted the two elders' assault. The two old men retreated to a corner and began chanting. "Heaven-grade martial skill, profound gloom art. Heaven-grade martial skill, crimson fire art." Two energy dragons were summoned. They charged directly at Qin Wu. Qin Wu did not flinch, employing the fourth move of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear to counter, yet he was still knocked back. Qin Wu stood up, his gaze icy. "That move was actually quite interesting." One of the old men spoke. "Even though you are only at the 5th level of the void-breaking realm, you were able to withstand our combined strike. However, I was only using the void-breaking realm to battle you just now." The two old men began to unleash their divine power, light radiating in all directions. "Next, you shall witness the terror of the void-shattering realm." Qin Wu stood still, his sharp eyes locked onto the two old men. Suddenly, a seal formation appeared above his head and began to envelop his body. The two old men glared and chanted in unison. "Shattering space to form one's own domain is the mark of the void-shattering realm. The first level allows for the control of space. The third level can create a distinct void realm. Within my void realm, you are nothing more than a tiny ant." A beam of energy immediately shot toward Qin Wu. After a thunderous explosion, the ground ahead turned to ash amidst billowing dust. "Ignorant junior, just because you obtained a few opportunities, you think you can challenge a higher realm? How naive. No martial artist in the void-breaking realm can oppose the third level of the void-shattering realm." The great elder turned away, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That poor old ghost of Yin Mountain died at the hands of this junior before he could even comprehend the void realm." Qin Wu slowly emerged from the cloud of dust, his voice as cold as ice. "You two seem to be having a fine conversation. Why don't I join in with a few words of my own?" Hearing Qin Wu's voice, the two old dogs immediately widened their eyes in shock. Qin Wu's silhouette gradually became visible within the ashes. His sharp gaze stared straight at the two old men. "Why have you two fallen silent? Is there nothing left to say?" The second elder felt a wave of dread spread through his heart. Is the great desolation opportunity truly this terrifying? How can someone in the void-breaking realm endure the power of the void-shattering realm? Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Qin Wu's fist lunged toward his face. The second elder of the extreme sun sect hurriedly conjured an energy wall to block, but he could not withstand Qin Wu's horrific strength and was instantly sent flying. The remaining great elder turned pale. While gathering power in his hand, he barked, "Do not be so insolent!" But he was immediately kicked 80 meters away by Qin Wu. The two old dogs cried out in terror. You actually blocked a move from the void-shattering realm." Qin Wu did not answer, only raising his hand to condense energy, aiming directly at the two old dogs. A heaven-shaking force field struck toward them. Without pausing, Qin Wu summoned the war god's spear, controlling the weapon to attack the two elders from behind. The great elder began summoning an immortal artifact, shouting, "Infinite reverse life." Instantly, the immortal artifact sucked the two old dogs inside, catching Qin Wu by surprise. It then teleported the two of them to another location. Qin Wu glared at the immortal artifact before him, wondering, "You actually possess such a Dharma treasure?" The second elder gnashed his teeth. Looking furious, he said, "Junior, you have forced us to use a second-grade immortal artifact." The great elder waved his hand and shouted, "But today you must die." An array formation began to form on the ground, surrounding Qin Wu. Qin Wu stood coldly in the center of the seal and spoke, "You are using this terrain." You brought me here to nurture the Kyankun realm, likely as a trap for the Sacred Heart Palace elders, but you didn't expect a variable like me. I've known this for a long time. Come, let's see the peak power of two third-level Void Realm experts. The great elder of the Extreme Sun sect glared at Qin Wu, asking how he knew. Qin Wu smirked, summoning the phantom of Yazi beside him, and coldly stated he simply wanted to see the extent of his own explosive power. Qin Wu sighed and began calling upon his desolate beasts. Yazi, the nine-footed golden bird, Suweni, Giao, and Yinglong. Qin Wu's eyes sharpened as he summoned their aid. A massive surge of power erupted before the two old dogs, his body now enveloped in the primal essence of the desolate beasts. With a single stomp, Qin Wu instantly shattered the void domain the two old men had established. Stunned that he broke their realm, they watched as Qin Wu approached them coldly. Glaring at the two Extreme Sun sect elders, he remarked that they were weaker than expected, perhaps because modern warriors couldn't compare to those he had faced before. Or perhaps it was simply because he had grown significantly stronger. In a flash, Qin Wu appeared directly in front of the Extreme Sun sect elder. The elder gasped in terror as Qin Wu gathered energy at his fingertip, telling them he would show them his true martial arts. Qin Wu pointed toward the sky, sending a beam of energy upward. The two old men looked up, filled with overwhelming shock and dread. In the sky, the phantom of Taudi manifested within Qin Wu's energy. He glared at the two elders and unleashed the desolate skill, Vicious Beast. Taudi bared its fangs and lunged at the two elders. The terrified great elder desperately screamed for his Kyankun realm. The Kyankun immortal Qi rushed to protect them, but it was too slow to stop Qin Wu's desolate beast technique. Within seconds, the souls of the two old dogs were devoured by the energy as Taudi faded into the clouds. Qin Wu reverted to his original form and sighed, noting it was over. He explained that desolate skills are innate abilities of certain ancient beasts. Although he hadn't fully awakened Taudi yet, he could still utilize 30% of its desolate skill power within those chaotic eyes. The two old dogs of the Extreme Sun sect were now nothing but soulless husks. Taudi's desolate skill consumes everything, and their souls had been completely devoured. They were now merely empty puppets. Qin Wu quickly took their storage rings to reclaim the Extreme Sun sect elder's immortal Qi, storing it safely away. Carrying the two corpses, he flew back to the Sacred Heart Palace. At the main hall, everyone waited anxiously. Chu Lin's eyes widened as a sense of dread washed over him. He wondered if his grandfathers had failed, but dismissed it, believing no breaking delusion realm warrior could defeat them. Chu Lin immediately used a death-faking clone technique to hide, thinking it was better to be prepared. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Heart Palace, the Supreme Elder suddenly laughed out loud. Hall Master Fu Yao looked at him in confusion, wondering how he could laugh at such a critical moment. Stroking his beard, the Supreme Elder told her to get ready, as the Extreme Sun sect would soon belong to the Sacred Heart Palace. Hall Master Fu Yao understood and felt a surge of excitement. Just then, Qin Wu arrived at the hall with the bodies of the two Extreme Sun sect elders. He tossed the corpses aside with a faint smile. The Extreme Sun sect members fell into chaos at the sight, while the Sacred Heart Palace erupted in cheers of victory. Remembering Chu Lin, Qin Wu struck him with a palm blast. Chu Lin coughed up blood and begged Qin Wu to listen, but Qin Wu glared at him coldly. He finished Chu Lin off, saying that if he listened again, the boy would just escape. Standing in the center of the hall, Qin Wu declared that the Extreme Sun sect was no more. He turned and flew into the sky, leaving the Sacred Heart Palace in awe. Hall Master Fu Yao watched him, wondering what kind of monster he truly was. While traveling through the forest, Qin Wu received a message on his jade token from Wu Si, stating that Li Qingjiao had been safely escorted away. Then came a message from Auntie Zio, warning him that a mysterious powerhouse had appeared at the Jade Maiden sect and was heading toward the Sacred Heart Palace. Qin Wu frowned and looked ahead, declaring that it was now the Jade Maiden sect's turn as he stood at the foot of a distant mountain. The Jade Maiden sect members had gathered as Bai Feifei panted heavily, fuming that she would have been intercepted if the Ninth Prince hadn't come to her rescue. Ninth Prince Chen Xiang stared at Bai Feifei and asked if they would reach the Holy Heart Palace after crossing this mountain, to which she gazed back at him. She nodded in confirmation, but wondered if the extreme heat sect had been subdued, while Chen Xiang mused that it would be better if the Jade Maiden sect handled the matter themselves. She added that his assistance would make things easier just as the Jade Maiden sect leader approached Chen Xiang and respectfully expressed her gratitude to the Ninth Prince. She pledged that the Jade Maiden sect would serve him if they successfully took the Holy Heart Palace, prompting Chen Xiang to smile smugly and urge them to depart before the extreme heat sect could act. Upon hearing this, the Jade Maiden sect leader ordered everyone to pick up the pace, and the group soon reached the foot of the mountain with Chen Xiang following behind. Suddenly, a subordinate teleported over and questioned if this was merely a dispute between sects, to which Chen Xiang responded with a slight smile. He explained that he was wandering the mortal realm out of boredom and wanted to participate, as he would lose the chance once he returned to the heavenly court. The subordinate sighed at his master's whim before both suddenly sensed a massive surge of power approaching, and after the impact, Qin Wu appeared before the Jade Maiden sect with his god of war spear. Bai Feifei was filled with anxiety and dread upon seeing Qin Wu, while the Jade Maiden sect leader stared at him, wondering if this young man was truly Qin Wu. She was shocked that he had already reached the 5th level of the void-breaking realm so quickly, as Qin Wu pointed the tip of his spear toward her. He shouted that the Jade Maiden sect would be wiped from existence today, but as he channeled his 9 heavens divine lightning spear, he suddenly paused and stared intently at Chen Xiang. He realized the man was the 9th prince of the Galaxy dynasty and the future Galaxy Great Emperor, Chen Xiang, while Bai Feifei glared back at Qin Wu. She boldly remarked that it had been a long time and that he had changed significantly, but mocked him for thinking he could overthrow the Jade Maiden sect all by himself. The Jade Maiden sect leader watched Qin Wu with growing concern, certain that he must have a hidden scheme if he dared to confront them alone. Qin Wu looked at Chen Xiang and recalled that the future Galaxy Great Emperor was a powerhouse who would eventually conquer the entire royal family through his own strength. The Galaxy dynasty was not originally the dominant power, as there were 10 other dynasties far superior in both their number of martial artists and the size of their armies. All of them surpassed the Galaxy dynasty, but in his previous life, Chen Xiang had spent years in seclusion, quietly cultivating his strength until his opportunity finally arrived. He successfully seized the throne and began a new era, first by collaborating with the Immortal Clan to gather countless immortal runes and use them to train many talented warriors. Utilizing these immortal runes and artifacts, he unified the Empire as the first Galaxy Great Emperor and led the human race to become strong enough to potentially overthrow the demon race. Although Chen Xiang was an extraordinary figure, the Immortal Clan supporting him eventually surrendered to the Zhaoxi Immortal Clan. Refusing to yield to Li King, Chen Xiang was eventually killed, and his legend faded away, leading Qin Wu to sigh as he finished his reflections. Chen Xiang stared at Qin Wu and asked how he knew about his 9th-grade holy fire, wondering why such a talented young man would shake his head upon meeting him. Bai Feifei glared at Qin Wu and shouted, asking if he knew who he was facing, but Chen Xiang cut her off with a sharp glare and ordered her to be silent. Terrified, Bai Feifei immediately fell silent as Qin Wu stepped forward and gestured for the 9th prince not to misunderstand, claiming he meant no disrespect. He explained he was merely recalling some tragic events, which surprised Chen Xiang that his identity was known, leading the prince to suggest that Qin Wu call him Big Brother instead. Qin Wu nodded and agreed to call him Big Brother Chen, but then asked if he could tell the old senior behind him to stop radiating such intense killing intent. Chen Xiang glanced back at his subordinate, who was still staring menacingly at Qin Wu before communicating with the prince through telepathy. The subordinate warned that the boy was dangerous for noticing his killing intent so easily, to which Chen Xiang replied that the rumors about his luck in the great wilderness must be true. Chen Xiang thought that with his help, he could further his ambitions, while Qin Wu looked intently at Chen Xiang and said that regardless of the nature of his relationship with the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and pointed his spear at the Jade Maiden sect leader, his voice booming as he declared he would end her today, while Bai Feifei seethed with rage. Her eyes, brimming with fury, locked onto Qin Yu as she barked, asking if he had lost his mind to think he could actually defeat her. Chen Xiang immediately cut in with a calm tone, stating this was merely a chance encounter, and telling Qin Yu to settle his personal grudges before stepping aside with his men. Leaving Qin Yu to handle matters himself, Bai Feifei glanced at Chen Xiang with suspicion, finding the 9th prince's motives difficult to decipher and wondering if he was testing her. Bai Feifei turned back to Qin Yu and shouted that regardless of his schemes, she would, but her words were cut short. Qin Yu's war god's spear instantly impaled Bai Feifei, allowing him to take her down effortlessly before he cast a frigid gaze forward. The next death belongs to you, Qin Yu muttered coldly, prompting the Jade Maiden sect leader to scream in a fit of rage, calling him a shameless brat. She vowed to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu executed her with a single strike, leaving her coughing up blood as her disciples cried out in horror. Qin Yu turned his murderous gaze toward the disciples and coldly ordered them to get out, causing them to scatter in a panicked frenzy without a moment's delay. Qin Yu nodded and retracted his war god spear, quietly noting his task was complete, while Chen Xiang stood by, stunned by his ruthless efficiency. He thought to himself that Qin Yu killed without a shred of hesitation or regard for the blood spilled, then stepped forward with a forced smile. Praising Qin Yu's decisiveness as the mark of a true man, he noted that the Polar Sun sect had fallen, and the long-standing conflict between the four great sects was ending. Though Sacred Heart Hall had the last laugh, he warned that the Jade Maiden sect wouldn't stay quiet despite their leader's death, offering his future assistance as Qin Yu stared back. Qin Yu calmly thanked Chen Xiang, but insisted on dealing with the Jade Maiden sect personally, to which Chen Xiang nodded in agreement. When asked if he was heading to their sect next, Qin Yu smirked wickedly and stated that weeds must be pulled by the roots, making Chen Xiang laugh with delight. Finding the idea excellent and having nothing else to do, Chen Xiang suggested joining him to ask a few questions, and the two set off together toward the sect. At the Jade Maiden sect, the great elder sat in a corner of a room practicing the sacred flame when he suddenly snapped his eyes open. He shouted in anger as the door slowly creaked open and a girl entered, asking anxiously what had happened to cause such an outburst. The great elder stared at her and revealed that both mother and daughter from Bai Xuan's line were dead, leaving the girl to stand before him in somber silence. Realizing the Jade Maiden sect had suffered a catastrophic defeat, the great elder stood up and noted the rising number of geniuses in the world. He lamented that someone like Qin Yu from Sacred Heart Hall had shattered the balance maintained by the great sects for years, signaling their sect's inevitable downfall. The girl asked what they should do, and the elder replied that while he no longer cared for the sect, he would still honor his promise to her. He told her to prepare for their departure to the great wilderness today, prompting the girl to express her heartfelt gratitude to him. After the elder left the dark room and several days passed, Qin Yu arrived at the Jade Maiden sect only to find the entire place completely deserted. Chen Xiang looked around and remarked that they seemed to have abandoned the site, while an incensed Qin Yu glared at the main hall and roared the sect's name. A subordinate reported that the sect was devoid of spiritual energy and treasures, prompting Qin Yu to close his eyes and use the Gui Niu's power to search for them. He activated the Gui Niu within the barrier to scan the surroundings before opening his eyes and stating that the treasures hadn't been moved. As Chen Xiang looked on in confusion, Qin Yu signaled for him to follow, explaining that according to his memories of a past life, a secret existed here. He revealed that an ancient emperor's tomb containing a top-tier immortal artifact was hidden deep underground, which the Gui Niu had just confirmed. Qin Yu walked toward the mouth of a well and stopped to look ahead, while Chen Xiang followed closely behind and asked for clarification. "Why do I find you so familiar with the Jade Maiden sect?" Qin Wu turned to look at Chen Xiang and asked, "Brother Chen, do you dare to go down and explore with me?" Chen Xiang looked at the well with curiosity and raised his hand eagerly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He stepped to the edge of the well and turned to speak to his subordinate. "Brother Qin must have a reason for letting me go down. Rest assured, nothing will happen." After saying that, he jumped to the bottom of the well to investigate. Chen Xiang looked toward Qin Wu and remarked, "I didn't expect another grotto to exist beneath this Jade Maiden sect." Chen Xiang's subordinate tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. He then said, "There isn't a trace of spiritual energy here. Even I can't sense anything." Qin Wu turned his head to look at Chen Xiang. He asked, "Brother Chen, may I borrow the immortal script for a moment?" Chen Xiang agreed without hesitation. "Haha, of course you can." Chen Xiang grabbed the immortal script and threw it forcefully toward Qin Wu. Qin Wu caught it and held it forward, and instantly, a surge of energy illuminated the entire grotto. This was the 7th-tier immortal script. Chen Xiang interrupted his subordinate, his eyes following Qin Wu. "A 7th-tier immortal script is nothing to worry about." Suddenly, the wall in front of Qin Wu began to crack and shatter. A triangular gate opened up. Qin Wu stepped inside with a confident gaze, not forgetting to invite Chen Xiang, "Please, Brother Chen, come with me." Both of them stepped through the gate, with the subordinate following closely behind. Inside, a pure gold coffin appeared, guarded by a pair of stone lions. The three of them stood before the ancient secret chamber, warily observing their surroundings. Chen Xiang focused his gaze on the stone lions, wondering if an ancient immortal emperor lay within the coffin. "Brother Qin, is my guess correct?" Qin Wu glanced at Chen Xiang and replied, "As expected of Brother Chen, inside this coffin indeed lies an ancient human sovereign. Furthermore, it is a human sovereign possessing the imperial qi." Chen Xiang stared at Qin Wu in surprise. "Imperial qi?" The subordinate was also shocked and asked, "Is this true?" Qin Wu stepped forward and said confidently, "Whether it is true or false, we will know once we test it." Immediately, the stone lions began to crack, their glowing red eyes staring intently at Qin Wu. Chen Xiang cried out in panic, "Brother Qin, be careful." Qin Wu glared at the stone lions, and they immediately cowered like small puppies, huddling into a corner. Qin Wu easily removed the nuisance and reached out to open the coffin lid. Inside the coffin were an immortal artifact, a medicinal pill, and a high-grade martial arts scroll. Qin Wu picked up the martial arts scroll and tossed it toward Chen Xiang. "This is the inheritance of the human emperor's destiny. As for this immortal artifact, please let me keep it." Chen Xiang nodded happily. "Of course, since Brother Qin discovered this place, it is only natural that everything belongs to you." He eagerly opened the inheritance scroll, and a surge of spiritual energy radiated outward. Possessing imperial qi and a heavenly mandate, truly magnificent, the phantom of the human sovereign gradually appeared and spoke, "I am human sovereign Ye. Junior, are you the one who has received my inheritance?" Chen Xiang cupped his hands in greeting. "This junior is the 9th prince of the Tian dynasty. I pay my respects to the human sovereign." The phantom of the human sovereign looked at him and nodded. "Not bad. Dense imperial qi, a purple aura surrounding the body, and a top-tier fate. You are worthy of being my successor. Regrettably, there is a great enemy in your destiny leading to a fatal end." Suddenly, the human sovereign stared at Chen Xiang in surprise. Wait, why is it so strange?" The old human sovereign then turned to look at Qin Wu, a thought flashing through his mind. "Could it be so?" Then he laughed loudly, his voice filled with joy. "Ha ha ha, as expected, it is all heaven's will." Chen Xiang's eyes widened in shock at the human sovereign's terrifying power. The emperor's phantom suddenly transformed into a great desolation beast and let out a thunderous roar. "Junior, accept my inheritance." A massive surge of energy immediately swirled into Chen Xiang. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light as he began to absorb the colossal power flowing through him. The old subordinate anxiously called out Chen Xiang's name, but Qin Wu stood beside him, his voice reassuring. "Don't worry, he will be fine." The old subordinate turned to look at Qin Wu. His voice was full of suspicion. "Qin Wu, who exactly are you? Not only do you know the Jade Maiden sect like the back of your hand, but even an imperial inheritance. You give up so easily. What is your ultimate goal in approaching the Chen family?" Qin Wu replied, his eyes still fixed on Chen Xiang. "The imperial qi has no affinity with me. No matter how powerful it is, I cannot keep it. As for approaching the 9th prince, it was merely a coincidence." Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's power erupted as his body continuously absorbed the legacy of the ancient human emperor, and he soon fixed his gaze forward. His body surged with power as he stood tall before his subordinate and Qin Wu. The old subordinate asked anxiously if he was all right, while Chen Xiang clenched his fists in excitement. With a voice full of confidence, he replied that he was fine, noting that the prestige of the ancient human emperor truly lived up to its reputation, and that with such power, his great ambition would surely be realized. He approached Qin Wu and cupped his hands in gratitude, stating that his great fortune today was all thanks to senior brother Qin, and that if help were needed in the future, he would never refuse. Qin Wu looked at Chen Xiang solemnly and said with a sense of responsibility that he hoped brother Chen would make good use of this power to protect the human race, to which Chen Xiang confidently patted his chest and vowed that as long as he lived, he would devote his entire heart and soul to guarding humanity. The old subordinate nodded and signaled for them to leave first, so the three quickly leapt from the well's mouth and exited the Jade Maiden sect's secret chamber just as Chen Xiang was about to speak to Qin Wu. Suddenly, numerous omens appeared in the sky as lightning tribulations descended, leaving Chen Xiang astonished as the emperor qi within him began to clash violently. This caused him intense physical pain, startling Qin Wu, who cried out in panic that the emperor qis were fighting, while the old subordinate anxiously asked what was happening. Qin Wu quickly explained that brother Chen had inherited the aura of the ancient human emperor, but at the same time, within the Tianxia dynasty. Another sovereign had emerged, and as the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers, so the two sources of Emperor Qi would naturally fight for the supreme position. The two surges of Emperor Qi took the forms of ancient wild beasts and roared incessantly, while Qin Wu continued to observe every detail with great care. However, he was so focused that he forgot the emergence of a new emperor would plunge the Tianxia dynasty into chaos, as the fierce tiger power of the human Emperor Qi within Chen, Xiang charged into battle. Simultaneously, the azure dragon Emperor Qi of the old emperor of the Tianxia dynasty circled among the clouds, creating a scene of a crouching tiger and hidden dragon as both sides fought relentlessly with violent Emperor Qi. Chen Xiang's fierce tiger Emperor Qi lunged like a bolt of lightning to bite the azure dragon firmly, and amidst earth-shattering roars, the azure dragon Emperor Qi gradually dissipated. After a while, the heavenly omens subsided following the battle for imperial supremacy, leaving Chen Xiang exhausted and panting with sweat beading on his face. Meanwhile, in the luxurious palace of the Tianxia dynasty, the old emperor was cultivating when his natal Emperor Qi suddenly malfunctioned, causing him to widen his eyes in agony and cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Clearly sensing his Emperor Qi fading away, he screamed in a panic, asking why it was disappearing, and demanded the imperial preceptor be summoned, who appeared immediately. With a solemn expression, the imperial preceptor anxiously asked what had happened to his majesty, to which the old emperor frowned and said that his Emperor Qi was gone. The imperial preceptor was shocked, wondering how it was possible since his majesty was protected by the dynasty's providence, and his profound Emperor Qi could not easily dissipate. He urged the emperor not to panic and offered to investigate. Immediately after, the imperial preceptor activated his vision divine ability, and a powerful, oppressive force spread out intensely. Within the vision space, his body was scorched by the human Emperor Qi, causing blood to seep from within, and he grew worried after sensing the ferocious Emperor Qi spreading throughout the Tianxia dynasty. The old emperor's face was now pale as he stared tensely at the imperial preceptor, demanding to know what was happening, while the old preceptor's mouth was covered in blood. With a bewildered look, he replied that a grave matter had occurred, as his investigation revealed a new Emperor Qi had appeared in the Tianxia dynasty with power far exceeding his majesty's, having devoured his own. Furthermore, even he could not lock onto this Emperor Qi. Upon hearing this, the old emperor looked devastated and filled with resentment, lamenting that everything was truly over. The imperial preceptor quickly reassured him that the world was unpredictable, and that even if a new human emperor had descended, they could not seize his dynasty, as he still had another way, prompting the old emperor to shout urgently, asking what the method was and demanding he speak. The imperial preceptor immediately explained in detail that they could gather the energy of martial artists to refine a new Emperor Qi to serve him, though the old emperor still did not quite understand. He asked the imperial preceptor to clarify, and the preceptor continued by explaining that although the various energies in the world differed, they all originated from the same source. They were all nurtured by the heavenly Tao and shared a common origin, so they only needed to gather martial artists with strong luck and order them to fight and devour one another. This allows for the continuous strengthening of one's fortune, and once a martial artist with exceptional luck is found, I can use a secret technique to seize it and refine a new imperial Qi for your use. Without destruction, there can be no creation, so perhaps the shattering of your imperial Qi this time is a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, the old emperor was overjoyed and asked excitedly how he should proceed. The imperial preceptor gave a sinister smile, noting that the Tian dynasty had been isolated for years and had used this opportunity to grow significantly stronger. Your Majesty, we can collaborate with the surrounding dynasties to hold a grand martial arts competition, as the fortune of Tian's martial artists alone is insufficient for you to condense a new imperial Qi. However, if other dynasties participate, our great undertaking will surely succeed, and you will obtain an even more powerful imperial Qi. Once the fortune of the martial artists from the surrounding powers has been seized, our Tian dynasty can take the chance to start a war and force those other dynasties to submit to us. Blinded by excitement and losing all reason, the old emperor quickly agreed, telling the imperial preceptor that he would leave everything in his hands. With a sinister expression, the imperial preceptor stared at the old emperor and assured him that he would handle everything, before the scene shifted back to the Jade Maiden sect. Feeling a bit regretful, Chen Xiang turned to Qin Wu and asked if it was truly inconvenient for his younger brother to take a stroll around the imperial palace with him. Qin Wu continued walking forward with a cold expression, telling Brother Chen that the imperial capital was currently in decline, and staying longer would only bring trouble. Since the people of the Jade Maiden sect have all fled, we should return to the Sacred Heart Hall, Qin Wu said, before carefully cautioning Chen Xiang before his departure. He told him to remember the imperial qi concealment technique he had just taught him and never to reveal it unless the timing was right, which made Chen Xiang feel much more confident. He replied that he should not worry as he had his own plans, and Qin Wu nodded before flying into the sky to begin his journey back to the Sacred Heart Hall. "Brother Chen, I must leave now. Farewell," he said before vanishing, leaving Chen Xiang standing there watching his figure and laughing loudly, thinking excitedly about the great fortune he had gained on this trip. Chen Xiang's old subordinate frowned and muttered that this Qin Wu was truly unpredictable, suggesting to the ninth master that they should investigate him in secret. Chen Xiang immediately interrupted, warning that if Qin Wu found out, it would cause a rift in their relationship. So the old man bowed his head and did not dare to argue as Chen Xiang happily moved forward. He laughed and said they should go, as the scene shifted to the Sacred Heart Hall Square where disciples were busy organizing resources after defeating enemy forces and repairing battle damage. Qin Wu returned just in time after sweeping through the sects that opposed the Sacred Heart Hall, and everyone welcomed him warmly upon seeing him. Qin Wu greeted them shyly, thinking that taking over the Extreme Sun sect's resources must have been hard work, and as he reached the main hall, Yi Tong and Leng Tianchuang rushed out to excitedly welcome him back. "It seems you are perfectly fine. Did you really destroy the Jade Maiden sect all by yourself, Qin Wu?" Leng Tianchuang asked with a smile. She remarked that young Master Qin had truly astonished them all, but warned that acting alone was dangerous, and that they should be allowed to help him in the future. Qin Wu quickly went to the main hall to pay his respects to Hall Master Fu Yao, greeting her respectfully before asking about the whereabouts of Li Qingjiao. Hall Master Fu Yao then instructed Yitong to lead young Master Qin to Li Qingjiao, and upon hearing this, Yitong immediately pulled Qin Wu along as they ran outside. Yitong urged him to follow her, while Hall Master Fu Yao looked at Leng Tianchuang and remarked that she feared young Master Qin already held Li Qingjiao in his heart. Leng Tianchuang stood there with a sorrowful gaze, telling herself that perhaps she was not fortunate enough to stand by young Master Qin's side. Meanwhile, in her private chamber, Li Qingjiao was sighing in dejection with a heart full of worries when Qin Wu suddenly opened the door and walked confidently straight toward her. After a moment of silence, the two began to converse, and Li Qingjiao did not hesitate to ask if the Jade Maiden sect had truly been destroyed. With a pensive expression, Qin Wu replied that the Jade Maiden sect was not as pure as she thought, and that she likely didn't know about the filthy deeds they committed in secret. After saying this, Qin Wu stroked her head and said warmly that she should stay by his side forever so he could protect her, causing Li Qingjiao to blush and shyly tell him not to speak so recklessly. Qin Wu sighed, thinking he would have to nurture their feelings from scratch, and a month later in the Sacred Heart Hall's secret realm, he finished his secluded cultivation and awoke to feel a surge of power, realizing he had finally broken through. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the void-breaking realm and awakening the next desolate beast. Once that beast awoke, he would be ready to enter the Great Desolation again. As Qin Wu pondered his plans, Yitong rushed over excitedly. "Qin Wu, something big happened," she cried, and as he looked at her with curiosity, she laughed and insisted it was a major event. "The Tian dynasty has announced they are gathering the forces of 7 other dynasties to host a grand martial arts tournament." Qin Wu felt skeptical about what made this tournament so special, so Yitong explained it would unite the top powers and royal providence of the 8 dynasties. This unprecedented event is open to all cultivators without limit on sect or number, and the rewards are incredibly lavish, prompting Qin Wu to listen closely. Yitong explained that the top 100 would receive level 2 immortal artifacts and level 1 immortal runes, while the top 50 would get level 3 artifacts. The top 20 could even receive level 4 immortal artifacts, a revelation that left Qin Wu deep in thought over such immense generosity. Such rewards would surely draw in both mysterious sect disciples and powerful rogue cultivators, but Yitong excitedly noted that there was even more. The top 10 winners would earn the right to use the national treasures of the 8 dynasties to seek opportunities in the Great Desolation, shocking Qin Wu. Those national treasures hold a nation's providence to grant cultivators supreme power, and with one, he could finally venture into the great desolation. Qin Wu couldn't hide his excitement as he declared his intent to join, and a smiling Yi Tong happily agreed to go along, though she missed sister Tianshuang. Since Leng Tianshuang had sect duties to attend to and couldn't come, Yi Tong began ushering Qin Wu forward, urging him to start their journey. The tournament begins in 3 months at Heiyu City, 300 kilometers to the northwest, so they needed to leave immediately. Yi Tong mentioned they would have time to prepare, but a bewildered Qin Wu looked at her and remarked that she was being far too impatient. He insisted on bidding farewell to Palace Master Fu Yao first, so Qin Wu quickly went to pay his respects and announce his departure. Palace Master Fu Yao encouraged him to take the top prize, and the elders of the Sacred Heart Hall joined in with their own cheers for him. Feeling left out, Yi Tong grumbled about the lack of cheers for her, but the palace master simply told her to look after young Master Qin. Leng Tianshuang also gave her enthusiastic blessings to Qin Wu, who responded with a confident smile and promised he would not fail. He then set off for Heiyu City as Palace Master Fu Yao watched his departing figure with high expectations for his future success. Time flew by, and the next day, Qin Wu's carriage was speeding down the road, though he turned to Yi Tong with a look of dissatisfaction. He asked if there were any larger carriages, and a flustered Yi Tong replied that it would have been enough if Sidu Zhenggu hadn't joined them. Sidu Zhenggu laughed heartily, claiming it was the perfect time for them to meet, and that traveling together to the tournament would be fun. The group stared at Sidu Zhenggu in silence until Qin Wu eventually shook his head helplessly, deciding to let the matter go. Sidu Zhenggu stood up and triumphantly shouted for them to depart, declaring that second place in the tournament would surely be his. Yi Tong glared at him with irritation, suspiciously questioning why he was so certain he would only manage to take second place. Sidu Zhenggu gave her a smug look and explained that first place naturally belonged to Brother Qin, so second place was enough for him. Yi Tong didn't let it go and asked why he thought he could even win second place, causing Sidu Zhenggu to frown in response. He stared coldly ahead as if considering his answer, and his hesitation only made Yi Tong more annoyed as she demanded to know why. Suddenly, Sidu Zhenggu let out a lecherous laugh and explained that by winning second place, he would be married to 2 princesses of the great dynasty. Qin Wu's eyes widened in shock as he glared at Sidu Zhenggu with an annoyed expression, while Yi Dong pointed a trembling finger at the man in a fit of rage. "You despicable old lecher," he spat, as Wu Yue and Wu Si stood by, watching Sidu Zhenggu with a sense of helpless confusion. A short while later, the group arrived at the border of the Tianxia Kingdom, where Sidu Zhenggu immediately grew alert and scanned their surroundings. "We have reached the border, a treacherous stretch where we cannot afford any mistakes," he warned, prompting a frowning Wu Si to ask if the danger came from the demon race. Qin Wu explained solemnly that it wasn't just demons, as the border shared territory with numerous small nations and rogue cultivator factions. He noted that these groups often posed a greater threat than demons, hiding in the shadows to rob and murder travelers for their resources. As Sidu Zhenggu approached Qin Wu with a smirk, agreeing with his assessment, a sudden, thunderous crash erupted from outside. Sensing the anomaly, they both shouted a warning of danger just as the carriage was violently smashed into splinters. Utilizing their agility, Qin Wu's group managed to land safely before discovering a mysterious barrier that had been preemptively placed in their path. After inspecting the area, Qin Wu sighed and told the others they would have to continue on foot as night began to fall. The group eventually halted in a forest to rest around a small campfire, where Sidu Zhenggu pulled out a map to study their route. Pointing to a specific location, he informed them that they needed to reach Qingfeng country by tomorrow to secure a new carriage. Suddenly, numerous shadows emerged from the trees, and a limping man stepped forward, threatening to kill them all if they didn't hand over their valuables. Sitting quietly in the corner, Qin Wu cast a cold gaze over the group of crippled attackers, noticing that every one of them was covered in severe, unhealed wounds. Without hesitation, Qin Wu warned the leader that since he had worked hard to reach the breaking realm, he should leave now while he still could. He threatened to end the man's life if he persisted, but the leader only responded with a look of utter disdain. "You truly have no shame, choosing the hard way over the easy one," the leader barked before charging toward Qin Wu with murderous intent. He swung a heavy wooden staff while screaming, yet Qin Wu remained perfectly composed, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. The leader skidded to a halt right in front of him, offering one final chance to surrender their wealth in exchange for their lives. Unfazed, Qin Wu demanded to know how the man was able to utilize the secret techniques of the Qin family, causing the leader to recoil in shock. With a face pale from terror, the man scrambled backward and signaled his comrades to retreat immediately, realizing they had been exposed. As the bandits vanished into the darkness, Sidu Zhengwu turned to Qin Wu and asked if he intended to pursue them. Qin Wu stepped forward with determination, explaining that the martial power the man displayed was the exclusive heritage of his own Qin family. Noting the man's visible shock at being recognized, he decided they must follow them to uncover the truth behind the situation. The journey then shifted toward Qingfeng country, leading them to a dilapidated temple hidden deep within a desolate, overgrown forest. Inside, the same group of desperate men gathered as a youth brought a cup of water to old Hu, noticing the old man was trembling uncontrollably. When asked what was wrong, old Hu wept in agony, lamenting that they had been recognized and that he had brought disgrace upon the Qin family. Qin Wu's sudden appearance sent the crowd into a panic as he stepped forward with a stern frown, demanding to know the old man's true identity. Trembling old Hu asked how he could possibly recognize the Qin family's secret arts, to which he replied that he was Qin Wu of the Divine Sword Kingdom's Qin family. Stunned by the revelation, old Hu let out a roar and attempted to strike himself, but Qin Wu quickly intercepted him with a point-holding technique. A surge of internal energy struck his acupoints, causing old Hu to stiffen as the bystanders shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Old Hu barked at the man beside him, "Shi Lang, do not be insolent." He then commanded, "Shi Lang, lead everyone outside at once." Shi Lang replied resentfully, "I am not going anywhere," but old Hu shouted firmly, "All of you get out now," faced with the old man's fierce determination. His subordinates immediately withdrew, leaving only Qin Yu and old Hu inside the abandoned temple. Qin Yu then released the seals on the old man's acupoints. Once he was freed, old Hu stood facing Qin Yu with a look of deep dissatisfaction. Qin Wu continued his interrogation, demanding to know his true identity, to which old Hu bowed his head and sadly identified himself as Hu Meng, a descendant of the Qin family's vanguard officer, Hu Lai. Qin Wu was stunned, never having heard of the storming battalion before, and he questioned how a member of the Qin family ended up in such a place, resorting to such lowly deeds. Hu Meng bowed his head in resignation, claiming he had no other choice, but Qin Wu, wanting to uncover the truth, told him to sit down and explain everything. Hu Meng sat by the fire, looking haggard, and began his tale from 30 years ago when his father, Hu Lai, served as the personal guard to Qin Heng, the head of the Qin family. His father had been ordered to lead the storming battalion to the border of the Qingfeng kingdom for a mission, leading Qin Wu to realize that this man was the descendant of his grandfather's guard. Hu Meng continued, explaining that a powerful and cruel force had emerged in Qingfeng City, and the king of Qingfeng, unable to resist, had sought their assistance. Upon arrival, they completely eradicated those people, and at the time, they believed the storming battalion had achieved a glorious victory. However, as he spoke, old Hu's face twisted with resentment and deep-seated hatred, recalling the exact moment everything changed. A mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared and annihilated the entire storming battalion in the blink of an eye, though his father fought desperately to create an escape route for him. After escaping, he intended to lead the survivors of the storming battalion back to the Divine Sword dynasty, but he never expected what would happen next. That mysterious expert shared a close bond with the young master of the Qingfeng kingdom, who then deployed a massive force to hunt them down and scrub away their tracks. They blocked nearly every escape route, leaving him with no choice but to lead his people to flee into the mountains and live a life of hiding and desperation. Despair deepened when the young master of the Qingfeng kingdom informed the Qin family that the storming battalion had been completely wiped out. Furthermore, he sent the corpses of the fallen soldiers back to the Qin family, an act that effectively severed any hope of reinforcements being sent to them. Those children were all descendants of the storming battalion, and for 30 years he had tried countless times to break through their predicament, only to fail every time. He had considered ending his life, but he could not abandon the descendants of the storming battalion, choosing instead to live in shame and even resort to theft just so the children could survive. At that moment, old Hu fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, lamenting that he had tarnished the Qin family's reputation and deserved to die. Claiming the children were innocent, he offered his life to cleanse the stain on the Qin family's honor, pleading with Qin Wu to find a way for the family to take them home. Qin Wu was moved by this display and looked at old Hu thoughtfully. But suddenly, Shi Lang rushed in from outside with a look of pure terror on his face. He shouted that many warriors had appeared outside, causing old Hu's eyes to widen in shock and disbelief. He immediately glared at Qin Wu and screamed that he had been deceived, accusing him of not being a member of the Qin family at all. With a cold expression, Qin Wu asked why he would lie and suggested they go outside, as he wanted to see who had been hunting his people for the past 30 years. He declared that he would make them pay in blood before everyone gathered outside the ruined temple to face the group hunting the Qin family. Old Hu's subordinates trembled with fear upon seeing the figures before them, especially a man with a strange, androgynous face. He looked at the Qin group and insulted them, calling them a bunch of cripples and dregs who were wasting his time instead of choosing an easy death. Complaining about his bad luck, the man's murderous gaze shifted toward Hu Meng as Qin Wu stepped forward with a cold demeanor. He mocked Hu Meng for finally being found before turning his attention to Qin Wu, sneering at the new, handsome face and asking if he wanted to accompany him. Qin Wu maintained his icy composure and continued to walk forward, leaving everyone present in a state of utter surprise. He stopped directly in front of the androgynous man and asked if he was the one who had been hunting them for 30 years, to which the arrogant, eunuch-like man laughed. He boasted that while many were hunting them, it was finally his turn to finish the job, offering the young man one final chance. "Since you look quite decent, why don't you service my backside for me?" Qin Wu quickly reached out and tightly gripped his throat. This was Qin Wu's signature move. Since the beginning, a single grab meant certain death. With a face full of murderous intent, he stared intensely at his opponent. "It would be better if someone like you just died right now." Everyone present was stunned by the scene. The perverted man's face turned pale with terror. "The 8th level of the void-breaking realm? Who exactly are you? What did that Hu Meng offer you?" "I will give you double. No, 10 times as much. You can't kill me, you mustn't kill me." He screamed frantically, his eyes rolling back as he felt agonizing pain. In an instant, Qin Wu snapped his neck, ending his life. Seeing their master slain, the subordinates nearby fled in panic. "He killed the crown princess? Run!" In an instant, Qin Wu unleashed his overbearing aura and summoned his companion Ao Zai to begin the slaughter. He glared at the crowd with eyes full of resentment. "Not a single soul shall escape my hands today." With those words, he immediately channeled the primal power of Ao Zai to annihilate everyone present. With a single move, the group was reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. Hu Meng witnessed this and felt a surge of exhilaration, gloating over their deaths as a fate well-deserved for such beasts. After clearing out the enemies, Qin Wu glanced at Hu Meng and asked, "Who are the ones who have been hunting you all these years?" Hu Meng's eyes widened in surprise at the question. He shook his head in panic. "No, although the Qingfeng kingdom is small, it possesses many powerful experts. If you kill this man, it will surely be exposed. They will quickly pursue us here." Hu Meng then pointed toward Shi Lang and the others. "I will stay here to hold them off. Please take these children back to the Qin family." Qin Wu fell into deep thought before speaking. "From now on, you shall follow me. The Qin family of the past is no more." Hu Meng was stunned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Wu replied decisively, "I will explain everything to you later. For now, tell me who the rest of those scumbags are." Hu Meng looked at Qin Wu solemnly. "They are all descendants of the young lord of the Qingfeng kingdom. Currently, he is the ruler of the Qingfeng kingdom." Hearing this, a smug smile played on Qin Wu's lips. "Very well, then this Qingfeng kingdom shall be completely annihilated by my hand." Just then, a golden barrier appeared beside Hu Meng's group. Sui-Tu Zhangwu and the others from Qin Wu's group also appeared. Upon arrival, Sui-Tu Zhangwu looked at Qin Wu with a pensive gaze. He never expected to encounter the last blood descendant of the Qin family here. As he and his group stepped forward, Hu Meng became somewhat wary. Worried, Hu Meng shouted, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Qin Wu quickly signaled him to calm down. "They are my people." Before departing, Qin Wu coldly instructed, "Please ensure their safety for a while. I will return shortly." Standing nearby, Hu Meng protested loudly, "No, the most urgent matter is to return to the Qin family to report the current situation." Qin Wu's expression darkened as he replied in a cold, low voice, "I already told you the Qin family of that time is gone." Hu Meng was stunned, his mind racing with confusion. "What exactly do you mean?" Qin Wu then turned to walk away, while signaling the sisters of the Wu family. "The Wu sisters will explain the details to you shortly." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Qin Wu, startling him. "Wait a moment!" Shi Lang rushed after him, kneeling on the ground in plea. Please take me with you. Even if I lack the power to help, I absolutely won't get in your way. I just want to see them killed with my own eyes. Hu Meng snapped at him. Shi Lang, shut your mouth. Qin Wu agreed to let Shi Lang follow. If you get in my way, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. With a look of determination, Shi Lang immediately moved toward Qin Wu. Understood, I will follow your every command. Qin Wu grabbed Shi Lang and instantly vanished toward the Qingfeng kingdom to exact his revenge. Hu Meng stood there, his eyes following Qin Wu's retreating figure with worry. The scene shifted to the Qingfeng kingdom, where those hunting the Qin family resided. Upon entering, Qin Wu surveyed the surroundings. We have arrived at the Qingfeng kingdom. Do you know where their city lord's manor is? Shi Lang pointed to a tower in the center of the city. That's the one. With a determined gaze, Qin Wu looked straight ahead. Let's go. At that same moment. Inside the tower, the king of the Qingfeng kingdom was leisurely relaxing in a hot spring. A woman approached him with a respectful bow. My king, we have yet to find any sign of Hu Meng and his group. The king's face twisted in rage. What a pack of useless trash. After all these years, you still haven't caught those few rats, the king grumbled. The woman frowned and replied, Hu Meng is extremely cunning, but please rest assured, your majesty. I will surely bring his head to you, she promised. The king roared in fury. I don't just want his head, I want all of their lives. The woman obeyed his command. Just then, Qin Wu appeared, shouting as he entered the palace. Who dares to hunt down my Qin family? Prepare for your death. Today your Qingfeng kingdom shall meet its end. Hearing this, the king and his subordinates were stunned, wondering who the intruder was. In an instant, Qin Wu shattered the tower, causing a violent tremor. Then he and Shi Lang appeared, their eyes burning with hatred. Shi Lang pointed at the king and accused him. He is the one who has been hunting our family for years. The king's female subordinate gasped in surprise. She cried out, Your Majesty, he is the boy who was with Hu Meng. The king's expression turned sinister as he laughed. You ignored the open gates of heaven only to barge into the pathless depths of hell. Ha ha ha, excellent, he screamed maniacally. With a face full of rage, he ordered, Kill them all. Immediately, the hidden guards emerged and surrounded Qin Wu. The king laughed triumphantly. You dare come here alone to assassinate me. A bold scheme, but you underestimated my vigilance. Facing the surrounding Qingfeng soldiers, Qin Wu loudly summoned Yazi. In an instant, Yazi appeared, unleashing a terrifying aura. The overwhelming power blew away all the soldiers surrounding Qin Wu, leaving the king looking absolutely horrified. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Wu. Qin Wu landed softly, his gaze murderous as he approached. Trembling with fear, the king asked, Where did Hu Meng find someone like you? No matter what price he offered. I can pay double. Seeing Qin Wu continue to advance, he screamed, No, I can pay 10 times more. Qin Wu glared coldly at the trembling king. My surname is Qin. The king panicked even more. You are from the Qin family. Qin Wu sat before him and mocked. Are you shaking with fear when you were harming my family? Did you ever imagine this day would come? The king's face paled as he wailed. I had no choice, I was forced, if you spare me. I will reveal the whole truth, Qin Wu shouted back in anger. You are in no position to negotiate with me. The terrified king continued to plead. If you kill me, you will never know the truth. You will never find out who was truly behind everything. Qin Wu finally agreed, Fine. As long as you tell the truth, I will not kill you. Hearing this, Shi Lang immediately protested, No. He must die. Qin Wu shot a furious glance at Shi Lang, frightening him into silence. The king of Qingfeng suggested, If you swear an oath, I will tell you everything. Without hesitation, Qin Wu swore upon the heavenly Tao, Fine, I swear. As long as you reveal the truth, I will not kill you. Seeing this, the king laughed excitedly, revealing his sinister side. Kid, you should know that Qingfeng is just a small kingdom. Without a backer, I wouldn't have dared touch the famous Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty. Qin Wu snapped impatiently, I don't want to hear your nonsense. The king trembled and quickly confessed. Someone gave me a mission to plot the destruction of the Qin family's Beifeng battalion. Back then, I was only the crown prince of Qingfeng. He promised to put me on the throne if I completed the task. Qin Wu angrily demanded, Who exactly is he? The king shook and stammered, I really don't know. He always hid his face and possessed immense power, but based on his behavior and attire. I suspect he might be a member of the Heiyu Kingdom's royal family. Qin Wu was surprised. Heiyu Kingdom? He fell into deep thought. He wondered why the Heiyu Kingdom was involved. In his past life, he had never heard of any connection between them and the Qin family. The king continued to plead, Everything I said is true. If I lied, may the heavens strike me down. Qin Wu coldly shoved him aside. With a sharp gaze, he said, I will not kill you. The king breathed a sigh of relief, but Qin Wu immediately used a binding technique to restrain him, leaving him terrified. Qin Wu continued to walk past Xi Lang, who immediately vented his pent-up resentment upon hearing those words. With eyes full of hatred, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the Qing Feng king's face, shouting that it was for Lao Hu. He struck again for San Lang and Qi Lang, continuing his vengeful assault for his kin and the Feng Ba battalion, including Zhao Wu and Shi Qi. Finally, he delivered a decisive, crushing blow for himself, leaving the battered king lying broken on the ground. Groaning through his bruised face, the king tremulously admitted he was foolish for not realizing Qin Wu would never show him mercy. At that moment, he glared and shouted, asking if Qin Wu truly believed he had won, insisting that victory was not his. Pointing at Qin Wu, he threatened that his son would eventually take revenge and wipe every single one of them out. As the king laughed sinisterly, Xi Lang abruptly snapped his neck with a single punch, officially ending his life. Xi Lang tossed the lifeless body into the nearby lake and wept with relief, crying out that he had finally avenged them all. After settling the matter, Qin Wu led Xi Lang out of Qingfeng City, while in a nearby forest the scene shifted. Situ Zheng Wu recounted the tragedy of the Qin family to Lao Hu, who began to shed tears of profound sorrow upon hearing the news. He sobbed over the great disaster that befell the Qin family, yet took comfort in the young master's survival just as Qin Wu and Xi Lang arrived. Overjoyed to see them, Lao Hu knelt before Qin Wu and kowtowed, formally identifying himself as Hu Mang while greeting his young master. Xi Lang excitedly shared his achievement, telling Lao Hu that he had personally killed the Qing Feng king to avenge the Qin family and the Feng Ba battalion. Qin Wu helped Lao Hu up, telling him there was no need for such formalities, to which Lao Hu stood up with deep gratitude. Lao Hu remarked that the great grudge was finally settled, but Qin Wu replied that the true mastermind had yet to reveal himself. Based on the king's words, the Hao Yue royal family was likely involved, causing Situ Zheng Wu to look at Qin Wu in surprise. Qin Wu maintained a stern gaze, affirming that they would soon uncover the truth, while Lao Hu stepped forward with renewed determination. Lao Hu pleaded to accompany him, but Qin Wu shook his head, stating he had a far more vital task for them to handle. Eager to serve, Lao Hu promised they would devote all their strength to whatever the young master commanded, as Qin Wu looked toward the horizon. He hoped the Qin bloodline was still thriving, believing that if it were true, the Divine Sword dynasty would never truly fall. He ordered the Feng Ba battalion to return to the Divine Sword dynasty to revive the Qin family and restore the empire's former glory. While the men cheered, Lao Hu looked to the sky and silently vowed to his father that he would restore the battalion's honor. 2 months passed quickly before the scene shifted to the heavily guarded and majestic Hao Yue city within the Hao Yue kingdom. A carriage stopped at the gates, and Qin Wu stepped down with a commanding presence, admiring the city's bustling prosperity. His companions were equally awestruck by the city's scale, prompting a slightly annoyed Qin Wu to tell them to stay composed. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention as a fierce dragon descended toward the city walls. A man shouted in excitement, identifying the figure as the Hao Yue freak girl as the dragon landed. The beautiful Chuan Yuan Hao Yue appeared on the dragon's back, standing before the gathered crowd with an elegant air. After she withdrew the golden dragon's power and departed with her royal guards, Qin Wu watched her with a sharp, calculating gaze. Is the Heiyu weird girl also a member of the Heiyu imperial family? At that moment, a man appeared behind Qin Yu and spoke up. Little brother, the Heiyu weird girl is the second-ranked beauty among the 4 great beauties of Heiyu City. Countless warriors long to get close to her, but I advise you to give up on that idea. This man, named Dan Yan, struck up a conversation cheerfully. Judging by your appearance, you must be from a small nation. Your cultivation is decent, having reached the breaking delusion realm. However, I fear the power backing you is still far behind. Qin Yu looked at Dan Yan with interest and asked, Old brother, how did you know I came from a small country? Dan Yan pointed toward the crowd ahead with an innocent expression. In my estimation, only those accompanied by a retinue of guards are figures from the great nations. Sidu Zhenggu immediately stepped forward and stood before Dan Yan with an excited face. Old brother, you said the Heiyu weird girl is only ranked 2nd in Heiyu City? Then who is the first? Dan Yan noticed their shared interest. He replied enthusiastically, "Follow me into the city. I will tell you everything slowly." Hearing this, Sidu Zhengwu followed him. He hurriedly entered Heiyu City with Dan Yan. "Important matters cannot be delayed. Let's head inside." Dan Yan quickly led Qin Yu's group to an inn within Heiyu City. Seeing the distinguished guests, the waiter ran out to greet them warmly. "Young Master Dan, you've returned?" Dan Yan gestured happily. "The usual rules. Bring out all the best wine and delicious food." Afterward, he led the group into a VIP guest room. Sidu Zhengwu smiled eagerly and turned to Dan Yan. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sidu Zhengwu from the Tian dynasty." Dan Yan was slightly surprised by Sidu Zhengwu's background. "A member of the Sidu family." Sidu Zhengwu shook his head proudly. "It's not worth mentioning." Dan Yan laughed excitedly. "It seems I was blind, although the Tian dynasty isn't large." "Your Sidu family is quite something, haha." Sidu Zhengwu placed a hand on Dan Yan's shoulder. "Let's talk business. Old brother, hurry up and tell me about the 4 great beauties of Heiyu City." Dan Yan quickly replied, "The 4 great beauties of Heiyu City? Let's start from the 4th rank. That would be the sect master of the Divine Refinement sect, known as the #1 genius of eternal artifact refinement." Sidu Zhengwu showed great interest. "Oh, an artifact refinement genius," Dan Yan continued. "Rank 3rd is the fierce lady of Heiyu Lanting, Chuoba Yanyan. She is also the most eccentric character among the 4 beauties." Sidu Zhengwu asked curiously, "Old brother, could you be a bit more specific?" Just then the waiter brought the food and wine. "The food is here, the food is here." Immediately after, a man from the Heiyu imperial family appeared. Dan Yan was surprised to see this person, but remained respectful. "Io, isn't this His Highness the 3rd Prince?" As soon as the 3rd Prince appeared, he showed a look of disgust. He said bluntly, "Your family's meager fortune will be squandered by you sooner or later." Then he glanced at Qin Yu with a meaningful look. Sidu Zhengwu, looking embarrassed, quickly responded, "If you want to host a banquet, you should invite those with powerful backing." Dan Yan looked at the 3rd Prince with a worried face and said, "Then we are not the targets you just mentioned." The 3rd Prince said nothing more, simply threw a storage ring toward Dan Yan and turned away, coldly instructing, "My eldest sister has returned. I want to take your family's supreme myriad mechanism as a gift for her. Additionally, I heard you are keeping an imperial beast. Tomorrow is Yanyan's birthday, and I want to use it as a gift." Dan Yan sighed and tried to explain, "The supreme myriad mechanism is no problem, but that imperial beast is too wild and has been imprisoned for nearly a century. No one can tame it. Could you reconsider this matter?" The 3rd Prince glanced at Dan Yan and spoke decisively, "You just need to prepare it. You don't need to worry about anything else." After speaking, he walked away, leaving a reminder, "I want to see the gifts I requested before tomorrow." When Qin Yu heard Dan Yan's name, his eyes suddenly became wary. "Dan Yan? Isn't he the one who burned Heiyu City to the ground in my past life? The one called the Heiyu Human Calamity? I didn't expect to meet him here." After seeing the 3rd Prince leave, Sidu Zhengwu asked curiously, "Was that man from the Heiyu imperial family?" Dan Yan nodded with a gloomy face. "Yes, he is the 3rd Prince of the Heiyu imperial family. He possesses extraordinary cultivation talent. He is only 25 this year, but has already reached the 5th level of the Breaking Delusion realm. He will likely break through to the Void Fragmentation realm before 30. Dan Yan continued speaking while pouring wine, noting that Xuan Yuan Mai had entered the Great Desolation and gained unique opportunities. Last year, he reached the 4th level of the Void Breaking realm and defeated a 7th level expert. Now, even those at the 9th level of the Void Breaking realm struggled to defeat him. Sidu Zhengwu looked at Qin Yu smugly, remarking that such talent was considered exceptional in Heiyu City. However, on a global scale, he might just be a grain of sand in a vast desert. "Am I right, Brother Qin?" Sidu Zhengwu asked, but Qin Yu remained cold and solemn. Seeing this, Sidu Zhengwu changed the subject, asking Brother Dan who the top-ranked of the 4 great beauties was. Dan Yan smiled brightly and replied that it was none other than his own sister. This revelation shocked Sidu Zhengwu so much that he spat out his wine. Dan Yan grew angry, asking if he thought he was talking nonsense. "I know you don't believe me, so stay at my house starting today and see for yourself," Dan Yan challenged. Sidu Zhengwu agreed, and Dan Yan led Qin Yu's group to the Dan family estate. They arrived at his home, but before them stood a dilapidated and ruined mansion in the city center. Sidu Zhengwu's expression soured at the sight. "Brother Dan, is this really your home?" he asked. Dan Yan laughed warmly, admitting the estate hadn't been renovated in a long time but was still livable. He hoped they wouldn't mock him. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from within, nearly knocking them back. Dan Yan reassured them it was just the desolate beast he mentioned. "Don't be afraid," he said. Qin Yu curiously asked if he could see the creature, and Dan Yan excitedly led the way. "Of course, let's go," Dan Yan said, taking them to the rear courtyard where the desolate beast was imprisoned. The beast stared out with fierce, glowing red eyes. Sidu Zhengwu couldn't help but shudder at the sight, noting how truly ferocious its aura was. Qin Yu observed it closely. He realized its nature was indeed violent and savage. Under the beast's pressure, Yitong and Qing Jiao began to feel dizzy. Qin Yu warned them that the beast's aura was too chaotic. Since their cultivation was insufficient, their internal energy might spiral out of control, so they should leave. Dan Yan blamed himself for his lack of foresight, and called for Zhao Zhuzai to lead them out and arrange their accommodations and a feast. Zhao Zhuzai obeyed and quickly led Qing Jiao and Yitong away. Dan Yan then placed his hand on the seal, opening the dense layers of incantations. From the dark cave, the beast's oppressive aura surged continuously. A creature resembling a half-dragon, half-Qilin emerged, letting out thunderous roars. Sidu Zhengwu was stunned by the ancient beast's overwhelming power, thinking to himself how fierce the creature was. Dan Yan continuously cast spells to restrain it. He explained that his ancestors had imprisoned the monster here for centuries. Recently, they tried everything to quell its madness, but unfortunately they all failed. Furthermore, its strength continued to grow over time. Only through the Dan family's mastery of talismans and sealing arts had they been able to keep it contained until now. Suddenly, Dan Yan was startled to see Qin Yu approaching the beast. "Brother Qin, what are you doing?" he asked. Qin Yu stood alone before the ferocious, desolate beast. Upon reaching it, he felt a sense of empathy for the creature being imprisoned this way. He understood the resentment and hatred filling its heart. The beast, its body crackling with lightning, glared at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Qin Yu turned to Dan Yan and asked if he could have the desolate beast. Dan Yan scratched his head in confusion, saying it might not be convenient. Sidu Zhengwu stepped forward and put an arm around Dan Yan's shoulder, telling him not to worry about money and to just name a price. Dan Yan sighed with dissatisfaction, explaining it wasn't about money. The third prince wanted this creature, and he couldn't face him if he gave it away. Sidu Zhengwu smiled and told Qin Yu that Dan Yan was right. If he truly wanted it, he would have to negotiate with the third prince. Qin Yu stared blankly at the beast. He sighed, deciding he would try to meet the third prince. Just then, Sidu Zhengwu excitedly brought up Dan Yan's sister again. "By the way, Brother Dan, where is your younger sister?" As they spoke, a figure appeared behind them, watching the desolate beast intently. Yan Yan turned blankly toward the woman beside her. "Is this where the Dan family keeps that desolate beast?" Zhu Ying chuckled, saying Yan Yan would surely like it. Dang Yan heard a noise behind him and turned to see his sister Zhu Ying, who was surprised to see him back and asked about his companions as he stepped forward to introduce them. "Sister, these are some new friends I've met. This is Sidu Zhengwu, who shares my unique interests, and this is Qin Yu, another new acquaintance." He then introduced Zhu Ying and Yanyan to the two men, while Sidu Zhengwu gestured excitedly toward Chuoba Yanyan, remarking that she was indeed as beautiful as the rumors claimed. Yanyan was disgusted by his behavior and called him a reckless speaker, but Sidu Zhengwu flexed his muscles smugly and retorted that being reckless wasn't the issue. He asked Yanyan if she would spend the night with him so he could prove he wasn't reckless at all, causing Chuoba Yanyan's disgust to deepen further. Enraged, she delivered a sharp slap to his face and told him to shut his mouth, threatening to kill him if he dared to speak so crudely again. Sidu Zhengwu remarked that he liked her fiery personality, before asking Yanyan what had brought her there today. Zhu Ying excitedly explained that tomorrow was Yanyan's birthday and pointed toward the wild beast the Dang family was holding, stating she wanted to give it to her as a gift. Dang Yan looked troubled upon hearing this, and seeing his reaction, Zhu Ying began to pout in annoyance. "Brother, what is with that look on your face?" Zhu Ying asked, while Chuoba Yanyan clasped her hands respectfully and told Dang Yan she wouldn't force the matter if it was inconvenient. Dang Yan sighed and explained that it wasn't about inconvenience, but rather that the wild beast was highly sought after, admitting he had just encountered the third prince. He revealed that the prince had inquired about the beast, intending to give it to Yanyan as a birthday present, which caused Chuoba Yanyan to frown. Her expression soured as she realized it was that little white sword again, telling Brother Dang there was no need to deal with him anymore. She suggested they negotiate directly and promised to meet any price he set, causing Dang Yan to hesitate and glance at Qin Yu. Qin Yu gave a quick nod of approval before stepping toward Chuoba Yanyan and asking if she would be willing to let him have the wild beast instead. Yanyan giggled with delight and readily agreed, leaving Qin Yu, Dang Yan, and Sidu Zhengwu completely stunned by her easy acceptance. With a proud and heroic air, she added that if he could defeat her, she would hand the wild beast over to him immediately. Qin Yu responded with excitement, asking how she wished to compete, to which Yanyan pointed at the beast and suggested they see who could successfully subdue it. Qin Yu looked at Yanyan and agreed to her terms, prompting Zhu Ying to burst into laughter with an excited expression. "Brother Qin, you are certain to lose this match, as there are very few people in this world who can surpass Yanyan when it comes to taming wild beasts." Qin Yu replied arrogantly, stating that if such people could be counted on one hand, then he still had a chance, and perhaps he would be the one to defeat her. Zhu Ying gestured with her finger, looking amused as she praised his confidence, but insisted that Yanyan would definitely not lose. She explained that Yanyan possessed numerous ancestral taming methods, and that her talent was likely unmatched in 100,000 years. Zhu Ying paused before adding with a meaningful tone that Yanyan had actually been raised by wild beasts since she was a child. Both Qin Yu and Sidu Zhengwu were shocked to hear she was raised by beasts, but Chuoba Yanyan quickly stepped forward to confirm it. "What Zhu Ying said is true. I was indeed raised by wild beasts," she said, her gaze shifting toward Qin Yu. She suggested that for the sake of fairness, Brother Qin should go first, but he remained calm and expressed his curiosity about her upbringing. He asked her to go first so he could broaden his horizons, and Yanyan stepped forward, glancing back at him. She warned him that he would have no chance if she successfully tamed it, then approached the fierce creature, which let out a series of threatening roars. The pressure from its breath only made Yanyan more excited as she noted its ferocity, and took out a bottle of medicinal incense to begin the taming process. "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you," she said gently, and as the creature caught the peculiar fragrance, the wild beast's attitude gradually changed. Its violent aura vanished, replaced by docility and eyes enchanted by the mysterious scent as it lay down submissively, staring intently at Yan Yan like a small puppy while she approached to stroke it. "I know your imprisonment has filled you with resentment and indignation," Yan Yan said while continuing to pet it. "Trust me, I will save you from this place. I have been raised by wild beasts since I was a child, so I am certain you can sense the aura I carry. Am I not right?" Zhu Ying grew excited at the sight, believing Yan Yan had successfully tamed the wild beast, though Sidu Zhengwu appeared quite concerned. Sidu Zhengwu sighed and remarked that the beast seemed to have submitted to Yan Yan, but Qin Wu shot him a smug look and insisted that such a thing would not happen. He muttered to himself while watching Yan Yan stroke the creature, as she told Brother Qin Wu that his defeat was a certainty. Yan Yan spoke as she unleashed her blood qi to begin the taming process, asking the beast if it would follow her while offering a drop of her essence blood for the contract. Throughout the ritual, Yan Yan continuously listed her terms, declaring that from that moment forward, their lives would be bound as one. As the wild beast opened its jaws to consume the essence blood, Zhu Ying concluded the contest was over, while Sidu Zhengwu sighed in boredom, finding the outcome dull. Qin Wu let out a cold snort and smirked, loudly summoning Zaya and asking why he had not yet taken action. Zaya's phantom manifested instantly with a savage and brutal appearance, but Qin Wu gave a cautious reminder before allowing him to proceed. Telling him that everything depended on his performance, Qin Wu watched as Zaya bared his fangs and cast a menacing gaze at the wild beast. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted that caused the surrounding space to tremble, terrifying the small creature the moment it saw Zaya. The beast began to shake violently as cold sweat broke out across its body, its wide eyes frozen in fear as it looked toward Qin Wu, where Zaya's aura originated. Standing nearby, Dang Yan was stunned and wondered what was happening, while Yan Yan stared at Qin Wu with a heart full of suspicion. Demanding to know what he had done, Yan Yan watched as Qin Wu approached the beast while it was still pinned down by Zaya's powerful presence. With a cold and determined expression, Qin Wu asked the creature if it would submit, while Zaya used his terrifying form to suppress any chance of resistance. The wild beast was forced to bow at Qin Wu's feet, and after successfully taming it, he turned away smugly, satisfied that the creature now belonged to him. Zhu Ying was shocked that Yan Yan had been outperformed in beast taming, while Dang Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing Qin Wu was no ordinary man as Sidu Zhengwu rushed over to congratulate him. Sidu Zhengwu praised his friend's skill, and even Yan Yan admitted defeat, expressing her amazement that her most prideful taming techniques had been bested by him. She asked what methods he had used since she hadn't sensed a thing, but Qin Wu simply patted the beast's head and told her that some secrets were not meant to be shared. Zhu Ying watched Qin Wu with a wary gaze, finding him dangerously mysterious, while Yan Yan expressed her genuine respect for his superior abilities. She then extended an invitation to her birthday celebration the following day, asking if he could attend, and Qin Wu did not turn her down. He replied that he could not possibly decline her invitation, which delighted Yan Yan, who promised to wait for him at her residence the next day. She quickly departed after waving goodbye to Zhu Ying, leaving Sidu Zhengwu shouting after her about how she had forgot to bid him farewell. Yan Yan glared and told him to get lost, but being shooed away by Chuoba, Yan only seemed to make Sidu Zhengwu feel more excited. Wondering if he had fallen in love at first sight, Sidu Zhengwu watched as Dang Yan approached Qin Wu to offer his congratulations. Dang Yan suggested they rest early as a fierce battle awaited them tomorrow, leaving Qin Wu confused about what he meant. When asked for details, Dang Yan only smiled and said he would find out soon. The next morning at Chuoba Yan Yan's manor, her shouts echoed as she asked if they were already giving up. She held 2 large jars of wine and urged the person across from her to stop acting like a weakling and drink up, a sight that left Qin Wu quite surprised. He asked in astonishment if this was the fierce battle he had been told about, just as Yan Yan spotted Qin Wu and rushed over to put a large wine jar in his hands. She asked why he had only just arrived, before excitedly declaring that she would toast him with an entire jar of wine. With those words, she raised the wine jar and drank wildly, prompting Qin Wu to quickly lift his own jar and agree to drink until they were both intoxicated before resting. The third prince approached with a furious expression and roared that if he dared to take a single sip of that wine, he would ensure he never returned. He stormed forward to the astonishment of Qin Wu and Yan Yan, swinging his arm to smash the large wine jar while glaring and demanding the immediate return of the wild beast. Qin Wu stared coldly at his opponent, while Yan Yan stepped forward to confront Xuan Yuanmai, reminding him that Qin Wu was her guest and today was her birthday. She asked if he intended to cause trouble, and seeing Yan Yan's anger, the third prince became flustered, claiming she had misunderstood him. He argued that the brat had gone too far by bullying him, explaining that the wild beast was meant to be a gift for her, but had been seized by the boy instead. Yan Yan interrupted loudly, stating that Brother Qin had obtained the beast through his own merit, then told Xuan Yuanmai to leave if he had nothing else to say so he wouldn't delay her drinking. Xuan Yuanmai then produced a small box to offer Yan Yan, calling it a token of his affection and wondering if she would like it, but she ignored him and walked away. She declared she had no interest and asked why he hadn't left yet, while Xuan Yuanmai continued to watch her back as he spoke. He explained that this was the sole governing incense his father had kept in the treasury for years, which would be vital for her path as a beast tamer. Hearing this, Yan Yan's anger flared as she turned away and shouted for him to get lost, telling him that he was truly becoming a nuisance. Qin Wu stood nearby watching blankly with a pensive mind, thinking the boy was quite something, just as a carriage rushed toward the mansion gates from afar. Saintess Hao Yue stepped down with an excited expression, and when Xuan Yuanmai saw her, his face changed as he was overcome with surprise. Xuan Yuanmai quickly approached Yan Yan and greeted her cheerfully, remarking that it had been a long time and she had grown even more valiant. Yan Yan rushed to welcome her with delight, telling Sister Hao Yue she was quite the smooth talker, to which Hao Yue smiled and replied. She apologized for arriving in such a hurry without a proper gift, but Yan Yan immediately offered to introduce Qin Wu. Yan Yan expressed her joy at Hao Yue's arrival, saying no gift was needed, and proceeded to introduce her to a new friend she had just met. She introduced him as young Master Qin from the Tianhe dynasty, and the moment Hao Yue saw Qin Wu, her eyes widened in shock before she began to stammer. She hesitantly greeted young Master Qin, while Qin Wu observed her closely and noticed her unusual behavior as Xuan Yuanmai and Hao Yue stared at each other. While Yan Yan continued her enthusiastic introduction, Saintess Hao Yue looked anxious, her gaze fixed on Qin Wu as she wondered to herself. She questioned if the surname Qin from the Tianhe dynasty was a coincidence, while Qin Wu politely returned the greeting, saying he had long heard of her reputation. He introduced himself as Qin Wu from the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty and a member of the Ba Feng battalion, causing Saintess Hao Yue's eyes to bulge in terror. A moment later, she stammered with a trembling body that Qin Wu was truly a great talent, then excused herself to leave, prompting Xuan Yuanmai to ask a question. He asked what could be more important than Yan Yan's birthday, but Hao Yue glared at him with such resentment that he recoiled in fear. Yan Yan stood to bid her farewell, telling Hao Yue to take care of her health despite her busy schedule, after which Hao Yue quickly boarded her carriage and left the estate. C2 Zheng Wu glanced at Qin Wu and Xuan Yuanmai with a look of surprise, asking if he was truly from the Ba Feng battalion of the Divine Sword Dynasty's Qin family. Qin Wu nodded in confirmation, and Xuan Yuanmai immediately became friendly, remarking that they were like fish in water and that a fight had led to a friendship. He claimed to have a close relationship with the Ba Feng battalion, and his sudden change in attitude left C2 Zheng Wu and Yitong utterly astonished. Qin Wu also wondered how close he actually was to the Ba Feng battalion, as Xuan Yuanmai put an arm around his shoulder and led him into the banquet. He declared that since it was Yan Yan's birthday, they should drink their fill today, and he would explain their connection tomorrow, leaving Yan Yan feeling quite confused. The scene quickly shifts to the banquet, where guests are boisterously raising their glasses. Xuan Yuanyi drains a large jar of wine and looks toward Qin Wu's group, asking if they are there for the competition, to which Qin Wu quickly replies. "Indeed, we have come specifically for that battle," Qin Wu says, while Xuan Yuanyi looks dejected, expressing his admiration for those who can compete against the powerhouses of the 8 great dynasties. "I wish to go as well, but unfortunately, only my eldest sister and 9th brother in the Heiyu imperial family are qualified. Let's move on. If you intend to compete, I can provide intelligence on the other dynasties." Qin Wu's group looks at Xuan Yuanyi in surprise as Sidu Zheng Wu stands up excitedly, saying that would be excellent, while Xuan Yuanyi continues by speaking candidly. "Given your current cultivation levels, I fear this information might not be of much help." Hearing this, Yitong becomes agitated. "Hey, don't underestimate us," Yitong exclaims, while Sidu Zheng Wu cups his hands respectfully, suggesting they view this as an assessment of the chosen talents from the great dynasties as Xuan Yuanyi notes their constant emergence. However, there are 3 individuals who require special attention, as they are likely the predetermined top 3 for this competition, as you may already know. My eldest sister's cultivation and talent mark her as an expert, yet compared to these 3, she likely wouldn't last 100 rounds. Those 3 are Jiang Feiyi of the Profound Water sect from the Four Waters dynasty, first Prince Zhou Tianlin of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the rogue cultivator Chen Shi of the Setting Sun dynasty. Sidu Zheng Wu immediately recognizes Jiang Feiyi as a rare female genius from the Four Waters dynasty. Renowned for her peerless talent and beauty, she is a legend, leading Qin Wu to focus on the main issue by inquiring about the cultivation levels of these 3. Xuan Yuanyi explains that Jiang Feiyi, despite being only in her early 20s, has reached the peak of the void-breaking realm and possesses several third-grade immortal artifacts, supported by the Immortal Clan's camp. She was even taken as a disciple by an immortal clan elder, making her the most well-equipped of the 3, while Zhou Tianlin is notorious for his ruthlessness and willingness to use any means to achieve his goals. Even without the immortal clan's backing, Zhou Tianlin possesses extraordinary talent and has developed a unique body-tempering cultivation technique of his own. His full strength remains a mystery, making him the most terrifying of the 3, alongside Chen Shi, a man of mysterious origin who rose to prominence years ago by conquering many major sects. He is not only famous, but also respected for teaching mystical techniques to the sects he defeated. Chen Shi is also at the peak of the void-breaking realm and is considered the ultimate dark horse. After hearing this, Qin Wu falls into deep thought, while Xuan Yuanyi offers him a magical artifact should he encounter those 3, before they both raise their glasses, vowing to drink until they are drunk. Yan Yan appears dissatisfied with their merriment, and that night in the guest room, Qin Wu asks Xuan Yuanyi about his close relationship with the Ba Feng battalion. Xuan Yuanyi then pensively recounts the story, explaining that 20 years ago, the Heiyu dynasty sent an army to the Qingfeng kingdom to assist them against the neighboring demon race. During that time, they met and fought alongside the Ba Feng battalion, which causes Qin Wu to grow suspicious, as this contradicts the Qingfeng king's account and Hu Meng's silence on the matter. According to Hu Meng, the Ba Feng battalion had long been destroyed by the time Xuan Yuanyi arrived at Qingfeng City. Yet Xuan Yuanyi continues, saying he was young and impulsive back then. He was eventually surrounded by the demon race, but fortunately, the Ba Feng battalion arrived just in time to rescue him. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. One could say the appearance of the Ba Feng battalion was the grace that saved his life, leaving Qin Wu confused as he glances at Xuan Yuanyi, who is now staring blankly at the night sky. Strangely, after I returned to the Heiyu dynasty, everyone seemed to have completely forgotten that event, despite my many attempts to send letters in hopes of repaying the favor. Unfortunately, I received no reply, but heaven does not disappoint, for I have now encountered Brother Qin, a member of the Ba Feng battalion. Qin Wu smiles and replies that it must be fate, though internally he cannot stop dwelling on his growing suspicions. Wondering who among them is lying, Qin Wu watches as Xuan Yuanyi returns to the guest room, remarking that it is good they get along so well. I will stay here tonight to chat with you, and tomorrow morning I'll show you around the Heiyu dynasty and introduce you to my brother and the royal lineage. By the way, you've met my sister, who was busy today. I will take you to see her tomorrow. Over the years, she has always remembered the kindness the Ba Feng battalion showed me, and now is the time to repay it. With a wary gaze, Qin Wu thinks to himself that he will wait until tomorrow to see what secrets that Xuan Yuan Heiyu is hiding. And soon it is morning in the Heiyu imperial city as Xuan Yuanyi leads him through the palace. Brother Qin, what do you think of my Heiyu dynasty's guards? Xuan Yuanyi asked. Qin Wu observed them and replied, their cultivation is formidable and their vitality is surging. They are truly a valiant generation. Xuan Yuanyi was thrilled to hear this. Indeed, these are the imperial inner guards. To be honest, every single one of them has experience slaying the demon race. Xuan Yuanyi then immediately led Qin Wu to meet his elder sister. Let's go, my sister is waiting for us. As they reached the door, they were startled by the sound of harsh scolding coming from inside. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use do I have for you? Xuan Yuan Heiyu shouted at her subordinates in a fit of agitation and rage. You are all a bunch of useless trash, she barked. Xuan Yuanyi walked in with a bewildered expression. Sister Heiyu, what on earth happened? Xuan Yuan Heiyu signaled for her subordinates to leave. All of you dismiss yourselves, she ordered. As the subordinates left, Qin Wu's eyes scanned Xuan Yuan Heiyu's appearance. She gave him a forced smile and said, I've let young Master Qin see something embarrassing. Please have a seat. She then used her spiritual power to summon 2 chairs that were at the level of immortal artifacts. Qin Wu touched a chair to feel its quality, thinking the Heiyu royal family was indeed impressive. Even their furniture consisted of first-grade immortal artifacts. Xuan Yuan Heiyu sat down to receive her guest. Young Master Qin surely likes to joke. Please have some tea. I was tied up with chores yesterday and couldn't show my sincerity to Lady Feng Ying. I hope young Master Qin can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Xuan Yuanyi laughed excitedly. Brother Qin isn't the petty type. He won't take it to heart, Xuan Yuanyi said. Qin Wu smiled faintly and glanced toward him. Xuan Yuan Heiyu continued, That is wonderful. Young Master Qin, I have prepared some gifts. Before she could finish, a guard rushed in frantically to report, Your Highness, Your Highness. Seeing the guard's panic, Xuan Yuan Heiyu grew worried. What is the matter? She demanded. The guard calmed himself and reported, Young Master Chen, she has arrived. Xuan Yuan Heiyu's face clouded over with annoyance. What is he doing here? Fine, invite him in. Qin Wu looked toward the main hall and thought to himself that Chen Shi had appeared just as Xuan Yuanyi mentioned him. A man named Chen Shi appeared instantly with a cheerful face, accompanied by Chen Xiang as they entered the hall. Chen Shi immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Chen Shi, a rogue cultivator of the Luori dynasty, greets everyone. Seeing Chen Xiang's presence, Qin Wu waved and greeted him. Is that you, big brother Chen Xiang? Chen Xiang was also delighted to see Qin Wu. Brother Qin, he ran over to strike up a conversation. I never expected to run into you here. Qin Wu looked at Chen Shi and wondered about their connection. Chen Xiang then signaled to Qin Wu and Xuan Yuan Heiyu with a serious gaze before Chen Shi quickly bowed again. I am the 9th prince of the Tian dynasty. I have come to pay my respects to the Heiyu saintess. Upon hearing Chen Xiang's true identity, Xuan Yuan Heiyu welcomed them with a smile. So you are a prince of the Tian royal family. Please, both of you, take a seat. Once they were settled, Chen Shi spoke up. I have come today to ask a favor of the Heiyu saintess. Xuan Yuan Heiyu looked at him seriously. I wonder what favor young Master Chen Shi wishes to ask. Chen Shi quickly replied. It concerns the ancient demon mountain that the Heiyu royal family is currently suppressing. Has that place been restless lately? Hearing this, Xuan Yuan Heiyu looked at Chen Shi with surprise. Chen Shi continued, I have no other intentions. I only wish to request a core from the demon race. According to my intelligence, this demon is being suppressed within the ancient demon mountain. Therefore, I am willing to help the Heiyu dynasty resolve the chaos in exchange for one demon from within. Qin Wu thought to himself that it was no wonder Xuan Yuan Heiyu was so angry earlier. It was because of this matter. Chen Shi continued his pitch. Suppressing the ancient demon mountain consumes many resources, yet the results are negligible. I have a method that guarantees no resources will be wasted. I wonder what the saintess thinks. Xuan Yuan Heiyu replied calmly. If young Master Chen Shi is that confident, then I shall leave this matter to you. A single demon creature is insignificant to the Heiyu dynasty. Chen Shi replied happily. Then I thank the Heiyu saintess for her generosity. Suddenly Chen Xiang spoke up and turned toward Qin Wu. By the way, Brother Qin, I wonder if you could lend us a hand. Chen Shi looked at Chen Xiang in surprise. Ninth Prince, this person is. Chen Xiang signaled with a stern look, and Qin Wu quickly replied, Since Big Brother Chen has asked, I naturally cannot refuse. Chen Xiang laughed loudly with excitement. Good, very good. He then stood up quickly. This matter cannot be delayed. It is best if we set out immediately. Xuan Yuan Yi looked at Chen Xiang with surprise. Is it really that urgent? Xuan Yuan Heiyu also called out, Indeed, we cannot afford any further delay. I will send someone to escort you to the ancient demon mountain. I'll leave it to you. Upon receiving the order, Chen Shi and Chen Xiang cupped their hands in a respectful bow. Expressing their gratitude to the Hao Yue saintess, they left the main hall. Chen Xiang put his arm around Qin Wu's shoulder and said warmly, Brother Qin, we truly are destined to meet. To think we'd cross paths even here. Qin Wu replied with a meaningful tone, Brother Chen, I also have a few things I'd like to ask you about. Chen Xiang immediately understood and waited for the right moment. I see. Once we reach the ancient demon mountain, I will explain everything to you in detail. Sidu Zhengwu stood behind them. Seeing how close the two were, he found an excuse to leave, laughing as he said, Haha, since you two have reunited, I'll head off first and leave you to it. Observing Sidu Zhengwu's tactful behavior, Chen Xiang felt a sense of respect, thinking to himself that the Sidu family truly knew when to act and when to withdraw, a trait of those destined for greatness. The scene shifts to the ancient demon mountain, currently under the Hao Yue dynasty's suppression. After guiding the group to the location, the Hao Yue dynasty subordinates requested to withdraw, saying, This is the ancient demon mountain. Due to our low cultivation, we can only escort you this far. Please be careful on the path ahead. After saying this, they turned and left. Qin Wu surveyed his surroundings before turning his gaze toward Chen Xiang. He asked bluntly, Brother Chen, can you tell me what exactly is going on now? Chen Xiang began to explain that Chen Shi, supposedly a rogue cultivator from the Luo Rai dynasty, was actually the 17th prince of the Tian He dynasty. He was also the youngest member of the imperial family. Standing beside him, Chen Shi added with a smile, We are biological brothers. Hearing this, Qin Wu finally understood the other man's true identity. So that's the case, Qin Wu remarked. Chen Xiang continued solemnly, explaining that the 17th prince had been sent to the Luo Rai dynasty since the day he was born. Consequently, those who knew his true identity could be counted on one hand. Chen Xiang glanced at Chen Shi and said, 17th, Qin Wu is a brother on our side. Feeling safe enough to reveal his purpose, Chen Shi stepped forward and explained, Brother Qin, the technique I practice is called the sun-sacrificing, heaven-devouring art, which allows me to devour all things to increase my cultivation. If I devour a desolate beast, I will acquire their bloodline. If I devour a demon beast, I will obtain their heart veins. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, if I were to devour a human, that is the greatest limitation of this technique. The sun-sacrificing, heaven-devouring art cannot consume humans. Beside him, Chen Xiang looked dissatisfied and remarked, You're already so grown up yet still so immature. Get to the main point already. With a cold expression, Qin Wu began to ponder. Such a powerful technique might be why Chen Shi remained unknown in his past life. He was truly a genius destined for a short life. Chen Shi placed his hand on his forehead, feeling that his cultivation had hit a difficult bottleneck. To break through this barrier, he needed to devour high-grade demon tribes or desolate beasts. Previously, he had tried devouring many ordinary demon creatures, but none had any effect. Therefore, he surmised that only high-level demon beasts or desolate beasts could help him overcome this obstacle. However, finding such creatures was no easy task, nearly driving him to give up. But then, his 9th brother gave him a crucial piece of news. The Hao Yue dynasty's ancient demon mountain was in a state of chaos. For that reason, he and his companions decided to come here. Qin Wu looked at Chen Xiang with a surprised expression and asked, "Brother Chen, could it be that you caused this chaos?" Hearing this, Chen Shi was startled and immediately retorted, "What, wasn't it ninth brother?" With a smug look on his face, Chen Xiang looked at the two of them and said, "Whether it was or not doesn't matter. Come on, let's head into the ancient demon mountain and get to the main task." Afterward, Chen Xiang led the way as he, Qin Wu, and Chen Shi ventured deep into the ancient demon mountain. After walking for a while, he stopped and pointed ahead, asking, "Do you see that? That is the heart vein of the ancient demon mountain. It was created through the combined efforts of hundreds of the Hao Yue dynasty's most powerful mages. However, this formation is currently experiencing issues, causing the seal to become unstable. Some of the sealed demon tribes are gradually beginning to awaken. If this situation persists, the formation will completely collapse, and all the demon tribes within the ancient demon mountain will awaken, causing a great catastrophe for all living things." Chen Xiang continued to explain that even for the Hao Yue dynasty, repairing this grand formation would require a significant amount of manpower, resources, and time. Furthermore, it would damage the cultivation of the experts involved. Therefore, entrusting this task to us is the best course of action. Qin Wu looked at Chen Xiang thoughtfully and asked suspiciously, "Just admit it, you're the one behind this, aren't you?" Chen Shi laughed heartily and said, "Ninth brother is truly profound and unpredictable." The three of them continued to observe the heart vein of the demon-suppressing formation. Chen Xiang took out a magical artifact and said, "This formation isn't heavily damaged, but as it stands, it's not enough to fully awaken the sealed demon tribes. So I'll add a little fuel to the fire." With that, he hurled the artifact toward the sealing formation. Immediately, the artifact began to corrode and destroy the seal. It generated a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding space to fluctuate violently. The sealed demon tribes quickly broke free, accompanied by ferocious roars and potent celestial lightning. Chen Shi glanced at the great demon before him with an arrogant expression, saying he had been searching for it for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, his internal power erupted, and he asked Brother Xiang and Brother Qin to handle the other demons while he suppressed this one. He then drew his sun-moon twin axes, a fourth-grade immortal artifact, and charged straight at the great demon with a triumphant look. Standing nearby, Qin Wu was astonished to see the weapon. As Chen Shi lunged forward, he excitedly asked if it was truly a fourth-grade immortal artifact. "How can one travel the world without a couple of weapons?" he replied before charging ahead. Upon reaching his target, he immediately unleashed two heaven-splitting slashes against the great demon. Below, Qin Wu instantly drew his war god's spear and erupted with power. With a violent aura, he gripped the spear and immediately executed the Nine Heavens' divine lightning spear technique. The devastating attack formed a pillar of lightning and wind that tore the demons to pieces. Chen Xiang was amazed by the sight, remarking that Brother Qin's cultivation had grown significantly stronger with just one move. Qin Wu had eliminated the demon group with a majestic air, landing softly after defeating them. He remarked that these demons were simply too weak while glancing toward Chen Shi's battle, wondering if it was also over. Meanwhile, Chen Shi repeatedly struck the great demon's body with his sun-moon twin axes. However, after a series of attacks, the demon's body showed no signs of injury. This infuriated Chen Shi, who noted how tough the demon's body was. He immediately erupted with domineering aura and joined the two axe blades together, challenging the demon to withstand his next move as the twin axes transformed into a massive immortal artifact. With an overwhelmingly powerful presence, he initiated the Sun-Moon Thunderous Axe technique. Holding the Sun-Moon Axe, Chen Shi's body continuously radiated a potent, domineering aura. He swiftly lunged at the great demon to deliver a finishing blow. The sheer power of the strike terrified the demon, causing it to howl wildly in an instant. Overcome with fear, it desperately tried to flee to save its life. Chen Shi laughed triumphantly, mocking the creature's attempt to escape by telling it that it was already too late. He brought down a full power strike directly upon the great demon. The surrounding space immediately fell into chaos as remnants of immortal energy continuously exploded outward. Qin Wu stood nearby, watching the scene in amazement. He analyzed the situation and concluded that the axe technique was terrifying, likely at least a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill. However, he noted that the technique still had some flaws. Chen Xiang looked at Qin Wu with a serious expression and asked what those flaws might be. Based on his judgment, Qin Wu shared his thoughts, stating that if he wasn't mistaken, this technique required the coordination of twin axes to be used. Each use would cause a certain amount of self-injury. Though the recovery time was short, frequent use would leave lasting effects. He reassured him that since he had seen through the technique, he could improve it, which made Chen Xiang excited to rely on him. After slaying the great demon, its heart vein fell out before Chen Shi. He quickly approached it with a joyful expression. He declared that with this heart vein, he would surely achieve a breakthrough. After speaking, he reached out to devour it, but as soon as he touched it, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky as lightning strikes rained down. Chen Shi screamed in pain, leaving Qin Wu and Chen Xiang stunned. Chen Xiang watched from the side, shouting in disbelief that although he had only destroyed a small part, the entire formation had been broken. A great dragon demon appeared in the sky with a face full of rage, declaring that they would all die there. Qin Wu's expression changed as he glared at the dragon demon. "We've been set up," Qin Wu said. Chen Xiang looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. Qin Wu solemnly analyzed the situation regarding the competition between the 8 great dynasties. The one who stood to gain the most was Chen Shi. If Chen Shi died here, Chen Xiang angrily glared at the great dragon demon, cursing the Heiyu royal family for their treachery. The great dragon demon roared, creating an oppressive pressure. Sensing this, Qin Wu irritably remarked that such pressure exceeded the void-shattering realm. He feared the demon had reached the unity realm, as it exuded an aura no less oppressive than the nether blood bat he had encountered. Qin Wu immediately shouted for Chen Xiang and Chen Shi to retreat. As soon as he spoke, countless other powerful demons appeared. In an instant, Qin Wu's group was surrounded by the ancient demons of Mount Shang. These great demons had strange appearances and incredibly high cultivation levels that surpassed Qin Wu's. Upon appearing, they triumphantly unleashed their demonic power to suppress the group, leaving Qin Wu looking frustrated. It seemed they could no longer escape. Beside him, Chen Shi gripped his sun-moon twin axes tightly, his voice filled with resentment as he cursed the demon race. He told them to prepare for death, but an attack struck him immediately after, leaving him in absolute terror. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked down at the great demon's feet. Seeing this, Chen Xiang shouted Chen Shi's name in distress. While Chen Xiang was still screaming, the great demon above began a fierce assault, but Qin Wu, watching closely, rushed in to pull Chen Xiang to safety. In an instant, Qin Wu saved Chen Xiang from the demon's terrifying might, and the beast now turned its menacing gaze and roared toward him as its savage aura surged. A powerful killing intent sought to wipe out Qin Wu's group, leading a panicked Chen Xiang to look at him and regretfully say that he had brought this ruin upon him. He urged Qin Wu to use any remaining trump cards to escape and not be burdened by them, just as the great demon glared and let out a thunderous roar. The demon declared that they would all be buried there today, then swung its axe at Qin Wu and Chen Xiang, prompting Qin Wu to act without a moment's delay. He immediately unleashed the 9 heavens divine thunder spear technique, channeling all his strength into the war god's spear to withstand his opponent's massive power. The intense pressure surprised and unsettled Qin Wu, while the great demon was equally shocked that a mere human possessed such formidable strength. It ordered its companions to stay back, staring intently at Qin Wu with a challenging tone, wanting to see exactly how far this human's limits reached. Qin Wu stared coldly at the beast, calculating that its power wasn't entirely overwhelming and that he was only slightly weaker even without transforming. However, with 4 other demons lurking and a peak-level one in the sky, the threat remained high as the demon before him swung its axe with a contemptuous roar. Qin Wu remained unfazed, quickly employing the 9 heavens technique to suppress his foe and send the demon reeling back into a corner with a powerful strike. Infuriated and doubting his humanity, the demon erupted with demonic energy and gripped its axe tightly, charging at Qin Wu in a frenzied state. It challenged him to block its next strike, and as the pressure mounted, Long Dan grew anxious about the escalating situation. Realizing the enemy was using a lethal finishing move, Qin Wu concluded that he had no choice but to exert his full power. As Qin Wu focused his energy, the demon's eyes widened in shock, while Qin Wu slowly released a terrifying force to begin his transformation. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emerged from behind him, striking fear into the demons and leaving them utterly terrified. Forced to their knees by the aura, even the sky demon trembled and stammered about the 4 heavenly generals as Ka Ban appeared with a fierce presence. Qin Wu was stunned to see a heavenly demon general, who, despite showing no energy fluctuations, radiated a vague yet immense sense of oppression. This pressure far exceeded that of the other demons, and likely even surpassed the nether blood bat. The heavenly demon general stepped forward violently, creating a suffocating atmosphere that forced Chen Xiang to kneel in terror as the general reached for Qin Wu. Qin Wu was caught off guard, but his shock deepened when the figure placed a hand on his shoulder without any hint of malice. Instead, the heavenly demon general showed a look of pure excitement and joy, exclaiming that he had finally found his brother, Qin Wu. Chen Xiang was speechless with disbelief, and the surrounding demons could only stare with wide, trembling eyes at the two of them. The great dragon demon in the sky was equally stunned by the unfolding scene. It stammered a question to the heavenly demon general, who ignored it and warmly invited Qin Wu to follow him. Bewildered Qin Wu wondered how this general knew him, and why he acted as if they were longtime friends. Confused by the situation, he suddenly remembered Xuan and wondered if she was the one behind all of this. After a moment of thought, he agreed to follow the heavenly demon general but pointed at Chen Xiang, insisting on bringing him along. The heavenly demon general glanced back with a fierce expression before coldly telling the great dragon demon that Qin Wu could do whatever he wished. Unable to contain its rage, the great dragon demon shouted for the general to wait, prompting the heavenly demon general to glare back with fury. The great demon dragon continued to roar in a frenzy, declaring that he could not let this human leave after he had killed his most beloved child. Upon hearing this, the four heavenly demon general immediately swung his hand to release a violent surge of energy that soared into the sky. This created terrifying omens, and as the great demon dragon howled in resentment against the attack, the demons below watched the scene in horror. As the four heavenly demon generals' technique concluded and the great demon dragon's head was severed, Qin Wu watched closely, realizing the general was far more powerful than he had imagined. Shortly after, the four heavenly demon general led Qin Wu and Chen Xiang to a high cliff and opened a teleportation portal before them. Before stepping through, the four heavenly demon general told them to move as their queen was waiting, while pointing toward Chen Xiang. He ordered Chen Xiang to wait there while Qin Wu observed carefully and stepped through the portal, leaving Chen Xiang standing behind in total confusion. Staring intently at the portal, Chen Xiang wondered if brother Qin Wu was actually a member of the demon race since their queen was involved. After passing through the portal, the four heavenly demon general and Qin Wu arrived at the demon territory and were surprised to see a large crowd waiting. Even two figures with the likeness of ox head and horse face glared sternly at Qin Wu before the guide announced to the queen that Lord Qin Wu had arrived. The demon queen summoned Qin Wu forward, and though he felt uneasy, he maintained his vigilance as he ascended the steps to stand before her. After observing him for a moment, the demon queen remarked that he was indeed a handsome human and understood why that woman favored him so much. She invited Qin Wu to sit beside her throne, and he did so without hesitation, his face clouded with deep thought as he took his seat. Once he was settled, the woman leaned in and said it was not easy to find him before introducing herself as the queen of the demon race. She revealed her true form was the Black Blood Phoenix, to which Qin Wu replied with a confident smile that he was honored to be sought out by her. The demon queen immediately signaled her subordinates to bring out the prepared items, and they quickly brought in numerous chests of various sizes. Qin Wu was surprised by the sight of the many immortal artifacts and treasures that the demon queen had meticulously prepared for him. After displaying the treasures, the demon queen explained that these were carefully selected gifts offered from her heart. She asked if he was satisfied with the 9th-grade pills, great demon cores, and immortal artifacts, prompting a surprised Qin Wu to ask what she wanted him to do in return. The demon queen replied that the task she required was simple for him, but something her kind could never achieve in their entire lives. She looked at Qin Wu with a meaningful gaze, noting that unlike her, he possessed the bloodline of the Zhao immortal clan and a friendship with the Black Dragon King's daughter. She asked him to deliver a message to the Black Dragon King, but Qin Wu coldly questioned why the demon queen could not speak to him herself, causing her to frown in surprise. Qin Wu asked what he should know, and the demon queen explained that neither the demon race nor the immortal race was permitted to enter the Great Desolation. She was surprised he didn't know this despite being favored by Xuan, which piqued Qin Wu's curiosity about the details. As Qin Wu asked for more information, the demon queen looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he was truly ignorant or trying to deceive her. After considering that there was no benefit in lying to her, she began to recount every detail she knew about the situation. As time passed while she explained the Great Desolation, She eventually asked a dazed Qin Wu if he understood, only to be surprised by his reaction. She asked what his expression meant as Qin Wu suddenly became excited, standing up with great enthusiasm after realizing the truth of the matter. Qin Wu agreed to her request and asked for the message, prompting the Demon Queen to signal her subordinates to immediately withdraw from the hall. The Demon Queen then revealed her message, asking him to tell the Black Dragon King that she was willing to merge the Desolate race and the Demon race. Qin Wu was stunned to hear the proposal of resisting the immortal race together, asking if she truly intended to join the Desolate race against them, and if she wasn't afraid, he would inform Zhao Xuan'er. The Demon Queen remained composed, expressing her certainty that he would keep the secret. She added that if he actually chose to tell Zhao Xuan'er, she would simply accept that her trust in him had been a mistake. Hearing this, Qin Wu laughed loudly, finding the situation quite intriguing. He promised the queen he would deliver this news to the Black Dragon King. The Demon Queen then mentioned that she knew the human race was about to hold a martial arts competition. Since he was a participant, she offered to help him eliminate all his rivals, but Qin Wu immediately declined, stating it was unnecessary as he did not care about those people. He swiftly utilized his storage items to gather all the treasures the Demon Queen had prepared. In an instant, the immortal artifacts and elixirs were stored within his ring, after which Qin Wu walked directly through the teleportation portal. Once Qin Wu had departed, the Demon Queen began to breathe heavily under an immense pressure, whispering that she had fulfilled the ancient ancestors' request. A powerful and overbearing aura permeated the Demon Great Hall, and in a flash, a mystical classic of mountains and seas scroll appeared as a cryptic voice echoed through the room. The voice praised her for a job well done. The scroll, which contained the power of desolate beasts, began to emit a fierce aura that caused the Demon Queen to break into a cold sweat. After a long while, Qin Wu quickly returned to the ancient demon mountain of the Heiyu dynasty. Seeing Qin Wu's appearance, Chen Xiang was surprised and asked if he was all right. With an excited expression, Qin Wu continued walking, glancing at Chen Xiang and telling his brother that it was time for them to leave. Soon after, the 4 heavenly demon general appeared through the teleportation portal, bringing Chen Xi along and speaking to Qin Wu. He told Qin Wu to consider the man a gift, and immediately threw Chen Xi toward the open area in front of them. Chen Xiang was overjoyed to see Chen Xi, while the 4 heavenly demon general pointed at Qin Wu and addressed him. He declared that this was a personal gift for Qin Wu before retreating into his teleportation portal, promising they would meet again soon. Qin Wu quickly turned and walked toward Chen Xiang, who began to express his confusion by asking about Qin Wu's true background. Faced with Chen Xiang's hesitation, Qin Wu looked him straight in the eye and told his brother there was only one thing he needed to know. He vowed to protect the human race no matter what. Chen Xiang helped Chen Xi up and nodded, stating he believed him and would not forgive the Heiyu dynasty. Qin Wu looked at Chen Xiang with determination, agreeing that it was only natural, but he advised brother Chen to wait. He suggested they settle the score with the Heiyu dynasty after the competition. Qin Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting the Heiyu saintess was deep and difficult to read. Chen Xiang listened to Qin Wu and suppressed his anger, agreeing to follow his lead for the time being. The scene shifted to the Heiyu dynasty's assembly hall. Upon their return, Qin Wu and Chen Xiang met the saintess, who appeared quite enthusiastic. She thanked them for resolving the chaos at the ancient demon mountain. Chen Xiang gave a devious smile and thanked the Heiyu saintess in return. The saintess quickly had gifts brought out, explaining she had prepared them as a small token of her appreciation for the two of them. Chen Xiang glanced back and remarked that it would be disrespectful to refuse, so he thanked her. After the exchange, Qin Wu and Chen Xiang left the hall. Heiyu wore a sinister smile as she watched them leave. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black robe appeared beside her, radiating a violent aura. The figure excitedly reported that Chen Xi was severely injured and couldn't join the competition, meaning her plan was a success. The Heiyu saintess looked at him coldly and gave an order. She told him not to be careless and to keep a close watch on them. The mysterious man nodded seriously, agreeing with her command as time passed. The next day, Qin Wu began strengthening his god of war spear. He took out the items he had received from the Demon Queen. He then solemnly summoned the 9-footed golden crow to utilize its flames. Upon its arrival, the 9-footed golden crow unleashed a violent blast of fire toward the god of war spear, engulfing the weapon in a fierce blaze. He also brought out the desolate heaven scripture where his desolate beasts were kept. The great desolate hidden scripture scroll then unfurled before him. With overbearing power, the energy swirled before Qin Yu and unleashed a violent force that halted at the bottleneck of the next desolate beast he intended to subdue. Qin Yu instantly unleashed his full strength to tap into his inner power, breaking through to the peak of the void-breaking realm while creating powerful tremors against the beast's terrifying might. The manifestations of the Gyao, Azure Dragon, Yazi, Nine-Footed Golden Crow, and Suoni appeared in succession to assist Qin Yu in his breakthrough. 5 streams of great desolate power merged into his body to create shocking currents of energy as he touched the desolate heaven scripture to summon the Taudi. The Taudi materialized before him with a savage aura and let out thunderous roars, though Qin Yu watched in surprise as its body suddenly began to shatter into pieces. Qin Yu quickly attempted to absorb this energy but ultimately failed, sighing with deep regret that he had not succeeded. Realizing he needed more time to reach the peak of the void-breaking realm, he withdrew the desolate heaven scripture and the Taudi, promising himself that he would return for it soon. Just then, Yitong ran over and shouted excitedly that the date for the Great Assembly had finally been officially set. Qin Yu glanced at Yitong with a hint of surprise and told her to stay calm and try to exercise some self-control. Yitong stepped in front of Qin Yu and teased that he acted just like a little old man before getting serious about the news. She explained that the Empress would host a grand banquet in 20 days where all the powerful experts would gather together. Qin Yu thought for a moment before calmly declining, telling her to go by herself if she wanted to and to simply remain cautious. Yitong laughed and called him a boring person before turning to leave, while Qin Yu stood there watching her walk away. Qin Yu began to contemplate with a solemn expression as time passed, and 20 days later, a massive crowd of experts gathered in Heiyu City of the Heiyu dynasty. Yitong hurried Qin Yu along, noting that it seemed most of the powerful experts participating in the tournament had already arrived. Li Qingjiao stood nearby and agreed enthusiastically, noting that the top talents from all 8 great dynasties were assembling. Yitong laughed in agreement while Qin Yu looked around and asked where Dai Tu Zhengwu had gone. Yitong replied that he was likely off flirting with girls and told him not to worry, just as she noticed a lively crowd up ahead. Curious, she urged Qin Yu to go check it out and pushed her way through the crowd to see what was happening. They found a small stall selling mysterious items, where the merchant was loudly inviting everyone to come and buy. The merchant claimed he had risked his life to obtain the goods, but Qin Yu observed the items for a moment and muttered that none of them were useful. The seller overheard him and asked if he was dissatisfied, then offered to show him an exceptionally unique treasure instead. He produced an orb radiating a mysterious aura, which immediately caught Qin Yu's attention and sparked his curiosity. Suddenly, a powerful expert leaped from the crowd and shouted that they wanted the item, startling everyone present. The crowd began to whisper when they recognized the newcomer as Jiang Fei, just as another man appeared on the scene. The man mockingly asked if Jiang Fei thought she was still in her Tushui dynasty and warned her that she couldn't always get whatever she wanted. The surrounding warriors trembled upon realizing the man was Zhou Tianlin, anticipating a massive battle between the 2 dynastic geniuses. Jiang Fei coldly replied that this wasn't his great Zhou dynasty either, and reminded him that she had spotted the item first. Zhou Tianlin gave a sinister smile and said it would depend on her skill while the 2 continued their dispute. Qin Yu calmly walked toward the stall owner with a determined gaze and asked if the item was a fragment of a 3rd-grade immortal artifact. Qin Yu swiftly snatched the treasure from the shopkeeper's hand, declaring that since he arrived first, the item now belonged to him, leaving Jiang Fei in a state of shock. You want this as well?" Zhou Tianlin asked with a furrowed brow, casting a sharp glance at Qin Yu, questioning if he truly didn't know their identities before daring to compete with them. Ignoring their words, Qin Yu continued his transaction with the shopkeeper, telling him to name a price as he intended to buy it, prompting Jiang Fei to introduce herself to the young man. "Surely you've heard my name before?" she asked, while Zhou Tianlin added his own name, explaining that they both desired the item and asking if he would kindly yield it to them. Qin Yu cast a frigid look at the pair, stating he had no interest in their proposal, which left the flustered shopkeeper suggesting that the 3 of them should perhaps discuss the matter further. The surrounding crowd whispered incessantly about Qin Yu, wondering about his origins and how he dared to challenge 2 renowned geniuses, though some noted his extraordinary aura and potential backing. Others speculated he might be a powerful figure from a minor kingdom who was ignorant of the world, while Qin Yu calmly tucked the immortal artifact fragment into his robes, citing the rule of first come, first served. Having arrived first, Qin Yu saw no reason for further discussion with Jiang Fei and Zhou Tianlin, which caused Jiang Fei's face to flush with intense rage. "Hey, young hero, are you intentionally trying to cause trouble for me?" she shouted, her cold gaze fixed on Qin Yu before she suddenly concluded he was merely using her to gain notoriety. She warned him that if that was his plan, he had chosen the wrong person to provoke, while Zhou Tianlin stood beside her, joining in the verbal assault. He scolded Qin Yu for being a martial artist who used others as stepping stones for fame, claiming that such stubbornness would only earn him their deepest contempt. Refusing to back down, Jiang Fei issued a loud threat, declaring for the last time that the item belonged to her and demanding its immediate return. "Do not blame me for being ruthless if you refuse," she warned, but Qin Yu met her gaze with sharp eyes, questioning if she truly believed she had the authority to stop him. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei unleashed her power and ordered everyone to clear the way, while Li Qingjie watched Qin Yu with a look of deep concern. She asked if he was certain he could handle the situation, to which Qin Yu responded with a composed air, reassuring her that she had nothing to worry about. Nearby, Yitong cheered with excitement, urging Qin Yu to strike her down until she was reduced to tears and begging for mercy, further fueling Jiang Fei's fury. "How dare you say such things? Do you have any idea who I am?" Jiang Fei screamed in a rage, while Qin Yu stared back at her with a look of unwavering determination. "I shall give it my all," he stated firmly, as Jiang Fei summoned her sword intent, vowing not to use any artifacts so he couldn't claim she was bullying the weak. Qin Yu responded with a mocking provocation, suggesting she had better use her artifacts unless she wanted to end up crying loudly in defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fei launched her attack, sending waves of sword intent toward him and promising to grant him an early reincarnation if he so desired. The gathered martial artists were stunned by her display of power, wondering if such a terrifying force could actually be the strength of an immortal artifact. Zhou Tianlin noted to himself that her cultivation had significantly improved, yet Qin Yu remained unperturbed in the face of her aggressive onslaught. He used only a single finger to shatter each of her attacks, as her strikes proved unable to penetrate his formidable defensive layer. With a cold expression, Qin Yu stared at Jiang Fei and asked if that was the extent of her power before suddenly leaping high into the air. Caught off guard by his fierce counterattack, Jiang Fei retreated to evade him and quickly summoned her immortal artifact to continue the fight. Utilizing an Earth-grade martial technique, she immediately activated the Blood Flower Sword art in an attempt to suppress her opponent after realizing his true strength. The powerful onlookers were amazed by the sight, recognizing the very technique that had made Jiang Fei famous throughout the land. It appeared she had decided to show no mercy, and while the crowd respected the boy for blocking one of her moves, they doubted he could withstand this overwhelming pressure. Sensing Qin Yu's terrifying power, Zhou Tianlin hurriedly fled the scene to inform his master, wondering who this boy was and how a participant in the competition could be so formidable. Meanwhile, as he faced Jiang Fei's lethal ultimate technique, Qin Yu maintained his imposing and arrogant stance. Immediately after, he stepped forward and effortlessly neutralized the enemy's assault. In a flash, Qin Wu lunged at Jiang Fei and delivered a thunderous slap to her face. With a single basic move, Qin Wu defeated Jiang Fei, sending her crashing to the ground as she clutched her aching cheek. Jiang Fei couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably after Qin Wu's direct strike. He approached and stood before her, softly asking if she was already crying. Jiang Fei was stunned, unable to believe she had actually been defeated. "How could I lose so easily? How is this possible when I am supposed to be a peerless genius?" Seeing her state, Qin Wu fell into deep thought, realizing why he had never heard of her name in his previous life. As a martial artist who cannot endure even a minor setback, it seems her future path will not lead very far. The surrounding crowd grew even more bewildered, whispering in shock that Jiang Fei, a renowned genius, had been beaten to the point of tears. What exactly is this youth's background that allows him to take down Jiang Fei in an instant? He will surely be the frontrunner in this assembly. Standing nearby, Yitong gestured excitedly, praising Qin Wu for his performance and noting that such people must learn there is always someone better. Qin Wu then turned to the shopkeeper with a cold gaze, demanding the price of the item, to which the flustered man quickly offered it as a gift. Qin Wu immediately tossed over a high-grade pill, stating he disliked charity and that the pill's value far exceeded the treasure before his group departed. Leaving the stunned vendor behind, a young girl who had been secretly watching Qin Wu's fight spoke to her master. It appears this assembly is full of hidden talents and many geniuses competing, to which the old master sternly replied that the world is vast. A martial artist's greatest taboo is arrogance. Jiang Fei claims to be a genius, but is merely a frog in a well who hasn't seen the true world. He then pondered about Qin Wu, admitting he couldn't see through the young hero before turning his attention back to his disciple. He suggested she learn from the young man, as he might refine her into a precious gem, sparking a glimmer of interest in the girl's eyes. She hoped the young man would bring her some surprises, as the master and disciple leisurely walked away, signaling their departure. Meanwhile, Qin Wu continued strolling with Li Qingjiao and Yitong when a stranger appeared behind them, calling out for him to wait. The handsome man introduced himself as Feng Kanglang, a rogue cultivator of no renown, expressing relief at finally catching up. Qin Wu stared at him in surprise, asking if they knew each other, to which Feng Kanglang quickly responded. Qin Wu asked why he was being followed if they had never met, prompting Feng Kanglang to inquire if Qin Wu specialized in spear techniques. Startled, Qin Wu confirmed his specialty, leading Feng Kanglang to explain that he also used spears and had challenged many warriors in Heiyu City. However, everyone had disappointed him, as their spear techniques were flashy but useless, failing to spark any interest in a real fight. Feng Kanglang's gaze turned serious as he noted that Qin Wu was different, possessing immense talent and a powerful spear aura. Convinced that Qin Wu was a worthy opponent, Feng Kanglang expressed his desire to challenge and learn from his spear techniques. Qin Wu looked blankly at him, finding it boring that he was followed just for a duel, and decided to walk away. Shaking his head, he stated he had no interest, leaving the stunned Feng Kanglang to remark on how difficult he was to approach before calling his subordinate. He summoned Hao Lang, who appeared immediately and bowed, asking for his young master's instructions. Feng Kanglang ordered an immediate investigation into Qin Wu's background, while a worried Hao Lang urged his master to be more practical. He questioned why his master constantly sought duels when he was already so extraordinary that few could ever hope to match him, provoking Feng Kanglang's anger. This gathering is meant for me to observe the resolve and spirit of others, as I have no desire to use my cultivation level to overpower anyone, Feng Kanglang stated, while Hao Lang watched him helplessly and whispered under his breath. Indeed, you are correct. I shall begin the investigation at once, Hao Lang replied, but Feng Kanglang nodded and gave a further command. Wait, prepare a gift for me once you have uncovered that individual's identity. Please deliver it to him on my behalf, he said with visible excitement, though he made sure to add a reminder that the item did not need to be overly extravagant. A fourth-grade immortal artifact will suffice, he noted, as the scene shifted to the rear of the Heiyu dynasty's capital, where a large group of warriors had congregated. Amidst the buzzing chatter, a panicked martial artist suddenly rushed in and shouted that something major was happening, hurrying to deliver his news the moment he stopped. Jiang Fei was just beaten until she cried by a young hero, he proclaimed, a revelation that left everyone in attendance completely stunned. How is such a thing even possible? A sturdy man in the crowd challenged immediately, warning the messenger that while he could eat whatever he liked, he should not speak so recklessly. Do you think we don't know who Jiang Fei is? She is one of the 4 great prodigies and the most likely candidate to emerge victorious in this competition. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? The surrounding crowd shouted in agreement, asking the man if he had perhaps lost his mind. If Jiang Fei truly cried from a beating, I will call you my father, someone yelled, while amidst the ruckus, Qin Wu sat quietly in a corner with Yitong and Li Qingjiao. Qin Wu glanced at his 2 companions and shook his head in resignation, noting how quickly the news had traveled before asking why they were so intent on attending this feast. I fear this will lead to some trouble, he remarked, just as a stranger approached and pointed directly at him, demanding to know if he was Qin Wu, to which he surprisedly confirmed his identity. Is there a problem? He asked, as the woman performed a formal greeting and introduced herself as Jiang Li, prompting a worried Yitong to ask if she was related to Jiang Fei. Jiang Li smiled and confirmed that Jiang Fei was indeed her sister, causing Yitong and Li Qingjiao to stand up abruptly and claim they needed to step outside for some fresh air. Qin Wu turned his gaze toward Jiang Li and asked if she had come to seek revenge for her sister, to which she responded calmly after taking a seat across from him. To be fair, my senior sister was the one who initiated the fault, but regardless of the circumstances, she remains my senior sister, Jiang Li stated. If young hero Qin causes trouble for her, it is equivalent to provoking the Xuanshui sect, she added, causing Qin Wu to cast a cold, sharp gaze in her direction. And what of it? He questioned, prompting Jiang Li to stand up and explain that her sister's immense natural talent since childhood had shielded her from understanding the harsh rules of the world. Consequently, my sister is not someone you can humiliate as you please, and I have brought a small gift of my own to repay the kindness you showed her. With those words, she unleashed her power in preparation for an attack, declaring that she would reclaim her sister's honor and wash away the Xuanshui sect's shame by defeating him publicly. Her overwhelming pressure instantly shattered the table where Qin Wu sat, and with her formidable strength on full display, Jiang Li issued a direct challenge to him. "Qin Wu, do you have the courage to accept my challenge?" she asked, as the stunned onlookers marveled at the fact that he had not only made Jiang Fei cry but also dared to show his face there. Maintaining his arrogant demeanor, Qin Wu simply warned her that his only advice was for her not to wail as loudly as her senior sister had. Having already gathered her sword intent, Jiang Li coldly told him to worry about himself instead, while Qin Wu quickly manifested a powerful barrier to withstand her mounting pressure. The great desolation power within him surged as he faced her violent strength, and after absorbing her strike, he remarked that her swordsmanship was indeed far superior to that of Jiang Fei. "However, you still lack the strength required to defeat me," he said, quickly swinging his arm to unleash a surge of energy that radiated a blinding golden brilliance. Jiang Li was forced back, sliding across the floor, but she immediately channeled her energy into her artifact and shouted a warning to Qin Wu as an earth-shaking power erupted. "You had best be cautious against this blade," she warned as a massive force surged before the stunned crowd, and after gathering her true qi, she fixed her sharp gaze on him and lunged forward. As her blade struck his defenses, two firm fingers suddenly appeared and clamped down on her weapon, leaving Jiang Li in total shock as her technique was neutralized with such ease. Qin Wu sensed a new presence and grew wary of the newcomer's aura as Imperial Teacher Tian he appeared, intervening to remind everyone that the banquet was for the warriors and urging them to cease their fighting. A nearby martial artist widened his eyes and shouted that this was the Tian Imperial Preceptor, the rumored right-hand man of the Imperial Tian dynasty. His cultivation was indeed terrifying, prompting Jiang Li to immediately suppress her true qi and withdraw her artifact, stating she would follow the emperor's orders as a guest. She glanced at Qin Wu with calculating eyes, to which he arrogantly replied that they would meet again during the rematch at the Grand Assembly. Qin Wu stated he cared little for the matter, but intended to take the top spot, leading the Tian Imperial Preceptor to offer him a soft reminder. The preceptor warned Qin Wu not to be arrogant despite his talent, casting a sinister look while noting that there are always greater heavens and prodigies who far surpass him. Maintaining his confident stride, Qin Wu retorted that if the preceptor truly believed that, he should stop preaching and clarify his own perspective instead. A mysterious martial artist nearby watched with interest, muttering that Qin Wu was truly an audacious man for disregarding the Tian Imperial Preceptor. Qin Wu continued walking while radiating a powerful aura as a form of silent provocation to everyone around him. Watching Qin Wu's retreating figure, the Tian Imperial Preceptor mused that the youth was mysterious, and even he could not fully see through him. His eyes suddenly widened with excitement, as he thought to himself that Qin Wu would certainly fail to claim the top position in this assembly. The scene shifts to the main road of Heiyu City, where Yi Dong and Li Qingjie return eagerly, with Yi Dong asking if the banquet has already begun. She expressed her anticipation for the imperial chefs of the 8 great dynasties to showcase their skills just as Qin Wu approached them with a majestic air. Yi Dong stepped forward to ask Qin Wu if he had finished his business, and he responded coldly that it was settled quickly. He explained that the Tian Imperial Preceptor intervened to stop the fight, adding that he found the crowd's interest in ordinary food to be quite dull. At that moment, countless birds with vibrant plumage filled the sky, catching everyone at the banquet by surprise. As the flock flew overhead, a loud voice announced that because the villa was overcrowded, the Tian Imperial Preceptor had opened another banquet at the city chef's manor. It was declared that any martial artist who could obtain one of the 10 colorful feathers could attend the feast to enjoy wild beast meat. The crowd of martial artists grew excited, marveling at the generosity of serving legendary wild beast meat, which possessed numerous benefits. Qin Wu also wanted to seize the chance to taste it, while other martial artists leaped into the air to eagerly compete for the 5-colored feathers. Thinking of the wild beast meat, Qin Wu smugly observed the chaotic scene and realized the true nature of the event. He had wondered how the martial artists from the 8 dynasties would compete, realizing now that the first banquet was actually an initial screening process. Beside him, Yidong quickly leaped up and excitedly caught a 5-colored bird, landing softly while showing off her prize. She wondered why the selection was so simple, but the bird in her hand suddenly vanished, leaving her bewildered as to why it had dissipated. Qin Wu explained that the birds were manifestations of spiritual energy that vanished upon contact, a fact Li Qingjiao recognized as a signature of a Heiyu dynasty artifact. It was the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix map, a treasure that created thousands of lifelike birds used to select lucky participants for major competitions. The surrounding martial artists were equally stunned, shouting in confusion about their disappearing feathers and accusing others of theft. One man snapped that he wasn't blind, and his own feather had also vanished, while Yidong sighed in dissatisfaction nearby. She complained that it was impossible to catch them without spiritual energy and suggested returning to the villa, while Qin Wu sharply observed the birds' flight paths. In an instant, he lunged forward like an arrow toward the flock, successfully snatching a bird and holding it firmly in his grasp. After securing the bird, Qin Wu lectured Yidong, stating that a martial artist without the will to strive and act would be discarded as useless and lose their right to compete. Yidong couldn't help but wonder why the bird he caught didn't dissipate, to which Qin Wu replied with a smug grin that it was quite simple. He explained that he hadn't used any spiritual energy to capture it before immediately leaping into the air to pluck its feathers. In a short time, Qin Wu gathered a vast amount of 5-colored feathers, leaving Yidong watching in utter bewilderment. She never expected this monster could traverse the void using nothing but raw physical strength. Meanwhile, atop the high walls of Haoyue, Chuoba Yanyan was using her flute to lure the birds, her elegant appearance and graceful melody summoning a great number of 5-colored avian spirits. Nearby, Feng Kanglang calmly observed the bowl of water before him, dripping his essence blood into it to instantly ignite a fierce flame. Birds soon perched beside his bowl, prompting Feng Kanglang to smile as he noted that even spirit forms couldn't resist the temptation of his bloodline. The scene then shifted to the main gate of the city lord's mansion, where the Haoyue saintess was entering with an arrogant expression. Since the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix painting was a Haoyue royal relic, she felt a natural connection and expected to be the first guest. Upon reaching the gate, she was surprised to hear noise inside, discovering that Qin Wu and his companions had already arrived at the banquet. Looking at Qin Wu with envy, she thought that despite his speed, he couldn't have many feathers, but he suddenly unleashed the fierce power of Zaya. Yitong and Li Qingjiao stood by in shock as they entered without effort, while the saintess stared wide-eyed at the massive pile of feathers. Yanyan and Kanglang then appeared, with Feng Kanglang laughing heartily and declaring that Big Brother Qin had certainly lived up to his expectations. He noted that Qin Wu had arrived even before him, while Chuoba Yanyan laughed, admitting she had underestimated his talent for taming wild beasts. Yang Fei also appeared with a competitive look, telling Qin Wu he was special and that she looked forward to a duel as shouting erupted outside. Guards shouted that entry was forbidden without 5-colored feathers, but Sidu Zhenggu argued back, asking if they were really addressing him. An old woman appeared beside Sidu and glared at the guards, asking if they were blind and stating she had given him her feathers. Before entering, Sidu Zhenggu left the guards with a warning never to look down on others based on their outward appearance. Sidu then hurried to Qin Wu's table with a laugh, though Qin Wu was somewhat stunned by the man's questionable taste in companions. Sidu remarked that it had been a long time and acted affectionately toward his beauty, claiming that age didn't matter as long as she had talent and wealth. Li Qingjiao and Yitong were speechless, having expected him to find young girls rather than bringing an old woman from a brothel just for feathers. They lamented Sidu's fall from grace, while Qin Wu observed a sprout on Sidu's clothes with a serious gaze, thinking things were becoming interesting. A man recognized the old woman and shouted, asking if she was the eldest princess of the Qingmu dynasty and greeting her as Grandma Tan Hua. Tan Hua glanced at him sharply, explaining that her constant aging was a backlash from practicing an incomplete heaven-grade withered prosperity divine art. Though her true age was under 10, she noted that the 8 Great Dynasties Assembly was a grand event where winners could borrow sacred relics. She questioned why she shouldn't be there if even mediocre people were invited, just as the Tian Imperial Master appeared and began to clap. He immediately called for the gathering of elites from across the 8 dynasties, stating that their presence truly brightened the assembly. One powerhouse grew agitated, slamming the table and shouting that he didn't care about status and only came for the promised beast meat. He threatened to destroy the place if they had lied to him, but the Tian Imperial Master only laughed and promised to serve the meat immediately. Without delay, the chefs began bringing out large platters piled high with the meat of wild beasts for the gathered experts. Presented solemnly before everyone, Imperial Teacher Tian, he invited them to feast. Upon seeing the beast meat, a powerful warrior excitedly took a large bite and praised the event for being worthwhile. He felt he had gained enough even if he left now, while Qin Yu, standing nearby, glanced at the meat on his own table with a hint of surprise. Through his observations, Qin Yu made his own judgment that this meat was far from simple. It lacked spiritual energy on the surface, but emitted a suspicious, peculiar scent. Han Hua then employed the secret techniques of the Qingmu dynasty to probe the meat, but it was instantly absorbed and crumbled into ash the moment she touched it. She was stunned by this anomaly, finding it quite intriguing, while Chuoba Yanyan stood nearby in confusion, watching closely as Qin Yu suspected Yazi was playing tricks in his presence. Where was Yazi? He needed to come out immediately. As soon as Yazi appeared, he turned his gaze toward the large piece of meat before Qin Yu and sniffed it to investigate the scent. After investigating, Yazi whispered into Qin Yu's ear that the item was nothing special. Though real, it was hollow inside, swelling when meeting water and vanishing when meeting fire. In short, it was just worthless trash. Meanwhile, the powerful warrior continued to devour the meat with delight, claiming it was truly delicious. Suddenly, a wave of agonizing pain erupted from his throat, causing him to scream piteously as the surrounding experts watched in horror, asking if he was all right. The warrior's body began to bloat, expanding more violently by the second until his entire frame exploded in an instant. Witnessing this gruesome sight, the nearby martial artists shuddered and quickly discarded the beast meat in their hands, while the old imperial teacher wore a cunning smile. As a martial artist, how could one not carefully inspect food before eating? This was the second trial he intended for them, to consume the meat of this mysterious wild beast. He had discovered it by chance while traveling the outskirts of the wild beast mountain range. An ordinary person would explode and die from a single bite, but successful refinement would cause one's cultivation to soar. Anyone who finished the meat within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn would pass, and the fastest would earn the right to ask him 3 questions. Standing nearby, Chu Tianlin began to calculate after hearing this. That man earlier had been too reckless, eating so much that he bloated and died. With his own strength, he believed he could handle it if he ate slowly. Having formed a plan, he tore off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy flooded his body. To remain stable, Chu Tianlin immediately activated the Great Chu Imperial Heaven Art to its full extent to slowly refine the internal energy. After a moment, he stabilized his body. Seeing Chu Tianlin's success, another warrior followed suit, laughing that the trial could be passed simply by eating slowly. He hurriedly gulped it down, but his body immediately bloated and exploded before Chu Tianlin's cold eyes, who mocked them as mere trash for trying to compare themselves to him. Chu Tianlin then stood before the crowd and boastfully advised that if they only knew Earth-grade martial arts, they should give up immediately, as this trial tested their refinement speed. He warned they would surely die if they were too slow. Hearing this, the experts grew anxious and prepared to leave, complaining that it was unfair since they had no chance to learn Earth-grade techniques. Deciding to quit since they had no hope of winning, Chu Tianlin glanced at Qin Yu and arrogantly remarked that while he lost in martial skills, as a prince of Great Chu, he doubted Qin Yu possessed other high-grade techniques. Qin Yu remained calm and continued to execute his own technique, thinking that if he couldn't digest it from the inside, he should try refining it from the outside before consuming it. He then used the flames of the 9-legged golden crow to refine the beast meat. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists excitedly followed his lead. They thanked young hero Qin for the guidance, while Chu Tianlin was left furious and stunned by Qin Yu's maneuver. Li Qingjiao couldn't help but admire Qin Yu's ability to adapt to any situation. True to his reputation, Qin Yu successfully refined the beast meat into a medicinal pill in moments. Upon completion, he left the old imperial teacher in utter shock and asked with great pride if he was now the leader of this competition. Angered by Qin Yu's arrogant attitude, the old imperial teacher was surprised that the boy possessed a ninth-grade holy fire and wondered how many more secrets he held. He thought to himself before smiling at Qin Yu, acknowledging his exceptional talent and granting him the right to ask 3 questions as the winner. Qin Yu looked at the old imperial teacher with boredom and asked if he was certain he would answer the questions honestly, causing Jiang Fei to suddenly roar in anger. Qin Wu, what is the meaning of this? The Tian imperial preceptor possesses profound cultivation and a noble status. How dare you question him? Qin Wu quickly countered, claiming that while the other man doubted him openly, he had been beaten into tears, whereas Qin Wu never doubted his own abilities. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves as Jiang Li showed signs of envy, while Feng Changleng was thoroughly amused by the unyielding spirit of someone with such extraordinary spear skills. Qin Wu stood up and looked smugly at the imperial preceptor, stating that he had no questions today, but requested the preceptor save those 3 inquiries for when he truly needed them. Asking if that was acceptable, the old imperial preceptor suppressed his irritation and agreed, declaring the day's trials over and instructing the qualifiers to gather at Heiyu City Square tomorrow. Qin Wu turned and left the city lord's manor with an arrogant air, bidding them farewell until tomorrow, while the old imperial preceptor watched him with a sinister expression. The preceptor thought that tomorrow's grand competition would surely become Qin Wu's grave, while inside the Tian dynasty's palace, the aged emperor remained seated upon his throne. As the emperor sat in deep thought, the old imperial preceptor entered and bowed in greeting, reporting that the grand competition of the 8 great dynasties was proceeding as planned. With the week already filtered out, he requested the emperor speak at tomorrow's official event to stir the kingdom's fortune, prompting the emperor to look down coldly and ask how the selection had fared. When asked if any exceptional talents had emerged, the imperial preceptor quickly reported that this grand competition had indeed attracted countless elite martial artists. He explained that they all possessed powerful dragon bone fortune, which would eventually transform into Dragon Emperor Qi when the opportune moment arrived. This would allow the emperor to advance further in his martial cultivation, causing the old ruler to laugh heartily with eyes gleaming in excitement at the news he had been waiting for. The emperor noted he had spent 80 years of resources to secure 7 sacred artifacts for this event, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, before suddenly rushing toward the preceptor with a stern face. He declared that the reward they had announced for the winner must never be granted, emphasizing his point by grabbing the imperial preceptor tightly by his collar. In a cold voice, he demanded to know if anyone other than those they had prearranged had managed to secure a leading position in the competition. The imperial preceptor then activated his divine eye technique, releasing an overbearing aura that made the emperor hesitate as he urged his sovereign to remain calm. Seeing the preceptor's display, the old emperor felt a surge of fear and retreated, eventually sinking back onto his throne in a state of helplessness. With a voice full of regret, he apologized for his doubt, admitting that his mental state had become unstable ever since his Dragon Emperor Qi had collapsed. He feared that an outsider winning would expose his plans, and even if he successfully refined the Dragon Emperor Qi, it might dissipate due to the common people's influence. The imperial preceptor stared sinisterly at the emperor and confidently assured him that their chosen candidate would win, as no one but Qin Wu posed a threat. As for that brat Qin Wu, the preceptor promised that tomorrow's grand competition would certainly be the day he died, as everything had already been meticulously planned. Observing the preceptor's demeanor, the old emperor felt a flicker of fear, but remarked that he could feel more at ease knowing the preceptor was handling the matter. Once their discussion concluded, the imperial preceptor bowed and took his leave, while the old emperor watched his departing figure with deep thoughts swirling in his mind. He wondered if Qin Wu belonged to the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty, concluding that to avoid any complications, the boy's only possible end was death. He summoned the Tian Sand Guards to appear immediately, and a commander promptly arrived and bowed before the old emperor, announcing his presence. With a sinister expression, the emperor ordered Qin Wu's immediate execution before the scene shifted to a rest station near Heiyu City, where martial artists discussed the city's strict security. As the grand competition was set to begin the next day, they noted the need for tight control tonight, while another martial artist sighed and advised others to simply comply. He questioned if the others realized the scale of the event, noting that the winner would gain the right to use the 8 sacred artifacts, a prize he deeply coveted. He joked that he would be willing to sleep in a stable for the rest of his life for such a chance, as the narrator then thanked the viewers and asked for their support.